Chapter 241. The Sheriff Lord is the moon in the sky. Ha ha ha. The old patriarch laughed dryly twice. Could he say that it really didn't have as much face as her? Those old bald donkeys from the Protectorate Temple are not good talkers. Every time they want to exchange something, they have to take something of equal value, and still don't want money, no matter how much the old patriarch grinds. Duwan didn't boast about it. Duwan wasn't a stupid white sweet. She wouldn't listen to what others said. She would agree to the emperor because she was not clear about the preciousness of the things at that time. Now that she saw that the old matriarch also wanted it, she knew that it must be something rare. The old matriarch was in the end a layer apart. Duwan silently decided in her heart that tomorrow, when she went to the Protectorate Temple, if she really bought the chi-nourishing pill, she must not make a sound. When the old matriarch had eaten his fill, he still did not get Duwan's promise, and had to leave with regret. Duwan touched her stomach, a little full. For the rest of the ingredients, let Ning Qin and the girls roast and eat by themselves. Duwan gave an explanation, and went straight to her room. A night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Duwan got up to cultivate and practice her sword. After completing these 2 daily homework, the sun had already risen in the east. After a simple breakfast, Duwan changed into simple riding clothes, took Zhuang Song and the others on horseback, and hurriedly set off towards the Protectorate Temple. In order to hurry for convenience, Duwan still did not bring Ning Qin and the others this time. It took about half an hour. Only then did Duwan arrive at the foot of the Protectorate Temple. Jumping off her horse, she threw the reins to her personal guards. In front of the mountain gate, accidentally ran into Qin Yu. In the past, bright and beautiful big girl, at this time slightly 3 times with a sick face. Quite a bit of weak willow flavor. When Duwan saw her like this, there were always a few strange feelings. The last time she went out of her way to poison herself in order to trap Ma Suqin. Duwan still remembers it vividly. Qin Yu deserves to be brought up in the city. She has a lot of heart and means. And she is also a woman who is willing to be cruel to herself. It is a pity that she does not yet know that everything she does is under the watchful eye of Xiezhang. Every move Xiezhang knows. Probably she still feels that what she has done. She still does not know what she has done. The steps in front of the mountain gate are just this big. When the 2 people met face to face, Duwan could see Qin Yu. Qin Yu naturally saw her, lightly biting her lip, humbly dropping her head and retreating to the side, making way for Duwan without saying a word. Seeing this, the maid who served Qin Yu quietly followed and retreated to the side. Accompanying Qin Yu's descent, there was also Zhou Quixi. Zhou Quixi was acquainted with Duwan. She would not react as Qin Yu did, respectfully stepping forward to greet Duwan. Duwan responded coldly, and led her personal guards past them up the mountain. For Qin Yu's reaction, Duwan was still quite surprised and very knowledgeable. It was probably because of the all-encompassing social beatings she had encountered after coming to the capital. After Duwan went up the mountain, she did not pay any more attention to Qin Yu. On the contrary, it was Qin Yu who looked at the still glowing Duwan, and had a few moments of rudeness. County Lord is still as comfortable and spontaneous as before. She is a noble county princess, and comes from an extraordinary background. No one dares to seek trouble from her, and is well loved by her family. Of course she lives a better life than anyone else. Zhou Quix beside her said enviously, hiding the jealousy in her heart. Duwan had almost lived the way the famous ladies of the capital aspired to. Qin Yu did not say that she had seen the way Duwan had fallen on hard times in the beginning. Even if she lived at the bottom, her smile was still bright. Arrived at the foot of the mountain, the person who drove the carriage and personally came to pick up Qin Yu was Qin Miao. Zhou Quix did not ride in a carriage with Qin Yu, but went up to the Zhou family's carriage. Qin Yu saw Qin Miao's poor complexion, and thought of his knot in his heart. Just now you saw the county princess? Yes. Qin Miao lowered his head. Do you still want to take revenge on her? Qin Miao's grip on the horsewhip tightened, revealing the veins on the back of his hand. Qin Yufu drilled into the carriage. Ah, Miao. You've read the holy books. It's time you understood some reasoning. When we were in Qian County, even if we didn't want to admit it, we were the ones who made the mistake. And we even caused a human life. If that thing happened in the capital, do you think we still have a way to live? Qin Miao gloomily muffled. It was Duke Xie who saved me. I owe him a life. No. How not? It was the Sheriff Lord who spared our lives. Qin Miao didn't quite agree. But he didn't refute her words either. Too many things happened when we came to the capital. In retrospect, Our hatred for the county lord was instead the most ridiculous. Now in the list of the most hated people in Qin Yuyu's heart. In the front of the list were noble women such as Ma Suqin. And Du Wan had long ago been ranked in an unknown nook or cranny. When she came to the capital, Qin Yuyu had seen the tyranny and dominance of the nobles, and was deeply hurt by them. And then compared to what Du Wan had done, Du Wan was simply called kind and lovely. At least to the capital. Du Wan did not seek their trouble. Qin Yuyu said in a low voice, "Ah meow. The princess is the moon in the sky. We are just the mud under our feet. If that little mind of yours leaks out a little bit, not only will you lose your life, including us, we will also be dragged into it. Fishy. I'll listen to you." Qin Miao decided with difficulty. They were all too weak. Nothing. Not even worthy of having hatred in their hearts. Du Wan had now long since left Qin Yufu behind. Standing in front of the bell tower again. The ones guarding the bell tower were still the same two monks. And once they saw Du Wan coming over, they politely went up to greet her again. Du Wan climbed up to the bell tower again. Thoughtfully, fixedly looking at this big bell. About to be as high as her too. Couldn't help but touch a few handfuls of it. Little bell. Ring again? Buzz. Very light. Very subtle bell sound. Du Wan was surprised. And felt unsurprised. The monks downstairs did not have any abnormalities. Du Wan thought to herself that this sound of the bell. It is estimated that only she can hear it. Ouch. The little bell really likes me. Or else. Come with me. Amitabha Buddha. County princess, please raise your hand high. Don't abduct my protectorate temple's most precious treasure again. Only to see the old monk Yuan Tong appear behind Du Wan silently at an unknown time. Du Wan was not vain even when she was caught in the bag. She put her hands behind her back and straightened her back. After a long time, she slowly turned around and said in a serious manner, "Master Yuan Tong, I just think that the little bell is quite spiritual. I want to chat with it. And I also want to take it out to play a little. How meaningless it is to stay in the bell tower all day long. When we get tired of going out to play, then we can bring it back." As if in response to Du Wan's words. Buzz. 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 The bell rang again. And also 3 times in a row. Inexplicably transmitting cheerfulness. Master Yuan Tong's eyelids jumped. "Sheriff. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else. I think this place is quite good." Du Wan's words were not finished. The back collar was forcibly picked up by the old monk and carried flying down the bell tower and flew away. Yuan Tong had already decided to forbid Du Wan from going to the bell tower again in the future. Du Wan did not resist. Now she was certain that there was something odd about the protectorate temple. No. It is that big bell that is the most odd. Perhaps it has become a spirit? Chapter 242, Wanting a Promise from the Sheriff. Yuan Tong took Du Wan to the Zen room where he lives. And then let the serving little monk go to bring tea. "Sheriff. Say it. What are you doing here again?" "To pay you back. Last time I didn't know that incense is worth money. Then I learnt that you sell one for 1,000 taels. Then I still owe you 9,000 taels. This is not specially sent to you." Du Wan's small face is very sincere. And then took out a handful of silver bills. Snap sound. Pressed to the tea table above. Also did not count like. Yuan Tong had a bad feeling again. There are more than 9,000 silver bills here. Yeah. You don't need to find the extra. Just sell me some more pills. While Du Wan was talking, she also innocently winked at Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong knew that nothing good could come from the eyelids jumping. He opened his mouth to say that there were no medicine pills for sale. Then, Du Wan pulled out another box and set it on the table. 200 years of ginseng. For the qi nourishing pill. Yuan Tong sort of understood. She came prepared. Suddenly, Yuan Tong smiled. The pills are not unavailable. The poor monk still has some stock over the years. As long as County Princess promises poor monk one thing, all of them will be given to you. Du Wan asked. Huh? What is it? Yuan Tong listened with a bit of regret. The little girl actually wasn't an impulsive one, and didn't agree in one go. Yuan Tong's smile said how kind it was. As long as the County Princess makes a promise. Want a promise? What promise? Just a promise. Du Wan did not rush to agree. Always suspecting that this was a pit. She stared at Yuan Tong's old face with suspicion in her eyes. Trying to see something in his face. After a long time, Du Wan shook her head. Who knows about the future? These pills. I also bought them for someone else. If you don't sell them, I'll just take it as if I didn't buy them. I don't have much to lose anyway. Yuan Tong's heart was inexplicably blocked. He thought it was a sure thing. But it turned out to be rejected? Yuan Tong looked at the large stack of silver tickets, and then looked at the well-preserved ginseng, but did not force Duan. Put the silver tickets and ginseng received. Got up and walked to a small pharmacy. When he came out, there were 2 small white jade bottles in his hand. A bottle of qi nourishing pill. 10 grains. The other bottle was a heart-protecting pill. Life-saving. Only one. Duan rubbed her small hands together and smiled. He, Master Yuan Tong. I found you quite nice. In fact, what do you want me to help? As long as I can do. Do not hurt the heaven and earth. But also I am happy to help. Or all can help. Yuan Tong began to hear is also very happy. Until later on. When he said it, he couldn't be happy anymore. This promise is the same as not saying anything. What do you mean as long as she is happy? It meant that if something really happened, it still depended on her mood. Duan neatly put away the 2 small jade bottles. Satisfied? Give 2 to the emperor. The rest are left to parents to regulate the body. Good things naturally have to be cheap for their own family. Only this matter can't be known to the matriarch. Duan got up and bid farewell to Yuan Tong. Unexpectedly, the old monk looked kind and insisted on sending her down the mountain. Duan always felt that the old monk was guarding against something. But for a moment she did not think of the reason. After descending the mountain and watching Duan ride away, Yuan Tong breathed a deep sigh of relief. When passing by the bell tower, immediately towards the disciples guarding the bell tower under the collar, in the future not to let the county princess to go up again. Duan did not know that Yuan Tong was guarding himself. She is now preoccupied with the matter of the medicine. Medicine in hand. Should we first send 2 into the palace? She wanted to send someone to send them back. But she was worried that it was not safe. Duan does not dare to guarantee that the medicine sent to the palace will not be switched or tampered with in the middle of the day. This is how it is played on TV and written in novels. Duan decided to wait for her next trip back to the city to personally send it to the emperor in order to rule out this possibility. Just as he arrived near the old mansion, he saw someone poking around from afar. It was none other than the old patriarch, walking along the road as if he was taking a stroll. Duan hurriedly put away the joyful look on her small face and put on a droopy little look. After seeing the old matriarch, Duan greeted him nicely. Matriarch? Hello. Taking a walk? Yes. Taking a walk. County princess went to the protectorate temple and came back? The old matriarch's expression said how friendly it was. Duan will not be fooled. Yes. Just returned. The old matriarch smiles and asks. How was it? Did you buy anything? Alas. Duan sighed and shook her head. Seemingly autistic. That little look does not need to say anything more. It can remind people that she went in a hurry and then returned in defeat. The old matriarch didn't ask any more questions and walked away regretfully. Duan returned to the small courtyard where she lived, and once she closed the door to her room, her dejected expression disappeared immediately. Coming into the small courtyard, she hid the 2 small jade bottles. Then, as if nothing had happened, she asked Ning Qin to prepare some food, trying to fool the old matriarch that she couldn't go back for the time being. Duan was again at peace with herself and played in the clan for a few days, going up and down the mountains and jumping up and down the river. During that time, she even made a trip up the mountain. Seeing that Du Yunrong and the others were not doing well, she was at ease again. When she went back, she received a letter from the Pei family guards. These days, Pei Hao is a letter a day. The content is mostly gossip in the capital. For example, who caught today? That house was copied. And who killed himself? In this pile of big things, also mixed with a little bit of small gossip, such as Xie cares about Qin Yuyu. Learnt that Qin Yuyu went home, and let the housekeeper sent a pile of medicinal herbs and supplements over. The meaning of Pei Hao's letter is that Xie is very attached to Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu is desirous of Xie and so on. Between the lines, Pei Hao tried to express their love for each other. When Duan took a look, she could see Pei Hao's little mind. Wasn't he afraid that she was still thinking about Xie Zhang? Today. This letter. Duan took it as usual and opened it. Huh? Today's letter is a bit dry. The Su family is sentenced down. After the death of Prime Minister Su, this family is put in the prison. Only occasionally would the 2 sons of Prime Minister Su be arraigned. but they pretty much didn't know anything about it. Coupled with the fact that Prime Minister Su himself confessed to the crime and provided a list of names, there really wasn't much to interrogate. The emperor said in the morning court today that he had exempted his family from the death penalty on account of Prime Minister Su's good attitude in confessing to the crime, and that he did not want him to be cut off from the flame after 100 years. But while the death penalty can be waived, the family can't escape, and the family has been reduced to official slavery. After signing the deed of sale, secretly sent to the princess house, a group of ministers in the court, no one dared to refute. Only recently did the courtiers clearly realize that the emperor is not a paper tiger. As long as there is the slightest evidence of guilt falling into the hands of the emperor, no official can be spared. On the contrary, Prime Minister Su's crimes were only announced as his charge of embezzlement of military pay, and crimes such as the manor in the countryside and the murder of the county princess were not held against the Su family's head due to lack of evidence. Sister? When did you return to the clan? Du Wan, who was looking at the letter, suddenly heard Du Qian's surprised voice. Chapter 243 confiscated the letter from the world's sun. Du Wan looks at him with the same surprise. Big brother, you finally got out? Just got out of customs. Mentioning cultivation, Du Qian smiles brightly again. The Pei family guards were on the sidelines, trying to wait for Du Wan's reply just like the previous times. Now that Du Wan has met her big brother, where does she have time to write back to Pei Hao? So she turns her head to the Pei family guard and says, you go back first. You don't need to wait for a reply today. I'll go back to the capital tomorrow. Pei family guard heard that she will return to the capital tomorrow. Thought that this can be accountable to the Shitzi master. Immediately bowed to the siblings to leave. At this time, Du Qian stared at Pei Hao's letter. He didn't offer to read it, but the look was obvious. Du Wan smiled and handed the letter to Du Qian. Big brother, please read it. What is written? Du Qian pretended not to care and took it. And when he read it over, he was slightly surprised. Are these contents true? There's no need for Pei Shitzi to lie. I know. Du Qian put the letter away and did not give it to Du Wan. This letter cannot be kept. It has to be destroyed. Big brother will help you out. Okay. Du Wan had no opinion. Du Qian said. Then the Su family's matter is related to sister? This matter is a long story. Du Wan was organizing her words. It can be a long story. There's a bit of a matter to bail out Su Che for the time being. I then asked my uncle for someone. And while he agreed, he put forward a small condition, which I agreed to. Uncle sent the person to the princess's residence, so he should know that I got the thing done. What small condition? Du Qian always felt that this was not simple. Du Wan said in a relaxed manner. It's for me to buy 1 or 2 qi nourishing pills from Master Yuantong. Slap. The shoulder was slapped. It was Du Qian himself who hit it. Not too strong, but still hit. Oh, little fool. You are being pitted by uncle. No, right. Uncle also gave me silver tickets and ginseng. Du Qian knows that his sister is not clear about anything. Being pitched and still not knowing. Du Qian knew that Master Yuantong was well versed in pharmacology, and would also refine some extremely potent pills. If you wanted to exchange for his medicine, you could only take precious herbs in exchange. The emperor's uncle only gave a 200-year-old ginseng, and wanted to exchange it for a qi-nourishing pill. Was it possible? For ordinary people, ginseng was great. But for those of them who practiced martial arts, ginseng was only used to replenish blood and qi, and its efficacy was not as great as a qi-nourishing pill. After Du Qian's detailed explanation, Du Wan finally understood. Ma duh. She owes Yuantong another big favor? Du Wan was again pleased with the old monk Yuantong, and decided that if he asked for anything in the future, she would give him a hand if she could. She came to Du Qian's ear and whispered, Big brother, I've changed. Oh. Really? Du Qian was so excited that he almost exclaimed, Don't be so loud. The old matriarch wants it. I didn't give it. Give it my arse. That old man just wants to pick up the slack. Just knowing that it was exchanged. Big brother was excited like this. If she said that it was exchanged for 10, wouldn't she have fainted from excitement? Not to be. Du Wan decided to keep an eye out. How about keeping half? What if people knew that she had exchanged so much and wanted to let her do it again next time? Du Wan did not know what was going on with old monk Yuantong. Perhaps she didn't know what was going on with the entire monks of the Protectorate Temple, who seemed to be treating her with special favor. But this preferential treatment was not a reason for her to be greedy. Du Qian calmed down. Her face was still excited. Sister, do you think it's true? It's true. Then is there any extra? Mother's health has always been bad. As long as there is one. Du Qian didn't continue. Just looked at Du Qian with a burning gaze. Du Wan nodded. There is. While she was torn between how many pills she was going to get. Du Qian did not ask further. Du Qian favorably touched his sister's head. You don't need to tell Big Brother how many you've replaced. Just leave one for Mother to take. And if there's still more, then give one to our father. Father's insomnia has made his body worse than before. Does Big Brother want it? No need. Du Qian refused. If there is any extra, you can keep it first. Du Wan looked at Du Qian. Big Brother. The old monk also gave me a heart-protecting pill, saying it's for life preservation. I'll give it to you. Du Qian. What is the meaning of the Protectorate Temple? No. It's what is Master Yuan Tong's purpose. Du Qian's vigilance was pulled up at once. Sister, did the Protectorate Temple ask you for anything? Yes. Master Yuan Tong said he wanted a promise from me. Which I didn't promise. But I didn't promise. He still sold me the medicine. Du Wan knew what Du Qian was worried about. I don't know what they want. But I don't see any malicious intent. Du Qian thought of his sister's heritage. The old monk of the Protectorate Temple. I am afraid that he can see. Du Wan patted her big brother's shoulder. Big brother. No need to worry. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Okay. Tomorrow I will accompany you back to the capital. Are you okay in the clan? Sister is more important. Du Wan was happy. This smile was a bit silly. Du Qian followed the joy. Waiting for his sister to leave. Immediately recruited his beloved. Inquired about what happened during these days of closure. After listening, he then took out the letter written by Pei Hao. Read it again. Put it under the lamp and lit it. The Su family's crime. Only the case of corruption and ink? Yes. The matter of the dog breeding manor was suppressed by the emperor, saying that there was insufficient evidence. There was also the matter of the county princess. Again, insufficient evidence. It's just a lightly sentenced the Su family. Right? In this matter of Su Yu. Du Qian was very dissatisfied with the emperor. His sister had suffered so much. But actually a lack of evidence did not give his sister justice. Still thinking of his sister helping him by qi-nourishing pills? A moment ago to remind the sister. Cannot give the emperor too much. At most one. So the emperor had a chance to get 2 qi-nourishing pills. Because Du Qian intervened from it. Making Du Wan temporarily change her mind and give one less. The next day, the siblings returned to the capital together. When Du Wan returned to Jade's spirit garden, the first thing she did was to ask Ning Qin to find a small jade bottle, pouring 2 more qi-nourishing pills into it. Then remembering Du Qian's words, she poured out another one and sealed the mouth of the bottle. Then, having someone go and tell the eldest princess, Du Wan rode her horse and hurried into the palace. Du Qian happened to be at the eldest princess's place when he heard the people from Jade's spirit garden come to report. The princess wondered, just home to the palace. This is just what uncle do not want mother. Du Qian lost a smile. Uncle asked her to do something. Wan completed. This is not. Do not want to delay a moment. Do what? Mother does not know? Wan didn't mention it. It's. Du Qian told the matter that the emperor asked his sister to buy qi-nourishing pills. The eldest princess furrowed her brows. This is not a good start. Du Qian was also vaguely a little worried in the bottom of his heart. Wang Ren's condition was still there. What if the emperor's uncle offered again? Asking his sister to go to Master Yuan Tong to buy the medicine? Chapter 244. The Precious and Unparalleled World Prince. Du Qian worriedly said, Mother, do you think uncle will let sister go and ask Master Yuan Tong to treat Wang Ren? Master Yuan Tong is only proficient in pharmacology, not diagnosis. In the past, there was a patient who insisted on letting him heal him, saying that he wasn't afraid of being cured by him. He hesitated to give medicine and almost cured the person to death. And in the end, he wasted a life-saving medicine to stay alive. And he even put up the money to hire a doctor for that person. The eldest princess talked about an old incident. Du Qian was so surprised. I haven't heard of this one. You were still young then. Of course you don't remember. The emperor didn't even bother to invite Master Yuan Tong when he issued the yellow list. Aren't you surprised? I didn't think much about it before. Not only did Du Qian not think much about it, Du Wan likewise did not think much about it. After smoothly entering the palace, She hadn't met the emperor yet, but bumped into the noble consort instead. Duan thought she was unlucky, but on the surface, she was still very polite and went up, giving your highness a salute to say hello. Noble consort Xie smiles brightly. Did Wanner come to the palace to see the empress? No. To find the emperor's uncle, Duan said with a touch of innocence. Previously, I don't know who taught her. When you get along with people with complicated minds, you have to put on a naive appearance. When you get along with naive people, you have to be more naive than the other party. Duan couldn't understand the meaning of it, but it didn't stop her from doing as she was told. Noble consort Xie offered an invitation. Would Wanna like to go to Baisui Palace to sit? I appreciate your highness's kindness. However, I still have business to attend to with the emperor's uncle right now, so I won't go to sit at your place. I'll go again next time I have the chance. Duan dropped this sentence, not waiting for noble consort Xie to say anything. She ran away in a puff of smoke. With Duan's current lightness, the palace maid could not stop her. When noble consort Xie and the others came back to their senses, Duan had already run 10 feet away. Duan first went to the imperial study to find the emperor. It so happened that the emperor was not there, and she heard that he was in the council hall. Duan slipped over again, and there were small eunuchs in front of the palace guarding outside the main gate. Seeing her come over, a small eunuch came forward and asked. Learning that he wanted to see the emperor, he went in to inform. Standing outside the gate, Duan was curious for a moment, holding on to the door frame, quietly poking out half of her little head. Looking inside, seeing the emperor sitting on the dragon chair, there were several ministers standing below, not knowing what they were discussing. Among the several ministers, Duan saw her chief father. Duan counted the number of ministers. A total of 6. It can't be the 6 ministers. The little eunuch respectfully told the chief eunuch what was going on outside in a quiet voice. The chief eunuch approached the emperor again and reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, County Princess Jiaoyang is outside the temple. Upon hearing this, the emperor's spirit shook. Finally, she's back. He immediately looked towards the door and really saw his niece outside the door with a thieving head. As a matter of fact, as a noblewoman, the rules are well learnt, and will not be so vulgar and weird. But can't resist the little girl unlucky. Have an accident and forget things. The learnt? All don't remember. The emperor gave Duan's strange behavior a normal brain. Several ministers found the emperor looking out. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team pretending not to have any intention. Also looked out. This look hard thumped. His family's baby bump how to be outside nah? Okay. Today's deliberation will end here. All dispersed. The emperor closed the folders in his hands. That tone is urging them to hurry up and go. A few ministers are not uninterested. One by one saluted and retired. Walking to the door, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team fought with his daughter. Duan sweetly went forward and called out to her father. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said, Why did you come into the palace? Came to look for the emperor's uncle. There's a little something. I'll talk to Dad in detail when I return to the palace. Duan explained in a small voice. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side could only nod his head. There are a few ministers dawdling around, walking so slowly. But they are not trying to eavesdrop on their father-daughter conversation? A few shameless old things. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team exhorted. My father will go to the yamen first. You have to listen to the words of the emperor. Don't get into trouble. Understand? I know. Definitely don't get into trouble. Duan hurriedly assured. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team touched his daughter's head, worrying an old father's heart. The emperor who walked out happened to see this scene. Duan saw the emperor and let Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team go first. She slipped in front of the emperor. Her little face was so excited that she even forgot to salute as if, Uncle, Uncle, changed to Oh. The emperor was excited inside, still trying to maintain his majesty in front of his juniors. Duan pulls out a small jade bottle from her body and shoves it into the emperor's hand. This is from the Protectorate Temple to the palace. Apart from Master Yuantong, it only passed through my hands alone. The old patriarch asked me for it. He. I even lied to him that I didn't exchange it. The emperor was happy, took the jade bottle and opened it. Sure enough, he saw a rounded pill, different from the pills made by those people in the imperial hospital. This pill has a smooth surface, and also has a luster through it, and the medicinal aroma is rich, and at a glance, it is extraordinary. Duan said, "Uncle, didn't you say you were not feeling well? It's better to eat it quickly. All good things are your own until you eat them in your stomach." Wan. I want to leave this to. Leave what to leave? Duan snatched the jade bottle over and poured out the pills, and stuffed them into the emperor's mouth. The good things that I've exchanged with great difficulty. Of course, I want to cheapen it for my own family. The emperor froze for a moment. Something stuffed into his mouth. To swallow it. Or, he was trying to leave it for Huangren. This qi-nourishing pill might be useful for her condition. Duan slipped to the front of the dragon case in a single bound, picked up the tea that the emperor drank half of, and slipped back to the emperor. Come! Have a sip of tea. Seeing the emperor looking at himself with a complicated expression, Duan added, Uncle won't think that I drugged you. Right? Or are you afraid that the medicine has been tampered with? No. The emperor finally did swallow the medicine. Then, he took the tea handed over by Duan and finished it. Duan took the empty tea bowl in his hand, and then handed it to the palace man next to him. Uncle, I know what you want to say. But I don't want to give it. I just don't want to give it. In my heart your body is much more important than cousin. If there's anything that's good for your body, of course you should be the first to tighten it up and use it. After saying that, she turned around and ran away, as if she was afraid of being scolded. Even if the emperor was angry, he couldn't get angry at this moment. His niece was still a child. But she had a heart of gold. Duan took the opportunity to slip away for fear that the emperor would punish himself. And when she left, she actually saw Xie Guifei's palace maid in front of her guarding again. Duan did not know what noble consort Xie wanted to do. However, it must be unsettling. The next thing Duan did was to take a detour, avoiding meeting that palace maid and leaving the palace in a hurry. She still has to go home to distribute pork. No, it's distributing qi-nourishing pills. So she's not in the mood to play mind games with the other party. When she arrived at the entrance of the palace, she unexpectedly saw Pei Hao again. She accidentally saw Pei Hao again. Pei Hao standing in front of the palace gate wearing official robes, wearing an official hat, standing there in a vast righteousness. Whoever sees it will praise a gentleman Duanfeng, noble and unrivaled. Pei Hao led a horse and walked step by step to Duan, and the peach blossom-like eyes were deep and dark, as if they were hiding a ferocious beast, a little scary. After not seeing her for a few days, he missed her. Chapter 245, Finding a Name to Torture People. Duan inexplicably felt that Pei Hao was very oppressive at this time. Is this because he has been an official for a long time? Is it because he has been an official for a long time, and the accumulated power on his body is getting stronger and stronger? Pei Hao should be glad that he can't hear the little girl's heart. Otherwise he will vomit blood. Only to hear, Duan strangely asked, how come I can run into you every time I go out of the palace? This Shitzi is from the Imperial City Department. Pei Hao looks at her for an instant. The palace gate was guarded by the Imperial City Department and the Forbidden Guards together. When County Princess Jiaoyang entered the palace, the officials and soldiers underneath would inform him at the first opportunity in order to curry favor with him. Do you want to go back? I'll send you along. No need. Duan scanned his horse. A horse? Send what? Sharing a ride? There's no need for it. Pei Hao read her meaning at once. What's in your head? Do you want to ride a horse with my son? It's quite a beautiful thought. It's you who will ride the horse yourself. I'll send you back. The corner of Duan's mouth twitched. Meaning that she got it wrong? Well, it's her who overthinks and admits it. At this time, Shuang Tsong leads the horse over. Duan took the reins of the horse, immediately turned over and mounted the horse. The heroic posture of the horse is more and more beautiful. Pei Hao couldn't help but remember that the little girl had once put down her bold words, saying that her future horse-riding appearance would definitely be valiant. I can't imagine how long it's been since then. It's really answered her words. But now, I'm afraid she has forgotten what she said at that time. Following the little girl all the way, escorting her back to the princess residence, now is still on duty. Pei Hao did not go in. Whispered, Wan, wait for me to go down to the court and then go to find you. After saying that, he rode away. Duan didn't even have a chance to refuse. On second thought, he hadn't taken away the things he handed her last time. Coming to find her tonight, it must be related to those things. Back to Jade's spirit garden. Duan again asked Ning Qin to bring a small jade bottle, filled with 4 qi-nourishing pills to the small jade bottle, and then took the heart-protecting pill together and slipped towards the main courtyard. Just as Du potential eldest princess there. See Duan came in. The eldest princess sad spring sad autumn like said, Wan. This is finally willing to come to see mother? Is it that uncle is more important than mother? No. Duan quickly shook her head. I went to the palace because I had something to do. And I came back immediately to see my mother. Mother. Come and see. Come and see what your precious lump has brought. What is it? The eldest princess knew that her daughter was deliberately changing the topic. But she still asked a very cuddly question. Then a small jade bottle appeared in her hand. Duan turned her hand and slipped the heart-protecting pill to Du Qian. Du Qian was touched. Sister, you should keep this. I stay at home all day. What danger can there be? Duan still felt that this was the best thing to give to her big brother. It was much better than that Bodhi string from Yuan Tong. She turned back to look at the eldest princess again. The eldest princess was holding the small jade bottle, and her eyes were a little moist. This scared Duan. A bit at a loss for words. What's wrong with mother? Du Qian is now most able to appreciate the mood of the eldest princess. Sister, don't be anxious. Mother is happy. The eldest princess nodded her head and wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief. Yes. Mother is happy. My Wan is too filial. She thinks of mother when she has anything good. That's right. I am a filial child. Duan smiled sweetly. A little silly. The eldest princess sniffed and laughed again with a pft. Du Qian followed and laughed. As long as there is a sister, there can be laughter. As long as there is a sister, there will be laughter. When they left the main courtyard, Duan had a box in her hand. On it was the deed of sale of a large family of the Su family. Returning to the Jade Spirit Garden, Duan opened it to see a stack of deeds of sale. Du Qian followed and saw the deed of sale on it. The Su family? Yes. I only asked uncle for 2 people before. But I didn't expect him to give me the deeds of sale of all the Su family. This means at my disposal? Duan was a little surprised, and felt not very surprised. Du Qian's surprises are all greater than hers. In that case, I have misunderstood uncle. What did you misunderstand about him? I thought he didn't really want to stand up for you. Du Qian had just heard the verdict, and was still very dissatisfied. Thinking that the emperor wanted to lightly sentence the Su family before condescending to Duan. With Wang Ren's matter in the first place. And running into the Su family's matter. Du Qian inevitably thought a little more. Now that the Su family has become official slaves. And the deed of sale is in my sister's hands. It can be said that their lives and deaths will be decided by my sister in the future. Official slaves. Different from ordinary slaves. People can't get by. Sell their bodies as slaves. And have the money to redeem themselves. Official slaves were different. Once a slave. Always a slave. The children born are also slaves. If you want to get rid of slavery. Unless a new dynasty, or the emperor himself pardoned. Since the founding of Qin. No official slave has ever been pardoned by the emperor. Duan checks the name on the deed of sale. Strange. Is this Mrs. Su? Du Qian picks it up and takes a look. Yes. Didn't mother say that her family can come forward to redeem the person? No one stepped forward. Right. For fear of inviting trouble. This situation is too cool for relatives. Yet it is human nature. Husbands and wives can fly apart in great trouble. Let alone relatives. Duan took out Su Yu's deed of sale. On the emperor's side. The name she took out was to torture people. And now it was the right time to take Su Yu. However, last time, half of his arm was broken by Zhuang Song. And he was actually still alive? According to Duan's idea. The wound is not fatal. But the person is crippled. The high-minded and proud talented girl should have killed herself long ago. Du Qian sat for a while. Then something left. Duan looked at a stack of deeds of sale. Pondering. She recruited Ning Qin to ask where the Su family was. And then Ning Qin led the way to the courtyard where the Su family was being held. As for the current situation of the Su family, Duan wanted to see it with her own eyes. Pushing open one of the compartments, she saw that it was full of men. The people in the room all looked at Duan, who stepped in. Duan surveyed the people present. Large and small 9 people. The older looks 40 years old and above. The youngest one is estimated to be only 3 or 4 years old. Su Che is among them. Only the magnificent male is now down and out. But still well groomed. Even if he sits on the ground, he is still very elegant. The Su family as a whole was in a poor state. Upon seeing Duan come in, large and small hastened to kneel on the ground in one undulating motion. not even daring to raise their heads, including Su Che, the once famous son. Du-Wan was amazed at the bottom of her heart. The ability to adapt was really strong. Without saying a word, she turned around and left, coming to the next compartment. This compartment is occupied by the Su family's female family members. The number of female family members is very small. The Su family's second wife's family went to the yamen to ransom, and also took away the young children. As for the concubines, all have no status. Good concubines can still be picked up by the maternal family. There is a contract of sale. Will be sold together with the subordinates. Du-Wan saw the unconscious Su Yu. Her face flushed. Take a look at her. What's going on? Lucci went over to check, and also check Su Yu's broken arm. Sheriff, the person is running a fever. It should be that the wound was not treated properly. Chapter 246. That cheerful saving sound. Grand Madame Su had a 7 or 8-year-old little girl in her arms, gritting her teeth and not pleading for Su Yu. She knelt down with her daughter trembling. Du-Wan snapped. Go and ask the government doctor to take a look. Don't let her die. Yes, Sheriff Master. The subordinate rushed off to invite someone. The person Du-Wan wanted to find trouble with was unconscious. And then seeing the soft appearance of Grand Madame Su, she could not rise to the mood to find trouble. Not staying long, Du-Wan left again. Ning Qin, how do you think none of the Su family members killed themselves? Du-Wan finally asked the doubt in her heart. It's probably a family that's always been together. Locked up together in prison as well. All together when they came here? Yes. Ning Qin only thought of this reason. Du-Wan felt it was reasonable. A person in distress may not be able to think of suicide. But a family in distress, the death wish is not so great. People are so strange sometimes. Du-Wan didn't know that she just went to slip around a little while ago. And in the eyes of some people, it was equally strange. For example, in the compartment, Su Che's father and son. Su Che was sitting on the floor, his back against the wall. Su father then sat beside him. Che, what do you think the county princess means? The emperor's meaning is very clear. The Su family members are at the disposal of the county lord. Su Che only felt that the future was dark. Originally, according to his preconceptions, the Su family would not be able to escape this time. The male children above the age of 10 would most likely be beheaded. Now that he was reduced to an official slave, he had at least saved his life. But it was also a bit strange. Su Che softly said, Father, there should be someone behind us helping us. That's what I think too. But who could it be? Father Su suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Su Che recalled Du-Wan's attitude just now. Is it the county princess? Su father was silent. Is it possible? The emperor is not a soft-hearted one. There are not many people who can make him change his mind. Then why did the county princess save us? It's not clear. But father, we have to live well. Even if it's hard to live, we have to live. People, only when they live, there is hope. When people die, there is nothing left. When Su Che finished saying this, he gripped his father's hand with force. Che. Su father returned his grip on his son's hand, and it was very depressing. The thought of seeking death. He had had it. A person who had been raised for decades, once becoming a pariah slave. Su father was deeply struck. The will to live was not strong. For the sake of his family, he had been holding on strongly these days. Su Che's firmness gave Su father's courage. Father, we still have to watch over mother. There is still a younger brother and sister to take care of. Father knows that as long as we can live, we will not seek death. Snort. Inside the house, a young man sneered. How funny. Thinking that we are safe now? Maybe later on we will live a life worse than death. Who is this all thanks to? It's still not the good daughter that eldest uncle raised. Don't say anything about grandfather's corruption having nothing to do with Su Yu. If she hadn't made the mistake of pushing the prime minister's house into the limelight, would grandfather have been targeted? Lure. Shut up. A silent middle-aged man next to him stopped the young man. The middle-aged man turned to face Su's father and said, Big brother. It's Lure who spoke out of turn. Don't mind his words. We are all family. When we are blessed we enjoy together. There's no reason to shirk each other's responsibilities when we are in trouble. The young man called Su Lu shut up at once. Su Che stood up and deeply bowed to the middle-aged man. Second uncle, I'm sorry. It's us who dragged the second house down. Don't be like this. We are all family. The middle-aged man hurriedly went to help Su Che. Su's father was silent. Instead, it was second Uncle Su who forced Su Lu to apologize to his eldest uncle. Su Lu was a bit reluctant, but still did as he was told and apologized to Su's father in a low voice. This made Du Wan, who was on the spur of the moment and was paying attention to the Su family's situation, very surprised. The footsteps of walking were stopped. This Su family was a bit different from what she had thought. Usually it was normal for loved ones to expose their true faces, spit on each other, blame each other, and shirk their responsibilities when they fell on hard times. With this, Du Wan's ill feelings towards the Su family decreased by a drop. However, she would not let Su Yu off the hook for this. Su Yu had to die, but in order to deal with the Emperor's uncles, she could be made to die slower. Back to the Jade Spirit Garden. Du Wan went to take a rest. Ning Qin then comes over and reminds her that Yin Mama from the main courtyard is here, saying that the eldest princess has invited her to the main courtyard for the evening meal. Du Wan washed her face and tidied up her appearance when she went to the main courtyard. Besides Du extra horse harness by the side of a team and Du Qian, she also saw Pei Hao. When Pei Hao saw her step into the hall, he stood up and greeted her. Greetings, County Princess. Du Wan winked at him. You don't need to be so polite in my house. Pei Hao nodded with a smile, suppressing the joy in his heart. The way the little girl winked at him was so naughty. The next meal was eaten in an odd atmosphere. Pei Hao took care of Du Wan in every way, taking over the maid's job of serving the master's meal without a trace. He thought he was being obscure, but everyone present was an adult who couldn't see his little heart. The only person with a big heart, I'm afraid, is Du Wan. Du Qian always felt that Pei Hao's heart was not pure, but he wanted to stop it. But because his parents were present, it was not easy to make it clear. Besides, this thing is really not good to pick a mistake. The princess is looking at the side. Gentle eyebrows and eyes are smiling, obviously very satisfied with Pei Hao, the son-in-law. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side is very calm. Sometimes will also learn Pei Hao's way. For the eldest princess cloth dishes, having lived most of his life, he suddenly learned. After the meal, the siblings took Pei Hao to say goodbye. Originally, Pei Hao wanted to be alone with the little girl, but the great uncle was not interested and always followed. Du Qian stood between the two again. Pei Shitzi, are you done with the yamen? Just went down to the government office. Pei Hao didn't say busy finished. Recently there are more things to do. If I say busy finished, Big Brother Du won't believe it. Then you purposely took the time to come over for a meal? No. It's specially to look for Wan. Pei Hao said with a smile. Du Qian abruptly turned back to look at him, and quickly politely maintained his smile again. What is Pei Shitzi's business in coming to seek my sister? It's a bit of personal business I entrusted Wan with earlier. Pei Hao spoke vaguely, making it easy for people to think the wrong way. As expected, the small flame in Du Qian's heart was instantly ignited. Personal matter? What nonsense. My sister hasn't even married yet. What kind of personal matters can I have with you? Pei Hao looked embarrassed. What then? Will it ruin Wan's reputation? Big Brother Du. Then should we put the wedding on the schedule? You? Thinking beautifully. Good guy. So he was waiting for him here. Du Qian kicked at Pei Hao. Pei Hao was prepared for this. With a turn in his stance, he actually came to the other side of Du Wan, and also grabbed Du Wan's hand, pulling her to escape. Who is Du Wan? Most of all, she is the only one who is not in chaos. She pretended to be flustered and shouted for help in a small voice. Agu. Big Brother, help. I'm going to be caught by the bad guys. This is to abduct someone's sister in front of Big Brother? The personal guards, who saw it from afar, were very impressed with the World Prince's move. Du Qian said angrily. Pei Chengming, are you tired of living? The tip of Pei Hao's heart trembled as he held the little girl's hand and refused to let go even more. He even wrapped his arm around the little girl's slender waist and led her to perform lightness, disappearing in a flash. Far away, Du Qian only heard his sister's joyful voice of help. Chapter 247. The World Master's thief's heart is not dead. Pei Hao took Du Wan to hide on the roof of the main house of Yuling Yuan. He was afraid that she would make a noise and make trouble, and he purposely used a big hand to cover her mouth tightly, so that she could not yell even if she wanted to. Wan, let go of you in a while. Don't make any more trouble or you'll regret it. Pei Hao came to her ear and whispered in a low voice, seeing that she didn't resist, slowly loosening his hand as if testing. Only, while letting go, he stared at the moist cherry lips. Perhaps in his heart, he hoped that she would be restless. Then, he has an excuse. Du-Wan's heart's vigilance skyrocketed, waiting for him to completely release her. Rushing down to Du Qian, who was looking for someone. She was about to call out, "Big brother." Abruptly, her entire body widened its eyes. Pei Hao sealed his lips. Early premeditation. Waiting for her restlessness. Du-Wan's mind went blank. Her heart pounding. Pei Hao is equally no better. Envisioned and really done. Completely different. That kind of feeling hits the soul straight on. Unforgettable for life. Until Du-Wan, who was brought back to her senses, pushed him away with one hand. Even after almost rolling off the roof. Pei Hao hadn't returned to his senses. Pei Chengming. You bastard calf. Come over here and die. Du Qian, who was below, finally noticed the situation on the roof. Pei Hao was so shocked that he really rolled down from the roof. Only when he fell down. He reacted quickly and used his light weight to land. But because his reaction was a little slow, he fell down in a somewhat lousy posture. But the person did not fall and get hurt. What was waiting for him was not comfort, but fists. Du-Wan on the roof looking at the courtyard under the chicken jumping. Just now, by Pei Hao's strong kissing thing. Temporarily thrown into the back of her mind. Stood on the top of the cheering. Big brother. Cheering. Beat him. Beat the hell out of him. Big brother. Beat it hard. Let his thieving heart die. Humph. Right. Kick him. Go big brother. Pei Hao at the bottom was about to vomit blood from depression. The little girl is completely not on his side. Could it be that he was just too munificent and made her angry? He was a temporary idea. At that time very much wanted to do that. So he did it. However, he did not regret it. Recalling just now, Pei Hao's mind drifted. And his evasive movements followed a split second slower. Oops. The left side of his face was punched. Pei Hao didn't dare to be distracted now. Brother Du. Have mercy. Have mercy. You sinister guy. You are not allowed to come to the princess's residence from now on. If you dare to step into the princess mansion again, I'll chop off your legs. Du Qian punched people while making threats out of his voice. Of course, everyone knew that his threatening words were just spoken in anger. If Du Qian's threat was really useful, Pei Hao wouldn't have used the princess's residence as a second home and dared to climb the wall of the princess's residence in the middle of the night. Not only Pei Hao didn't take his threat seriously, the onlookers Du-Wan also didn't take it seriously. As for Ning Qin and other subordinates, none of them took it seriously. Pei Hao had seen Du Qian's indomitable nature, and the little girl, who was fanning the flames on the side. This place can't be stayed here today. He looked up at the little girl on the roof, and suddenly revealed a flamboyant smile. Wordlessly opened his mouth and said wait, and then performed a lightweight skill to flip over the courtyard wall in 3 or 2 moves. This is to escape? Du Qian wanted to chase after her, and then realized her sister on the roof. Stopped and asked loudly, Sister, can you come down? Can. Big brother, don't worry about me. Go after them. Du-Wan said and flew down. Light as a swallow. Landing safely. Du Qian was now relieved. But with such a delay on his part, Pei Hao had already run far away. Right? If he doesn't catch up, it will be too late. Du Qian turned around and hurriedly left. He must catch up and beat up that Pei kid again. He is really getting more and more unrestrained. How dare he take advantage of his sister in broad daylight? Yes, Pei Hao stole a kiss from Du-Wan, and was unlucky enough to be seen by Du Qian. It can be said that the Shitzi master is really delivering the handle to the door now. It is the rhythm of being afraid of dying too slowly. Du-Wan followed and slipped outside without seeing any sign of the 2 men. Happy to giggle and walk back. Ning Qin and the others came out with a palpitating face. Sheriff, are you alright? Ning Qin asked with concern. Du-Wan smiles and says, It's fine. It's quite funny. It's really quite funny. Isn't it? Pei's great villain is actually being chased everywhere by his great uncle. This is a plot that is not found in the book at all. Du-Wan told everyone to back off and do whatever they needed to do. And she went to her room by herself. Just stepping into the room, her footsteps lurched. There was a silhouette swiftly approaching her. Was it looking for a hug? Du-Wan's figure flickered and avoided it in time. Yo, Pei Shitzi? Didn't you escape? And what are you doing? Suddenly pouncing over his. Pei Hao's intentions failed, and surprise flashed in the bottom of his deep, dark eyes. Has the little girl's ability improved again? He didn't turn around and calmly close the door to the room. I was trying to come over and close the door. Don't misunderstand. Do-won. Believe you. She walks inside the bedroom. Slips around and realizes that this Pei-hao guy made a show of escaping from Yu Ling-yuan. Turned around and went back to Yu Ling-yuan from the other side. Then rolled over the window and entered her room. What a surprise! Even she didn't expect this. Let alone Du Qian. Du-won wanted to pretend that she had lost her memory again. So she didn't want to talk to him about being beaten up by Du Qian. And even more so, she didn't want to mention the embarrassing issue of being forcibly kissed by him. And went straight to the point. You came earlier than I expected. And I thought that you would only come over at night. By the way, you said you came to find my personal matter. Is it because you want to take that thing away? Well, there's also the fact that I want to talk to you. Tell me how to arrange the Su family. Du-won mulled over the question. Pei-hao said, the deal with Prime Minister Su is considered established. Only this approach of yours is much better than what I expected. I thought you would persuade the emperor and send the Su family to the quarry. I originally only said I wanted Su Che and Su Yu. Du-won then briefly told Pei-hao about what happened that day in the palace. Only then did Pei-hao know some of the inside story. As for how Du-won would deal with the Su family, Pei-hao would not interfere. Du-won took out the navigation charts. Pei-hao took it and put it away. This letter is Prime Minister Su's last letter to Su Che. Should I give it to him? Give it. People have been saved. Don't care about taking the last step. Du-won decided the matter casually. Pei-hao put the letter away. This matter he decided to do personally. He didn't want her to meet Su Che. The little girl used to appreciate Su Che's looks and temperament. Suddenly, Pei-hao vaguely felt that something was wrong. The person fell into the hands of the little girl. Wouldn't she be able to look at her whenever she wanted to? The Pei-hao of this matter did not yet know that the little girl had already gone to see it. The matter of this fleet. Let the Jinghua Gongfu go first to take over. The two people discussed it. The money earned is split 50-50. Pei-hao asked. County Princess will not send someone to follow to manage. No need. I trust Pei Shitzi. Du-won said with a smile. Chapter 248. Being angry and spitting blood again. Pei-hao gently raises his eyebrows. What a surprise. Aren't you afraid that I will pitch you? When the time comes to earn 10,000 taels, and I tell you that I only earn 5,000. What are you going to do? What's wrong with that? I didn't still pick up 2,500 for nothing. Du-won was calm and relaxed. Just when Pei-hao's heart was happy, thinking that the little girl was believing in herself. Du-won's next sentence almost made him vomit blood. I don't send anyone to manage it. It means I don't have to invest in the cost. And I get an income for nothing. And it won't leave any hidden problems. When the private fleet matter comes to light in the future, it will also be Pei family's business. Nothing to do with the princess house. Pei-hao gasped and laughed. So he was playing with this idea. For the time being, he didn't want to talk to her anymore. He was worried about dying young. Pei-hao decided to say goodbye, leaving with his obscure eyes skimming over her red lips, suppressing the stupidity of his heart. And without looking back, he rolled over the window and left. Du-won's guarded heart, which slowly put down. But outside suddenly stormed Du Qian's angry shout. Surname Pei. You sinister guy. I must break your legs today. Big brother Du. Misunderstanding. I have something to look for 1-1. I don't care what your business is. I'll waste you first. Du-won's heart skipped a beat, and she flew to the window, looking outwards with a thief's head. Just in time to see Pei-hao being chased and beaten by Du Qian. Pei-hao flipped over the wall and left. Du Qian did not follow him out, and turned to Du-won. Du-won hurriedly closed the window, and ran to open the door of her room. She also sat back in front of the chair, took out a book and flipped through it, pretending that she had been reading, and had not seen Pei-hao. Du Qian stepped into Yu Ling-yuan again, saw his sister sitting there, still holding a book. His forehead was suddenly born with black lines. Silly sister Yo. Who believes that she is still in the mood to read at this time? It's not like she's much of a studious person. Sister? Du Qian had a worried face. Du-won was uncomfortable. Big brother? That Pei-hao is not a thing. Du Qian had a strong opinion about Pei-hao. Abducting his sister in front of him was a provocation to him. Du-won immediately agreed. Yes, he is not a thing. Du Qian was planning to educate his sister on how to prevent wolves. Before he could say 2 sentences, he was called away by the princess's people. The princess's house was in an uproar. And when she went to the main courtyard, she was inevitably given a lecture. Sure enough, Du-Wan did not take long to hear that Du Qian was again punished to kneel in the small ancestral hall, but also to kneel until tomorrow morning. Du-Wan laughed. That night sneaked to see Du Qian. Stayed for a while before Du Qian heartbreakingly driven back to the Yuling Yuan sleep. In the room of the subordinate, Pei Hao stood outside the window of the Su family's men's room. He stood at an angle that only Su Che could see. He made a gesture toward Su Che, signaling him to walk to the window. And Su Che walked over without alerting the others. Pei Hao handed him a letter, then walked away without a word. When Su Che looked down at the letter in his hand, and the handwriting was his grandfather's, his grip tightened, and he immediately put away the letter with his long sleeves. When he looked out the window again, there was no one outside. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Su Che quietly got up and read the letter by the weak light. When a letter was read, the suppressed eyes reddened early, tears falling drop by drop, wetting the letter paper. Finally, after reading it a few more times, he put the letter tremblingly above the light and lit it. Burned. Cough. Chair? Su father called out to his son in a low voice. Su Che fiercely wiped away his tears, blew out the lamp, and turned back to whisper, Father, it's fine. Go to sleep. Then, he pretended to be fine and lay down next to Su father. The next day, Du Qian was helped back to the courtyard. Du-Wan didn't bother him to rest, regarding how Su's family was going to be arranged. The big housekeeper came over to ask Du-Wan what she meant. After Du-Wan thought about it, whatever the official slaves want to do, arrange for them to do. As for food and accommodation, give them whatever the subordinates eat. No need for special treatment. How is that Su Yu's condition? Don't let her die. I still have use for this person. Yes, Sheriff Lord. The big housekeeper hurriedly went to make arrangements. Du-Wan thought of something and told Ning Qin and the others that she was going to be in seclusion for a day. Don't come over to disturb her without anything. Back in her bedroom, she changed into the boy's clothes, put on some makeup and drew her eyebrows thicker, just to make herself look more like a boy. A quarter of an hour later, Du-Wan carried a bag and went out through the window, avoiding the patrolling guards, avoiding Zhuang Song and the others. She climbed over the wall and went out of the princess mansion. With Du-Wan's current strength, having the intention to avoid some people was still easy to do. Du-Wan hurriedly walked on the streets, after making sure again and again that she was not followed. She came to the end of an old street. There was a coffin shop there. When Du-Wan went in, there was only one boss in the cool shop. When the boss saw a customer coming, he came up to greet him. After staying in the coffin shop for most of an hour, Du-Wan turned out of the shop. This time she didn't stay outside for long and hurriedly went back to the princess mansion again. Climbing through the window back to her room, she changed out of her boy's clothes again, as if she had never gone out. This time Du-Wan went out. Is indeed God does not know. Even outside the stakeout scouts did not find her out. The next 3 days, Du-Wan was very peaceful and stayed in the mansion. The Su family, except for the children under the age of 10, and Su Yu who did not arrange for work, all arranged for things to do. But none of the arranged work was light and frugal. The males went to split firewood and pick water, etc. The females were sent to the washing room, all day long to work. But food? But not harsh. With the house of the same underlings. The princess house's subordinates. The food is still okay. Of course, this can't be compared to when Su Jia used to be the master. Since the work was arranged, the guards that were guarding them outside were no longer guarding them. The Su family's treatment of everything is comparable to that of the residence's subordinates. The 4th day, Du-Wan got up early in the morning. Today, she changed into a plain dress. Ningqin, in a while this county wants to go out of the mansion. You don't need to follow. Go and prepare the carriage. In addition, inform Zhuang Song again to bring Su Yu along. Yes, County Lord. Ningqin didn't know what the County Lord was thinking. But the County Lord who got up today was very different. It didn't take long. Du-Wan went out of the mansion with a team of personal guards. 2 carriages were prepared outside. One carriage was for Du-Wan to sit in, and the other ordinary one. When Du-Wan got into the carriage, she said indifferently, Go out of the city. As ordered, a group of people hurriedly set off. About an hour later, a hill not far from the Protectorate Temple. It was said to be a feng shui treasure, but it was official. Going to the government to purchase a grave site would cost 100 taels of silver. At the foot of the mountain, the carriage stopped. Duan got off the carriage. The carriage that followed. Suyu was pushed down. Suyu had been recuperating for a few days. The life earth was not dead, but the whole person was wasting away. Looking at Duan with resentment in her eyes. What did you bring me here for? To visit the grave. Duan indifferently said 2 words. Chapter 249. The World's Sun in a Sack. Duan took the lead towards a path on the hill. There were 2 personal guards escorting Suyu to follow. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, they saw a granny. Duan went up and chatted with the granny for a couple of minutes, then followed her to a new grave. The grave was well constructed. However, only a monument without words was erected. There were offerings and jaw sticks in front of the grave, and the ground around it was sprinkled with a lot of medieval paper. So it should have been done for a puja. Duan stood in front of the grave, clasped her palms together, worshipped 3 times with devotion, and burned a stick of incense. Then, she pressed Suyu to the grave and knelt down. Suyu was so angry that she clenched her teeth and wanted to kill Duan. What are you going to do? To make you repent? As soon as Duan pressed Suyu's head, she kowtowed 3 times with a thump. Suyu, this man died because of you. Nonsense. Suyu looked at the tombstone, wanting to see who the deceased was. However, to her disappointment, it was an unmarked stone. Duan said indifferently. You have killed quite a few people, so you don't need to know who is buried here. Just kneel here and atone for your sins. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will let your family feel a little bit better. If you dare to play any tricks, who do you think should die first in the Su family? Duan. One person does what one person does. Suyu was angry and regretful, worried and fearful. Duan mockingly laughed. If you are really so responsible, the Su family would not have become what it is today. Suyu, you wouldn't think that the Su family's current offense has nothing to do with you. So you can deny that the Su family was dragged into this by you. You're bullshitting. Nonsense. It's not me. Suyu couldn't accept this point, and had been in the midst of deceiving herself. Duan wanted to strike a person, or she liked to zap the heart. The more Suyu tried to evade the issue, the more Duan had to pick it apart. As Su Elvi said, without the big mistake you made, Prime Minister Su would not have gone through all the trouble to cover up for you, and would not have pushed the Prime Minister's residence into the limelight and allowed people to take advantage of it again. Xie Zheng wants credit and wants to get out, so he advances his plan to bring down the Prime Minister's office by 10 years. According to the plot direction in the book, the Su family had at least 10 more years of glory. At that time, Suyu would have married and had children. And even if the Prime Minister's house was copied, the crime would not be as bad as a married daughter. Duan thought that in the book, Suyu and the others killed the original owner and never investigated it. The original owner's family's fate is not good. The first to die of illness was the eldest princess. Then Du extra horse harness by the side of a team who died violently. And later Du Qian. The cause of this tragedy was the original owner. Thinking of this, Duan pressed Suyu's head and knocked it to the ground with a bang. This knock, Suyu's forehead was not bloody. This was still due to Duan not forgetting to restrain her strength in her anger. Suyu only felt dizzy and could no longer speak a word. This grave was Duan's burial mound for the original owner. The coffin was filled with clothes that the original owner had worn before. In order not to arouse suspicion, finding the grave site, burial, inviting Taoist priests to perform the rituals, and so on, were all paid for by the owner of the coffin shop to do it on her behalf. After the death of a person in the Great Qin Kingdom, it is extremely elaborate. Gods and ghosts. Duan does not know much about it, but she knows that it is better to have a grave after the death of a person, and to have incense offerings on New Year's festivals. Next to the grave there is a thatched hut. The tombkeeper lives. For the next 3 days, Suyu will be guarding this place, kneeling every day to atone for her sins. The one watching over Suyu was the granny just now, a widowed granny hired by the coffin shop owner. Duan gave the granny a few words, left the reward money and left. Shuang Song was very surprised. I do not know who the deceased is. Actually can let Duan this importance. Walking down the hill, Shuang Song reminded. Sheriff, aren't you afraid she will escape? What happens to an escaped official slave who is caught and returned? Duan asked rhetorically. Shuang Song said. It will be put to extreme punishment. Then what is there to worry about? Why do you hear the county princess looking forward to it a little? Duan did have a little anticipation in her heart. Unfortunately, she knew that Suyu would not escape. The reason being that the Su family were all in her hands. On the way back, the family had long heard that Duan had taken Suyu out. What she was going for was not mentioned to them. But learning that she had brought along 100 of her personal guards, they did not worry much. Duan went back expecting to be questioned by her family. As a result, nothing happened. Duan's heart warmed. This is a respect yet. 3 days later, Suyu high fever coma was sent back to the city to save treatment. A pair of feet kneeling almost waist. Even if cured in the future will fall sequelae. Duan just listened. Did not care. In her heart, she made up her mind to wait for Suyu to get better before sending her there. Day by day, the weather got cold and snowed. Duan this time even more do not like to go out. Has been in the cultivation. The 9th action she completed early. However, delayed the next action. The little man in the mine disappeared. Now when she closed her eyes, it was complete blackness. However, Duan kept practicing relentlessly. The value of the force was constantly rising. And this could tell the extraordinary nature of the inheritance from amongst the 5 senses rising. Only she vaguely knew that she still needed to break through. That is, now she had reached a certain bottleneck. During this period of time, there was no one around Duan to disturb her. After Duan finished her cultivation, she loved to listen to gossip. The incident of that case of Prime Minister Su has now subsided, and the capital is back to its former self. Some people lost in this incident. Some people gained. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Ning Qin hesitantly said, Sheriff Master. At this time the gossip outside is all about the Sheriff King and Pei Shi. Do you want to listen? Listen, Go ahead and say it. Duan was very interested. Counting the days since the last time Pei Hao was beaten up, Duan had not seen him again. I heard that it's not that he doesn't want to come to the princess's residence, nor does he not want to deliver the letter. It's that Du Qian specially arranged for someone to keep an eye on him around the clock, and pull out his sword whenever he tries to enter the princess's residence. This thing all let the capital of the melon masses happy. The tea houses and restaurants have all generated revenue because of this. Pei Hao got rid of the people sent by Du Qian to spy on him, and came to a deserted alley outside the princess mansion. Last time he saw the little girl climb over the wall here, so there should be a safe direct route to the Jade Spirit Garden. As a result, just as he was about to leap onto the wall of the courtyard, a very large piece of black cloth suddenly came down on top of his head. It covered his entire body, followed by a person's punches and kicks. By the time he reacted, he had already been punched a dozen times. Pei Hao tore off the black cloth and was about to fight back. But there was no one in the alley. He didn't even know who attacked him. Pei Hao's eyes fell to the black cloth on the ground, or rather the small footprints on the black cloth. At first, he thought it was Du Qian's new trick, but now he was sure. There was a little girl muddling through, just as Pei Hao thought. Duan was now so excited that she went back to Yuling Yuan in a flash and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha. My old lady has wanted to do this for a long time. Beat the hell out of him. Chapter 250, She Won't Admit to Hitting Someone. County Lord Ning Qin, who heard outside, was terrified. Has the county princess gone mad? When Duan saw Ning Qin rush in, her smile hurriedly tightened and she smiled haughtily. What's wrong? What's the matter? What happy event did you just encounter? Yes. The dream that has always been reached. Beautifully. In order to celebrate, today this county main will have an extra bowl of rice. Duan thought of the excitement of punching someone just now and giggled again. She had always wanted to raise her force value, hoping that one day she would be able to put a sack on Pei Hao. When she found a sack, she found that it was not very realistic. Trying to successfully put the sack on Pei Hao's head without being noticed was not normally difficult. So, Duan again played her amazingly clever. Replaced the sack with a large black cloth, as long as it briefly blocked his vision, and quickly beat the hell out of him. It was still achievable. Thus, today's opportunity came. Duan was so excited that she wanted to cross her arms and laugh again. What to do? Heh! Wan. Pei Hao's quiet voice came from the main entrance. Duan's smile froze, and she abruptly turned around to look, only to see Pei Hao leaning on the door frame, staring at her with a smile on his face. In his right hand, He was also carrying a small piece of black cloth. Very happy? What happened to make you so happy? Talk to the Sheetsi. How? Uh-huh. Nothing. Duan laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. Right. Why did you come? Didn't run into my big brother? Taking the route you took. It's still hidden. Fucker. When Duan saw this look on Pei Hao's face, she was so weak. At a glance, people were just looking for her. She wouldn't be so unlucky to be discovered so quickly. Pei Hao put the black cloth in his hand and waved it in front of Duan. There was exactly a clear footprint on it. Then he stared down at her shoes. Not good. Crap. Surprisingly, such obvious evidence was left behind. How happy Duan was just now. How chagrined she was now. Pei Hao smiled skinlessly as he admired the little girl's ever-changing face. Very much a bit of a joyous feeling of joy and sadness. Oh. What do you think? What am I going to do with you now? What to do? What are you doing with a black cloth with footprints? Duan decided to renegade to the end. Resolutely denied. Anyway. Did not catch a scene. Footprint what? There are many people wearing the same size shoes in the world. She is not the only one. Thinking of this reason, Duan was not weak at once. And her waist was straight. And? I advise you to hurry up and go. My big brother will come in a while. Hee. I received news that he went out today. Pei Hao knew that the little girl was trying to come up with a hit-and-run denial. In fact, he didn't necessarily have to force her to admit it. But he couldn't let it go easily. Otherwise in the future, when her guts were fattened up, wouldn't she want to go up to the house? Pei Hao put the black cloth towards the coffee table next to him and sat down on the sandalwood chair. Wan. I'm hungry. Oh. Ning Qin. You personally go to the kitchen to prepare a few drinks and dishes to send. Duan hurriedly ordered. Ning Qin answered with a low brow and hurriedly went out. Pei Hao added, I'm thirsty. Drink tea if you're thirsty. Duan made a wink towards Liuqi. Liuqi hurriedly brought a bowl of warm tea to the table. Pei Hao unhurriedly picks up the tea bowl, takes a shallow sip and puts it down again. This tea is not good. Not as good as the one made by the county princess. Duan. Dog man. This is purely picking a fight. Oh. But she is not as good as him. When did Pei Shitzi ever drink the tea I made? This county princess can't even remember the last time she made tea. Ever since she came to this world, she hadn't even drank the tea she made. So where did he drink it from? Every time she drank tea, it was made by someone else. Pei Hao's eyes were dark and deep, waving his hand to indicate that falling chest should step back. Drop chest looked at Duan, waiting for Duan's meaning. Duan nodded after thinking. You go down first. Yes. Falling chest retreated. Now there were only 2 people left in the room. Pei Hao stood up, took a few steps to her, straightened his sleeves and said, Wan. Quite ruthless. The strength of the punch is not retracted at all. Duan had a small expression of I don't understand what you're saying. Inwardly, she still spits on him. Lying without a draft. She obviously put the strength very well. Really do not tighten the strength. He would have been lying flat. Still have the strength to ask for blame here? However, hitting someone she would not admit. Defending anything. This kind of thing of not hitting herself. It was even more unlikely that she would do it. She is the most simple. The most adorable. The most innocent. Pei Hao was very understanding of the change in her complexion, because what she was thinking in her mind was about to be written on her little face. But would he let her go so simply? Wan. Suddenly, Pei Hao staggered with a seriously injured posture. Duan's eyes widened. Are you trying to touch porcelain? Touch porcelain? What does it mean? Pei Hao didn't understand. But it didn't stop him from falling towards her in an unsteady position, not allowing her to dodge. He followed the posture of falling down and hugged the person in a full embrace. Duan thought about avoiding it, but her wrist let him catch it first. She wanted to take a step back, but instead, she was yanked by him. And the whole person was yanked into his arms. Then as if Pei Hao was really going to faint, his entire weight was pressed onto her side, because he knew that the little girl's strength was not ordinary. Helping him alone is simply a small thing. Pei Hao peacefully rested his head on the little girl's shoulder. That's not all. Burying his head into her neck, smelling the unique scent belonging to her body. For a moment, Pei Hao only felt his scalp tingle. His heart beat faster, and even his blood heated up. Just as his mind drifted away, a rush of footsteps, from far and near, killing air. Such familiar footsteps. Du-Wan heard it first. It was Du Qian coming. Pei Hao similarly notices the situation. In a flash. His head is not dizzy. His waist does not hurt. And the injuries on his body are gone. And he gives her a quick peck on her small cheeks before leaving. Alright. This is even. Pei Hao dropped a sentence with satisfaction, and then fled for his life. Du-Wan touched the kissed cheeks. This felt a little strange. And weird. Only there was no time for her to think more. Du Qian carried his long sword and hurried to the door. The house was long gone Pei Hao's shadow. Du Qian asked loudly. Where is Pei Hao? Just escaped? Du-Wan pointed to the window. Du Qian wanted to go after him, but was not too worried about his sister. Sister, did he treat you? No. The baby's heart is bitter. But he can't say it. Du-Wan is not trying to cover up for Pei Hao. She is embarrassed to bring up this kind of thing. Big brother. Let's forget about it this time. I just sacked him. Secretly beat him up. And then he caught the handle. Chapter 251. Joyfully playing dead. What? Du Qian asked in astonishment. A moment later. He was happy again. Sister really did that? Yes. After guarding him for a long time. I only got the chance today. Haha. The surname Pei also has today. This matter you beat to death, don't admit it. What else can he do with you? Du Qian is not in a hurry to find Pei Hao's trouble now. Du-Wan secretly wiped her sweat. In fact, she didn't quite understand Pei Hao's behavior. Obviously scornful of Du Qian. He had to happily play dead again. There is also the fact that his little moves to take advantage of her are getting more and more skillful. And they are still unguardable. Du-Wan was thinking about Pei Hao. She didn't realize in the slightest that she didn't have any ill feelings towards Pei Hao's kiss. What it means for a girl not to hate a boy's kiss. Many people can understand. Even if they don't love each other, they will still have a drop of fondness. The authorities are confused. The other side. Pei Hao left the princess's mansion and didn't go back. Instead, he went to a tea house on Rongchang Street. Today, there will be a play in this tea house. Pei Hao went to the courtyard at the back of the tea house, which was temporarily assigned to the theater troupe as logistics. Walking to the exclusive room of the flower girl. A green dress with heavy makeup was stroking her eyebrows. Seeing Pei Hao stepping in, he was surprised. What wind is blowing today that brought Master Shitzi here? Xiao Qingzhu. I got beaten up today. Pei Hao sat down in the chair next to him in a flash. Picking up the teapot on the tabletop, he poured himself a cup of tea to drink. Xiao Qingzhu's action of tracing her eyebrows was lurched. Who's so unafraid of dying and striking out? It's not going to be great uncle again. Not him. Pei Hao suddenly raised a smile and elegantly picked up the tea bowl. But his brows brought a hint of triumph. It was beaten up by my little fiancé. Being beaten up and still so happy? This is being sick to the core. Xiao Qingzhu was a little unable to understand his best friend's brain. What were you thinking? Isn't there an old saying that beating is kissing and scolding is loving? Pei Hao drank the tea in his hand in one go. Obviously drinking tea. He had a tendency to drink it with a drinking-like bravado. I was beaten up so badly. How much do you think she has to love me? Xiao Qingzhu continued the movement in his hands. If he wasn't working, he would have laughed at him. Last time I accidentally ran into your family's little fiancé in the Four Seasons building. I thought that every 3 days, she would come to give me a shout-out. But it turned out that she didn't. Scoff. Think beautifully. Pei Hao abruptly narrowed his peach blossom-like eyes. My little girl won't support the theater. She'll only beat up people. This reminded him that this guy had poured wine for the little girl before. If it wasn't for the friendship he had since childhood. And Pei Hao knew that he didn't have any heart for the little girl. He would definitely give him a good look. Xiao Qingzhu laughed lightly. Yes, oh. Can climb trees and beat up people. Especially you. Pei Hao couldn't laugh this time. After staying for a little while longer, Xiao Qingzhu was going to make an appearance. Pei Hao looked Xiao Qingzhu up and down. Don't even know what's so fun about singing this stuff. You like it so much? Theater is like life. Life is like theater. Only those who understand it can enjoy it. Xiao Qingzhu smiled and went out. The remaining Pei Hao naturally did not stay long and left the tea house. The plot god was functioning again. Just stepping out of the tea house not long ago, Pei Hao bumped into Qin Yuyu again. Qin Yuyu was arguing with two girls on the roadside. It seems to be the two girls who falsely accused Qin Yuyu of stealing money. One of the girls cursed very hard, with barbs in every sentence. I heard that you were a beggar before you came to the capital. You can dress so well. You can't have started by stealing other people's money. I didn't steal your money, Qin Yu said angrily. Another girl said. You didn't steal our money. How did that money bag find on you? It was obviously dropped by you guys. I just picked it up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two girls were setting up a trap for Qin Yu, just to tarnish Qin Yu's reputation and make things bad for her. The best thing would be to not be able to mix in the capital. From the moment Qin Yu picked up the other party's money bag, it was justified. As soon as Pei Hao saw this, he only felt bad luck. He was about to leave bypassing this troublesome place. Unexpectedly, a guy with a big mouth loudly said, I can testify, oh. I saw with my own eyes that it was Miss Qin who picked up the money bag, not stole it. These two girls are clearly slandering. Nonsense. Even if Shi Qian and this girl know each other, don't open your mouth and lie. There was a girl who did not show any weakness at all and directly went at it with Chen Lu, the son of Chen Guogongfu. Chen Lu put on an appearance of disdain for lying. This son has never lied since he grew up. My good friend Pei Hao can testify to this. Ah how? Ah how come here? Pei Hao now only wanted to slap Chen Lu to death. And the surrounding crowd of onlookers, once they saw Pei Shizi present, they all looked towards the direction where Chen Lu shouted. And they really saw Pei Shizi, who is the most beautiful man on earth. Just now, he intentionally restrained his aura so that people would ignore him. Now that he was noticed, he didn't intentionally restrain anymore. And his whole body's cold aura don't want to pay for it to come out. When Qin Yu saw Pei Hao, her big bright eyes were suddenly dotted with starlight. Lord Pei, please judge for my daughter. My daughter didn't steal their money bags. I can swear, if I Qin Yu really stole their money, I will be struck by heavenly thunder and not be allowed to die. So said the great beauty. Another sincere oath was made, and almost everyone present believed her. Qinli stayed on the sidelines to help. That's right. These two girls are clearly deliberately setting up a trap for Miss Qin, who walks around and sees a money bag at their feet and doesn't pick it up. I would have picked it up too. It's true. I would have picked it up too. Ha. I would also pick it up. Chen Shizi has a point. With Chen Lu's words, many people around him followed. Those two girls were so angry that their faces changed. Knowing that they couldn't turn it around, they didn't even need Pei Hao's voice. They took advantage of everyone's inattention to drill into the crowd and left. So, Pei Hao said nothing. He received a flurry of touches from Qin Yu, and also touched himself to the point of tears. Pei Shizi, thank you. Thank you for repeatedly helping the people's daughter out. The people's daughter is not proud to repay. On the contrary, Chen Lu, who really helped her out, was thrown to the side and only got a perfunctory thank you. As soon as Pei Hao met Qin Yu's slimy eyes, he was disgusted and immediately pushed Chen Lu, who was blocking his way, out of the way. Is your brain not clear? This Shizi is just passing by. He didn't say or do anything. After saying that, he bypassed the two men and walked away in large strides. It was Chen Lu who came back to his senses. Right-o. He didn't say or do anything. Miss Qin, why did you thank him just now? Chen Shizi, you don't understand. Qin Yu smiled brightly. Pei Shizi has always not taken credit. Chen Lu wanted to say that this sounded even more confusing to him. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Chapter 252. 3 men competing for a female scene. As the heroine Qin Yu, who can be called the center of the accident. The gossip of being falsely accused of stealing money was spread in the tea houses and wine shops in the capital the next day. And it was also painted. This is certainly not without the embellishment of Pei Hao and Chen Lu. This gimmick is full of, for example, a girl from a beggar. Not only have two princes of the state house to relieve her, but also rumored to be quite Dingbei waiting house Xie Qi Gongzi favor. The three powerful princes are not simple characters. This was proper fodder for a four-cornered romance. In order to attract attention, some storytellers began to make up. Hard to make up a story of 3 men fighting for a woman. Love-shocking story. In order to rationalize, it is the heroine's beauty unlimitedly exaggerated. What the sunken fish and wild geese. The closed moon. So that the 3 sons of the nobility of the first sight of the wrong life. And so on. The result is not yet half a day. A few storytellers were the Imperial City division of the officials and soldiers pulled to the prison slipped around. Find all the body. Even the outer robes and gowns are stripped naked. And only then released. Pei Shitsi put out the word for them to hurry up and dispel the rumors. He was merely passing by that day and didn't say a word. Also, he is a man with a fiancée, who is not married to Princess Jiaoyang in this life. Don't bring him into it. And don't beat up the old man. The last sentence is what Pei Hao learned from the little girl and felt that it was especially appropriate to say at this time. Imperial City Department Office. Mu Xian's laughter is about to topple the roof. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Too funny. Funny my R's. Little girls love to listen to gossip. What if they misunderstand? Pei Hao's eyebrows slightly knit. On the surface is calm. Inside is about to die of worry. Now what to see her is not easy. My great-uncle is too tightly guarded. I can't even send a letter. Mu Xian smiled and said, Do you want me to help you? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes abruptly opened, bursting with bright light. You reminded me that letters can be written by yourself. And when sending a letter over, it doesn't have to be in my name. You're awesome. Mu Xian gave him a thumbs up. The rumors of 3 men competing for a woman outside. Because of some manipulation by Pei Hao, no one dares to talk nonsense anymore. Do one of the princess house. There is a small gossip expert, Ning Qin, who has already told her about the gossip outside. Do one for Pei Hao's desire to survive. Still very praiseworthy. TSK. Skimming so fast. Well done. County Princess is right. Some people are unsuspecting and make up bad people's reputations. This is good. They've all been caught by Shitsi at the Yamen. And they'll behave themselves once they're locked up. People are also trying to make a living. It's not easy to make money now. There are more people in the world than them who don't have an easy life. And I don't see them talking nonsense. They deserve it. Ning Qin was particularly disgusted with the people who made up the rumors this time. They're holding up this Qin Yuyu. And they're also dragging Pei Shitsi into it, which is letting Qin Yuyu step on the face of the county princess to make a name for herself. It's not as complicated as you think. How is it not? If Pei Shitsi didn't clear up the rumors, outsiders would only say that county princess is incapable and can't even enlist her own fiancé. Fortunately, Pei Shitsi is devoted to you and has even threatened to marry someone other than county princess. It was the latter sentence that gave Du Wan a headache. Pei Hao was trying to tie her to him. In the future, if she wanted to get rid of him, she wouldn't be able to get rid of him. Right? Du Wan's eyes glistened, but her small face put on a very distressed look. Alas, let him make such a mess. How can this county princess withdraw her marriage in the future? Withdrawal? Ning Qin was shocked. Is it strange? County princess don't think like this. Pei Shitsi how good a person, oh. Even better is not rare. Du Wan crossed her legs and wiggled her feet as she spoke. He's just a big trouble. My last disappearance had nothing to do with him. But it was because of him. So you liked him to the point of madness. That's why she killed me. Ning Qin wanted to defend Pei Hao, but she couldn't find a good reason for a while. Du Wan added. The rumors this time. Just wait and see. It's not over. He will still be involved with that Qin Yuyu in the future. If this marriage is not retired, sooner or later, I will be implicated by him again. Ning Qin was shocked. It won't happen. What won't be? When have the words of your county princess ever been missed? No. Don't you often say the wrong thing? Ning Qin suspiciously looked at the county princess, seeing a rare seriousness in her face. It turns out that the sheriff mistress really thinks this way. Not just saying it off the cuff. Du Wan understands the plot. Wasn't Pei's big villain in the plot a bull? Making a scandal with the female lead, giving the male lead a hard time, and still being able to live a prosperous life. Later that evening, Du Wan received a letter saying it was from Qinjiu. Only when she opened it did she learn that it was a hanging sheep's head selling dog meat. And the letter inside was written by Pei Hao. The top of the letter explains the matter of Qin Yuyu, saying that he was really passing by, and that it was Chen Lu who called out to him before he stopped, and that he hadn't even said a word before he was somehow treated as a benefactor. Du Wan felt funny after reading it. The plot depicted in the book. Had there ever been a similar one? Could it be that Pei's great villain's high moral character was all brainwashed by the heroine Qin Yuyu? According to the previous times, Pei Hao always inexplicably ran into Qin Yuyu and had to help her out again. This damn fate, yo. So mysterious. Time passed day by day. The weather is cold. Du Wan's master bedroom has put charcoal pots. This is good. Convenient for barbecuing. Whenever you want to eat something, grill it whenever you want. And when you don't grill meat, You will also bury 2 sweet potatoes. Ning Qin and Lucci and the others were convinced. For the county lord's whims. What else could they do? They could only do what the princess said. A month passed in a flash. The Su family came to the princess's residence. From the initial discomfort to now has gradually adapted down. The subordinates in the mansion know the Su family's identity will avoid from afar. The only one who lived a life worse than death was Su Yu. As long as she was in the mansion, she was just sick every day. When Su Yu got better, she would be taken away again for a few days. Come back and be sick again. Then get well again. Get well and be taken away again. And so on and so forth. Su's mother asked her daughter where she was taken to. But Su Yu shut up and didn't mention it. Later, Su Che talked to Su Yu alone. And it took a lot of effort to get the words out of her mouth. That she was going to kneel in front of a grave. Not knowing the owner of the grave, Su Che was still able to associate this person's death with his sister. Brother, I don't want to live anymore. Su Yu cried so hard that her eyes were swollen. Su Che wiped away his sister's tears. Don't cry. Dying is easy. What's hard is living. For the sake of your parents and family, you have to try to live as well. But she humiliated me? A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Sister, before you strike at the sheriff, you should have thought of the consequences of failure. Brother, I regret it. Regret is the most useless thing. What you should take on is responsibility. The family's situation during this time is much better than expected. At least, they don't have to suffer from cold and starvation. I think this is all due to the fact that my sister is still alive. Chapter 253 Martial power value increases again. Su Che had once resented this younger sister and hated to personally strangle her. But he didn't do so. Before it was because he was in the way of a bloodline affinity. Now that the kinship was gone, he still couldn't let her die. The sheriff's anger was directed at her alone. Without her to hold the fort, who would bear the sheriff lord's wrath? Su Che didn't dare to gamble and could only advise. Father is old. Mother's health is not good. And brother and second sister are still young. Right now, the only ones in the family who can take care of things are the 2 of us. This past month or so, my brother has been chopping wood every day. Chopping so much that he can't even lift his hands. Still he doesn't dare to slacken off. Su Yu suppressed and covered her mouth and cried in pain. Duan was drinking a bowl of lotus seed congee at this time. The 2 of them, Su Che and Su Yu, spoke privately, never thinking that there was another person listening in. Duan's ability had risen again. And the entire princess house would almost never have secrets as long as she wanted them. However, she was still an obedient child, and would not go listen to the affairs of the eldest princess and Du Xiongma. However, it didn't mean that she couldn't go listen to the Su family. This was the only gossip entertainment she had when she stayed in Jade's spirit garden. Duan sighed at Su Che's earthly sobriety. A person of understanding. No wonder Pei Hao would take the risk of trying to save him. Although it was said to be a deal between Pei Hao and Prime Minister Su. If Pei Hao could not see Su Che, this deal would likewise not come to fruition. Duan was still surprised by the Su family this month. For example, that Su Lu. When she heard him satirizing her uncle, she initially thought he was a prick. In the end, he did not do any less work. And he would eat the food of his father and his younger brother and sister first. The family helps each other and relies on each other. In the past, Duan had a preconceived notion that if the Su family could raise a person like Su Yu, the others wouldn't be any better. Thus ignoring the fact that the Su family was a family of books. Regardless of any dynasty, the great families paid extreme attention to the cultivation of their children. When Duan thought of this, she originally wanted to stop listening. Suddenly, Su Lu was heard breaking into the house again, saying in a bored manner, crying. Crying? Why are you crying? Who owes you? If you keep on crying like this, and it gets to the ears of the Grand Steward, do we still want to live? Second brother. Su Che stood up and called out to Su Lu. Su Lu said with anger, Big brother, aren't you afraid that she will anger the county princess again? It won't. Do you dare to guarantee that it won't? Su Lu hated Su Yu. In the past, he was high and mighty, looking down on the second house, thinking as if no one could see it. Su Lu said indifferently, Su Yu, the princess mansion is not a dragon's den for the Su family. You don't have to be sad all day and look like you're dying. On the contrary, our life in the princess mansion is very good. I don't want to go through the days of being uprooted and scared. Neither of us in the second house do. So I hope you'll be sensible. After saying that, Sulu slammed the door and went out. Suyu was dumbfounded by the scolding. Brother, can such a life be said to be good? Suche once again saw his sister's stupidity. After observing this period of time, being able to stay in the princess's residence has more advantages than disadvantages for our family. Falling into the hands of people outside, one may not necessarily be able to live. This world is never short of people who fall into the well. It's you yourself who has a few enemies. Right? Suyu winced. She was able to be active in the capital circles, and her reputation spread far and wide. Would she not have stepped on a few people to get to the top? Out of the princess mansion. Without shelter. What would happen to her? Suche stepped forward and gently patted Suyu's shoulder. Sister, you may think that the current days are tough. But after leaving the princess residence, there will only be tougher ones waiting. Trust, brother. Live well and work hard. Don't resent the princess mansion. And even more so, don't go resenting the county lord. The fact that we are still alive in the world is also thanks to the blessings of the county princess. Suyu didn't even dare to cry. When Duwon heard this, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Without hearing this, she hadn't even thought about it. So she stroked her small chin, narrowed her eyes and asked, Ningqin, should this county want to learn from Du Yunrong and hold a banquet or something? Specifically inviting Suyu's nemesis? Invite for what? Invite them to enjoy Suyu's miserable state. Not good. Ningqin was not too in favor. Duwan's gaze turned to Lock Qi. Lock Qi is also not in favor? Drop Chest didn't say she didn't agree. Your Highness, this is a bad move. I'm afraid that it will damage your status. And it will also cause outsiders to gossip. There might even be people who sympathize with Suyu. And the loss will outweigh the gain. Duwan understands what Lucci means. Forget it. Suyu is living a life worse than death anyway. Just keep it up. Duwan returned to the bedroom and sat on the bed with her knees crossed. Started to study that set of movements again. She vaguely had a feeling that she was still close to something to make a breakthrough. Exactly how to do it she had never fathomed out. She could only use the dumbest way. Practicing over and over again. While practicing, she closed her eyes and paid attention to the changes in her body. Especially focusing on the root of that tiny warm current that traveled through the meridians in her body. This month's practice, Duwan basically memorized it. Suddenly, that warm current converged in the dantian. Every time she practiced, a stream of qi that was generated would converge in the dantian and disappear again? Could it be that she hadn't made a breakthrough because she hadn't accumulated enough? Break. It was as if some kind of confinement in her body was opened. The gray dantian finally changed. A white stream of qi converged and condensed into a nail-sized white pearl. Very bright. Illuminating the entire dantian. Duwan did not know what that white stream of qi was, but knew that the white bead was condensed from the stream of qi. If this is cultivation, it is a bit like the legendary internal force? Or aura. Cultivation is over. Duwan woke up for another moment and smelled a stench. It was already dark and quiet outside, as well as the fact that her stomach was hungry. Very hungry. Feeling like she could swallow a cow right now. Duwan hurriedly called out to someone. Ningqin? Unexpectedly, someone outside hurriedly came in. Not Ningqin, but Du Qian. Du Qian strides up and asks urgently with concern. Sister, you finally woke up. Did you succeed in breaking through? Duwan just wanted to speak, and then smelled a strange stench. Almost want to vomit. Big brother, what stinks so much? On you. Du Qian pointed to a thin layer of black mud on her small face and said excitedly, Sister, you're most likely cleansed like this. I used to hear the matriarch say that only when you break through the realm of the innate will you be like this. Realm of the innate? It was the first time Duwan had heard of it. But she heard the point. It was the stench that came from herself. Ah. Duwan flew to the bathroom. When she came out again, she was already all fresh. It was her hair that was still dropping droplets of water. However, she couldn't care less. As soon as she saw the snacks laid out on the table, she grabbed them and devoured them. Du Qian also instructed Ningqin to go to the kitchen to bring up the porridge. Chapter 254 The Princess Mansion is closed to visitors. Duwan eats a dish of pastries and finally feels alive. Big brother. Just now I was too hungry. The feeling of almost dying of hunger. Hee hee. That's for sure. You haven't eaten for 2 days. What? What kind of joke is this? Duwan looks at Du Qian in shock. and finds that he is very serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. I really have been cultivating for 2 days? Yes. 2 days ago, Ning Qin found that the door had been locked and she couldn't enter the house. After shouting a few more times and never getting a response from her, she rushed to find Du Qian. It was Du Qian who came over and found her cultivating. So he personally guarded outside the house, forbidding outsiders from disturbing her. Sister, the next time you make a breakthrough, remember to find a quiet place. Our cultivation people breakthroughs are most avoided to be disturbed in the middle of the day. The slightest carelessness will lead to a fire or serious injuries and crippling. I know. Du Wan's heart palpitated. She herself didn't expect it to be like this. After eating the snacks on the table and finishing the porridge served by Ning Qin, she then carefully pondered over the breakthrough and told Du Qian about the situation. Much to his surprise. Big brother, if that set of movements is practiced persistently and reaches a certain level, it will naturally lead to a breakthrough, and it will condense into a white pearl in the Dantian. Since the breakthrough, Du Wan clearly felt the increase in force. It's just that the little man disappeared and didn't teach me anything anymore. Du Wan took out the pishy flower jade plaque hanging on her chest. Is this all there is to the old ancestor's legacy? Should I get some more blood? Moving forward to take a closer look at the jade plaque, the ghost pressed it to her head, just as Du Wan wanted to say something. Suddenly her eyes went black, and the whole person fainted. Fortunately, Du Qian's reaction was extremely fast, holding her in time, which allowed her to avoid falling to the ground. Eagerly shouting, "Sister? Sister!" He picked up his sister and sent her to the bed. Just now, he noticed that his sister pressed the jade token to her forehead, and it suddenly emitted a white aura. Du Qian realized that the jade token was still stuck to his sister's forehead. He reached out to remove it, and found that he couldn't. His heart, which was originally very eager, suddenly calmed down. Earlier, his sister had said that it was a white light that entered her brow that she got that set of movements. And now it was flashing a white aura again. Was it again? Du Qian didn't call out. Instead blocked off Jade's spirit garden, on the side of the eldest princess, and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. They quickly received the news. The couple came over and were stopped outside the master bedroom. The eldest princess said anxiously, "Qian, what happened to your sister?" Du extra horse harness by the side of a team similarly looked at his son, waiting for him to answer. Du Qian hesitantly said, "It might be good?" "What do you mean it might be?" Du extra horse harness by the side of a team seriously questioned. Du Qian looked around and saw that there was no one. So he lowered his voice and said, "It was caused by that jade token. My son guessed that my sister might be receiving the inheritance of her ancestor? That jade tablet?" The eldest princess was shocked. Du Qian horse harness by the side of a team was equally shocked. There really is some kind of bird inheritance. Du Qian, bird inheritance? Aren't you afraid that your old ancestors will scold your unfilial descendants? Father didn't believe that there was such a thing, and the old him didn't believe it either. But now he had not only seen it with his own eyes, but also practiced it. But it was then that Du Qian remembered that he had never mentioned to his father about that previous set of movements. When he encountered the inquiring eyes of Du Qian's son-in-law, Du Qian was inexplicably weak. He could only give a full account of what happened before. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team slapped his son's back. "Brat, such a big thing. You dare to hide it? It's that the matter is so big that I can't tell if it spreads to the clan. Can my sister still have a peaceful life?" In Du Qian's heart, his sister's safety is in the first place. Look, no one is disturbing her. How long has it taken for her to break through the innate realm? There is no problem with self-preservation in the future. Not only is there no problem, can walk horizontally in the great Qin country, the realm of the innate, the realm that all martial arts practitioners can only dream of. There are very few people in this world who can reach it. It was Du Qian who hadn't been able to reach it either. And when he thought of his sister's earlier comment about hanging herself, he was saddened again. Could it be that he really wants to be beaten back in the future? His sister had dared to beat up Pei Hao earlier. Du Qian horse harness by the side of the emperor's team was in an excited mood. Then how well did you practice? Not as good as my sister. My talent is not as good as my sister's. So useless. Being scolded, Du Qian was not angry. Useless is useless. It's not like there's any shame in not being able to compare to his sister. Du Qian also has a little obscure little thought. He is not better than his sister. His father is still not better than him. He Seeing that he is his own father, he will not say anything. Do on this lying down. Another 3 days. Jade Spirit Garden blocked the news. The princess house thanked visitors. The subordinates are prohibited from entering and exiting. The guards are very strict. This situation as long as the capital slightly concerned about the princess palace have received news. Xingua Gong Fu. Backyard main courtyard. In the main hall, Pei's family and the housekeeper were discussing the matter of organizing a birthday banquet. Mrs. Pei, who was thinking of taking advantage of the birthday to deliver a post to the princess mansion, was surprised and asked her son, "How? What happened to the princess mansion?" "Not sure," Pei Hao replied succinctly. On the contrary, Pei Huiying beside her pouted. What's so strange about the princess's residence having accidents twice in 3 days? Pei Hao coldly glanced at Pei Huiyu. Shut up if you can't speak. And I'm not wrong? How many things have happened since Duwan came back? How many people have died? And now even Sister Yu has been dragged down by her. Pei Huiyu still wanted to count down Duwan's faults. Bang! Pei Hao slapped his palm onto the tea table. Mother! Replace all the subordinates around Sister. Who in the capital doesn't know that the Prime Minister's crime was caused by a corruption case 10 years ago? How did it come to my sister's ears that she was implicated by the county princess? First arrest those people and interrogate them properly. Lady Pei nodded her head. Pei Huiyu stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at her mother and big brother. Mother! Your brother didn't say anything wrong. Don't have underlings say that wind is wind and rain is rain. You have to learn to distinguish right from wrong. Not a blind eye. How did I teach you before? But? Pei Huiying was aggrieved. Then tell me, who told you that Su Yi was implicated by the county princess? Lady Pei coldly raised her face. Pei Huiyu was still afraid. Pei Huiying truthfully confessed that it was a personal maid. Pei Hao immediately let people to catch up. After interrogation found that the maid a year ago was bought by Su Yu. Weekdays is in front of Pei Huiying to say good words for Su Yu, but did not do too much out of the ordinary things too. But even so, this maid's fate, or was sold. Mu Fangling, who stayed quietly at one side, didn't say anything. Mu Xian also sat on the guest seat, just as quiet as a chicken. The two cousins have not been communicating, said cousins. In fact, Mu Xian came to the capital when he was a child, and occasionally go back, and Ping'an City's clan feelings in general. Chapter 255. The little girl has another strange encounter. Pei Hao stepped out of the house. Mu Xian then followed. World son, do you want to send someone to the princess's residence to inquire about it? No need. Pei Hao strides forward. I'll go there myself. I'll accompany you. Mu Xian followed. And Husan would not be absent. The group rode hurriedly to the front of the princess residence. The gate of the princess mansion is closed. There's a team of guards in front of the gate. When they see Pei Hao come over, the captain of the guards comes forward to salute. Pei Shitzi, the prince consort of the emperor's side, has already instructed. If you come over, let my subordinates tell you that there is no big deal happening in the mansion. So there is no need to worry about it. Pei Hao understood. This meant that he couldn't get in. Mu Xian expected that Pei Hao might not be able to enter, but there was a possibility that he would. After all, Pei Hao's relationship with the princess house was very close during this period of time, and sometimes the lower court would come to the princess house for dinner. The princess house's attitude towards Pei Hao seems to be harsh, but in fact it is also very indulgent. Husan was getting close to one of the guards, wanted to dig something out of it, but ended up not asking anything. Pei Hao mounted his horse and turned around to leave. Mu Xian and Husan and the others hurriedly followed. The group came back to the government office, to where Pei Hao had his office. Xian, what do you think? Is Shitzi worried about the county princess? Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team has said that nothing big has happened. For us, the so-called big things are nothing more than about life and death. Mu Xian heard do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team's words, which was to tell Pei Hao that their lives were not in danger. At this time, there is no need for us to find out what is going on. Pei Hao's eyes deepened a few colors at these words. During this period of time, most of the accidents in the princess's residence were little girls, causing him to be a little sketchy now. Pei Hao asked, my father-in-law didn't go to the yamen? No, but handed in a note for leave of absence, which the emperor approved. Mu Xian said the news he received. According to his analysis, the princess house is so important that it is too late to collect. and he is not afraid of what the bystanders suspect. In all likelihood, it is again the county princess who has a problem. What he could think of, Pei Hao could also think of. That night, Husan saw Master Shitzi sitting in the courtyard pavilion again, sighing silently, sleeping under the eaves. At night is very cold. Mu Xian rarely did not go back to his own courtyard and moved to Husan's side. You're not going to persuade the Shitzi master? I am a humble person. Husan's signature naive smile came back. Why don't you go persuade Prince Mu? On what grounds? Cold weather? Ha. You might as well say there are mosquitoes. Mu Xian finished slapping towards Husan's forehead. A small black dot was suddenly added to his palm. Look. Mosquitoes? Hee. No need to be grateful. I'm just doing a good deed. Fearing that Husan would see what the small black dot was, he hastily slapped it away. Husan was slapped to the brain pain. Damn, want to pull out the knife. Goddamn mosquito? Lying or so not going. Mu Xian immediately looked at Pei Hao in the gazebo. I'd better go over and take a look. Husan's eyes are threatening. Go. It's best to persuade Master Shitzi to go back to his room and rest. Try my best. Mu Xian flew to the gazebo. After staying for a short while, he recruited his subordinates to set up a warming stove, prepared a few more dishes, and specially asked for an extra jar of wine, saying that he would accompany Pei Hao tonight without getting drunk. The result of his own drunk unconscious. Pei Hao still face blandly drink. Just that stunning face stained with a layer of thin red. Like the earth April day, burning at Tawa. Pei Hao recruited his subordinates to send Mu Xian back to her room. The princess' house is closed for 3 days. In the midst of the expectations of all, Duan woke up, opened his eyes, or confused, a look of not knowing where he is. What year is this evening look? As soon as she heard that her daughter had woken up, the princess burst into tears of joy. Hearing her cries, Duan then came back to her senses and looked at the 3 people in front of the bed. All familiar faces, and hurriedly rolled over and got up. Father and mother. Big brother. You guys are? Du Qian urgently asked. Where is my sister uncomfortable? No, all. Quite good. Duan moved her arms and legs. Nothing happened. What's wrong with you guys? And why is mother crying? You sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Du Qian reminded. Duan was stunned. Then she touched her head. Empty? Then she looked around and saw a jade plaque falling on the bed. She grabbed it in her hand and turned it over. Not seeing anything unusual, she put it back on her neck. You guys don't need to worry. I'm fine. Sister, I've mentioned this matter of inheritance to father and mother. Du Qian reminded again. Duan hesitated in her heart, but still said, this jade tablet is a bit strange. Last time it passed on a set of movements to me, and this time it passed on a gong method to me, called the heaven-taking creation divine skill. At that time, my soul seemed to have been sucked into a dark place, and a figure was explaining it to me, and only released me when I fully understood it. The first time, I came into contact with the Gongfu whatsoever, and the obscure ancient Chinese language on it. Duan listened for the first time with her head in 2 places. Fortunately, it was the silhouette that kept explaining to her, speaking sentence by sentence, extremely patient, as if it knew what was in her mind. As long as she had doubts, she would immediately explain in detail until she understood. But after the contact, Duan also knew. In the previous set of movements, the white stream of air produced during the practice was the spiritual qi. Every time she practiced the 9 movements, her body would automatically absorb the spiritual qi floating in the air and gradually converge in the dantian. Accumulating to a certain level, it would condense into a spiritual power pearl. That is, the white pearl. The spiritual energy pearl also has a different name, called the golden pill of creation. If one wanted to cultivate the heaven-taking creation divine skill, one had to first condense the golden dan of creation. In other words, that set of movements was the foundation for cultivating the heaven-rating creation divine skill. Without knowing this set of movements, and without the condensation of the golden dan, even if one's talent was amazing, one would still not be able to cultivate the divine skill. Naturally, Duan didn't know how heaven-defying this technique was, and didn't know that countless people had once lost their lives fighting for it. Duan didn't hide anything and told the general situation. Father and mother, do you want to practice? This one should be very beneficial to the body if you practice it. Du Qian was already practicing, so he looked at Du Xian's sidekick and the eldest princess. the eldest princess said with a smile. Mother ate the chi-nourishing pill. Her body is already better, so she won't eat that kind of suffering. For my father, who is a big old man, I won't practice anymore. Du Xiongma followed and made a decision. Personally, Duan wanted them to practice. Only those who had practiced knew the benefits. It was a pity that both of them gave up. When the two elders left, Du Qian immediately said excitedly, Sister, can Big Brother practice? If you want to learn, you must first condense Dan. Duan genuinely advised. Big Brother should not bother with those miscellaneous things in the future. How does the saying go? It's that all plots and tricks are paper tigers in front of absolute strength. Du Qian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flickered. So Big Brother went into seclusion? Chapter 256, The Whole Truth of the Disappearance. Right. Going into seclusion. Striving to condense Dan as soon as possible. Duan slapped Du Qian's shoulder. Because he was standing taller. She deliberately stood on the bed couch and slapped it condescendingly. It was a look of villainy, and rampant as if she had crossed her small waist with one hand. Earlier, I said that I would be able to beat you up violently in just a few more months. I was so short-sighted back then. Where does this need a few months? It'll be done in a month or so. Du Qian. He wanted to beat her up violently right now, not wanting to pay any attention to this girl. Du Qian turned around and walked away with big strides. After guarding you for a few days, I haven't even changed my clothes. I'll go back first. Du-Wan went silent. Isn't it too much? So she stroked her chin. Isn't this not yet done? Ning Qin and the others finally stepped into their master's chambers again after a few days. The four of them were teary-eyed, similar to puppies about to be discarded. The corner of Du-Wan's mouth twitched. What are you guys doing? Scared. Ning Qin spoke truthfully. Afraid that if something happens to you, the slave girl will be sent away again. Just like those people before. Du-Wan's smile stiffens. Her heart understands. Waving her hand. This county princess is fine. No need to worry. Quickly go and prepare hot water. Ginseng tea. Fruits. Snacks and preserves for me. But also let the kitchen hasten to prepare a table of dishes that I love to eat. Upon hearing the command, the four people suddenly came to life and immediately went to work in high spirits. Next, Du-Wan was drinking tea and eating while soaking in a hot bath. On the surface, Du-Wan was very relaxed. But in fact, she was thinking about another matter inside. Du-Wan did not mention to her family that receiving the inheritance only took 1 day. The rest of the time was her digesting 10 years of the original master's memories. These memories started from the day the original owner was 4 years old when she got the jade token. Therefore, she had good reason to suspect that the memories were not left to her by the original owner. It was the jade token that recorded the original owner's affairs, and then shoved them down her throat in one brain. The original owner's life was very simple. Similar to what Du-Wan understood. The only thing that is a bit complicated is the case of the original owner's disappearance. This year's Lantern Festival a hero to save the beauty of the play, so that the original owner of the Xiezhong have a hazy good feeling. It's a pity that before the original owner could figure it out, she was attacked near the Protectorate Temple. The original owner was seriously injured and unconscious, and was almost killed when a group of masked men suddenly appeared to save her. If these memories were the original owner's, then after the original owner passed out, she should not know what happened next. However, this memory that Du-Wan had now obtained was like a bystander who had clearly watched the entire process, similar to a video recording. From there, she learned that the person who saved the original owner was Xiezhong. Xiezhong did not know for what purpose he saved the original owner and hid her in Qian County. The mute woman was arranged by Xiezhong. Apart from taking care of the original owner's daily life, she was the one who watched over the original owner and prevented her from escaping. The original owner had been seriously injured and had not been able to recover, let alone escape. Later, Du-Wan crossed over and had no memory of the original owner. When the mute granny learned that she had recovered from her illness, she forgot about the past, and was inevitably negligent in her supervision. Let Du-Wan once slipped out the door, but also saved Qin Yuyu. Triggered the subsequent tragedy. Du-Wan, who knew the truth, was in a complicated mood. She never knew that the mute granny had another layer of identity. She had always felt guilty that she had killed her. Ma duh. What a fucked up world. Du-Wan got out of the bathtub in 3 or 2 strokes, wiped off the water stains, and dressed up before walking out. The maids had already prepared a table of food. Just now, she had eaten a lot of snacks. Surprisingly, Duwan's stomach did not feel a bit full. Coming to the dining room, she had just sat down at the dining table, and had not yet picked up her chopsticks and bowls. Dropchest hurriedly came in to report. County Master, Paisher Z is here. Oh! He came so quickly. Invite him in. Duwan did not stand up to greet him, but casually picked up a bowl of soup and drank it first. Nothing was as important as eating. Peihao strides into the house, and sees the little girl sitting at the dining table, eating in a serious manner. And it's only after a long time that she gets a free moment to look up at him. Duwan raised her small eyebrows. The sun of the world was still stunningly beautiful and calm. If you take a closer look, you will be able to see a hint of eagerness leaking from his features. She didn't speak, and he didn't open his mouth, naturally sitting in the chair next to her. Ning Qin and the others were very discerning and quickly added a set of bowls and chopsticks to Peihao. Peihao sat down and didn't eat. He was the one who started serving the little girl her food, as long as she liked to eat. With a glance, he would accurately clip it into the porcelain plate in front of her. Afterwards, he patiently picked out the fish spines for her. Feeling half full, Duwan slowed down her eating. You've been here for so long. Why don't you say anything? It's not too late to say anything when you're full. Peihao saw her always eating meat, and gave her another chopstick of greens. Duwan naturally picked it up and brought it to her mouth. You came quite fast. You came just when I was free, because I said people to keep an eye on the princess residence. Peihao doesn't hide his behavior. I'm just keeping an eye on these days. The princess mansion suddenly closed its doors. Many people in the capital are paying attention, and are speculating about what great things have happened in the princess mansion. Duwan listened with a half-understanding. Before Du Qian and the others left, they hadn't mentioned the matter of the closed residence to her. Hearing Peihao say this, Duwan whirled back to her senses, probably because she had been receiving her inheritance and not waking up. Her family was not at ease, and did not want the news to leak out, so they could only block the news for the time being, falling into the eyes of outsiders. It was a closed door? When Duwan learned of this, her eyes rolled. Do you also want to inquire about what happened? Don't want to. Peihao's action of picking fish spines gave a start. I came over because I wanted to confirm your well-being with my own eyes. What can I have? I'm fine, Duwan said with a big grin, patting her chest. Peihao's eyes were deep, looking at her steadily for a long time. Indeed, the color of your face is rosy, and your spirit is even better to the point that it's not even as good as mine. Air. Only then did Duwan notice Peihao's eyes. There was a faint shadow. The dark eye sockets came out, but it was very faint. Duwan asked without going out of her way. Haven't you slept well lately? Thinking about a certain heartless one. I was afraid that something would happen to her again. Peihao's voice was flat and quiet, calm and unperturbed. Duwan inexplicably sounded a little cautious. But soon she straightened her chest again. What is there to be afraid of? The so-called heartless one is definitely not referring to her. However, after encountering Peihao's eyes that seemed to see through everything, her waist slightly bent again. What are you looking at? This county princess can have a conscience. A great conscience. What you are talking about must not be me. Heh! Peihao does not argue with her. When the little girl turns on her shameless mode, no one can say anything about her. Chapter 257 Drudgery should be given to the opponent. About 1 incense stick later, Duwan swept across the tabletop and was stunned by her eating prowess. When she secretly swept Peihao's eyes and felt that there was no abnormality in his complexion, she hurriedly shifted her position, letting Ning Qin and the girls clean up the dining table as she led Peihao to the side of the quiet room. When they arrived at the quiet room, they sat down. Luke A personally brewed another pot of ginseng tea. Duwan asked, Didn't you meet my big brother when you came in? Big brother Du may not have time to pay attention to me for the time being. Can Peihao say that his father-in-law let him in? Duwan asked again. Then when did you decide to stay and leave? I've only just arrived and you want to kick me out. Am I that unappealing to you? No. Just casually asking. Don't misunderstand. Even if Duwan had this meaning in her heart, she would not say it in front of others. This point of dealing with people in the world, she still understands. Peihao's deep eyes examined her. After confirming again and again that she indeed had no intention of driving herself away, she lifted the matter. The two chatted for a while. Peihao talked about Pei Mother's birthday. Duwan was quite surprised. Is it going to be a big affair? According to my mother's intention, yes. Those herbs of your father, haven't they been stolen enough? Du teased. Pei Hao laughed slightly. Not afraid. There might be another fortune waiting. The last time Song Linger matter. Up Song doctor is hemorrhaging. Most of the body out as compensation. Before the daughter ransomed back. Suppress the theft of the matter. The birthday is in a week. By then, Jingui Gongfu will send a special post. Pei Hao talked and talked about the affairs of the court. The first snow this year. It fell earlier than in previous years. This year's winter is colder. There are a few counties with serious snowstorms. Du had expected it. Only a small part of this year's winter was affected. Next year would only be colder. Half of the Great Qin Kingdom would be affected, with countless people freezing to death, waiting for the spring of the year after next. The plague is again rampant. Summer is torrential rain and floods, mountain fires and so on. Thought to get through it will be fine. And then a year passed. Not only did not slow down. On the contrary, the natural and man-made disasters are constantly. Drought, locusts, earthquakes and so on. Year after year. Ravaging the earth. Some people say it is the Great Qin's luck is gone. Is a sign of the end of the country. Du didn't dare to think about it. Anyway, according to the description in the book, it was how miserable it was. Even the capital couldn't be spared. Du asked. Then how will the court solve it? It may allocate silver for disaster relief. Will that silver reach the people? Du asked a very unusual, yet not so unusual question. Pei Hao was instantly silent. More or less. There will be some. Knowing that it can't be used on the people. Then why don't you want to find a way to solve it? Du doesn't quite understand these operations. Pei Hao knew that she had a lot of small intelligence and couldn't help but ask. What do you suggest? This? Du was stumped by the question. How to solve it? In a backward society like the Great Qin state where everything is backward. The local officials' corruption of disaster money is a routine operation now. Du didn't think of a good way. Sending people from the capital to provide disaster relief saves a few procedures and avoids a few layers of exploitation. But the candidate for this disaster relief should be well chosen. Who is happy to go and suffer like this? Pei Hao laughed at how the little girl was still too young. Du said, this is a big feat. There won't be no one to go. I do have two suitable candidates. Who? Mu Xian. Maybe Xie Zhang chanting. Pei Hao could understand the little girl recommending Mu Xian, but didn't understand how she could recommend Xie Zhang. Why would you recommend Xie Zhang? Didn't he just leave the government? In order to get political achievements. He will definitely work hard to get the job done. The main thing is that he is not short of money. He won't be greedy for the silver for the disaster relief. And he is from a marquis family. The local officials don't dare to give him too much to wear small shoes. Hearing you say that, it is rather more suitable than Xian. I didn't say that. Du is not fond of Xie Zhang. But it doesn't prevent there is hard work. Can let the other party to labor. This is called making the best use of things. Anyway, the ultimate benefit is the people who are in deep water. Pei Hao's eyes were deep. Compared to Xie Zhang. Wouldn't his son be more suitable? This is a hard job. Du looks at him with squinted eyes. Living such a delicate life as this son of the world. Traveling in a boat in the middle of winter to go to disaster relief is really not like something he would do. I remember my mother once taught that a truly smart person only needs to move his mouth to get others to willingly sell their lives. Are you stupid to fight for it? If the eldest princess were here, she would have to ask herself when she taught it. Is that what she once said? Is that what she meant? Pei Hao couldn't maintain his serious demeanor, and said with the corners of his mouth lightly curled. The eldest princess is right. This kind of hard work should be given to Xian and Xie Zhang. Du gave him a thumbs up upon hearing this. She had only recommended one person to go, while he had directly said two. Pei Hao didn't sit for long before he got up to say goodbye. After leaving the princess's residence, he went straight to the government office and then into the palace to meet the saint. The next day, morning, after the morning court, the news that Xie Zhang was going to go to the capital to provide disaster relief spread, escorting the relief money and grain along the way were the Imperial City Department officials and soldiers. And the leader was Mu Xian. Du was high on melon seeds while listening to the gossip. With that, she asked, did my father go to court today? Attended. Ning Qin replied. What about my elder brother? The county king called into the palace early as well. Du thought for a moment that the emperor would likely ask about the reason for closing the house. Yesterday, the family had unified their sayings, directly saying that she suddenly fainted. just like when she was a child, and that the only thing hidden was the jade inheritance. And this saying was the closest to the truth. The emperor and Du knew that her situation was special, and would not be suspicious. What's more, the jade spirit garden was the first to be blocked. This can't be hidden. Du-Wan looks outside the house. Drifting snowflakes. Ningqin. Lucci. We are going to eat antique soup tonight. Antique soup is also known as modern hot pot, named after the gurgling sound when food is thrown into boiling water. During the winter in the Great Qin Kingdom, the hot pot eating style was very popular. This was also something Du-Wan had learned from her memories. Ningqin and the others responded. Du-Wan improved it a bit more. The ingredients were ordered by herself personally, and then she taught them how to cut it up and prepare it properly. And then, there was the issue of seasoning. Du-Wan also did it herself. The next step was to wait for the Du family's father and son to come back. Just waiting for them to come back. And immediately open the brush. At this time, Du-Wan also asked someone to inform the eldest princess to come over. So Du-Wan waited and waited. Waited for the eldest princess. And then waited until evening. Still did not wait for the father and son to return to the house. It was getting late outside. Du-Wan said, "Mother, let's eat. Not wait for them. Maybe they have eaten in the palace." "Okay," the eldest princess said with a smile. Ningqin and the others served, and Du-Wan ate very well. However, before she could enjoy her meal, a personal guard hurriedly came in to report. "Your Highness, the Pei family guards are here, saying that they have something important to see you." Chapter 258 Du-Wan's accident in the palace. Du-Wan heard nothing unexpected. In the past, Pei Hao would often have his guards come to deliver letters, and it was only during this recent period of time, when he was heavily guarded by Du Qian, that he didn't deliver any more letters. Du-Wan said to the eldest princess, "Mother, you eat first. I'll go out and take a look." "Go." The eldest princess smiled, with a few hints of flirtation. Her daughter and future son-in-law's good relationship was something she was happy to see. Du-Wan went out to the Jade Spirit Garden and met the Pei family's guard. An unfamiliar face. The man came forward. He handed Du-Wan a note. Yes, a note. Not a letter? After handing over the note, the man left in a hurry. Du-Wan was surprised, not waiting for her reply. So she lowered her head. Her fingers flexibly opened the note. Her eyes swept over the few words on it, only to feel her blood instantly freeze. There were only 4 words on it. Something happened to Du Qian. Du-Wan only felt her head explode, and immediately recruited someone to inquire about Du Qian's situation. She soon learnt that Du Qian had not left the palace after entering in the morning. In the end, what happened? The meaning Pei Hao handed over was only that something happened to Du Qian. There were no specifics. Du-Wan eagerly turned back to Yu Ling Yuan. Seeing this, the eldest princess stood up. "Wan, what happened?" "Mother, something happened to Big Brother." Du-Wan lowered her voice and said, showing the eldest princess house the note Pei Hao had sent, which was written by Pei Hao. The handwriting was exactly the same as the words on his earlier letter. I inquired. The big housekeeper said that Big Brother had not left the palace. After all, the eldest princess is a bit older than Du-Wan. Very calm. You don't have to be anxious. Mother went to the palace. I will also go. No need. No. I want to accompany your mother. Wan. If something really happens in the palace, all 4 of our family will be caught up in it. There's always one person left outside so that we can see what happens. Then it would be better for me to go in, while Mother presides over the situation outside. Du-Wan suddenly spoke out, speaking very firmly to the eldest princess. Mother, believe my daughter? Daughter will not let anything happen to Big Brother. The eldest princess looked at her daughter fixedly, and was lost in thought for a moment. Daughter, this is grown up? Can be on her own. Du-Wan no longer hesitates. Puts on a fox skin cloak, takes the ring-head sword and sets off in a hurry. When she arrived at the gate, Zhuang Song and the others had prepared their horses, and were waiting for her. Du-Wan took the reins of the horse, leapt onto the horse, and was about to steer the horse when she saw the eldest princess running over in a hurry. Wan. Wait. Mother. What else? Take this with you. The eldest princess handed Du-Wan a gold-encrusted token. Take this token. You can freely enter and exit the palace gates, and you don't need to leave your weapon in front of the palace gates. Du-Wan took it as soon as she could. This is good stuff. Then she hangs the token to her waist and steers her horse. When she arrived at the palace gates, She was not stopped when she showed the token. But the personal guards were still not allowed to enter the palace. After Du-won entered the palace, she didn't look for anyone to ask where the emperor and the others were. But instead, she immediately exercised her ability to listen intently to the movements in the palace. From amongst the cumbersome and noisy sounds, a place was locked down. It was the Fairview Palace. The emperor was in the embroidery palace, and the commotion there was also the loudest. When Du-won performed her light power and arrived, she met Pei Hao, Hu-san and the others in front of the palace gate. In front of the palace gate, there is a force of forbidden guards. No entry without a decree. Even Pei Hao was blocked outside. Pei Hao was the first to greet her. Wan. What's the situation? Du-won asked. Pei Hao whispered. Huang Ren is critically ill. What does that have to do with my brother? Du-won questioned. Just now, she had heard inside the Jinxiu Palace. There were some eunuchs discussing how to save people and administer medicine, and guessed that Huang Ren's situation was not good. Du-won suddenly thought of something. It can't be that someone is putting the charge on my big brother's head. Right? Exact news is not received. Pei Hao looked obscurely towards the main entrance of the Jinxiu Palace. But 8 or 9 is not far off. Du-won did not hear any movement of interrogation inside. Could it be that the interrogation is over? According to the usual practice, this kind of thing should be handed over most to the Imperial City Department to investigate. Now the Emperor didn't let Pei Hao to get his hands on it. I'm afraid there is a meaning for Pei Hao to avoid suspicion. The world knows that Pei Hao and the Princess House have a close relationship. And if the result of the investigation is in favor of Du Qian, it will be hard to be convincing. Du-won directly walked towards the forbidden guards. This county princess demands to see the Emperor. Sheriff Lord, please wait. Allow my officers to go in first and report. One of the forbidden guards hurriedly went in to inform. Not long after, the man came out again and said that the county princess was invited to go in. Du-won went in alone. Pei Hao stood guard outside. The more this time, the more one needed to act cautiously. Du-won headed straight towards Huang Ren's chambers. At the bottom of the steps of the eaves of the main hall, there was a person kneeling. A person Du-won was familiar with. It was Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Du-won flew to the side of Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Father? Wan. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team was taken aback. Why are you here? I received news that something happened to Big Brother. There was a palace maid who poisoned Huang Ren, saying that Qianer was the mastermind. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team put the current matter, and quickly talked about it, so that his daughter could understand the situation. Someone witnessed your big brother handing over the purse with the poison to that palace maid. What happened was that a palace maid poisoned Huang Ren. The courtesan was caught and couldn't stand the torture, confessing that the mastermind behind it was Du Qian, and also said that Du Qian himself promised to take him as a concubine as long as he succeeded. The worst part is that Du Qian was seen handing over the purse to the courtesan, and it wasn't long before something happened to Huang Ren. There was more than one target. This is really a case of jumping into the Yellow River and not being able to wash it away. Du-won unclasped the cloak on her body and draped it over Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team's heart was soft to the touch. His daughter is so nice. This is heartbroken for him as a father. Wan. My father is not cold. It's better for you to drape it over. Father! You cloak. This cold cannot help me. Du-won really can't feel the cold. Probably related to the cultivation breakthrough. Big brother's matter will be left to my daughter. I won't let anything happen to him. You will go out of the palace in a while. It's useless to just kneel here. What if you kneel and break your body? Du-won said, while helping out Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team did not want to get up. But Du-won wanted to help. He could only follow her strength to get up. Perhaps he knelt for a long time and almost fell without standing still. Du-won didn't go to see the Emperor immediately. Instead, she helped Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team to go out of Jinxiu Palace step by step. Pei Hao is still outside. Du-won hands him over. You send my father out of the palace. Okay. Pei Hao nodded. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team grabbed Du-won's wrist. Wan. You are alone. Father. Don't worry. Today's matter is nothing. It's really not clear. The big deal is that our family doesn't want all this glory and wealth. And the family will go back home to live a free life. Good. I will listen to my daughter. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side saw his daughter's calm appearance. His heart was greatly determined. Furthermore, as his daughter said, so what if he can't clear his name? It's just a matter of life and death. Chapter 259. The idea of washing the palace in blood. Du Wan stood on the steps and quietly watched Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team leave. On this cold day, Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side knelt for a slightly long time. His knees were injured, and he was struggling to walk. And in the end, Pei Hao personally carried him towards the outside of the palace. This made Du Wan have a new layer of knowledge about Pei Hao. Imagine the appearance of the reserve son of the world carrying someone on his back. No one dared to think like this before. It was like the illusion of an exiled immortal falling down to the mortal world. Du Wan once again stepped into the Jinxiu Palace. When she arrived at the main hall, she saw the emperor sitting at the first place. Du Qian knelt to the ground. Very quiet. The side hall was noisier. It was a bunch of eunuchs, including divine Dr. Lu, were in it, studying how to administer medicine to save people. Du Wan went in this time and looked at the emperor slyly, gambling like she didn't say anything. The emperor looks at her eyes. Compared to the initial seriousness, it is a bit milder. Wan, I heard that you are in a coma again this time. Is your body better? Can't die. Du Wan replied in a good-natured manner. The emperor knows that the little girl has anger in her heart, and doesn't even maintain her daily manners. Du Wan moved her feet to Du Qian's side, and even gave him a small kick with her toes. What happened to the purse? Picked it up before I left for long. A palace maid came up and said that she dropped it, so I naturally returned it to her. Who knew she'd go and poison Huangren, and wasted that pill you gave me to save her life? Du Wan was quite speechless. Big brother is usually quite a shrewd person. How could he think of picking up the purse? Du Qian said helplessly. That purse was embroidered much like the one around your waist. Du Wan looks down to the money bag at her waist. The purse. Is this sister control at work? Obviously someone had set up a trap specifically for Du Qian. The two siblings were muttering. The emperor did not stop them, and even picked up the tea and slowly drank it. After Du Wan understood the situation, he walked up to the emperor. Uncle, my big brother was set up. How are you sure what he said is true? He wasted a heart-protecting pillow. Do you know where the heart-protecting pill came from? It was given to me by the old monk Yuan Tong to save my life. This one is equal to a life. Who would be stupid enough to use it to count on someone who will die sooner or later? This is the saying that a person is worse than a single medicine? The emperor actually had no words to refute it. In his place, he wouldn't take such a precious elixir to count on a person who was about to die. In fact, he believed Du Qian in his heart. The problem was that there was always something to do. The emperor said, I don't know who it is behind the scenes that wants to scheme against Qianer. The key people are all dead, including the palace maid who poisoned him. Du Wan had expected this, but it didn't affect her to play foul. Then I don't care. The palace is your home now. He is being counted in your home. You have to be responsible to the end. This is a fresh way of saying it. The emperor was exasperated as if he was happy. Du Wan is not weak at all. Because I am in charge. The emperor pointed at her and scolded with a smile. Crooked reasoning. Don't think that you are small, so you can push it on to me. This is not very normal. You think about it outside. Who went to the house as a guest if something happened? Is not looking for the owner of the house? Du Wan lifted up her small chest and spoke with a straight face. Du Qian is still kneeling on the ground, head down with a muffled smile. In terms of the ability to mess around, no one is as good as his sister. The emperor pointed at Du Wan and was momentarily too angry to speak. This situation was different from what the onlookers thought. On the contrary, the chief eunuchs and other palace people who were on the sidelines hurriedly lowered their heads and didn't dare to look, pretending that they didn't see that the emperor was infuriated. However, the palace people who were familiar with the emperor's temperament could see that the emperor was not really angry. Du Wan had an object of suspicion in her mind. However, there was no evidence. This matter still needed to be investigated properly. Thus, before it was found out, Du Qian was put in a heavenly prison by the emperor. Seeing the forbidden guards with his own eyes, he took Du Qian away. Du Wan was not too happy. Still, she had to cooperate well with the emperor's investigation. In her heart there is a suspect object. The problem is that everything has to pay attention to a proof. Cannot rely on their own heart guess. Set the charge of others. Du Wan sat next to the emperor, without a proper form, while talking also while stoned. Uncle, You say that the person behind the scenes want to kill cousin, and want to frame my big brother. What is the purpose? Guess. The emperor pondered the matter equally in his heart. Duan spat out a melon skin. I didn't guess. However, if cousin was poisoned and the evidence still points to my elder brother, will you be angry? You guess again? Uncle, a normal person would be angry. The emperor wanted to say that he wasn't angry. However, is not being angry not a normal person? Duan added. I kind of understand. The person behind the curtain wants to weaken uncle. What is the explanation for this? The emperor wondered how the little girl's brain. How did she guess? Could it be that he was afraid that he would act on impulse and retaliate against the princess house on behalf of his daughter, thus weakening his own strength? The next moment, the little girl spoke again, the opposite of what he thought. Duan leisurely got high on melon seeds and said in a chatty gas-like tone, when I was outside the palace, I heard that something had happened to Big Brother, and I was very angry. Kind of wanted to go on a killing spree. When I came to Jinqiu Palace and saw my father kneeling outside, this cold day, his legs are going to be broken. I was even more angry, and I kind of wanted to think of bloodshed in the palace. The emperor's hand holding the tea bowl all trembled. This girl really dared to think? Then, Duan added, but I came in and saw uncle. The first words were concerned about my body. That moment. What? Can't afford to wash the palace in blood? The emperor asked meaningfully. Duan shook her head. No. It's because I think uncle is quite good. Very a little humane. Emperor. Really dared to say anything? The emperor knew in his heart that he was not being humane. It was Du Qian who took out the heart-protecting pill and proved his innocence. Huang Ren again, after all, is his own daughter. Really under the eyes of the people were poisoned. Du Qian and cannot set aside the suspicion. The emperor's heart is very clear. Even if he will not be pursued in the end, Du Qian, the heart will inevitably fall. Goosebumps. Duan spat out the melon skin again. Uncle, I promised my father before. I will protect my big brother. Now that big brother has been sent to jail, I'm going to go to the jail in a while. Can you give some pass orders or something? The emperor saw the little girl's thick skin. Don't you have a token around your waist? This is my mother's thing. When my mother gave it to me, she only said that I could take it and freely enter and exit the palace. She didn't say that I could also enter and exit the heavenly prison at will. It's all fine. No one dares to stop you. The emperor's voice was slightly indulgent. Duan had not covered up her words to Du's son-in-law earlier, and was not afraid that it would spread. The palace was filled with the emperor's eyes, and those words naturally reached the emperor's ears. For the little girl's last sentence, don't want this glory and wealth. Go back home to live a free life. Words, or a very deep impression. Chapter 260, The County Princess's Reverse, Heavenly Ability. The emperor, if anything, sized up Duan. Having not seen her for a while, she seemed a little different. Duan graciously allowed him to look at her. Don't think that she's not doing anything right now. In addition to focusing on Du Qian's well-being, Duan also focused on noble consort Xia's every move. The first 2 times she went to the palace, she felt that noble consort Xia was very suspicious. Inexplicably wanted to get close to her. Perhaps she wanted to pit her. And after discovering that she was not a good pitcher, she turned her suspicions towards Du Qian. As long as you keep an eye on noble consort Xia, you may be able to find clues. Duan thought for a while and said, Uncle, my big brother is locked up in the heavenly prison. I will not leave the palace for a while. Okay. I still have to watch my big brother a bit. To prevent someone will be unfavorable to him in the prison. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on the prison. They stare at theirs. I'll stare at mine. Don't believe uncle? Nope. I don't trust my stupid big brother. The emperor was eager to relay this to Du Qian to hear. His nephew, who had always been shrewd and capable, was a fool in the eyes of his favorite sister. When Duan decided to do something, the emperor didn't even stop her, and went along with her tossing and turning. Even the emperor also let the eunuch to the palace outside there. To Zhuang Song and other people released. Permitted them to bring weapons into the palace to protect the county princess. This move fell in the eyes of outsiders. Almost unprecedented. Supreme favor. When Zhuang Song and the others arrived outside the Fairview Palace, they were not able to go back in. Duan learned of this and said, Uncle, there is no need for the guards to be so strict here. It's hard for you to get some news outside like this. How else can you investigate? The emperor's eyes contained a wise light. I understand. Immediately, he ordered to unseal the Jinsho Palace, and had people secretly keep an eye on the people of Jinsho Palace. Then I'll go and see my cousin before wandering around. Du-Wan did not accompany the emperor all the time. She got up and went into the bedchamber first to visit the unconscious Huang Ren. Huang Ren did not look like she was faking. She was truly poisoned. For a moment, Du-Wan wondered if framing Du Qian was related to Huang Ren. Only this thought was quickly overturned by her. Huang Ren had no deep hatred towards Du Qian. Not to the extent that she was willing to give up her life to frame him. After seeing Huang Ren, Du-Wan began to skulk around Jinsho Palace again. To the eyes of outsiders, she was a little girl with a sword on her waist, wandering around while high on melon seeds. Every palace staff who saw her would sweep a glance at the sword on her waist. This one wasn't simple. Other than the forbidden guards and the Imperial City Department's men, no one could enter the palace with a weapon. Just as Du-Wan expected, some people in the Jinsho Palace, where the ban had just been lifted, had used various methods to pass the news on. For example, noble consort Xie, whom Du-Wan was keeping an eye on. There was really a believer who hurriedly went to report to her. Noble consort Xie was shocked. Not dead? How is it possible? Hasn't Du Qian already been sent to the heavenly prison? I heard that the person is in a coma, and the people at the Imperial Hospital are rescuing him. Didn't that medicine say it was powerful? It was the county king who took out the medicine and temporarily saved Huang Ren's life. This noble consort Xie was silent for a moment. The next thing was that the Heartlander continued to report, talking about Du-Wan's matter, and the Emperor's indulgence towards Du-Wan, and purposely allowing all her personal guards to be able to bring their swords into the palace to protect her. Xie Guifei, inevitably annoyed at this, gritted her teeth and hated the Emperor for this niece really spoiled. I just don't know if he will hold a grudge against the princess house after the death of his own daughter. Will he continue to favor that dead girl? Will he continue to favor that dead girl? This time, we definitely can't give Du Qian the chance to turn over a new leaf. The sweep is clean and won't leave evidence behind. But there is still a Divine Dr. Lu. Your Highness, please rest assured that Divine Dr. Lu will not betray the Xie family. His family is loyal to the Xie family. And in the past, his eldest son Lu Jin was also. The believer beside noble consort Xie was arranged by the Xie family, and obviously knew many secrets. Du-Wan in the Jinsho Palace, while listening to gossip and stoned, while continuing to wander around, walking around, striding to the side hall. A group of eunuchs were still arguing, finally deliberating on the medicines to be administered and so on. The group of people in the side hall, seeing Du-Wan walking in while high on melon seeds, were all surprised. But thinking that she was a favored one, they were not surprised again. No, this medicine is too risky. The medicine is overbearing. Divine Dr. Lu objected to the treatment plan again. The several eunuchs still took Divine Dr. Lu's words seriously. Next, the program that was about to be finalized had to be rediscussed again. It had been dilly-dallying, and had been unable to find an effective treatment. Du-Wan slowly circled around the group of old guys several times, making them nervous for a moment. They didn't know what this little ancestor wanted to do. Her eyes were weirdly creepy. As Divine Dr. Lu was about to question again, a small hand, white as jade, pressed onto his shoulder. Divine Dr. Lu. After delaying for so long, enough is enough. Oh. In the eyes of outsiders, Du-Wan only lightly pressed Divine Dr. Lu's shoulder. Only Divine Dr. Lu knew that this press was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. What shook Lu Divine Doctor's mind the most was what Du-Wan said just now. He tried very hard to keep himself calm. Sheriff, I don't know what you mean by this. Today's counting on my brother. You were involved. Du-Wan's words were not a question. They were certainty. The moment these words came out, the whole room was silent. Needles falling to the ground could be heard. All shocked to death. Some of the eunuchs hastily pulled away from Divine Dr. Lu. This matter? It is not small. It is a big crime of killing the head. Divine Dr. Lu hurriedly cleared the air. Sheriff Lord is mistaken. This is an absolute injustice. Heh! Anything that has been done will leave traces. What's real can't be fake. And what's fake can't be real. Du-Wan smiles lightly. A very clean smile. However, the words she spoke made it impossible to ignore. I'll take note of this play that you and the person behind the curtain designed. Divine Dr. Lu's forehead seethed with thin sweat. Yet this matter could never be admitted. This is a trumped-up charge. Please don't joke about it. Sheriff. Is it? Do you think that you have done it in a very covert and clean manner? And won't leave any handles behind? Du-Wan knows that it's hard to catch Divine Dr. Lu's handle. So she simply doesn't bother to cover up, and directly lays things out in the open. If Wang Ren dies, this county mistress will definitely suggest to the Emperor that your family be buried with him. Sheriff Lord has misunderstood. The Grassman has not married. Divine Dr. Lu was still calm, looking like he was wronged. Du-Wan smiled. If you don't take a wife, can't you take a concubine? You're sure you've hidden your child well. It's a pity that this sheriff is the one who knows. Grasshopper is all alone. No relatives. Don't Your 2 sons and 1 daughter. They haven't even died out yet. How is it that you have no relatives? If this sheriff's lord remembers correctly, your eldest son is called Lu Jin? Boom. It was as if Divine Dr. Lu was struck by a thunderbolt. So shocked that his blood poured out of his body. Chapter 261. The key people are all dead. After all, Divine Dr. Lu is an old man who has lived for decades, rich in experience and full of determination. He promptly suppressed the panic in his heart and bit the bullet. Du-Wan did not care, smiled and walked away. This matter quickly spread to the ears of the Emperor. The Emperor quickly arrested Lu Shen Doctor, but also let the other eunuchs as soon as possible to come up with a treatment plan. Without Divine Dr. Lu's blockage, the antidote plan was quickly determined. The Emperor asked Du-Wan, Wan, how did you know that Divine Dr. Lu was the one involved? Guessed. Who made him keep raising objections and stalling for time? Du-Wan wants to say that this is also thanks to noble consorts he has signed, which gave her a lot of clues. All said and done, it was also noble consorts he has bad luck, not knowing that Du-Wan had this kind of heaven-defying ability. When Du-Wan first found out, she was shocked. She did not expect that Divine Dr. Lu would be a member of the Xia family. What's more, she didn't expect that the Xia family, but also pinpointed the 2 sons and 1 daughter of Dr. Lu, his eldest son Lu Jin, or the Forbidden Guards, who had once carried away the young princess. What an unexpected heavenly melon. Just as Du-Wan said, no matter any conspiracy or trickery, it is useless when it comes to absolute strength. Du Qian today's things fell to the body of a normal person. Not dead also want to take off layers of skin. At least not as Du-Wan so lightly can uncover the murderer, but also quickly learn the ins and outs. The Emperor's people already know that the Embroidery Palace someone to pass the news to Xie Guifei. But not only that, the Empress also in the Embroidery Palace has eyes. Therefore, this cannot be used as evidence. Then the Emperor asked, then where did Wan hear about Divine Dr. Lu's children? Du-Wan's mind turned. Xie Guifei is the Emperor's favorite woman. No evidence can't be pitched like Lu Shen Doctor. But it doesn't prevent her from giving Xie Guifei a little trouble. And it's best if the Emperor can find out something from it. So, Du-Wan carelessly digging a pit for people. Oh! It is a palace maid and Yang is talking. I overheard a mouth. What is the name of that palace maid? What does it look like? I didn't care. By the way, I heard that Lu Divine Physician's oldest son has also been in the palace as a forbidden guard. Wan said is true. A storm brewed under the Emperor's eyes. As if Du-Wan did not see it, she naively nodded her head. When digging the pit, the time was deliberately not said. The Emperor sent someone to catch the palace maid for interrogation. And I'm sure that the palace maid who was questioned would still think that she was talking to your consort, and was heard by someone who had the heart to go to the Emperor again to inform him, which would most likely result in a wonderful misunderstanding. Du-Wan pretended not to see anything. Very relaxed and casual. Uncle, you send someone to ask the Empress not to know. It's not a big deal. No, it's a big deal. The Emperor stood up violently. Lu Jin. Finally a clue. At that time, the little princess was carried away by Lu Jin. The Emperor traced the case for more than 10 years. This person seemed to sink like a stone into the sea. Disappeared without a trace. I never thought that more than 10 years had passed. Lu Jin's father still dared to reveal the imperial list into the palace, and to poison another daughter of his. The Emperor hated the father and son surnamed Lu. Hated to put people 1,000 knives to scrape. At this time the Emperor did not suspect Xie Guifei. The little princess disappeared 3 or 4 years. Xie Guifei into the palace. However, a palace maid beside her actually knows the details of Lu Divine Doctor. This matter is very suspicious. The emperor acted swiftly this time, and blocked the news of the Fairview Palace once again. The palace people who had previously passed on the news were all arrested, and then set a forbidden guard to blockade the Baitsue Palace. What happened in the palace alarmed quite a few people. Marquis Dingbei's residence. Xiezhan was preparing to leave the capital to provide disaster relief, but received news that Huangren was poisoned. Du Qian was sent to the heavenly prison, as well as the county magistrate hurriedly entered the palace, even including Pei Hao's back due extra horse harness by the side of a team to go out of the palace. Xiezhan went to seek out Marquis Dingbei at the first opportunity. "Where is my father?" Xiezhan recruited someone to ask. The person respectfully said, "Back to young master. Marquis has gone to the military camp." "Has it been said when he will return?" Xiezhan actually did not know earlier. The man returned. "No." Xiezhan told the subordinate to retreat, and was about to leave, when he happened to see Marquis Dingbei hurrying back. And as soon as he saw his son, he immediately led him to the secret room. Marquis Dingbei suppressed his heart's eagerness and said, "Jean, Divine Dr. Liu has been captured. The forbidden guards have surrounded 100 Shui Palace, and something may have happened to your aunt." "What has aunt done?" "Followed your previous plan, altered it slightly, and changed the target to Du Qian." "Father, didn't I tell you before to abandon this plan? Last time when Xiezhan set up a trap by mistake and let Du Wan avoid it." Xiezhan had a vague feeling in his heart that told him not to count on Du Wan. The reason for this was still that over the past few months, anyone who had counted on her had not been able to gain any favors. Marquis Dingbei looked at his son and calmed down. "Your aunt went to do this matter. She had consulted me beforehand, and I did not stop it. At that time, you said to give up. Did you notice something wrong beforehand? Why didn't you say anything?" "No. I just felt that the Sheriff Lord's chi was extremely strong. Chi luck is just the words of monks and Taoist priests. Do these vain and ethereal things really exist? Not to mention that the one we're counting on this time is not the county princess, but Du Qian." Xiezhan did not answer for a moment. "Don't believe it?" He wanted to say he didn't believe it, but then there was a vague feeling that it existed. Marquis Dingbei said, "The most important thing right now is your aunt's place. Father, can you tell me about aunt's detailed plan? It's just a slight modification on your original plan." Marquis Dingbei talked about their plan. The link of picking up the purse was to leave behind evidence. The death of a courtesan could drag Du Qian into the water. Both he and noble consort Xie felt it was worth it. The details have changed. Xie Zhang's previous plan, Huang Ren, is to see the person was angry. Now the plan is that Du Qian will take revenge for his sister and kill Huang Ren with poison. The two plans are put together to compare. Xie Zhang's means is obviously more clever. As long as there is no deliberate investigation, Huang Ren will die in the disease above. After all, she is a person who will die. Suddenly died. Very normal. Now switch to poisoning. When Xiezhan looked at his father, his eyes showed irritation. "Father, this plan has so many loopholes. Why didn't you stop it? The key players are all dead." "Heh. This is learning from Prime Minister Su's tactics?" Xiezhan was about to die of anger. If this tactic was used before Prime Minister Su, the effect would be quite alright. However, Prime Minister Su had just used this trick not too long ago. Even if the key person died, there was no evidence. But at that time, smart people could see that Prime Minister Su had no choice but to use an explicit ploy. Xiezhan was now so angry that his heart and liver ached. This matter was not simple. Divine Dr. Liu had been caught. The hidden danger was great. Xiezhan was extremely attached to Divine Dr. Liu. A doctor with excellent medical skills could easily travel between the powerful and the wealthy, and could save as well as kill. His existence is related to some of his subsequent layouts. And now it is good that he has folded in. Chapter 262. There is something odd about this matter. Jean, the most important thing now is how to save your aunt. Marquis Dingbei now also regret, or too anxious, should stop his sister. One glory for all. One loss for all. People still needed to be saved. Xiezhan could only continue to send people to inquire, prepare for all sorts of unexpected situations, and even plan for the worst, arranging a way back. After Pei Hao said do extra horse harness by the side of a team back, he was uneasy about Du Wan and returned to the Imperial City Department's court. He saw Mu Xian before he could open his mouth to ask. Mu Xian just smiled and said, "The Emperor favors the county princess. What happened?" The Sheriff King was locked into the heavenly prison. The treatment is still good. The cleanest cell was picked. Nothing is lacking inside. As soon as Mu Xian saw that this was just over the top. With a strong backstage jail mode. Where is the county lord? Getting high in the Jinxiu Palace. The emperor also licensed her personal guards to bring swords into the palace. Pei Hao felt that this development was a bit weird. Isn't it true that anything related to a little girl can't be projected by common sense? Mu Xian added mysteriously. Want to know the subsequent development? Hurry up and say it. Don't sell out. No fun. Mu Xian picks up the tea and takes a sip. Sheriff's Lord's fiery eyes walked around a bunch of eunuchs for a few laps and saw the suspect Dr. Liu. And then I don't know what happened. But His Majesty ordered the siege of 100 Sui Palace. Captured noble consort Xie? That's not true. It was just surrounded and forbidden to enter or leave. This thing is a bit weird. Hee. There are even more odd ones. Mu Xian wanted to whet his appetite again. Hussein next to him suddenly spoke out. Shitsi. Divine Dr. Liu is Lu Jin's father. Pei Hao violently turned to look at Hussein. No mistake? It was the county princess herself who said it. And many people heard it at that time. Hussein reported truthfully. Pei Hao was shocked by this news. He had been worried about Duwan. But at this point, he was finally relieved. At least after he left. The emperor did not make things difficult for her. Mu Xian came up again and grinned in a small voice. The Liu family's father and son are quite strange. The son hugged away the emperor's youngest daughter. And after more than 10 years, the father came back to kill the emperor's eldest daughter. The Liu family wouldn't have any deep hatred with the emperor. Would they? Must the emperor be cut off from his son? Pei Hao was silent. This thing. Quite a coincidence. No. It always feels not simple. Mu Xian said doubtfully. The county princess is quite capable of knowing even divine Dr. Liu's secrets. We didn't even investigate these secrets. I can only say that the people under your command are useless. Pei Hao naturally wouldn't say that there might be someone behind the little girl who seemed to know some unknown secrets. I'll make a trip to the palace. I'll accompany you. Mu Xian wanted to watch the show. Where there was a little girl, there was always a lack of fun. Right now Duwan in the palace was bumbling along with the emperor to investigate the case. As for Huang Ren, who did not know whether she was alive or dead, she had long been thrown to the back of her mind. When the emperor was about to step into the Baisui palace, he turned his head to Duwan and said, Wan, don't follow. Uncle, can't you let me go in and take a look? Duwan was wanting to go in. Maybe she could find an opportunity to pit Princess Xie Guifei. Good boy. Go play by yourself. The emperor knew that this little girl loved to look at gossip the most. However, when it comes to his own gossip, he doesn't want to be looked at by her. Especially when she left the Jinxiu Palace. She also purposely grabbed a large handful of sunflower seeds. Duwan had no choice but to stop outside the Baisui Palace. Not going in. It's not like you can't listen to the gossip. Walked to a stone fence. Easily sat up. While high on melon seeds while listening. Only the more she listened, the more Duwan frowned. This development is a little less than expected. In the past, the emperor didn't look like a fainting king. But today it's a bit like that. As soon as Xie Guifei saw the emperor, she jumped into his arms and just cried. The emperor did not push away. In fact, a small move. There is also Xie Guifei's test in it. The emperor did not push away, indicating that the problem is not serious. Xie Guifei, in the case of ignorance, did not mess around, but took out a woman against men's weapons tears. The emperor, as rumored, was extremely fond of noble consort Xie. As soon as he saw her crying, he did not directly interrogate the palace maid and coaxed the woman first. It made Duwan a little hard to hear. From the time the emperor went in and didn't directly interrogate, he lost his head start. With noble consort Xie's mindfulness and tactics, she would definitely be able to see a lot of problems, and then find out the appropriate way to deal with them. Only to hear the emperor say, I heard that a palace maid beside you once mentioned the matter of divine Dr. Liu to you. This, Xie Guifei's tears fell before she spoke. My concubine is just concerned about Jinxiu palaces. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll just ask. The emperor is again comforting a past before saying, which palace girl? Let her out to say. Noble consort Xie lowers her head and silently drops her tears. Not yet speaking. And a beloved palace maid standing next to her with her head hanging down stood out and admitted, "Your Majesty, it was the slave girl." "Eh? Then tell me, how did you learn about divine Dr. Liu? Your Majesty is very concerned about the little master of the Jinsho Palace. And when a divine doctor suddenly came, she sent her slave servant to inquire about it. And it just so happens that before the slave servant entered the palace, she had heard a little bit about divine Dr. Liu's affairs. That's all?" The emperor had pity for noble consort Xie. For the palace maid there was none, and directly called for her to be brought down for questioning. The rest of the palace maids were brought down at the same time and questioned one by one. Xie Guifei cried and cried, as if a moment cannot stand fainted over. The emperor hurriedly asked people to call the eunuch. As for the palace maids that were brought down, they were dragged to the side halls and subjected to strict interrogation. When answering questions, anyone who was suspicious would be dragged down again to undergo torture once more. Compared to the situation on the emperor's side, Duan was more concerned about what happened on the court lady's side. The torture in ancient times was very cruel and inhumane. When they were tortured, they would first block their mouths, so they couldn't even scream, and could only let out harsh and painful grunts, waiting for the punishment over again, and then re-examination. Unfortunately, did not ask valuable things. If the emperor had used this trick right off the bat, he might have really been able to ask something. Duan felt that there was no point, turned around and left. Turning to the imperial dining room, he went in empty-handed, but came out carrying something in both hands. Her left hand carried a jar of wine, and her right hand carried a large 7-layered food box. The dishes were made by her personally, keeping an eye on the chef, not afraid of being tampered with. Zhuang Song stepped forward. "Counselor, would you like your subordinate to carry it?" "No need. This county mistress will personally take it over to appear more sincere." Duan narrowed her eyes and spoke. Zhuang Song did not force himself. In fact, he could tell that the county princess was wary, and was now guarding her hand against anyone. Duan walked towards the heavenly prison in large strides. Almost to the entrance of the heavenly prison, Duan stopped and said to Zhuang Song, "You arranged for someone to go back to the princess' house to send a message, so that our parents don't have to worry about us, and that we should eat and drink. As long as Big Brother isn't released for a day, I'll be in the palace all the time. The emperor has allowed it." "Yes, County Princess." Zhuang Song immediately complied. Duan had a token, and it wasn't difficult to get in. But she was only allowed to visit the prison alone. The personal guards were stopped outside. Chapter 263 Royal Bloodline has privileges. Led by the jailers, they went to the cell where Du Qian was being held. When she saw that the cell door was hidden, the corner of Duan's mouth twitched. The cell was clean and tidy. There was a wooden bed with new bedding and pillows, as well as a table and pen, ink, paper and inkstones, with a few miscellaneous books on it, just for him to pass the time. Royal bloodline is just privileged. Even imprisonment is different. Du Qian was lying on the bed pretending. As soon as he saw that the visitor was Duan, immediately his eyes lit up. "Sister, so it's you who has come. This big night? It's time to go back to the mansion to rest. Big Brother lives quite comfortably." "Not bad." Du Qian smiles frankly and accepts the things in his sister's hands. "What delicious food did you bring for Big Brother?" "I didn't eat dinner. My stomach is really hungry. I just rubbed a meat bun from the jailer just now." Duan looks back at the cell door. "Why aren't they locking you up? Uncle said to lock me up in the heavenly prison. Am I not in the heavenly prison right now?" Du Qian winked at her. "Can it still be interpreted like this? Heavenly prison. Not the same as a cell?" Duan actually felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Tidying up the things on the table, Du Qian brought out the dishes from the food box. There was no big dishes made in a hurry. Just a few randomly fried ones, still steaming. Du Qian took out the bowls and chopsticks. "2 pairs?" Duan reached out and took a pair of chopsticks. "Of course you have a pair and I have a pair. Do you want me to sit next to you and watch you? When I heard that you had an accident, I didn't even eat dinner before I immediately went to the palace. And now I'm also a bit hungry. Yo, sister is just good to me," Du Qian said happily, then opened the wine jar and poured a cup for himself. "This is the meal from the imperial kitchen?" "Yes. Called someone up to make it for me specially. I'm the one who delivers all 3 of your meals in the prison. You can't just eat what other people send you. What if you're poisoned to death?" "At ease. Your big brother is careful." "Careful and still being pitted?" Duan didn't say this out loud, She still wants to give her big brother some face. Taking a look outside, seeing that no one was close, Du-won then spoke about the subsequent happenings. And since Du Qian was clear about her abilities, Du-won even went as far as what she heard from noble consort Xie, and didn't hide it. Regarding the Xie family's ambitions, she did not explicitly say. But now the Xie family is staring at the princess house. She told him all of this. As long as he is not stupid, in the future we'll certainly take precautions. Du Qian listened with a heavy heart. Wan. When Lu Jin carried away the little princess, it was most likely a conspiracy by the Xie family. Oh! It seems to be Du-won recalled the plot. This was not delivered in the book. This book opens with a male and female protagonists meeting in Xi'an County. The male protagonist was aware of the female protagonist's identity, and then devised a heroic rescue to make an acquaintance. In retrospect, the book surprisingly did not say where the male lead learnt the female lead's identity. If the forbidden guards who abducted the little princess were arranged by the Xie family, then knowing the female lead's true identity would make sense. It turns out that the Xie family has been planning to take over the kingdom since 10 years ago. Then, the emperor has been unable to conceive an heir. Could it be related to the Xie family? The emperor is not unable to give birth. Before Xie Guifei did not enter the palace, the emperor was able to have 2 children. The other consorts in earlier years, also pregnant, just not able to give birth. Xie family is not trying to break the heir of the royal family, and then take the opportunity to marry the only princess, and then on the throne? In the novel, the Xie family was successful. Crap. Du-won, who knew the entire contents of the book, felt that she was getting closer to the truth. A big hand shook in front of her eyes. Du Qian laughed. What is sister thinking about? So absorbed in her thoughts? Thinking about whether uncle will be drugged. Du-won suddenly said. Drugged? Big brother. Will there be any medicine that won't make it easy to have a baby if used? What are you thinking? With so many eunuchs in the palace, would they not understand this? Everything that uncle enters is checked again and again, as well as checked by the eunuchs on duty. So I'm afraid that someone has drugged it. 1,000 precautions are necessary, but it's hard to prevent household thieves. At these words, Du Qian looks solemn and lowers his voice to ask. Sister is suspecting noble consort Xie? Yes. Today I have seen it. Uncle is extremely good to her. It's still not difficult to do something from it. Du-won didn't hide anything from Du Qian when she went to eavesdrop later on. Profit makes you lose your mind. And so does color. Du Qian is very impressed with his sister. Today's matter for a small girl probably will be scared out of their wits. His little sister is good. Facing the emperor's uncle cannot change color. Speak clearly. And finally so fast to the ins and outs of the clear. Du Qian for evidence or not is not very important. He most wanted to know is behind who is counting himself. I cannot imagine that day sister will find out. Now even more secrets have been discovered. Du Qian thought of the emperor's body. In the future, big brother will pay attention. Du-won nodded. The 2 people are not concerned about how to get out of jail. This kind of thing should naturally be worried by the emperor's uncle. After Du-won was drunk and full, Du Qian wanted to rest. Only Du-won, in the middle of the night, was still in high spirits and started slipping around the heavenly jail. The heavenly prison is usually used to hold court felons. Thieves and petty criminals are not qualified to come in. Now there is a group of people in custody. Almost all of them are the officials implicated in the corruption case of Prime Minister Su, who have not yet been executed. These people were sitting around waiting to die, sleeping in a daze, when they suddenly saw a pretty little girl skulking around in the cell. What was most suspicious was that the little girl had a ring-headed sword hanging from her waist, with a very long blade that hung diagonally to the little girl's slender waist, and the tip end of the sword almost touching the ground. At first glance, it looked as if it was a ghost, and it scared the hell out of her. At a closer look, eek, isn't this County Lord Jiao Yang? County Lord? Someone shouted in a small voice. Du-won turned back and looked towards the cell. It was an old man with messy hair. It was you who called me. Does the County Lord sell food? Selling wine? I have money to buy from you. The old man held onto the bars of the cell, the chains in his hands rattling as he moved. Du-won's eyes turned bone deep. What offense have you committed? Embezzlement and bribery. Sentenced? Sentenced to be beheaded after next autumn. Then what are you going to buy? You don't have any money on you. I don't have it here. But there's some out there. Just give me the pen. I'll write a letter. And you can go to the designated place and ask for money. The old man was afraid that others would hear him, and lowered his voice to speak. When Du-won heard this, she was happy, falling into the eyes of the bystanders. The two were muttering and whispering about things. Later, Du-won also ran to Du Qian's cell, took away the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and asked the jailer to ask for a little bit of water, and then began to grind the ink, so that the old man can write a letter. It was said to be a letter, but it was actually a note. The old man pressed the hand seal. This is the same as stamping. Chapter 264 Mu Xian doubts life. The note says 5,000 taels of silver, which can manage a few meals for him, saying that it's up to Du-won's own conscience. Sheriff, remember to send me a few jars of good wine. Good wine? You think I'm stupid? How expensive is good wine? In the past, when I went to the Moonwatch Tower to drink such a small pot of fruit wine, it all cost 100 taels of silver. Just have the wine you drink. Don't try to be picky. 5,000 taels can only be used for 5 meals. For dishes and 1 soup, plus an altar of wine, which is this small altar. Du-won felt that this business was doable and profitable. But doing business on the emperor's territory, should she report it? Or not to report it first? I'm afraid the emperor can know every move she makes. This old man is addicted to alcohol. It was just now that he smelled that they were drinking, and that's why he dared to shout out to stop her. Just now, she brought a jar of wine. There is still half a jar left. After getting the IOU, Du-won went to Du Qian's cell again, took the leftover food, poured it into a dish bowl, then picked up half a jar of wine, and came to the front of that old man's cell. Eating the leftovers? Do you mind? Du-won asked with a raised eyebrow. The old man was very excited, looking at the wine altar with glowing eyes. Don't mind it. Du-won handed him the wine and food. The old man didn't even use chopsticks to eat. He just got on with it. The opposite cell, where a corrupt official was also imprisoned. He saw clearly the deal between the old man and the county princess just now. He wanted to buy food from Du-won just like the old man. The problem was that he was paranoid. Only when Du-won was far away did the man move to the cell door. Old man Joe, aren't you afraid that it's a pit? Pit? Old man Joe smiled to himself. What can it be? My life. Or my money. If you don't spend the money outside, it's still cheap to outsiders. It's better to bring it directly to trade with the county princess. And you can still exchange it for a few mouthfuls of wine. The man felt really stupid. What's the point of caring when you're about to die? So as soon as the man held onto the iron door of the cell, he shouted loudly, Sheriff Lord! Sheriff Lord! Sheriff Lord! I want to buy wine and meat too. Buy food. Huh. Business is coming. Du-won was happy to hear this. She returned and the man wrote a letter and a note for 10,000. There was no one to take over. They were all watching. Du-won asked the jailer to put the ink, paper and inkstone back in Du Qian's cell. She herself ran outside the cell door and recruited Zhuang Song, asking him to take someone to the designated address and collect the debt overnight. Zhuang Song had already seen all kinds of Du-won's operations and immediately went to do as he was told. 1 hour later, Zhuang Song came back with an extra 15,000 silver checks. As soon as Du-won got the silver check, she was overjoyed. She took out 100 taels and gave it to Zhuang Song, so that he could treat everyone to a meal and reward him with the rest. Zhuang Song collected the silver ticket with equanimity. Thank you, Sheriff Master. No need to be polite. There are many things to run errands for next. Du-won felt that there was still a lot of room for development in this business. Zhuang Song asked. It's getting late. Sheriff Master is not going back to the house. Not going back. I will spend tonight here. This place. It's not suitable. Right? What's not suitable? My elder brother can live here. Why can't I? On the contrary. It's you guys. You don't need to guard here. You could all go back to the mansion. Du-won insisted on staying, so Zhuang Song couldn't say much. The 100 personal guards guarding outside did not go back. The master is here. They go back to the mansion to rest. Spread the word that they still need to mix? This definitely won't work. Du-won did not go back to the cell. Instead, she started to sneak around the huge palace, with the token hanging to her waist. Du-won was walking brightly. No one dared to pull her. After gazing at noble consort Xia's Baitsue palace for a while, the guards had already withdrawn, and the Baitsue palace was quiet. Duwan's attention slipped back to the Empress. Hee. The Empress was actually crying, and the Emperor was consoling from the sidelines. This crying theater was Sieguefe their class a little different. The Empress has learnt that her daughter has clues, thinking that her daughter does not know how much she has suffered outside, shedding tears while speaking as if she is heartbroken. Your Majesty, the whereabouts of your daughter. Can it really be found? Tried. That person has not opened his mouth. The Emperor still had feelings for the Empress. He had people interrogate divine Dr. Lu. He just hadn't been able to pry his mouth open yet. This matter, the Emperor handed over to Pei Hao to handle. The Imperial City Department was outside the palace gates. So Duwan went out of the palace again with the token and went to the Imperial City Department Yamen. At this time, the Yamen is still guarded by officials and soldiers, lighting torches. Duwan would come over, because she heard the commotion here. Pei Hao and others were still working overtime at the court. So, Pei Hao was interrogating divine Dr. Lu. Unexpectedly, when he heard his subordinates report that the county magistrate had come over, Pei Hao ran out at once, and his footsteps were slightly eager to meet the little girl. Stepping forward, he naturally grabbed the little girl's arm and carefully sized her up. Sheriff, why did you come over so late? Still only wearing this bit of clothing? Pei Hao immediately unwrapped the cloak he was wearing and personally draped it over her. Duwan said, I'm not cold. You don't need to give it to me. Say what? It's much colder at night than during the day. Why haven't you returned to the house at this hour? My big brother is still in jail, waiting to go back with my big brother tomorrow. Duwan is not too relieved that Du Qian is alone, fearing that someone behind the scenes will take advantage of the opportunity to play dirty tricks. Pei Hao took her inside and made her sit next to the fire pit, then poured her a cup of warm tea to warm her up. Mu Xian watched Shitsi master busy himself, all a bit skeptical of life. It must be an illusion. An illusion? Pei Hao ignores Mu Xian's little look. His attention is on the little girl. Divine Dr. Lu hasn't confessed yet. Can Big Brother Do come out tomorrow? Has that courtesan from Baitsue Palace been asked? Dead. How could she be dead? The forbidden guards thought she was suspicious and tortured her. She couldn't stand it and killed herself. You believe? Duwan thought of the brutal methods of torture by the forbidden guards and fell silent again. The Emperor asked questions. The palace maid came forward and confessed. But the Emperor did not know what to think, and let the forbidden guards to interrogate. Prohibited guards asked a few sentences feel suspicious, then used the torture. Just the courtesan back and forth that a few sentences. Not a sentence is substantial. As a result, the courtesan killed herself. Pei Hao's long and slender jade-like fingers gently crossed the green silk behind her. I suspect that the dead palace maid is just a scapegoat. I also suspect. Duwan agrees. Can you find out the person? Just heard the voice. Didn't see anyone. Duwan recalls what that courtesan and noble consort Xia said at that time. That courtesan is noble consort Xia's beloved, following noble consort Xia into the palace from the Xia family. There are really many more in this range. Pei Hao saw her finish the bowl of tea and refilled it for him. Then Pei Hao's gaze swept to the room. Mu Xian and Hussein and the others. What are you guys still standing here for? Are you very idle? All go and see how the interrogation is going. Yes, my lord. Hussein honestly went out. Only Mu Xian dawdled, his footsteps so slow that he wanted to step on ants. Chapter 265. What do you want to do in the middle of the night? A man and a woman alone. In the middle of the night. What does this cousin want to do? This is the Imperial City Department's office. It's full of people. Aren't you afraid of spoiling the reputation of the county princess? If Pei Hao knew what Mu Xian was thinking, he would have told him to get lost. If the little girl is with him, how is it a bad reputation? Selfishly, he wished it was bad, so that the wedding might be settled. Duwan looks at him. What did the Emperor ask you to investigate? Interrogate divine Dr. Lu and look for the little princess. Pei Hao knows that the last one is the key point. The person who has been missing for more than 10 years. It is still unknown if she is alive. Alive. Duwan was certain. Pei Hao's sword eyebrow raised. He knew Duwan's ability and dared to be so certain. He might have heard some secrets. He came to her side and asked in a low voice. Tell me, what else did you hear before? It's best if you can know the whereabouts of the princess, so that this son of the world can make a great achievement, and all the rewards you get will be yours. Is this true? Duwan's eyes lit up. But soon, It felt wrong again. This is too much of a headwind. One still needs to learn to keep a low profile. What she heard from noble consorts, yeah. She didn't hide it for noble consorts, yeah. And told her everything. Pei Hao's demeanor was serious. The layout of the Xia family is quite large. Yes. It started more than 10 years ago. Duan had no scruples. So nah. The Xia family must know the whereabouts of the princess. Maybe the person is in the capital. Duan spoke meaningfully. Who exactly was it? She did not say outright. With Pei's great villain's acumen, she thought that she would soon be able to find out about Qin Yu's head. Pei Hao suddenly raised his eyebrows at his words. What was the little girl trying to remind him of? Previously, he suspected that the little girl was surrounded by a high-ranking person who could know quite a few secrets. And then he learned of her heaven-defying abilities. Plus, the little girl had special hobbies and liked to listen to corners and gossip. Knowing some unknown secrets in this way instantly made sense. This is not the case. Xie Guifei and others plotting. All of a sudden exposed. Duan did not sit for long and went back to the heavenly prison. Du Qian took a nap and was inwardly touched to see his sister back again. But before he could speak, Duan sat up on the edge of the bed and sat on her knees. Big brother. Idly cultivating more. Don't you envy me this ability? It's hard. How is it difficult? Practicing is the same practicing. The 5 senses will also improve. But not as powerful as my sister's. Du Qian used to think that it would be the same as his sister. But later realized that it wasn't the same. My sister's strength is also getting stronger. I don't have it. Du Qian noticed this problem a long time ago. The ancestor's inheritance was the most suitable for his sister. The next person would have an effect after practicing it. And there would be a noticeable improvement. But he would not be as powerful as his sister. Du Qian didn't think of giving up and not learning. Even if the enhancement was not as good as his sister's. The ancestor's inheritance was still the top of the line compared to the clan's gong methods. In the second half of the night, in the cell, the siblings cultivated separately without disturbing each other. Imperial City Department Yamen. Pei Hao recruited Mu Xian and Hu San again. The three talked about the case. Pei Hao directly said that Divine Dr. Lu was a personnel of the Xia family. And his fingers gently tapped the desktop. Investigate all the girls of the right age in the capital who are involved with Xie Shang. If the little princess is alive. She's 16 this year. Right? Don't just limit yourself to this age. Sit through the 15 and 17 as well. Mu Xian pondered. Abducting the little princess. What exactly does the Xie family want? It was Hu San who suddenly interjected. Qin Yu looks a bit like the empress. Huh? Mu Xian was astonished. Pei Hao turned his head to look at Hu San. Hu San hemmed and hawed. Didn't you guys notice? I was a bit suspicious during the Mid-Yuan festival. But I thought it was too unbelievable. Pei Hao and Mu Xian looked at each other. The two were tempted to shut themselves up. They really hadn't thought about it yet. Pei Hao was not paying attention to Qin Yu's looks at all. And Mu Xian was not thinking in that direction at all. If Qin Yu was really a princess, then many of Xie Zhang's previous strange behavior would have a reasonable explanation. Pei Hao immediately decided to focus on investigating Qin Yu. Mu Xian said, This is a girl that Xie Qi specially brought back from Qiyin County. The place where Lu Jin ended up disappearing back then was also Red Rock County. This Red Rock County is quite interesting. Pei Hao thought that when the little girl disappeared at that time, she was hidden in Red Rock County. It couldn't be that the disappearance of the little girl was also connected to the Xie family. Pei Hao did not know that he had touched the truth by casually thinking about it. A night passed quickly. Early in the morning of the next day, the entire capital city was bustling again. After Duan and Du Qian's cultivation, even though they didn't sleep for the night, they still didn't see any fatigue. When they got up early in the morning, the jailer prepared a large basin of warm water and clean towels for the siblings to wash up. This kind of treatment was unparalleled in the heavenly prison. Duan finished washing up and decisively slipped out of the heavenly prison, seeing the pro-guards lying sprawled outside. The corner of Duan's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell you guys to go back and rest? All right. I'll go back to greet my parents for this county princess and tell them that my brother and I are fine. Obey. Zhuang Tsung this time did not show off, taking the people with him. He flew away. A night of being out in the cold. An Iron Man would not be able to do so. Of course, when they went back, there would naturally be others to shift with them. Duan then slipped away to the imperial kitchen. When she came out again, Duan carried away quite a few delicacies. and was also carried away by 4 or 5 small eunuchs, with Duan following behind. The reason why they had to go behind was to prevent others from tampering. Entering the heavenly prison, Duan asked the jailers to give it to the 2 old men of Zhou. The rest are placed on top of the table that the jailers use. As for why it wasn't moved to the cell, it was the guy Du Qian who sat outside with a big grin and was kibitzing with a few jailers. Du Qian was sitting, while the jailers were standing. Even so, the jailers still felt honored. Onlookers might say that everyone who entered the heavenly prison was a prisoner. That's just what people who have never seen it say. Powerful people live in the prison. Just as powerful. More people flatter. Big brother. Eat breakfast. Duan set out a table of food. Grab a piece of exquisite pastry. Small bite. Do not say. Quite delicious. From the imperial cuisine again? Du Qian picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of pastry. His other hand also picked up a small plate, eating in an elegant and gentlemanly manner. Duan looked at him several times on one side. The only one that doesn't need to pay and has delicious food is the imperial cuisine. Sister, I heard that you even sell money. He. Duan didn't refute. It's rare to have money in the account. Still very happy. It's rare to make money. When Big Brother goes out, I'll invite Big Brother to rub a meal in the best restaurant. Good. Du Qian joyfully answered. The siblings happily ate a meal, and the rest was rewarded to the jailers. Duan went to the cells again. First went to see Old Man Zhou, to see that he was drunk. Quite a bit of drunkenness. Opposite the room of the people are also drinking and eating meat. Chapter 266. I heard you got into trouble again. The man expressed his gratitude to the sheriff. Sheriff. Thank you. I've finished eating. Can I buy more? Can. Duan smiled with arched eyebrows. Having money and not earning it. Silly. There is a person in the next cell, stretching out an arm and waving it towards Duan. Sheriff. Sheriff. I want to buy food too. This shout doesn't work. The other cells have voiced out. I also buy. The sinful minister also wants to buy. To alter wine it. The real stolen money is avoided to be put in the house. When caught, in order to mitigate the charges, they would even less likely to give up the location where they hid their personal wealth. When Duan went over, some people directly stated an address where they buried their silver. Others, like Old Man Zhou, took pen and ink to write a letter to ask for money. Some people directly write a withdrawal note. Press the hand seal. Let Duan to go to the money bank to withdraw silver. There are also some people on the interesting. Directly write letters to friends and relatives to borrow. It is clear that there is no return. But go to ask for money is the county princess. They dare to turn their backs and not borrow. So, Duan's business in the heavenly prison. Red hot. A circle down. Actually have silver more than 150,000. Duan once again lamented. Officials are really rich. The ghost idea is quite a lot. The emperor uncle knows. It should be angry. Du Qian watched his sister's business, and also helped to record it in the book. He doesn't even know his sister's this little bit of wisdom. In the end with whom? Early this morning, the eldest princess and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team went to the palace. When they met the emperor in the imperial study, the eldest princess's eyes were red. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team held her hand. Very considerate and thoughtful. The eldest princess wanted to go to the prison to meet her son and daughter. The emperor did not stop. Imperial sister, there is no need to worry about them. They are having fun in the prison. The eldest princess looked at the emperor in confusion. What do you mean? Wanwan has sold wine and food. Xianer is helping out. Business is quite hot, making over 100,000 taels in a single day. And the wine and food used are still all from the imperial cuisine. This is a no-cost business. The emperor joked as he spoke. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side immediately stood out and said, Your Majesty, you can't indulge the two of them now. It's so unseemly. The heavenly prison is such a serious place. Is it not something they can fool around with? Ha. No need, no need. The emperor laughed. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team changed the topic and solemnly proposed. Should we let the micro-minister go and capture Wanwan back? This little girl is really too skinny. The emperor burst into laughter again. After laughing, the emperor's wise gaze fell on Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The Minister of Household is involved in the case. You go and take his place. Your Majesty. No. The Ministry of Rights is quite good. The microscopic minister seniority is still shallow. So, do extra horse harness by the side of a team did not want to take over the hot potato that was the Ministry of Households. The Ministry of Households, unlike the Ministry of Rights, is an idle government office. Things damn much. Responsible for the national territory, fields, household registration, taxes and salaries. For some people, this is a fat job. But for the emperor's son-in-law Du, who was not short of money, it was a hard job. The tax revenue of the Great Qin Kingdom is getting worse every year, and it has long been unable to make ends meet. The emperor had already decided. There is no need to say much. I will give the order tomorrow morning at the morning court. Thank you, Your Majesty. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team suddenly had the urge to curse. But he still had to harden his head and thank the emperor. At precisely this moment, the chief eunuch bent over and came in, respectfully saying, Your Majesty, County Princess Jiaoyang has come. Let her come in. The emperor immediately ordered. Not long after, Duan walked in with great generosity. And as soon as she saw the eldest princess and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, she immediately scowled at the two people before going up to the emperor and bowing to him in a regular manner. Then, she greeted the eldest princess and Du Xian horse harness by the side of a team. When the eldest princess saw that she was fine and still as lively as this, her heart was slightly at ease, because her daughter was so relaxed. Her son must be fine. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team patted his daughter's head. Wan, I heard that you got into trouble again. Who said that? Duan immediately exploded. Who wronged me? I've been a good boy all day. Ask uncle if you don't believe me. Yes. Wan helped me a lot. The emperor sees this and is a little envious. Duan immediately smiled brightly, slipped to the emperor's side, pulled out a stack of silver tickets from her sleeve pocket, pretended to quietly stuff them into the emperor's hand, and whispered, Uncle, this is my filial honor to you. What is it? The emperor asked in the same small voice. Duan blinked at him, with a look of don't ask. The emperor's heart was happy. He had already seen it, and put the silver check away. This stack? Less than 100,000 taels. The little girl gave it to him. Not to her father. When Duan ran to get tired of the eldest princess, the emperor rushed a Du extra horse harness by the side of a team and deliberately revealed a handful of silver tickets. Wan is filial piety. Why don't you let her move to the palace in the future? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team's eyelids jumped. This is not in line with etiquette. I am the Minister of Rights. I cannot let my daughter break the rules. You won't be the Minister of Rights anytime soon. Today is still. The emperor did not force it. After sitting for a while longer, the eldest princess went to the Jinshou palace. Huangren hadn't woken up yet. And with the empress sitting here, the eunuchs didn't dare to slack off. The eldest princess went over to visit Huangren for a bit, and then went to exchange pleasantries with the empress. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team went to the Ministry of Ceremonies. It was Duan who stayed in the imperial study to accompany the emperor. The emperor glanced at her again. Wan, are you happy making money? Generally. Duan smiled and said. After giving the emperor 100,000, she personally made over 60,000 pure profit. The emperor picks up his pen and approves a Jingzhua. Did you really charge them 1,000 taels a meal? Doing business. Honesty. The meals of the imperial kitchen. Outside people want to eat cannot eat. You also want to give a tribute wine. You know that tribute wine is worth 1,000 taels when sold outside. The emperor picked up another zhongbule and flipped through it. Duan's small face suddenly froze. Nuts. Really? Then wouldn't she have lost money? No. It's not her who has lost. It's the emperor who has lost. Duan sheepishly looked at the emperor's uncle and curtly came up. Fortunately, uncle reminded me. Otherwise, I really lost a lot. This is cheap for old man Zhou and the two of them. Next she decided to go outside and buy cheap wine and food at random to send in. The emperor told the little girl about Du's son-in-law's upcoming appointment as the minister of the household, and the fact that Prime Minister Su had written a letter to him in the first place, handing over a few locations to hide the silver, and that a total of 80 million taels of silver and 1 million taels of gold had been unearthed. It is said that this is equivalent to 5 years of tax revenue of the Great Qin state. Duan was stunned. So rich. The emperor added, these corrupt officials are cunning and have 3 caves. Usually what they get from a copy of the house will not be their entire family fortune. Du-Wan's small face was shocked, and her heart was calm. Normal. Who would be stupid enough to put all the money and silver at home? Once something happens, the money's origin can't be explained. The emperor next added, Wan, I gave you the task of digging out these people's private property. How is it? Not good. This is something you should be worried about. You can't be lazy and push it to my head as a little girl. Du-Wan stared at the emperor with wide eyes, full of accusation like. Chapter 267, The Average and Unusual Little Girl. The emperor suddenly laughs. I think you are quite suitable. I'm a girl's family. I don't participate in dynasty politics. Who said that? There are still female officials in the dynasty. What? Du-Wan was surprised. I am saying that there are female officials in the dynasty. I haven't heard of it all. The Great Qin Kingdom actually has female officials. Du-Wan sat down on a side chair. Her ankles crossed. Uncle, it's actually not difficult. Not difficult? The emperor closed the juncture. Du-Wan played with the hilt of the ring-head sword. Let them buy their lives with their private property. There are state laws and family rules. It's not like we're talking about reinstating them to their official positions. See how much silver they pay up, and how much they mitigate their crimes. For example, it's fine to replace the death penalty with exile. Perhaps after they surrender the silver. And then report 1 or 2 corrupt officials, who will be rewarded for their crimes. They can be pardoned for their crimes. And become an ordinary citizen. The suggestion is a bit out of tune. The emperor actually thinks it's feasible. Wan. Then have you ever thought of dialing the carrot to bring out the mud? The implicated officials will only get wider and wider. And by then, the entire court officials will be involved. Du-Wan heard and understood. Involved in it will be in it. Just to clean it once again. Aren't you afraid of turmoil in the courtroom? If you don't do this anymore, will the court be stable? Du-Wan asked this sentence. A seemingly naive sentence. But a bloody fact. The emperor was dumbfounded by the question. Du-Wan said, if you have a disease, treat it in time. If you delay it for a long time, the small disease will become a serious disease. And in the end, if you want to cure it, you can't cure it. The reasoning is the same. It depends on whether uncle has that determination. Wan has grown up and knows a lot of truth. During the time I disappeared, I ventured into the mountains to pick herbs in order to get a bite to eat. And a hard day's work only resulted in 2 or 3 black cakes. And they were especially hard to eat. If it was windy or rainy, there was no medicine to pick. So I could only go hungry. But those like me are still considered good. At least they didn't starve to death. The look on Du-Wan's small face. A faint smile. Just such a smile. Inexplicably a little heartbreaking. The emperor frowned lightly. What else did Wan see? Poverty. Poverty. Everywhere. Only the capital is better. In fact, it is not much better. Last time I went to a manor. The people there have been renting fields for generations. And they are still living a very difficult life. All of them are skinny as skin and bones. And there are still people starving to death every year. It was the first time the emperor had heard someone say these words to him. He had always thought that remote areas would be poorer, not knowing that even the people in the capital city were having a tough time. Do you know what skin and bones means? Du-Wan deliberately describes the appearance of skin and bones. Have you seen a skeleton? It's like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of human skin. Do you think it's scary? Emperor. Imagine it. Quite scary. Du-Wan leaned her back against the chair. If you don't believe it, you can go out and walk around. You don't need to walk very far. You are guaranteed to see a lot of human skin skeletons. Egu. Without seeing it with your own eyes, you won't be able to feel it deeply. You can't imagine it even if I say more. The emperor listened thoughtfully, sitting for a while longer. Du-Wan was very clear about her identity and understood her position. How much a person is capable of. How much he or she is going to do. She, Du-Wan, was just a mediocre little girl. Reminding the emperor now was already overstepping her bounds. Du-Wan saw that the emperor was still contemplating. Quietly tiptoe. Cat slipped out of the imperial study with a small body. And when she went out without being shouted back, her heart was happy. Ran to the palace gate. Accidentally met the shift change came to the personal guards. Temporarily cannot enter the palace. Du-Wan recruited a personal guard. Gave him 1,000 taels of silver. And left the matter of going to purchase wine and food to him. Then she went to the Imperial City Department office. There was no Peihao in sight. And Mu Xian and Hu San were not there either. Could it be that they had worked overtime last night, and were now resting? Duan thought for a moment, and went to the Ministry of Rites to look for Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. It was the first time that Duan stepped into the office of the Ministry of Ceremonies, since Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team became the minister. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was dealing with some official business. When he saw his daughter come in, he was still very surprised. Wan, is something wrong? No. Duan across the desk, lying on the desktop. Small head close to Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Dad, listen to Uncle. He wants you to be the secretary of the household department? The Emperor told you that? Yes. Said a lot of things. And wanted me to help him dig out the private property of those people in the heavenly jail. I won't do it. Duan playfully winked her big eyes at Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team originally smiled favorably, but quickly put on a serious face again. It's right not to agree. That is, I'm a little girl. I should eat, drink and have fun. I shouldn't bear responsibilities that don't belong to this age. It sounded so reasonable. Du Xianma could not bear to strike her. You don't agree. I think the matter will fall on Qianer's head. Duan. There is really this possibility. So, Duan didn't stay long and flew towards the heavenly prison, and really bumped into a small eunuch who came out in front of the heavenly prison to pass on the imperial decree. And as soon as she saw Duan, the small eunuch hurriedly came forward respectfully to salute. Duan asked, "Here to find my brother? Back to Sheriff?" "Yes." "To pass on a decree for the Emperor?" "Yes." The little eunuch lowered his head and answered the head truthfully. Duan did not ask any further and waved his hand, signaling that he could retire. When he met Du Qian, he found him sitting in a chair lost in thought. Duan waved her small hand towards him. "What is Big Brother thinking about? The Emperor gave me a decree to dig out the private property of those people in jail and make up for their mistakes. It also said that although I was set up, it's also a fault if I was set up successfully." Du Qian looked deep into his own little sister's eyes, with a look of "Did you do something again?" Duan pretended she was calm. "Big Brother. What is this? I'll help you." Kissing Sister Yo. Du Qian stood up and gave her a pat on the shoulder. "Brother knew you would help." Duan suddenly had the illusion of falling into a pit. Could it be that cheap Big Brother has learned a bad lesson? Doesn't love his sister anymore? Not a sister controller anymore? Du Qian pulls his sister to sit down and starts discussing how to go about it. Listening to what the Emperor's uncle means. Sister is planning to let them spend silver to buy their lives? Well, without a carrot dangling in front of it. My donkey wouldn't want to go. Duan began to seriously think of a solution for Du Qian. The two siblings came together and muttered in whispers for most of an hour before finally settling on a plan. Next, Duan started patrolling again. No. Skulking around the prison. Some people even tried to strike up a conversation with Duan. Duan answered a few times from time to time. And people asked her why she was in the cell. Duan said truthfully, "My big brother is stupid and clumsy. And he was pitched by bad people. Uncle put him in the heavenly prison, saying that he should reflect and be smarter in the future. So I have nothing to do. So I came to keep him company." The man who asked froze. His first thought was disbelief. But the little girl's big eyes clarified. Her small face is very innocent look. Deceptive, extremely strong. Chapter 268. Temporarily appointed with a heavy duty. Du Qian, who happened to walk over, heard his sister say that he was stupid, and immediately feigned defiance. "Sister, how can you say that about your brother? Can't you let someone say it when you make a stupid mistake?" Duan playfully pouted her pink mouth. "You'd better hurry back to your cell to reflect." "Uh-huh. You little fortune hunter. You still dare to control your brother?" Du Qian's big hand pressed her hair and rubbed it. Angry Duan huffed and shouted, "Stop it! Your hair is all messed up. Big brother doesn't want to go out." "Right. Humph. I'm going to complain to uncle. Let him lock you up for a few more days." "You dare." The siblings were playing around. The entire heavenly prison's inmates heard it. The people in the capital know that the emperor is extremely favored by the siblings. Especially the Jiaoyang County Lord is spoiled beyond bounds. Look at her now, she can come to the palace with a sword on her waist. Some people will inevitably have a floating mind. The next day 3 meals. Duan sends wine and food to everyone as agreed. 4 dishes. 1 soup. A small jar of wine. When that wine was delivered, Old Man Joe opened it and smelled the difference. It was the water wine outside. That is, The kind of bad wine that is still mixed with water. 1 or 2 silver per altar. Duan now sat down in front of Old Man Joe. With a big grin. Old Man Joe said with a bitter face. Sheriff, can't you get some good wine? Do you know how much that altar of tribute wine was worth before? This county lord lost money. Do you know that? Duan's small face was puffed up. Old Man Joe was an official and good at wine. So he naturally knew the price. Then I'll add money. Is that okay? Yes. It's quite alright. Duan all of a sudden smiled with her eyebrows open. He rubbed her small hands together. How much do you want to add? He. As long as you give money. As long as you have enough silver. You can buy anything. Old Man Joe had only heard of Duan's deeds before. None of them were good things. But now it seems. This little girl is a lack of heart. More than that, she is also a special love of money. Then, Old Man Joe couldn't help but tease her. Can you really buy anything? Of course. What about life? Can it be bought? Old Man Joe said offhandedly. Duan's smile tightened, looking him up and down. Have you ever harmed anyone? Nope. Just coveted some silver. The official world is like this. At first, I also wanted to do something practical for the people. But the general environment does not allow it. Those who don't follow along and share the same fate have grass growing on their graves. Old Man Joe took a big gulp of wine. But a person's greed will grow bigger and bigger the more they feed it. Later, he even became unlike himself. Old Man Joe drank wine while Old Man tears. I regret that I dragged my family into this. I shouldn't have studied in the first place. It would have been better for the family to live peacefully. Your family was also caught? All caught. Almost to be exiled. Duan's small face reveals a very difficult look. Then how much silver do you still have? A lot of it. But don't dare to take it out. Old Man Joe felt that he was a bit drunk. Otherwise, how could he be talking nonsense with a little girl? Duan said. Or else, take out all the silver. I will save your life. And then let your family not be exiled. But the family wealth is gone. What? Old Man Joe rose in alarm. The wine jar was so panicked that he knocked it over. Duan whispered. Do you want to do this deal? Yes. Old Man Joe was so excited that he said loudly. Duan slipped behind him in a panic. Looked around. Saw that no one was here. Then put her heart down as if she was walking back. And said in disgust, Dead old man? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others won't know? Yes. Yes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have shouted so loudly. Old Man Joe was so excited that his old face turned red. This was a person on the verge of death. Suddenly seeing life in general. So what if the family property was gone? At least his family didn't have to be exiled, and he could survive. The movement of the two people, especially the agitated look of Old Man Joe just now. It was hard not to draw attention to them. The adjoining cells, especially the one on the opposite side, even heard their conversation. He envied Old Man Joe's good fortune. But at the same time, there was also a hint of expectation within him. Old Man Joe could buy his life with silver. Could he not do the same? Duan and Old Man Joe whispered for a while longer. Then Duan left for a while, and came back with more pen, ink, paper and inkstone in her hand. Duan asked him to write down the private property. She was afraid that she would not be able to remember it or remember it poorly. Old Man Joe, don't hide it. Not to mention faking it. If I find out, the deal will be null and void. There is only one chance. Cherish it. Yes. I understand. Old Man Joe did not dare to hide anything at all. Duan once again solemnly warned once more that she had ways to get his family in jail again if she was found out. This was an opportunity. A rare opportunity. Old Man Joe did not dare to play smart. Old Man Joe wrote down all his private property. 3 places to hide the silver. And a dozen houses in manor. Tens of thousands of acres of good land. Are listed under the name of others. So the government did not check when they raided. Duan took it over. Satisfied? You wait. At most 3 days we'll have the result. So, she picked up a piece of paper that Old Man Joe had written all over. Carrying her small hands. Walking out with a 6-parent pace. That little look of godliness was unbelievable. When Du Qian saw his sister's proud little face, he knew it was a done deal. Duan took the list full of words and waved it in front of Du Qian. What's wrong with it? As long as this princess goes out, there's nothing that can't be done. Right. Right. My little fairy is invincible. Don't be so blunt. What's invincible? He. I'm at most a little girl who's good at writing and martial arts. Du Qian nodded his head very seriously. Then he took the sheet and looked through it, silently estimating the price in his mind. Du Wan was not too clear about some of the prices. Big brother, how much silver are these worth? 1,000,000 taels of silver to say the least. Du Qian said a rough price. Du Wan was surprised. Being an official is quite lucrative. Before Pei Hao even said that his family could only scrape together 200,000 gold by pouring out their family's wealth. It's not surprising that the Jinhua Gongfu doesn't have any money. How? 10 years ago, the treasury couldn't get food and wages. The Duke of Jin couldn't see his men starving, so he padded up first. Then kept padding and kept padding. And is still padding now, Du Qian said, speechless to himself. Du Wan added strangely. He seems to be saying that it's not just his family that is of this stature. Du Qian looks at his sister in the same strange way. Jinhua Gongfu opened ahead, and then in charge of the army. Most of them did so. Nanyang Bo and Dingbei Marquis is one of them. Du Wan did not expect that there is such a thing. The Great Qin state is quite strange. Du Qian folded up the list and put it away. Military officials don't have much money. The oil is not as good as civil officials. Old Man Zhou is considered to be less. Only a mere 1,000,000 taels. The former minister of the household is involved. And this one is the big fat sheep. The emperor's uncle told us to focus on it. Chapter 269, Getting High in Front of the Emperor. Du Wan only felt that she had grown in knowledge. Old Man Zhou has made a good start. Get his affairs in order first. The next people are not afraid that they won't be on the hook. I'll let someone do it. Du Qian walked outside the heavenly prison and turned back, looking at his sister fixedly. Du Wan was made to feel her heart fluttering. Big brother, what do you want to do? Just say it. Don't keep looking at people with these eyes. It's weirdly scary. At once, Du Qian spread a smile. Sister is the best. He took Old Man Zhou's copy of the list and handed it to Du Wan. Du Wan took it and gave him a puzzled look. Why are you giving it to me? I forgot that I'm still in jail. I can't get out. This matter is still hard on my sister. Du Qian's smile was deep. Du Wan put the list away and whispered in confusion. Didn't uncle say he let you go? This is just catching a small fish. Not even close. Besides, if I don't stay in jail, what excuse will my sister take to hang around in the heavenly prison? Makes sense. It was only then that Du Wan realized that the plan set by the two was executed by her. And the role of the chief elder brother is to stay in the heavenly prison as a shield, so that she has a logical excuse to go in and out of the heavenly prison. How to have a kind of being calculated straight sense. What Du Wan thought in her heart was immediately revealed on her small face. And her suspicious little eyes rushed to Du Qian and looked at him. Du Qian vainly said, Sister, what's wrong with your eyes? No, nothing. Who let this be her big brother? Spoilt? Alas. Du Wan shook her head, carrying her small hands, looking up 45 degrees towards the outside. It was now dusk. The western sunset is fading away, and a cold wind is blowing. Du Wan was not afraid of the cold. Swaying and swaying, swaying to the imperial study. Outside, he also heard the emperor's voice of rage, and was losing his temper at someone. The palace men guarding the outside were trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Du Wan was instantly refreshed. There is gossip? Du Wan quietly approached, frightened next to a small eunuch, almost startled, but fortunately covered the mouth to cover fast. County master. You are? Inside dry what? The little eunuch shook his head and did not speak. Du Wan knows the rules, and no longer ask. Not asking doesn't mean she can't ask for something. Go. You go and bring me a disc of sunflower melon seeds. Yes. County princess, wait a moment. The little eunuch fled like he was leaving, going fast and coming back fast. They don't even know where to bring the melon seeds from. Du Wan took it and started to get high. Inside were some court ministers, discussing about the relief supplies. Originally, today Xie Zhang was going to leave. But before leaving, Xie Zhang insisted on personally checking the relief supplies. The result of this check directly stirred up a hornet's nest. The silver is not enough. Food is old grain. This cannot be helped. Half of the problem is moldy, also mixed with a large number of sand and gravel. Cannot eat. There is also a batch of cold clothing also have problems. The number with the disaster relief list cannot match. Du Wan thinks that these officials are greedy and brainless. At this point in time, There are still people who are not afraid to go forward. Duwan listened to the opera while taking melon seeds. As she listened, the chief eunuch came out. The old eunuch respectfully says, "Sheriff, His Majesty is here to invite you." Heir. Duwan did not really want to go in. But the emperor shouted, so she could only go in again. Thus, in the eyes of the officials in the imperial study, a pretty little girl came in with a dish of sunflower melon seeds, and also raised a small white paw and waved it towards Pei Hao next to her as a greeting. Beside Pei Hao, there was also Xie Zhang. Pei Hao's heart was amused. His gaze fell to the corner of the little girl's pretty mouth, where a piece of melon shell was stained. Then he looked at the little girl and lifted his finger to point to the corner of his own mouth. Duwan understood, and her small hand immediately wiped the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, the stained melon shell was wiped off. Duwan immediately went up to the emperor, and then end of the sunflower melon seeds. Straight to the emperor sat next to the small embroidered peer. Small waist straight. Small hand pinch of melon seeds want to hand to the mouth high, but also afraid to make a sound. Entangled dead. The emperor was distracted to no avail. Once he saw the little girl, that look, suddenly heart of joy, an irritable heart, unexpectedly got calm. Duwan stared wide-eyed. "Uncle, you're busy. I'll just watch. Get high if you want to." The emperor indulged. Duwan shook her little head. "Better forget it. When it's so serious, suddenly the sound of getting high is loud. How embarrassing would that be?" The emperor first froze, then laughed. Duwan looked towards the ministers who were standing below, bending their heads low, not even daring to stand up straight. Not seeing the chief father. Very good. It means that this matter has nothing to do with him. Oh. Then, the emperor did not want to dwell on it. Appointed a minister to investigate, and also claimed that if the investigation is not clear, let him bring his head to see. Duwan thought that the phrase "to bring the head to see" would only appear in the TV. I didn't expect to see the real version now. Duwan looked sympathetically at the minister, who was entrusted with the important task. That little look was so obvious that anyone who paid a little attention to her could see it. Pei Hao hurriedly lowered his head, wanting to laugh, but he had to hold it back. Xie Zhang also noticed the little girl's lively and soft little look, then lowered his eyelids to hide the color under his eyes. The emperor naturally also noticed. This is being sympathized by a little girl. Heh. Out of breath, the emperor added, "The matter of disaster relief. It is better to be early than late. Emperor, my humble servant has a suggestion." Xie Zhang stood out. The problem of the disaster area. This batch of materials first put aside as evidence, and then another batch of the same number of materials to deploy the disaster relief, and so on to find out was replaced by the relief materials, and then plugged with the retrieved. This back and forth not only solve the problem, and will not delay the time of the relief. The emperor thought about it and agreed. The minister who investigated the case almost didn't scold Xie Zhang to death. Xie Zhang's idea was good, but the pressure was put on the people who went to investigate. Duwan understands, and her sympathetic little eyes intensify. Good grief, yo. Have a grudge against Xie? The emperor gave Xie Zhang another day to leave as soon as possible, sending away a group of ministers. Before Xie Zhang left, he secretly glanced at Duwan. His eyes were calm, no one could see anything unusual. On the contrary, Pei Hao frankly said goodbye to Duwan. When everyone exited, Duwan could finally get high. "Uncle, today I heard from old man Zhou. He said that if he didn't go along with the crowd, grass would grow on his grave." The emperor's expression stiffened slightly. He had expected it, but actually hearing it was another matter. If another person had said this, the emperor might have been furious. But this person was Duwan, and he thought deeply instead. When one came to find uncle. Is there something? There is. Here. Duwan took out a list. The emperor took it and read it over. So soon? It's from old man Zhou alone. Duwan is a mouth. As long as it is opened, the rest is not a problem. I asked him if he had harmed anyone. He said no. He just coveted some money. What did you promise him? The emperor asked to the point. Chapter 270. Small models are damn cute. Not to let his family go into exile, and to spare his life again. Duwan blinks at the emperor. I think this deal can be done. Without a family fortune. Beaten back to his place of origin. He is just an ordinary person. And this world is not easy for ordinary people. The emperor was suddenly ashamed. Granted. Then you write a note of approval. stamped with the Great Seal. Approval? Not a holy decree? The imperial decree is too formal. It's not necessary. A note of approval will do, Duan said with a smile. Right, little eyes flashing. Don't know what bad ideas to play. The emperor complied with her wishes, and neatly wrote a note pardoning old man Zhou's family, and then stamped it with the emperor's seal. Duan put away like a baby. Beautifully said. This I have to put away, lest someone later say that I am bending the law. Private release of death row felons. Emperor. This batch of strips. The original is this roll? Not very young. Mindfulness is still quite a lot. Duan added, Uncle, you have to finish counting the property on the list within 3 days. To find a reliable person to do this matter. My big brother said this less than a million taels. Don't be embezzled again. Alas. In such a large capital. How come I couldn't find one who isn't corrupt? The emperor felt that he was being connoted. Yet he had no proof. Duan got high on half a disc of melon seeds, and chatted with the emperor for a while. The emperor recruited Pei Hao, and gave him the list of old man Zhou's private property to deal with. Pei Hao took it and glanced at the little girl. Surprised? He had heard earlier that the little girl was selling food and drinks in the heavenly prison. He thought that she was the one who earned a little money. But it turned out that she was also involved with the emperor. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth gently hooked up, knowing that she was a measured one and wouldn't mess around. A long time ago, he could see that she seemed to be out of tune, but acted in a very disciplined manner. Duan winked at Pei Hao. Pei Hao's face was very serious. He looked at the little girl for a long time, and abruptly blinked half an eye at her. Duan. Emperor. 2 little ones. When he does not exist? The emperor thought of the 2 having been engaged long ago. That's fine. I'll stand down. Well. Then I'll go first. Oh. Uncle should pay attention to the body. Do not always lose your temper. Lose your temper, hurt your body. There is something to throw to the following people to do. They do not do well on the abdication. Change the competent people on the throne. This is how simple things are. Need you to lose your temper? Duan obviously want to go. Still want to nag a few sentences. The small appearance is still damn cute. The emperor's stern old face couldn't even suppress the curled up corners of his mouth, even pretending to be impatient and telling her to hurry up. Pei Hao goes up and pulls the little girl away, and also serves her half-eaten melon seeds away. Who let the little girl be pulled by him? Eyes still looking at the melon seeds. After going out, down the steps, Duan took the half dish of melon seeds and got high again, walking while high on melon seeds. The manners she learned in the past were all fed to the dogs. But she couldn't help but enjoy herself, and the people around her indulged her. Duan has not thought about her parents in that world for a long time. Pei Hao said, Aren't you in a hurry about your big brother? Anxious about what? He was wrongly accused. It's time for him to get out of jail. There's no hurry. The emperor's uncle gave him a mission. Duan did not hide Pei Hao about this matter. He will come out when things are done. How is the investigation of the little princess's matter going? It's under investigation. Is there a brow? There is. Just. Pei Hao's words were not late. Duan lifted her eyelids and looked at him obliquely. Have something to say directly. Why are you stammering? What if the little princess has a problem with you? Do you want her to come back? If I don't want you to get her killed? The look that appeared on Duan's small face was one that wasn't anxious at all. I can even put up with Huangren, let alone anyone else's. You don't have to be concerned about me. What to do is what to do. If she comes back and dares to mess with me, not cover her to death. Abuse her to take off a layer of skin. Still can do. Pei Hao this is understood. Very confident little girl. Just, he still reminded, in the future, when there is an additional lord in the palace, you may have to salute and ask for peace when you see her. The status of the county lord is not as high as the princess. It is customary to salute when you see one. Duan finally realized that if Qin Yu returns, she will have to bow down to Qin Yu when they meet in the future, which makes her feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. However, in public, it is easy for people to take advantage of her if she doesn't curtsy. If you want to avoid this situation, there is still a way. Duan's small face rarely reveals a serious look. I know. Thank you for the reminder. So, when can we find it? When do you think is suitable? It's after Big Brother and I settle the matter of the heavenly prison. It can be. Pei Hao responded without hesitation. At this time, in catching Divine Dr. Lu's children and other family members, It just so happened that none of Divine Dr. Lu's family members were in the capital, and a trip there and back would take some time. Thus, the two men decided on the time of Qin Yu's return in a few words. And Du Wan was finally a little bit more attentive to the matter of the heavenly prison. After walking for a while, the two separated. The little girl went to go out of the palace, and Pei Hao went to the Imperial City Department Yamen. Pei Hao recruited a few cronies to count Old Man Zhou's private property, and to do it as soon as possible. List things, even if it's just a single copper plate. Record it properly. Yes, my lord. These words were a reminder that things should not be touched. A few cronies divided into groups to do the inventory in order to save time on the errand. Saving a lot of time. Besides, Du Wan made a trip out of the palace. After riding back to the princess residence, bathing and dressing up, she went to see the eldest princess. When the eldest princess saw her, she took her little hand and gave her a hush-hush greeting. Du Wan was now the same well-behaved and filial daughter again. Mother, please don't worry. I will pay attention. The most important thing is that you should pay attention to keeping warm in the cold weather and go to bed early. I know. What's the point of worrying at such a young age? Hey, I can't help it. I'm just worried about my mother. The eldest princess was amused by her words. All of a sudden, it's a pity that your father isn't here. If he is, he must be envious of me again. Father is quite unlucky. He was caught by the emperor's uncle. I'm afraid he'll be busy in the future. Du Wan really has a drop of sympathy for Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Now that the emperor knows that he is good to use, he will surely use him to death. The princess gave her a little nod and scolded with a smile. You little monkey still have the heart to sympathize with your own father. How good are you and your elder brother? People are in the heavenly prison. Still not the same by the emperor entrusted. It's really Du Wan pretended to exaggerate as she rushed to praise the eldest princess. This is to be blamed on the pair of sons and daughters you gave birth to being too outstanding. Hey, there's no way All of a sudden, the eldest princess laughed her head off. Chapter 271, Almost Amusing Du Qian. A small half an hour later, Du Wan exited the princess mansion in a good mood. She was still wearing the long sword on her waist, but she had an extra small cloth bag on her shoulder, which was stuffed with all kinds of snacks. Again, she went to the heavenly prison. Du Qian this time did not talk to the jailer, but with some criminals in the gossip. Are once in the dynasty as an official. These people naturally seen Du Qian this big Buddha. Perhaps these people had been officials for a long time, and were very suspicious. In the topic of gossiping with Du Qian, most of them were some flirtatious things. Not a word about the officialdom. Du Qian understand. These people are either birds of a feather, or on the lookout for him. Feeling nothing interesting, he was about to stand up. Big brother, what are you doing? Uncle asked you to reflect. Have you reflected yet? Du Wan stood not far away and crossed her small waist, looking at him with a puff of air. Du Qian touched the tip of his nose and stood up as if he had a weak heart. Little housekeeper, why are you here again? This heavenly prison is not a good place. Humph. Who am I doing this for? Du Wan's little look of worry almost amused Du Qian, and the play was about to end. However, Du Qian still obediently went to reflect. When the others thought that Du Wan was going to follow her big brother and leave, the little girl did not follow the reasoning. Carrying her small hands was very godly to patrol a circle, and then stopped in front of Old Man Zhou's cell. Did not tell the jailer to open the door. When Old Man Zhou saw the little girl, his eyes instantly glowed and he rolled and crawled to the front of the cell door, excitedly shouting, Sheriff, you came back so soon? It's done. Du Wan looks around like a thief, then carefully takes out the Emperor's seal of approval from her body and spreads it out for Old Man Zhou to see, but does not allow him to reach out and pick it up. Zhou Old Man is a government official. Immediately recognized the Emperor's handwriting, and that familiar seal, waiting to see the content of the above. Old Man Zhou was so excited that his old face turned red with old tears. Woo! Old Man Zhou covered his old face and cried. Du Wan was a bit surprised to see this reaction from him. But on second thought, she thought it was nothing. It was normal for a person to lose his temper for a moment after accepting death and suddenly not having to die again. Putting the Emperor's approval note back away, Du Wanqing coughed her little voice and said in a small voice like, As long as your list is fine, you will be able to go out in 3 days. Do you want me to give a small benefit in friendship and arrange a carriage to send you home? Can I? This is nothing. Well, at least you are a big customer of mine. Duan thought for a moment. Should he give some more settlement money then? Otherwise, in the middle of winter, how is the family going to live when they are all destitute? Old Man Joe wiped away his tears, knelt down towards Duan, and cowed out a few times very dryly. Thank you, Sheriff. You are the great benefactor of my Joe family. What benefactor? I am not. Duan wouldn't bother to admit it. Fair trade? Understand? After leaving this heavenly prison, you and I are just not acquaintances. Yes. Yes, yes. Old Man Joe nodded repeatedly. Duan pretended not to notice the cell behind her. The man was staring at her back excitedly. From the reaction of Old Man Joe just now, it was a done deal? Then, is it okay for him? He was originally a suspicious person. But Old Man Joe had never left the cell, and the deal between him and the Sheriff Lord had been completed under his watchful eye. There was also the thing that the Sheriff Lord took out just now, which Old Man Joe looked at and was unusually excited about. It must be something very important. When the county mistress leaves later, he must ask Old Man Joe about it. Duan didn't pay any more attention to Old Man Joe, and resumed carrying her small hands on her back, walking away in a very dignified manner. As she walked, she kept an eye on the movements at Old Man Joe's place. Sure enough, the neighboring prisoner couldn't help but speak out. Zhou Chimlu, if there's something good, you can't hide it. Tell the group. We want to get some of the light too. Right. Hurry up and tell us. Zhou Chimlu, our usual friendship is still good. Right. Brothers, I used to have any benefits. The first thing I thought of was you. Old Man Joe did not speak or respond. A man was walking around the cell excitedly, wanting to let out a loud laugh and struggling to stop it. All of which the man in the opposite cell could see clearly. Now that man can be sure. Old Man Joe has really gone the way of the sheriff. He swooped down to the cell door, his hands holding the bars tightly. Old Man Joe, being shouted at by this cry. He scared Old Man Joe into immobility, turning his head to look at the man. Old Sue, what's your business? What did the county princess just now show you? Yes. Old Man Joe just wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. He hadn't gone out yet, and the day it didn't actually materialize. It could all change. The man knew that he wasn't in a good position to say anything, but this was something he had to know. I can guess even if you don't say it. I saw the deal between you and the county princess from start to finish. Old Sue, since you know it all, why ask me? Wouldn't it be better to just go directly to the county lord? At least there's a silver lining. Old Man Joe intentionally lowered his voice to speak. Hearing this, Duan's small face revealed a bright smile. Now, she was in no hurry to go on patrol. Returning to Du Qian's cell, she sat down on the bed and cultivated. Her cultivation was different from Du Qian's. Du Qian was practicing those few movements, and Duan was cultivating the divine skill. Cultivating daily, there was no longer the visible progress and oxen-like gains from earlier. However, she still insisted on cultivating for at least an hour every day. Time in cultivation passed. Duan sat with her eyes closed and bit her knees, steady as a rock. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Du Qian felt that this cultivation was smoother than before and recovered faster. The only difference was that there was an extra sister beside him. He was keenly aware that staying by his sister's side would be more comfortable. Perhaps it had something to do with the technique his sister was cultivating? Whether or not it was the same as speculated, it would need to be confirmed later. At this exact moment, there were footsteps approaching the area. Du Qian did not want anyone to disturb his sister's cultivation. He quickly stood up, straightened his robes, and walked out of the cell door, and indeed saw a jailer leading a eunuch over. Du Qian raised his hand to stop that eunuch from speaking, and led them to walk away from the cell a bit, before he asked, "What is your business here in the heavenly prison?" "It's the master of the Jinxiu Palace, who woke up and said she wants to see the county princess." She woke up? See my sister for what? Du Qian does not quite want to let his sister go over. He did not go to see Huangren. Were counted into the heavenly prison. Sister go to see then. Maybe become a murderer again? Sending away the little eunuch. Du Qian did not disturb Duan's cultivation. After waiting for a while, 3 eunuchs came. The last one, the chief eunuch, came to invite. This time it was someone sent by the emperor. Du Qian now realized that things were not simple on Huang Ren's side. Du Qian could only go back to his cell, just in time to see Du Wan finish her cultivation and open her big beautiful eyes. Chapter 272 Huang Ren's Apology and Compensation. Du Qian talked about what happened before and spoke. Sister. This time, the one who came is someone from Uncle's side. Go! Go! It's not a dragon's den. Du Wan had no thoughts of hiding. Du Qian whirled around and decided. Big brother will accompany you. Du Wan was about to nod her head when she suddenly looked at him suspiciously. Aren't you in jail? Can you go out? It's still possible to go out once in a while. Right? Du Qian smiled with deep meaning. When Du Wan thought of him deliberately saying that he couldn't go out in jail earlier, she wanted to roll her eyes at him. The chief eunuch was still waiting outside. Respectfully, Du Wan greeted him with a smile, and then followed the eunuch in chief outside. With Du Qian following beside his sister, the siblings arrived at the Jinxiu Palace. The people outside didn't stop them, and waited until they saw the emperor. The emperor did not look well, and there was a floor of kneeling eunuchs. Du Wan had grown up so much, and still knew how to read people's words and colors. At a glance at this situation, it should be that Huang Ren is not well. Du Wan and Du Qian walked over with a serious look and greeted the emperor. When the emperor saw the siblings, his face was slightly better. You guys go in. Be nice and talk. Yes. Du Wan did not say much, pulling Du Qian inside. The large bedchamber had a strong smell of medicine. There were a few courtiers guarding the bed in front of the couch. Huang Ren was lying quietly, as if she was lifeless. Du Qian went up to take a look. Huang Ren did not react. It was Du Wan who went up, and Huang Ren's eyes blinked. Du Wan told the guarding palace maid to step back and walked up to the bed. I heard you wanted to see me. Huang Ren looked at Du Wan. Her eyes were calm. It's just that she opened her mouth several times, trying to speak as if she was struggling. Du Wan furrowed her small brows. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. In order to hear Huang Ren speak. She came a little closer. Huang Ren gently hooked the corners of her mouth as if she was trying to smile. Only the curves of her mouth were not pulled very far. She looked towards those courtiers. You want them all to go out? Du Wan twisted her head to look at those courtiers. Huang Ren gave a small nod. The big palace maid next to her saw this and blessed herself towards Huang Ren and Du Wan's siblings before bowing her head and leading them back out. Du Wan wondered what Huang Ren wanted to say. Du Qian moved an embroidered pier. Sister, sit. Thank you, big brother. Du Wan graciously sits down. Then says to Huang Ren. What is there to say? You can say it now. You can know who poisoned. Huang Ren wanted to know the truth. Du Wan asked strangely. You woke up? No one told you the truth? Huang Ren shook her head. Du Wan wanted to say. Who is she to say? But thinking of Huang Ren's appearance, and then thinking of what the emperor said about talking properly before you let them in, Du Wan thought for a moment or decided to do a good deed for the day and fulfill her wish. Now only divine Dr. Lu has been caught. And there is also an accomplice, Princess Xie, who has no evidence and has escaped. Huang Ren did not have any reaction. Du Wan added. So, divine Dr. Lu is a member of the Xie family. Huang Ren's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Du Wan did not mention noble consort Xie, but just said plausibly again. Someone ostensibly wants to pin your death on my elder brother's head. Could it be that you have some sort of handle on them and want to kill you to silence them? My big brother is an unlucky one, being dragged down by you. Huang Ren's complexion finally rippled. On the contrary, it was Du Qian who was stunned by his sister's upside-down words. However, from Huang Ren's reaction, there was actually a story. Du Wan could not help but narrow her eyes. Du Qian similarly half-squinted his eyes suspiciously. The expressions of the siblings at this moment were actually divinely synchronized. The two kept an eye on Huang Ren's expression. Her complexion was at first shocked, dismayed, then relieved. Was it as if she was relieved? There were also complex emotions, something that outsiders couldn't understand within. Only to hear Huang Ren murmur in a weak tone. It's me who was sorry to him first. It's nothing for him to kill me. I don't blame him. Hearing this, Du Wan's first thought was Xie Zhang. In the book, Xie Zhang and Huang Ren were involved. Was it Xie Zhang who wanted to kill Huang Ren? Because Huang Ren knew his secret? According to Huang Ren, it seems like she is still the one who has wronged Xie Zhang. Du Qian's handsome face was lightly mocking. Huang Ren, who do you say you are sorry for? In this world, the one you are most sorry for is my sister. with your own unwarranted speculation. You put my sister to death again and again. If not, my sister's life is great. Hold, sorry. Wang Ren looked at Du Wan guiltily. Du Wan was unmoved. No need. The grudge between you and me is no longer something that can be ended with a single apology. Wang Ren slowly raised her hand and reached for the nape of her neck. A small movement. She seemed to do it with great effort, as if a very long time had passed before she removed the thing hanging around her neck. A small lucky bag. A very old lucky bag. It should be something from many years ago. Wang Ren took the tiny lucky bag and handed it to Du Wan. Du Wan did not take it. What is this? Compensation, compensation. Money bank. As Wang Ren raised her hand and was about to do her best, Du Wan grabbed her wrist and took the small blessed bag, while Du Wan put her hand down. Her other hand squeezed the lucky bag, discovering that there was something inside the blessed bag. Next, Wang Ren closed her eyes. If not for the fact that her chest was still heaving, Du Wan would have suspected that she was dead. Du Qian pulled his sister out, and the palace maid guarding the outside hurriedly bowed her head when she saw them come out. The two duly put on a heavy face before arriving at the main hall lobby of the Jinsho Palace. The emperor was clearly in a bad mood right now. Those eunuchs are still kneeling on the ground. Is this really powerless? Du Qian reached the emperor. Your Majesty, why don't you go to the prison and bring up divine Dr. Lu? Let him take a look. If he can't cure it, then let his family be buried with him. Good. Someone come. Go and bring divine Dr. Lu over. The emperor finally answered. Du Wan pinched the bag of blessings in her hand and lowered her eyes to sell it. Uncle, is there still a use for the qi nourishing pill for cousin's illness? Not much use. The emperor gently shook his head. Wang Ren is still alive today. Still able to linger on. Is the effect of the heart protecting pill. The poison had been mostly undone by the eunuchs. However, Wang Ren's own condition was so severe that she couldn't stand the medicine at all. Therefore, a group of eunuchs concluded that Wang Ren would not survive the night. The emperor was prepared for this. To say that he was very sad. But not really. But to say that he was not sad was to deceive himself and others. He had been hoping for an heir all these years, and was going crazy. And when one finally came, it was about to die again. Empress Mother has arrived. Your Highness. The voice of the little eunuch outside rang out. It was Empress Du and noble consort Xia. Coming one after the other, Du Qian pulled his sister, and after saluting the two, he retreated to the corner in a very well-behaved manner. Now surprisingly, none of them realized that this guy Du Qian should have been locked up in the heavenly prison. Du Wan put away that little bag of blessings before pulling out her own snacks and secretly sharing them with Du Qian. Chapter 273 Eats some snacks to suppress the shock. Du Qian originally did not want to eat, but his sister was eating so deliciously that he didn't hold back and followed to steal food. Wang Ren, the scourge, was finally dying. It was time to have a snack to celebrate. The courtiers present, their heads hung lower and lower, pretending not to see the small movements of the two, stayed for a while longer. The eldest princess came, but Du Xianzheng didn't come. Du Wan whispered to her elder brother. Father didn't come? It doesn't matter if father comes or not in this matter. Du Qian did not tell his sister that in the eyes of the royal family, even if father is the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, he is still just an outsider. Du Wan asks in a low voice. What is father doing at this time? Taking over the household department and counting the accounts. I guess. Du Qian whispered. Du Wan frowned. Will doing this touch someone's interest? Will it be dangerous? Uncle Du Six will arrange for someone to protect father. Just as the siblings were worried, Du Xianzheng was busy in the Ministry of Revenue, his heart constantly cursing the emperor. He was fine in the Ministry of Rights, but somehow he was transferred to the Ministry of Households. There is still a huge pile of accounts waiting for him to check. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team was sure that there were quite a few loopholes in these accounts. If he does not check them out during his new term of office, he will be the one who is unlucky when something explodes later. So Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team took out a 12-point attitude to deal with this matter. Before investigating, he first notified down, letting people organize their accounts properly, and clearing up their respective accounts within 10 days. This was to give certain people some time to make up for the embezzled silver. Otherwise, what was investigated would be handed directly to the Emperor's Dragon case without having to go through anyone. A pile of bad accounts. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team is looking disturbed. At this time, A close friend came to report that the eldest princess went to the palace. And the two leather monkeys also went to the Fairview Palace. Yes, Huang Ren is about to fail. The eldest princess took out an exquisite small jade bottle. Wan brought it back. There is still the last one left. This might be good for her condition. The emperor saw the familiar small jade bottle. Imperial sister's good intentions. I appreciate it. She was poisoned this time. The toxicity wasn't eradicated. This would be a waste to use. Then you accept it? The eldest princess was going to hand the small jade bottle to the emperor. The emperor did not bother to take it. Imperial sister needs it more. I've used it. My body is no longer harmed. The eldest princess insisted on giving it to the emperor. The emperor still didn't pick it up. He did not know what he was reserving or hesitating about. Thinking of what her daughter had once done, the eldest princess simply poured out the chi-nourishing pill. In an instant, a faint medicinal fragrance filled the surroundings. The empress and noble consort Xia's gazes, in unison, landed on the Rapunzel's hand. Some of the other eunuchs, who were kneeling on the ground, could not resist the temptation to look up. One of the eunuchs lost his temper and excitedly said, "Eldest princess, this is the chi-nourishing Dan? No, this is just the chi-nourishing pill." The eldest princess denied it. There is only one word difference between Dan and pill. Only those who understand it know that there is a world of difference between the two medicinal effects. As soon as she shoved the pill into the emperor's mouth. One has a saying that is correct. Good things are still cheaper for one's own family. Emperor. How can a mother and daughter have the same temperament? The action of stuffing someone with medicine is all the same. The emperor contains the chi-nourishing pill. Out of trust in the eldest princess, he hesitated for a moment, but still swallowed it. The eldest princess smiled warmly and faintly and asked, "Is imperial brother not afraid of poison? There can be a few more poisons like this." The emperor said with the same faint smile. Thought he was stupid? The princess house wanted him alive, and well more than anyone else. The voices of the people at the bottom. Such a poison. They also wanted too. Especially the eunuch who had just spoken out. The color of regret and old face couldn't stop. He also wanted to ask the eldest princess to come to study it. The result? Duan touched Du Qian with her elbow and looked at the eunuch and asked in a low voice, "Who is that eunuch?" Eunuch Song. Deputy head of the court. Du Qian introduces in a small voice. Duan froze. Then heatedly asked again in a low voice, "The Song family that went to the Duke of Jin to steal medicine? What?" Du Qian was surprised. There's still this? He really did not know about this matter. Duan whispered the ins and outs. And Du Qian marveled at the Song family's ability to make a fool of themselves. But the spirit-melting grass is a good thing. I didn't think that the Duke of Jin actually had a plant. For a moment, he also wanted to steal it. Only he didn't say it. He still had to maintain his image in front of his sister. On the contrary, it was the Empress who worried out loud. "Your Majesty, you are in good health. How can you take medicines indiscriminately? It's medicine that is 3 times poisonous. It's better to let the eunuch take your pulse. It's fine." The emperor recalled the fragrance of the medicine in his mouth. Even if it was a bitter taste, it was quite good. Yuan Tong, that old bald donkey's medicine, was just good. After taking it, one could clearly feel the body warm and comfortable. The last time Wan Er let him take it, he felt the same way. And in the following days, he clearly noticed that his body was getting better day by day. Some of the dark wounds and stubborn illnesses had improved. With another one, they should all be able to recover. Many people present admired the elder princess. In order to save a life, she took out all the precious medicines. It was only useless to the patient, so it was given to the emperor. At this point, no one doubted anymore that the princess house wanted Huang Ren's life. And both before and after the princess house lost 2 precious medicines. It was a big loss. Duan also felt it this time. Big brother, without the heart-protecting pill, and losing another chi-nourishing pill, we have lost a lot of money. It's a loss. Du Qian saw more than Duan did. Mother deliberately brought the pills into the palace, saying they were for Huang Ren. I'm afraid it was just an excuse. What she really wanted to give was uncle. People are not grass and trees. How can they be heartless? In the eyes of outsiders, the emperor was about to experience the pain of losing his daughter. Duan stuffed Du Qian with another handful of dried fruit. Come! Come! Eat some more to suppress the shock. Du Qian looked down and picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Go outside and eat it. So, he pulled his sister out quietly. The air outside was, indeed, much fresher. Du-Wan didn't need to hide her snacks this time. Big brother, are you still going to stay in the heavenly prison? The things that Uncle has entrusted to me are not yet finished. I definitely need to go. It's fine if you don't go. I can handle it alone. Du-Wan believed that as long as one was not a fool they would agree to the deal. Besides, not many of those who could become officials were really stupid. Du-Wan looked around and saw that no one was around to notice this side before she took out the small lucky bag again. Open it and check what's inside. Pouring it out, there was only a beautifully compact private seal. Du Qian took it and looked at it. It's Huang Ren's seal. What did she give this to me for? Du-Wan was puzzled. Du Qian nodded. When she gave it to you, she also mentioned the money bank. There was only one Tian money bank in the Great Qin Kingdom. No one knew who the master behind the Tian money bank was. However, the taxes that the money bank paid every year were a very considerable amount that was never in arrears. Chapter 274 Huang Ren finally dies. When Du Qian gave Huang Ren's seal to Du-Wan, Du-Wan did not take it. It should be her deposit. Big brother, go get it. Really give it to big brother? She spent 200,000 gold to come after you at that time. And in the end, she only gave the deposit, not the end amount. It means that with this seal, there is at least 100,000 gold still available. Du Qian softly analyzed. Du-Wan's eyes lit up. But soon, she had another decision. It's better to give it to big brother. Not heartbroken. It's for big brother. Why would it hurt? Du-Wan looked at him strangely. Du Qian laughed slightly. Yes, it's good if it doesn't hurt. He thought that his sister was a small fortune hunter. But he didn't realize that she was also a generous small fortune hunter. In fact, the compensation Huang Ren gave to the original owner, Du-Wan felt it was better to give it to her family. Besides, there is no use for her to take this money. Then she throws the small bag of blessings to Du Qian. Big brother, these years in the Great Qin Kingdom, it's not as good as every year. This year is even a snowstorm. What about next year? What is sister trying to say? Du Qian was surprised at how perceptive his sister was. Du-Wan directly said, natural and man-made disasters. Take precautions. The signs of chaos are here. Du Qian gently raised his sword brows and stuffed the seal back into the small bag of blessings. His sister sent him a large sum of money. When he goes back, he must show off with his father. In his sister's heart his big brother, is the most important. Even he is in jail. She is not worried about him. The more I think about it, the happier I am. This sister didn't suffer in vain. Du-Wan saw someone coming over. Her elbow touched him. Big brother is occupied. Don't laugh. Du Qian immediately converged on the smile, as if his expression was grave, and then went to look at his sister, and found that her little face had already put on a look of sadness. Really sad? Impossible. The siblings saw the visitor. It was the commander of the Forbidden Guards, escorting Divine Dr. Lu over. They stayed for a while. The princess didn't come out. The siblings didn't leave. In the middle of the night, Divine Dr. Lu was ultimately unable to save Huang Ren, and it was said that she went peacefully. The emperor never left the Jinsho palace. The eldest princess and the empress and the others, naturally none of them dared to leave. Even the siblings stayed very quietly. Du-Wan saw Divine Dr. Lu, whose face was ashen. As Du Qian said, the Lu family will be buried with him. The emperor finally left the Jinsho palace, and the empress and noble consorts he had followed. Instead, it was Du's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that came over to pick up the eldest princess. And the siblings, as juniors, finally walked out of the Jinsho palace. Under the moonlight, there was no need to worry about not being able to see the path. The corridors in the palace, every little distance, would be hung with lanterns. Du-Wan walked for a while and asked, Big brother, does Divine Dr. Lu's family really have to be buried with him? Can't live. Du Qian still receives some news. His sons and daughters don't live in the capital. Except for Lu Jin. They were all found out by the Imperial City Department. Du Qian took his sister, turned around and went to the Imperial kitchen. Woke up some people to get up and make a few plates of fasting dishes. A county king and a county princess, woken up in the middle of the night. No one dared to complain. The fasting dishes were specially requested by Du Qian. No matter how much he disliked the dead one, the surface work still had to be done. The siblings ate their fill before going to the heavenly prison. Not a single wave was stirred by Huang Ren's death. The emperor did not give her a proper name during her lifetime, and still did not after her death. Feng Guangthik funeral also did not. Just let people to organize. Buried in a corner of the imperial tomb. Instead, the day of the burial, the emperor went alone. On the contrary, these days, the capital is still very lively. First of all, Xie Zhang left the capital to go to the disaster relief. It is said that the people in the city to go to send each other to the most unmarried women became a moment of good news. It was Mu Xian who went with him, leading 5,000 soldiers from the imperial city department that no one talked about. When Duan heard people talk about it, she only felt that people were more angry than people. If she was Mu Xian, she would have been furious to death. At the same time, she also heard a little gossip from Pei Hao. Is the children of the Dr. Lu's family. The officials and soldiers went to the time. Has been silenced. The entire home was also burned by a fire. And divine Dr. Lu was given to death on the same day that Huang Ren was buried. Without even needing evidence. Heavenly prison. Inside the cell, Du Qian was writing something. Du Wan is on the side, crossing her legs and eating the small snacks that Pei Hao had sent to her. Big brother, do you think that divine Dr. Lu's family was really silenced? Or was it a golden cicada? It's just a small person. Whether they are dead or alive can't affect the big picture. Oh, that's true. Du Wan thought about it for a moment and was right. These few days down the line, old man Zhou left early, and the follow-up was smooth. Of the 11 criminal officials, 8 had been in the trap, and the private property counted was as high as 18 million in silver. Only that former minister of the household, the biggest fish, did not take the bait. Du Qian collated into a booklet, and then let Du Wan took to Pei Hao. Pei Hao set people to check the list of those private properties, then wrote the results on the Zhongbio and sent it to the emperor, according to the offense of those people, whether or not to prove, and then discretion to change the sentence. Du Qian looked at the last names on it. There are just 3 left. Du Wan pondered. This Wu Qian. Hard not to come forward. What is he waiting for? Wu Qian was the former minister of household. It was one of the people that Prime Minister Su had confessed to being corrupt. Du Qian said, waiting for the result of the person who went out in front. Old foxes are usually very cautious. It's just that he's locked up in a prison and still receives news from the outside. The Wu family is a big family in the capital. He is the only one implicated in this case. And his family is fine. One more thing. He is alone and has no wife or children. Du Qian is unable to understand him. Du Wan is curious. He's over 40 years old. But he's not married. His wife and son died. Died in the war 13 years ago. Du Qian did not say more about this matter. He then looked at the remaining 2 names. These 2 people have no private property. Ha. Right. No silver to buy their lives. Du Wan laughed. One is a good gambler, and the other is a good lover. The one who gambles well loses all the money he has. The one who is lustful has many concubines and spends money like water. Furthermore, these 2 people's official positions are not big. There is a top boss pressure. The amount of corruption is limited. It is 2 small shrimps in this big case. When Du Qian put down his pen, Du Wan then stood up and stretched. Big brother. Let's go! Get out of the prison. Go home. Okay. Du Qian also didn't want to stay in jail anymore. As for Wu Qian, love to find it or not, the 2 siblings left the prison in a flurry of activity. The guards all came out to see them off, and actually sent out a few points of reluctance. Really reluctant to leave all. The county king and the county lord are both generous, and also very good to get along with. The 2 were here, and they could still dabble in a good meal from time to time. Leaving? Wu Qian, who was in the prison, was dismayed when he heard what one of the jailers whispered. Shouldn't they have come to him? He had received the news, knowing that the emperor wanted to set out the private property of the offending officials to enrich the treasury, and had also given this task to County King Rui and County Princess Jiaoyang. Not taking the initiative to look for the 2 people was him waiting and seeing. And there were also a few moments of reserve in it. After all, taking the initiative to find the other party, and being found by the other party. The negotiation was different. As a result, people left, not ask him anymore. These 2 little brats. Do they know how to do things? Chapter 275. Do one simple request. 2 little brats who don't know anything. Right now, they are on their way to meet the emperor. Du Qian schemes his head and asks his sister. Sister, Uncle focused on letting us catch Wu Qian. We didn't do anything to meet him. Do you think we will be scolded? I won't. You will, Du said with certainty. The person Uncle entrusted with the important task is you. Not me. Du Qian looks at her grudgingly. Sister doesn't love Big Brother anymore? Does it only hurt when I get scolded for you? Du-wan's little look is obvious. Really, this doesn't hurt. Du Qian put his arm around her shoulders and then rubbed her head, rubbing her hair in a messy way. So angry that Du-wan gritted her teeth and chased after Du Qian and hit her. The siblings came to the imperial study room. Du Qian did not let the eunuch report. Called a court lady to take Du-wan first to freshen up. As a result, Du-wan did not agree. Freshen up what? First officer. And then go home and lie down when you're done. Aren't you afraid of being charged with disrespect in front of the temple? Next, Du-wan followed the palace maid to freshen up. When she came out, Du Qian was similarly freshened up, neatly and meticulously dressed. The two of them double went to see the emperor. The emperor knew that the two of them came over, but also in order to see him. Ran to freshen up. Finally waited for the two to come over. I don't know if it's not an illusion. Always feel that the two have lost a little weight. You guys really let me wait, Hey. This to blame Big Brother. Have to say what the temple cannot lose manners. To let me go to freshen up properly come to see Uncle. Du-wan's small mouth splitting is a complaint. Uncle, you may not know. On the way here, Big Brother he worried about not complete the task will be scolded. I said to scold also scolded not my. He was annoyed and angry to my head. Rubbed into a chicken nest like a. Du Qian stood aside with an indulgent smile on his face. All in the mold of a good Big Brother. The emperor listened to her carefully. The little girl is quite abrasive. But just let a person never tire of listening. Hearing the end, the emperor even laughed out loud. Du Qian took the opportunity to put together the booklet and handed it to the emperor. Then the situation. Du Qian added, there are only these 3 people left. The other 2 do not say. Wu Qian now does not seem to have taken the bait. Sooner or later his family will have action. Then the emperor wants to knock. How you want to ask for money. How you want to ask for it. Almost said extortion out. Luckily, the emperor didn't care about this little bit. Du-wan now understand. Wu Qian this big fish. By the emperor to solve. Wu Qian thinks he's smart. But he's actually the stupidest. When the emperor himself comes to solve the problem, Wu Qian will not only have to hand over his private property, but his family will also be raided for a layer. I'm afraid. What Du-wan and Du Qian had done earlier had set the stage for the emperor. Just waiting for the next drama. Du-wan asked suspiciously. How do you know that the Wu family will definitely protect Wu Qian? Silly sister yo. The Wu family relies on Wu Qian, and has taken a lot of benefits over the years. Wu Qian must have a handle on them in his hands. Du Qian puzzled her. Du-wan nodded. We finished our work. Leave the rest to Uncle. The 2 siblings then looked at the emperor in unison. In the emperor's eyes, it was like 2 big dogs that were waiting for them to give some favors. Would the emperor not understand what they meant? Although the 2 of them did not directly handle Wu Qian. But this current situation was a few points better than them directly handling it. So they should indeed be rewarded. The emperor asked. What do you guys want? Big Brother first. Du-wan elbowed Du Qian. Du Qian thought for a moment and said, Uncle, my fiefdom wants to build a city wall. It's either a big mountain or a barren land. There aren't even many villages. What's the point of building up a city wall? The emperor either didn't agree or puzzled him with this decision. Building up a city wall would definitely cost a large amount of silver. Costing money and effort. And it's also a thankless endeavor. Is there more money to burn? Du Qian's face duly showed confusion. I don't know. Just want to circle it. Anyway, the place is not big. Then slowly build is. As for the village inside, it is not dues. I want to move them all out. If you don't want to move away, stay and work for me. The emperor was a bit speechless. Ning Chung did not even want to give this kid. He had to have the Du clan's boundary. Not to mention that the fiefdom is small. 90% of it is big mountains and barren land. There are also a dozen or so villages tax revenue, which is only 1 or 2,000 taels per year. The emperor didn't put it on his mind at all. This time, Du Qian's siblings for the treasury to replenish the silver. A fraction are enough for several hundred years of taxes. The emperor is generous. Okay. That fiefdom will return to you in the future. The tax is completely free. Thank you for your grace. Du Qian hurriedly thanked the grace. Duan blinks. Is it going to be a holy decree? This is definitely needed. Du Qian immediately picks up. Without a holy decree, it would not be considered official. The emperor smiled and ordered someone to prepare the decree. Then it was Duan's turn. And both men waited for her to say what she wanted. Duan smiled brightly and said, My request is very simple. Apart from the emperor's uncle, I don't need to kneel and salute when I see anyone in the future. He. As well as a holy decree. A little more formal. Officially recognized. And preferably made known to the entire capital. The emperor was surprised. This request was indeed very simple. Just a word from him would do. Du Qian lifted a finger and poked her head. Silly sister. You are a county princess now, oh. The one who can make you perform a kneeling ceremony was originally only the emperor's uncle. This request of yours is the same as not saying it. Duan. A face of confusion? Is it like this? The emperor laughed out loud. It was indeed so. Even if Duan sees the empress, normally she only needs to bow and salute. Duan looked at the emperor grudgingly. Uncle, I want to change my request. Tell me. The emperor did not agree in one breath. I want to not have to salute anyone I see within Great Qin. Except for uncle. Duan was obsessive about this. And a little capricious. The emperor immediately agreed. There was no reason not to agree when he himself was not involved. So the emperor ordered another person to draw up an imperial decree. When the siblings left the imperial study and walked a bit further away, Du Qian asked in a low voice. Sister, why did you make this request? There's no substantial benefit. Prevention is better than cure. Duan said casually and perfunctorily. Then, she asked in return, why did Big Brother make that kind of request? Du Qian glanced at her and said in her tone. Prevention is better than cure. Duan, are you no longer that dear sister controller? The two left the palace. A carriage was prepared outside, along with escorting personal guards. When they got into the carriage, the two discussed the matter of the fiefdom again. Du Qian said to use Huang Ren's silver to build the wall. In the future, the fiefdom will be his call, equivalent to his own backyard. Duan was a little envious. Big brother, why don't I have time to talk to uncle and give me a new fiefdom? By the way, that piece of land at Moonwatch House is good. Chapter 276. Glory and favor is the only one. Want to rebel? Du Qian slapped her on the head. Duan glares at him. I don't have this idea. That piece of land at the Moonwatch Tower. We absolutely cannot touch it. Why? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's a taboo. The construction of the Moonwatch Tower. Like a military camp. The emperor once went to see in private. Now the government has been tracing the person behind the Moonwatch Tower. Just did not find out the clues. If one now open mouth to be. Is not it a hit on the knife's mouth? Duan has a vague guess in her heart. But she just plays dumb and doesn't say anything. However, Du Qian's decision to encircle the land was just what she wanted, and could create a solid fortress. The future of the Great Qin Kingdom was something that even Duan, a rookie, could guess, not to mention Du Qian, whose intelligence did not lose to anyone. A long time ago, he had informed Duan that this world was a bit chaotic, perhaps from the time he wanted the fiefdom of the Du family realm. He was preparing for the future chaotic world. Duan is a little bit strange. Fencing off the fiefdom. Won't uncle think more about it? Won't. Du Qian's fingertip points to her brain. If the Du clan really wants this world, when will it be the Qin clan's turn? Furthermore, the Du clan's family rules are not just words. They have been maintained for countless years. And many deep-rooted families know this. Uncle is also aware of it. Duan only felt that her brain was not enough. A little unable to understand Du Qian's statement. This could be the generation gap created by different worlds? For example, Du Qian was very adamant about this idea. Duan did not quite believe it. She thought that it was impossible to be an emperor and not be paranoid. On TV and in novels. In history books. Most of them were written like this. Du Qian looked at her sister's skeptical little eyes. What else did she not understand? My sister is a little girl. Her eyesight is ultimately limited. Usually a little smart. But her knowledge of the big picture is still very shallow. Du Qian was a good brother and patiently explained. He gestured a topographical map while explaining. The fiefdom is very small. The usable land is less than 10%. And it's all occupied by a dozen villages. The main thing is this piece of land. To the south is the imperial city. To the north is the 16th military camp. To the east there is a forbidden army training camp. And to the west is the 18th military camp. There is also here. After Du Qian's pointing, Du-Wan had a black line on her face. All surrounded by armies. No wonder uncle isn't afraid of you messing up. The corner of Du Qian's mouth twitched. Is that what he meant? It's a little bit related. But it's really not much. Forget it. Let her think. After many days, the two of them returned to the princess' residence and received a warm welcome from the underlings. Especially Yu Ling Yuan, Ning Qin, and the others. Seeing Du-Wan return was teary-eyed. It was really going to scare them to death. After Du-Wan took a bath, she got under the covers and slept. Du Qian's situation was similar to hers. Similarly falling into bed and sleeping. The princess, who had wanted to find the two siblings for questioning, stopped her thoughts at once. Inside the heavenly prison, it really wasn't a place to rest. The siblings basically didn't sleep at night, instead spending their nights in cultivation. As a result, before they had slept for a full hour, Du-Wan was dug up from under the covers by Ning Qin. Sheriff Master, wake up! Wake up! Ning Qin shouted eagerly. Lucci had already prepared Du-Wan's clothes. Du-Wan was sleepy-eyed and sat up in a daze. As Ning Qin and the others busied themselves together, waiting for her to bathe and burn incense, and dressing up in a solemn and grand manner, when she sat in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her solemn self, Du-Wan asked strangely, "What's wrong with this? Why do you have to do this kind of dressing?" "Ah? Don't you know? The imperial decree has come from the palace. You are going to receive it," Ning Qin said hurriedly, combing the green silk behind Du-Wan. Du-Wan has a jolt and finally comes back to her senses. Right-o. 2 holy edicts. One is for Big Brother, and one is for her. The Great Qin state does not receive the imperial decree like what is shown in the TV. Casually receive it. But also set up incense and offerings. The person who receives the decree also has to take a bath and burn incense. Fully dressed. Solemn and grand. The princess house is not the first time to receive the decree. Du-Wan already know the process. When Du-Wan went to the main hall in the front yard, Du Qian was dressed in human form, the costume of a county king, and was already waiting for her. The eldest princess and Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side were also dressed with dignity and grandeur, under the auspices of the eunuch who pronounced the decree. After a tedious procedure, they finally received the 2 decrees. Du Qian's decree was the same as what the emperor had promised. But it was Du-Wan's decree that had a small change. Du-Wan's request was that she didn't have to salute anyone except the emperor. The imperial decree was directly written that she could not bow to anyone, including the emperor when she met him in the future. Since the founding of the Great Qin state, Du-Wan was the only one who could have such an honor. Du Qian was surprised to hear this. The holy decree is different from what sister requested. What is different? The eldest princess asked. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of a team hurried back from the yamen in order to receive the decree. This is a great favor. What did you initially ask for? It's that apart from uncle, you don't have to salute when you see anyone, Du-Wan said with a smile, holding the imperial decree in a very precious way, looking at it again and again. In the future, even if I see uncle, I don't have to salute? That's great. When Qin Yi returns, you want her to bow? Humph. That's too good for her. Du Xiangma gently slapped the back of Du-Wan's head. What are you thinking about? Next time you see His Majesty, you still have to bow obediently. But kneeling is not necessary. The eldest princess laughed lightly. Your father is right. If you don't bow when you see your elders, it will make people say that you lack upbringing. Du Qian laughed and looked at her sister who was being silly, clearly meaning the same thing as her parents. Du-Wan put away the imperial decree and handed it over to the eldest princess with both hands. I understand this. Don't worry. When I see my elders, I will still bow when I should. It's good that you can understand. The eldest princess smiled happily. Now who outside doesn't envy her? Having a loving husband and a pair of outstanding sons and daughters. Before Qian'er was imprisoned, there were a bunch of rumors outside. This holy decree is just enough to give Qian'er a proper name. Who dares to say bad things about me? Du Qian raised an eyebrow. Du-Wan immediately chimed in. Yes. Who dares to make up bad words about Big Brother? It's really unpredictable. Well, when I find out, I'll clean them up one by one. Big Brother, remember to call me. The 2 siblings are averse to the chaos of the world? The princess laughed and scolded. Both of you are a little more restrained. Just got the glory and favor, and then get carried away. Beware of the imperial historian's report. Your mother is right. Keep a low profile. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team reminded. Do-1 immediately nods her head obediently, not being foolish enough to dispute this with her elders. The princess's residence connects the two holy orders and still does not have a big banquet. The princess was happy. The house of the people on duty. All rewarded 2 months of monthly silver, but also had dishes for 3 days. Everyone got the reward. Dipped into the festive. A moment the whole house is full of joy. Chapter 277. The world sun scales the walls on a snowy night. It's the middle of the night, in the middle of winter. The whole capital is covered with a layer of white snow. The streets were quiet, but there was a silhouette that climbed over the high wall of the princess's residence. Just as the guards in the mansion moved, when they saw the person who scaled the wall, they shrank back. The person who came was bright, and without masking his face. It was the world prince, who traveled lightly. The prince came to the Jade Spirit Garden, and when he wanted to climb over the wall again, a hidden weapon came. He pointed his toes at the wall, and leapt up in the air, avoiding the hidden weapon. When the concealed weapon fell, it was a small stone. Pei Hao looked to where the concealed weapon came from. It was Du Lu. Uncle Six. I couldn't be free during the day, and didn't come over. It was so hard to have a moment. So I came to see Wan and say congratulations. It's fine to come back tomorrow. No time. Father-in-law should know that I've been particularly busy lately. My master is also busy, and has no time to pay attention to the world sun. Then allow my son to enter? A quarter of an hour. The time is too short. Pei Hao was about to bargain. Once he saw Du Lu's look, he knew there was no sentiment to say. Okay. A quarter of an hour is a quarter of an hour. This time is very tortured. The little girl every day with her big brother together. She didn't give any time to him as her fiancé. Coupled with Mu Xian's departure from the capital. The matter of the court without a helper. All need him to personally solve. He wanted to take the time to see her are not easy. Scaling the wall, he came to the window. Gently knocked, startling Du-1 inside the bedroom. When Du-1 saw this familiar movement, she only wanted to roll her eyes. The weather was cold like this. It was really hard for him. Du-1 rolled over and got up to find a thick cloak to put on. Slipped in front of the window and opened it. Outside was indeed the world master, who was better than countless spring colors on earth. Du-1 took a few steps back. Pei Hao nimbly rolled over the window. Pei Hao, who came in, turned around and closed the window, blocking the cold wind outside. Du-1's bedroom was very warm, and there were 2 charcoal pots. Pei Hao sat in front of one of the charcoal pots and stretched out his white hands, roasting them on the charcoal. Du-1 sat opposite him, added a few pieces of charcoal, then put a teapot on the charcoal burner for a while, waiting for it to warm up before pouring Pei Hao a cup of boiled water. There's no tea, so just have a drink to warm up. Thank you. Pei Hao took it with a faint smile. Du-1 just opened the window, but she saw drifting snow. You still came over on a snowy day. Is there something important? There is. Very important. What is it? Want to see you. Does it count? Du-1 froze. When she came back to her senses, her small face suddenly turned red. The small movement of adding charcoal was flustered for a moment, and Du-1 cursed herself for being unproductive. Pei Hao secretly rejoiced in his heart. The little girl is shy? As long as people are shy, it's good. It means they are getting the hang of it. Even if you are not enlightened, you are on your way to enlightenment. Pei Hao decided to strike while the iron is hot and give him an inch. He stood up with his tea bowl, made a half circle, and sat next to Du-1 in a natural movement. Du-1 squinted at him. Why are you sitting so close? It's cold. It's warmer to sit closer. Pei Hao replied in a serious manner. When he was speaking, he deliberately leaned towards her, half of his body next to her. This guy wants to play small tricks again? Does he think she is stupid? Du-1 couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to fight back. Pei Hao suddenly whispered, Wan, do you think it will go well for Xie and Xian to go to the disaster relief? Aren't you known to be a great fortune teller? You pinch your fingers and count. I'll pinch my fingers and count. Du-1 spoke sorrowfully. You? Dead. Pei Hao's heart thumped. Before the little girl struck, he went around to the other side of the charcoal basin in a flash and sat back in his original position. He came over to see the little girl, not to provoke her anger. Du-Wan waved her fist towards Pei Hao in a threatening manner. Milky and fierce. In Pei Hao's eyes, the only word left was cute. And he wanted to hug her. And want to kiss. But I'm afraid that if I make her angry, the loss will be more than worth it, Pei Hao said in a serious manner. Wan. Congratulations. Now you don't have to worry about the princess returning to press you. People are princesses. I'm a county princess. How could I not be pressed head over heels? Du-Wan wasn't afraid of Qin Yu. But a princess was indeed one rank higher than a county princess. Pei Hao regretted. When you made a merit, you should have asked the emperor to grant you a princess. Du-Wan's movement of ruffling the charcoal with a clip was lurched. Yes. Why didn't she think of that? Immediately thinking of something. Du-Wan glares at him. Are you amusing this county princess? So little credit is not enough. Pei Hao laughed as a reply. Then? Du-Wan asked. Have you found out the evidence? The Lu family was exterminated. Lu Jin fell into the net when he ventured out. And after interrogation, he confessed that the little princess was Qin Yu. Pei Hao had expected this result. Therefore, after seeing the results of the investigation, he was not too surprised. Lu Jin said that he abducted the princess back then because he wanted to take revenge on the empress, saying that the empress killed his beloved, his sweetheart. Who was it? Back then, the empress came to palace made to death, and it was said to be the very person Lu Jin liked. You believe this telling? The investigation did. It does not matter how Pei Hao personally thinks about it. His Majesty will only believe the evidence from the investigation. Understood. Du-Wan heard the meaning beyond his strings. It is the case of Dr. Lu that cannot be investigated by noble consort Xia. The matter of Lu Jin could not implicate the Xia family. Even if Du-Wan knew that Lu's father and son were members of the Xia family. Without concrete evidence, Pei Hao would not include this matter in the investigation dossier and would not talk to the emperor about it. Du-Wan guessed that there must be Xia Sheng's arrangement. Otherwise, after so many years of not finding out Lu Jin's whereabouts, he fell into the net as soon as divine Dr. Lu died. Of course these things, Du-Wan is just a personal conjecture, and did not say it. Without evidence, it is useless to say more. Duck duck. Duck duck. Duck duck. Someone knocked on the door. Unhurriedly, Pei Hao suspects that Du Lu is punking him. I've only just come in. I haven't even taken a sip of water yet. How can it be that a quarter of an hour has passed? Du-Wan is puzzled. What quarter of an hour? Who is the person outside? Du-Wan stood up to open the door, and was pulled back by Pei Hao. It's Uncle Du-6. Huh? Du-Wan understood, then said with a smile. When you snuck in, you even ran into 6th Uncle Aw. I'll go talk to 6th Uncle, and let you sit for a while longer. Without waiting for Pei Hao's reply, Du-Wan carried her small hands, and was about to walk towards the door. Just after a few steps, she paused and turned back to ask in a serious manner. Why don't you not leave tonight? On a snowy day, it's easy to get into an accident while traveling at night. I'm not concerned about you. It's snowing outside. It's not safe to walk in the middle of the night. And I'll have to take the blame if there's an accident. Pei Hao first froze. Then that peach blossom-like eyes. Smile in the bottom of the eyes slowly bloom. Like a bright sun in the cold winter. Stunning and dazzling. Chapter 278. Has the brain been kicked by a donkey? Good. Don't go. Pei Hao answered in a light tone. His voice seemingly dipped in honey. Du-Wan's mind shook for a moment. Ma duh. This dog man. Always hooking her. Du-Wan felt that she was quite indisputable. She actually felt that he was better looking. And with a certain heavy heart, she came to the door. And without knowing what she said to Du Lu, Pei Hao was left behind. The compartment next door was also tidied up by the underlings. And a charcoal pot was lit. Du-Wan, who came back again, said with a small face, the next room has been cleaned up. Also change the clean bedding. Burn the charcoal pot. Later you go there to rest. Tomorrow morning get out of here, and don't disturb my work and rest. Good. Pei Hao's smile intensified. His eyes unusually soft. It always felt like there was something hidden in his eyes, making her feel a little weak. And she couldn't help but want to avoid it. In fact, she was a bit skeptical about life. Actually would take the initiative to let him stay overnight. Is this brain kicked by a donkey? Du-Wan deliberately waved her hand with a look of disgust and impatience. All right. What has to be said has been said. If you are fine, go over to the next door. I'm still tired if you're not. Good. Pei Hao's smile filled his peach blossom eyes. It was obviously a cold season, but he was smiling like a spring breeze. No, it was a heartfelt smile. Moreover, he was extraordinarily nice tonight. Didn't make a demon, didn't make small moves, and peacefully went to the next compartment. Duan closed the door of the room with suspicion in her heart, and then opened the door again in one go, poking out her little head to look towards the door of the next room. Seeing that he really went in and did not come out again for a while. This is only then slowly closed the door again. Perhaps it is she who is over-intentioned. Early the next morning, the princess mansion was full of people. Even though there were snowflakes outside, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the capital's various mansions to send gifts. Last time, the princess house double happiness, glory and favor. Many people thought that the princess house is already in its heyday. I did not think that this is only after how long. And then on a higher level, this windfall. A moment of time. Even if Xiezhang went to the disaster relief wind, were suppressed. The princess received a number of noble women today, prying into the marriage of Du Qian. All blocked back. If Du Wan is not already engaged to Pei Hao, the threshold is expected to be broken. This is an absolutely precious person. As long as you marry her, it is equivalent to having two big backers. One is the emperor, and the other is the princess house. In the past, when Du Wan's reputation was ruined and Jinghua Gongfu didn't withdraw from the marriage, some people secretly made fun of Pei Hao. But now there are quite a few people who envy Pei Hao's good luck. Du Wan woke up with a start. Pei Hao was no longer seen in Yuling Yuan. It is said that he woke up early in the morning and went to the court. In winter, the morning court is not as good as before. Once every 3 days, there would be a notice from the palace whether to go to the court or not, depending on the weather or whether something big had happened. Today, there was no early morning court, and Du Xiongma was still in the mansion. Du Wan walked towards the front yard. Halfway, she encountered a movement ahead. It was Du Xianma and Du Qian who somehow got into a fight, and Du Qian was chased and beaten. The stick was quite painful, and Du Qian took several hits. Du Wan hid in the corner and watched Du Qian being chased and beaten by Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Strangely enough, Du Qian was not annoyed, and while escaping, he was still smiling and glowing, obviously in a good mood. What is this doing? The one who hit, very angry. The one who was beaten, very happy? Just listen. Du Qian while hiding. Wow yell. Father! Father! You can't be annoyed It's not like it's a secret that my sister likes me more. It must be you who lied to Wan Wan. No. There is no such thing. When Lazi says there is. There is. You're the old man. You can't be unreasonable Why don't we go find the sister to confront? No way Sister just like brother. More than 100,000 gold are set without mercy. Du Wan, who was watching from the shadows, finally understood how Du Qian was a death wish. She actually took the matter of her sending him money and showed it off to Du Xian's side harnessed horse. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, who was unbalanced in his heart, copied up the dog beating stick and punched someone. Du Wan happily watched the play and carefully hit it very well. As long as she doesn't show her head, she won't be discovered by her father and son. The fact that father and son don't find out doesn't mean that Zhuang Song and other personal guards don't know about her behavior. It's just that the master is like this, making them a bit of a 1-2 punch. So they can only pretend to be deaf and dumb, and still have to pretend to be blind. Here, melon seeds. A familiar man's voice rings out from the side. Du Wan skimmed her head and saw Pei Hao, who was handing her a packet of melon seeds. She didn't know when he had actually arrived beside her. She didn't know it yet. Probably because she was watching the theater, and was so involved that she didn't notice the movements around her for a while. Du Wan took the melon seeds and asked while getting high, "Didn't you go to the Yamen?" "I went there to deal with some things and came back," Pei Hao replied calmly. He was so close to Du Wan's side. Seeing that she didn't wear a cloak out, he even lifted his own cloak, separating half of it to cover up her petite body. The movement was so natural that it was as if he had done it countless times. In this manner, it was as if the two people were hugging each other. After all, they were wearing the same cloak. Du Wan only felt her body warm, did not pay much attention to his small movements, while getting high on melon seeds and focusing on the gossip not far away. When Pei Hao saw the calm look, there was no shyness. And there was a slight drop of small disappointment. Could it be that last night? Was it his illusion? Thought the little girl finally got on to him, and knew how to care about him. Pei Hao deliberately whispered, "I haven't had breakfast yet." "Oh," Duan responded perfunctorily. Probably she didn't even care what he said. Pei Hao said again, undeterred. After going to the government office and rushing back, "I'm about to starve to death this son." Duan finally pulled her attention back, her small eyes looking at him in a very odd way. "Aren't you hungry? Why are you still here? Won't you go find food yourself? Don't you care about me? Take me to find food? Eat melon seeds." Duan shared half of the melon seeds with him. Pei Hao had a bad taste in his heart, but he still got high on melon seeds with her. Until Du Xian sighed and Du Qian sighed, due to the arrival of the eldest princess, stopped fighting. Only then Duan was satisfied and pulled Pei Hao away. Pei Hao unexpectedly asked, "You're not showing up. You are silly. Gossip is best watched quietly. If Duan goes out, what if she is caught by Du extra horse harness by the side of a team? Ask her how she only gives silver to her big brother. What if she doesn't honor him as her old man?" Pei Hao didn't read her little mind, but it didn't stop him from following her to Yulingyuan. Duan had an attack of conscience and asked Ning Qin and others to prepare some food for Pei Hao. Pei Hao giggled as he ate. It was him who wrongly blamed her. She still cared about him, although it was a bit late to prepare food for him. But at least it was prepared, wasn't it? Duan grabs a piece of glutinous rice ball and stuffs it into her small mouth. "Well, it tastes good. It's delicious." Chapter 279, Must Rush to Death. Duan casually asked, "When will the princess return to the palace?" To wait for Lu Jin escorted into the capital face-to-face recognition. Snowy Days Road is not very good. This means that the road will be delayed for some days on snowy days. Then just now you said he confessed. Is confessed. People did not arrive in the capital only. The news first sent back. Pei Hao's eyes swept over the glutinous rice dumplings in her hand, and he himself reached out and took a piece and tried to eat it. "Did you give Big Brother Du a lot of silver?" He also saw the gossip just now. The cause was that the little girl gave Du Qian a large sum of silver. Du Qian went in front of his father-in-law to have a good time before he was chased by his father-in-law. Duan has nothing to hide from Pei Hao, and directly told him about Huang Ren's compensation. "I don't lack silver, so I'll just give my big brother the seal and let him go get it. Huang Ren is very good at business. The silver earned will not be small. My big brother wants to circle the fiefdom, and is in need of a large sum of silver." "Circle it up?" Pei Hao was puzzled. Duan laughed. "Yes. Build it as his own back garden and toss it around as much as he wants." Pei Hao thought to himself that when the next morning court, "I'm afraid that someone will jump out to oppose the emperor's move." Yesterday's two holy edicts may seem simple, but they are not. Take Du Qian's fiefdom for example. Before it was still under the official jurisdiction. It was still acting according to the rules and regulations. No one would have any objections. Now the decree came down. The nature of the change, from official to private, tax-free, completely devolved to his autonomy. In other words, in the fiefdom of Du Qian, he is the king. In other words, in Du Qian's fiefdom, he is the king. But the mosquito is also meat. Someone ate the meat. Red-eye disease will be less? This matter will certainly set off a great whirlwind in the courtroom. Besides Duan, that holy decree is also considered a special favor. The wind can be said to overshadow the queen. However, she is a girl's family and has Du Qian in front of her, so there won't be any problems. Pei Hao softly analyzed this to her, thinking that she would take it to heart. She laughed mockingly. "It's fine. These people can't make waves. Maybe at some point, they'll be put in jail by uncle." Pei Hao was silent. In the second half of the year, the emperor arrested officials, one batch after another. The capital officials had all been cut down by a third, and there were some official positions that had yet to find a suitable person to fill them. However, he had come over to see the little girl. What was the point of talking about these awful things? Drop Chest came over at this time with a lowered brow. "Sheriff Master, Miss Qinjiu and the Wu family's eldest miss are requesting to see you." "Sending gifts?" Duan asked. Drop Chest bowed her head and said, "They came with congratulatory gifts." "Okay. Invite them to the main hall." "Yes, Sheriff Master." Liuqi retreated. Pei Hao wiped his hands with a wet handkerchief. "Wan Wan, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." As he stood up, he also pulled off the jade pendant he was wearing. Bending down, he wore it to her waist. Du-won curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" "A congratulatory gift." Pei Hao is satisfied to see that she has something that belongs to him on her. Du-won looked down at the jade pendant. "It looks expensive." "I can't look at it even if it's not expensive." Pei Hao saw another jade pendant pressing her skirt around her waist. With a certain mindset, he snatched it. "A gift is a gift. Also, the jade pendant I gave you last time. Why haven't I seen you wear it? Is it missing?" Du-won was originally obsessing about how he snatched his jade pendant. That look was like exchanging tokens with each other. It always felt weird. Just when she wanted to say something, she heard him ask about the jade pendant from last time. Du-won thought about it and replied, "It's kept in the house. It's not missing." Pei Hao's heart was inexplicably sweet. The little girl didn't throw it away. Still cares about him. Next, Pei Hao reluctantly left. Du-won turned to meet the guests. Qin Jiao and another dignified and gentle Wu girl were present. The underlings brought them hot water and snacks. When Du-won stepped into the hall, the two of them stood up to welcome each other and bowed to Du-won one after the other. Du-won signaled that they did not need to be polite, and looked at Qin Jiao twice. "What have you been doing lately? Your face is not fat anymore." Qin Jiao wanted to go up to her and yuck her face. "Do you want to fight? Can a woman say fat? Fat is not allowed to say. Be honest. Not fat. I have not been fat. Never fat. My face, earlier was round, and had a drop of baby fat." Qin Jiao learnt martial arts hard during this period of time. His body drew seedlings, grew taller. His face lost a drop of weight, and he thought he looked better than before. Du-won falsely raised the corner of her small mouth. "Isn't fat just fat?" Qin Jiao glared at her threateningly, looking like he was going to make a move with her. Du-won couldn't help but laugh. With the mentality of a senior, she put up an attitude and said in a serious manner, "Xiao Jiao, do you want to fight with me? It's been a long time since I've had a fight with you. How many moves do you want?" Qin Jiao's confidence was high. In order to beat Du-won, she had been practicing martial arts diligently. Originally, she wanted to wait for the next time to spar with Du-won, but Du-won's attitude made her change her mind. Du-won hesitated. It's not that I don't want to spar with you. It's because I'm afraid you'll get hit." Qin Jiao was almost laughed at by the anger. "How do you know that you can definitely win against me before the fight even starts? I used to win more fights and you won less. Where did you get the confidence that you can definitely beat me today?" Du-won has always felt that she is a kind little nun, not wanting to hit her little friend, and kindly reminding her. But as a result, her little friend got even angrier and had to rush up to her death. She was really too difficult. Jade Spirit Garden is not suitable for fighting. Du-won led Qin Jiao towards the martial arts training hall. The Wu family's eldest miss was a gentle girl, and she had heard before that the county princess and Qin Jiao were arch rivals and often fought. It was recently that they made up and would go shopping together. Now it seems that the rumors are not believable, and they still fight when they see each other, even her as a guest. The county lord didn't care about her. Looking at the county lord and Qin Jiao, who were walking in front, Miss Wu and her personal maid walked behind. The maid whispered in injustice for her master. "Eldest miss, how can they?" The maid was unhappy that her master was ignored and treated with neglect. On the contrary, Miss Wu's face was gentle and soft. She wasn't angry. "Pay attention to your words and actions. If there's a next time in the future, you won't have to follow me anymore. Slave girl is just unworthy for master." "What's not worth it? Today I can use Qin Jiao to see the county princess. It is already a great honor. You go out to the gate and see how many visitors don't even see the master's family." That maid bowed her head and didn't dare to speak. Miss Wu had come here today with a purpose. How could she back down just because of a little slackness? Qin Jiao confidently went to the martial arts training hall with Du-won. She wanted to have a few moves with Du-won, and also imagined that she would teach Du-won a lesson, so that Du-won would treat her with some respect in the future. Chapter 280, Receiving a Bribe for the First Time. I was surprised that the ideal was rich, but the reality was cruel. After a few moves with Du-won, Qin Jiao began to doubt her life. Qin Jiao could see that Du-won was very easy to beat. Defeating her was easy, and after not seeing her for a while, she was even better. Qin Jiao simply stopped fighting and lay down towards the ground. "Sheriff, are you powerful again? How on earth did you practice?" "I am gifted." Duwan's complacent tail was about to rise. She stretched out her toes and gently kicked Chinchio. Why are you lying down? Get up. This cold day is not good for the body. I'm tired. Don't want to move. Chinchio is really out of temper. When she fought with Duwan in the past, she was the one who gave way. Chinchio is sure that the previous Duwan did not know martial arts. Fighting with brute force and a ruthlessness. There are no rules and regulations. Now is different. Duwan has really learnt martial arts. Even if the full count, including the time she disappeared together, is less than a year. How did she become so powerful? Chinchio violently rolled over and got up. His eyes burned as he looked at Duwan, with a look that he wanted to see through her, and was about to open his mouth to ask something, when he realized that there were still outsiders present. Miss Wu's master and servant. It was only then that Chinchio remembered that when she came to look for Duwan just now, she ran into Miss Wu. Listening to her, she looked the same as her, and had come to pay her respects to the county princess. So she made an appointment to come together. Hey! I've asked the underlings to prepare it, and have antique soup for lunch. Duwan felt that on a cold day, taking hot pot to entertain her little friend was the most sincere. Chinchio waved his hand. I want to be quiet. All right. Go to Jade's spirit garden when you've calmed down. Knowing that she was struck, Duwan kindly gave her some time. Miss Wu followed behind Duwan and went out. County Master. Duwan stopped and turned to look at Miss Wu. Speak. What is it that you are looking for this county princess? A stranger suddenly came to the door. It would be strange if there wasn't anything. Miss Wu asked her maid to step back a little further. It's my family that has something to ask for help from the county princess. While saying that, she also took out a thick stack of silver tickets and stuffed them into Duwan's hands. Duwan looked down at the face value of the silver tickets. Awesome-o. 10,000 apiece? Then, there are at least 100,000 taels here? This is someone bribing her. Hee. Experiencing this kind of scene for the first time, Duwan only felt it was very fresh and new. The corrupt officials turned out to be like this. The silver sent up for nothing. Don't want it for nothing? It's really cool. However, Duwan still put on a cold face. Oh! You first say what? This county princess may not necessarily be able to help. Thank you, Sheriff Master. The Wu family just wants to ask Sheriff Master to ask the Emperor for a favor when she is free. Saying that Wu Qian is willing to offer all of his private property. The Wu Qian in the heavenly prison? Duwan understands now, having missed the opportunity earlier. This moment, through the Wu family, she turns a corner and seeks the door. This time, Duwan was content to take the money. This county princess will deliver this message, and the outcome will be determined by the Emperor. Miss Wu was again thankful. Then Miss Wu was very sensible and casually found an excuse to leave with her slave girl. Chinchio calmed down and went to Jade's spirit garden. Then she only saw Duwan alone, making seasonings with onions, garlic and oil. Chinchio sat down and asked, Where is Miss Wu? Oh, left beforehand. Duwan didn't even raise her head, obviously not caring about Miss Wu's stay or go. Chinchio originally thought that she was eating with Duwan this time. Unexpectedly, before they started eating, Du Qian came. Du Qian politely greeted Chinchio. So he had his subordinates add a new set of dishes and chopsticks, sat down and started eating. Sister, today, Big Brother is being chased and beaten by Father. Why didn't you come out to save me? I don't know. Heh. Think I don't know that you hid and peeked? Oh, it's you who deserved it. Can we still be good siblings? Du Qian looked at his sister with a sly grudge. Duwan can't stand the look in his eyes. She takes the male chopsticks and pinches a piece of scalded meat and puts it into his bowl. Don't be a joker. Hurry up and eat. Mother said that she still has to go to the palace in the afternoon. Du Qian happily picked up the meat and ate. Chinchio lowered her head, eating very reservedly. Every now and then she also raised her head, sneaking a glance at Du Qian, her little heart thumping. She was about to not look like herself. The first time she was so close. Eating together. Chinchio was so excited. She had liked Du Qian since she was a child. But unfortunately, he had always been very polite and only treated her as a neighbor. Duwan was the first to notice that Chinchio was eating like an ant, bit by bit. As the host, she chucked some vegetables and meat and put them on the plate in front of Chinchio. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Thank you, Sheriff Master. Chinchio thanked politely. Du Qian laughed. Miss Qin doesn't have to be polite. Eat if you want to. Qinjiu nodded her head with a flushed face. Picked up the meat in the plate, dipped it in a little bit of sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. All she thought about in her mind was that Du Qian had smiled at her, and she hadn't even tried to find out what the meat tasted like. Duan looked at Qinjiu suspiciously, feeling that today's her a little strange. When the eyes fell to her dyed red face and from time to time peeped at Du Qian. That little shy look. Duan's aura flashed. This is springtime yet. Strange. This Qinjiu actually like cheat big brother? Previously actually did not find. Is Qinjiu hiding too deep? Or what? Duan then looked at her own big brother. Frank and open posture. Without a little bit of seeing the sweetheart's reserve. Suddenly she sympathized a little with Qinjiu. This is unrequited love. Oh. The most bitter taste in the world is the secret love. More bitter than yellow lotus. A hot pot. Finished. Qinjiu got up to say goodbye. Duan did not stay, sending Qinjiu away. Duan came back again and saw Du Qian sitting by the tea table, leisurely sipping the tea that Ning Qin had newly brewed. Big brother. What do you think of Qinjiu as a person? It's a straightforward girl who can be befriended, Du Qian said bluntly. Duan heatedly came forward and asked, then does big brother like her? Du Qian's tea-drinking movement gave a start. Not familiar. How could it be not familiar? She and I grew up together. You guys grew up together. It's not like you grew up with me. I'm 4 years older than my sister. When you guys were playing in the mud, I was already in school. Okay. She was the one who thought wrong. Duan sat down and looked at her big brother obliquely again. Big brother. You'll be 19 years old after the turn of the year. And all the ones in the capital who are your age are married. Right? Nonsense. There are a lot of powerful sons and daughters in the capital who haven't married in their early 20s. Generally, those who marry earlier are from families that don't have much money. When Du Qian said this, he had a strong sense of superiority. If you have a prominent family background, you will not worry about marrying a daughter-in-law. It meant that Du Qian did not have to worry about marrying a wife even if he was over 30 years old. Duan tried to recall the powerful and noble sons of the capital. She doesn't know the others. That is, the male leads Xieshang and Su Che, as well as Qianlu, and the others don't have a single one who is married. Chapter 281. To make me obey the law. Du Qian drank another cup of tea. Did sister hear something? Did not hear anything. Ah. Then how do you care about your big brother's life? I am just thinking. What kind of woman is worthy of my big brother? Duan stood up her chest with a very proud little look, causing Du Qian to laugh brightly. Duan did not tell the matter of Qinjiu's crush on him. In fact, if Qinjiu was her sister-in-law, Duan felt nothing. It's just that she could see that Du Qian didn't seem to have that heart for Qinjiu. So, she wasn't going to get involved. Duan also thought of the noblewomen who came to visit the elder princess, as well as the Duke of Jin's wife, all staring at his marriage, inexplicably. She shivered. Cheap big brother is really not easy. The siblings did not stay long. The eldest princess sent someone to inform them that it was almost time to enter the palace. This is to get the imperial grace, but also need to go to the palace to thank the grace. The family is fully dressed, dignified, sitting on the carriage, together into the palace. There was also a small charcoal stove in the carriage, burning gold wire charcoal, making the carriage warm. In the palace, just as Pei Hao said, no need to morning court. Handed into the palace a bunch of Zhongbu. Most of them are against Du Qian fiefdom autonomy, but also cited the argument, using history as a reference, proving that this move is harmful to the great Qin state. The emperor threw all of these folders into the fire pit. A passel of people who have committed red-eye. Sooner or later find an opportunity to cure them. The emperor asked towards the chief eunuch. Is there no one from the princess residence entering the palace today? It's almost time to arrive at the palace gates. The chief eunuch respectfully said. The emperor thought for a moment and ordered. Add another charcoal basin to keep this place warm. Girls are more afraid of the cold. Also prepare some sunflower melon seeds and candied fruits. And snacks don't forget. Little girls love to eat. And then let someone boil a pot of ginseng tea. The eunuch-in-chief respectfully answered yes, and went to let people prepare. A family of 4 soon met the emperor. Duan, as usual, curtsied nicely and greeted him. The emperor's smile deepened, letting her come sit beside him. And immediately a palace maid brought a bowl of warm ginseng tea, then a bunch of delicious food. a disc up. The other three looked at the corners of their mouths straight. This treatment. The difference should not be too big. Du-Wan was about to eat. Found too quiet. Looked up. Heart thumped. Her kind and lovely little nun persona is going to collapse? She quickly stood up. Brought 4 clean tea bowls. Personally poured 4 bowls of ginseng tea. Firstly, she served a bowl to the emperor. Then to the eldest princess, and do extra horse harness by the side of a team. And then to the cheap elder brother. After such a busy passage, then returned to the original seat, peacefully enjoying. Du-Wan felt that she was being courteous. The other few people, however, inexplicably wanted to laugh. The little girl's every move was very comical. Du-Wan entertained the others, but she was still completely unaware of it, and raised her eyelids in a serious manner. What are you looking at this fairy for? Drinking tea. Pfft. The eldest princess was the first to stifle her laughter. When one person laughed, several others did not hold back either. Only Du-Wan was dumbfounded, not knowing what they were laughing at. But she was not stupid, and could see that they were laughing at herself. But thinking back to the words and actions that played here, nothing went wrong. Right? So, with her small face tangled, she glared at the crowd. A few people laughed even more joyfully. Du-Wan squinted at her cheap elder brother. What are you laughing at? What are they laughing at? Not laughing at anything. Sister, feel free. Du-Qian can't say what he's laughing at. It's the fact that his sister sometimes does nothing. And when she stares at you with a pair of eyes, she can make people unable to resist laughing. Du-Wan ignored them, enjoying like a bowl of ginseng tea down. Finally felt her little tummy warm. She reached out and touched her tummy. This touch remembered the main thing. From her bosom, she pulled out a stack of silver tickets, bent down like a thief, and came to the emperor's side. You won and I won. Finished dividing the silver tickets. Uncle, 1 person half. Where did it come from again? The emperor's eyes flickered slightly. Du-Wan truthfully said, Wu's family. Wu Qian's family. Just let me go into the palace to deliver a sentence. Then bribe me 100,000 taels. People are really rich. My small treasury, before my elder brother was not locked up in the heavenly prison, did not have 5,000 taels. Speaking later, the more he said, the more aggrieved he became. The emperor laughed and put away the silver ticket, thinking that pretending to be aggrieved will not take her silver? Think quite beautiful. Du-Wan got 50,000 taels. Or quite happy. This is over the bright road of money. Spend it without losing heart. Wu family took the bait. Uncle can open the slaughter. Got it. The emperor was quite happy. The little girl's missteps during this period of time have filled up the treasury quite a bit. Du-Wan is joyful again, sharing secrets with him in a low voice. Do you know? This is the first time I've received a bribe. It's quite a novelty. When I receive it next time, I'll come back and share half with Uncle. Don't mess around. The law must still be obeyed. I know. Big brother often says that he wants me to obey the law. Then you listen? Du-Wan's little eyes looked at the emperor strangely. I have not been breaking the law. Isn't it just listening? Such a simple matter. You actually asked. Emperor, is this being despised? The other three, who were listening sideways, actually felt so reasonable. The emperor suddenly cried and laughed a little. Ever since the little girl returned from her disappearance, her style of behavior was very different from usual. Straightforward and open, following her heart, and hardly free from childishness. The emperor decided to ignore the little girl for the time being and chatted with the princess. Du-Qian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, would occasionally say a few words. Du-Qian, the junior, only had the part of listening, while Du-Qian was made a county king, equipped with a quota of 500 personal guards. The emperor told him to go to the Forbidden Guard camp to select them. Du-Qian ended up proposing that he couldn't add to the burden of the court and only picked 500 retired Forbidden Guards. He also said that he wants to repair the high wall. These manpower just to use to run errands. Time has passed a few days. The princess's residence was as peaceful as ever. Due to Du-Qian's matter in the court, it is no longer a big deal. But it has nothing to do with the princess mansion. Du-Wan also pretended not to know. The siblings were doing what they were supposed to do. On the contrary, when Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team went to the court, it was inevitable that he would run into some ministers who said congratulations. But in reality, they were suffering from red-eye attacks. Some of them even tried to convince Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to return the privilege to the emperor. saying that they wanted to maintain the stability of the court and so on. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, scolded these people. Du Wan asked Du Lu for gossip every day and was happy. There were some gossips that were not something that Ning Qin could inquire about. For example, the matter of the Wu family. Du Wan heard it from Du Qian's mouth. On a snowy day, one cannot go out. Du Wan liked to hide in the house, get high, and listen to the gossip. Du Qian drank tea while narrating. The emperor copied 90% of the Wu family's property. The other thing is Wu Qian's private property, which was also dug up. Quite unexpectedly, the number is only 1 million. About the same as Old Man Zhou. The emperor originally had great expectations for Wu Qian's family fortune. It was probably because of the disappointment that he came down hard. Chapter 282. The little girl goes on a killing spree. Du Wan is a bit unconvinced in her heart. A former minister of household would only have this amount of money. Why am I so unconvinced? Not only sister. I don't believe it either. Du Qian likewise finds it hard to believe. It's just that this time the emperor let them take money to buy their lives. It will leave a great hidden danger. What hidden danger? Du Wan was stunned. This proposal. But she was the first to bring it up. Du Qian said bluntly. It's a very bad start for governing the country. In the future, maybe the officials will think that crime is nothing. Just take silver for their lives. Next, you can imagine that they will be even more unscrupulous in their greed and ink. Du Wan was silent. It's really possible, Du Qian added. Sister doesn't have to be psychologically burdened. Compared to this hidden danger of an uncertain future, the current hidden danger of the treasury is greater, and still imminent. Du Wan rolls her eyes. Can she finish things at once? When it comes to the issue of corrupt officials, Du Wan again played her own little cleverness, suggesting, Big brother, sometime you talk to the emperor's uncle, saying that the next time you catch a big corrupt official, you directly chop it up. Once the deterrent is not big, chop it up a few more times, and this hidden danger won't exist anymore. Furthermore, the corrupt officials who spend money to buy their lives out, it's best if their children and grandchildren can't take the imperial examinations for 3 generations. Du Qian's eyes were wide open. It was to applaud his sister's proposal. Very good. Must say. Du Qian pondered for a moment. This matter is better to let father put up a folding. Give father the credit? Big brother doesn't want it? I don't need it. That's fine. The princess house's glory and favor was too abundant. At this time, there was a need to be vigilant in peace to prevent the prosperity from declining. Du Qian took Wang Ren's seal and went to the money bank to withdraw money a few days ago. As they expected, there was a deposit of over 100,000 gold. He had already contacted competent people in construction, and also greeted some people from the Ministry of Public Works, agreeing to start construction by the beginning of spring. The siblings had been chatting. A guard with a blood-stained body hurried back to the princess mansion. The grand steward learned of the situation and hurriedly arranged for someone to notify the master of the residence. County King. County Lord. Something has happened. Xuang Tsung hurried over. Du Wan stood up. What happened? The extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side encountered an ambush on his way back to the residence, and some guards were injured and rushed back to the residence to bring help. Xuang Tsung said hurriedly. Du Wan's face changed drastically as she grabbed the ring-head sword. She ran outside without looking back. Big brother, you go gather the men and horses. I'll go and save father first. Be careful, Du Qian exclaimed. Understood. Du Qian flew to gather the personal guards in the mansion. Leading the men, he rushed off on horseback. Du Wan was the first to perform her lightness, exercising her lightness to the extreme. Her speed was like that of a flying swallow. In order to get to the location of the ambush as quickly as possible, Du Wan was walking on the roof, and that curved street became a straight line. Coupled with Du Wan's use of her ability, she could know the location of the fight in a flash. There was no fear that she would take the wrong route. If outsiders saw it, they would only feel a flash in front of their eyes as a slender silhouette swept past. Those who are farther away and have excellent eyesight will see a girl's silhouette on top of the snow-covered rooftop, moving and leaping, as light as a swallow, with her toes dipping in the snow and rising up in the air. From afar, Du Wan saw Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side being protected by Du Lu and others in the middle. They had fallen into an encirclement and could not break out. From time to time, they had to block the countless hidden arrows flying at them. The situation was critical. A number of corpses were already lying on the ground, dyed red by the snow. On top of the roof, A masked man with a bow and arrows was aiming at Du Xiangma. Du Wan's gaze was stern as she kicked the snowball on the roof with her toes. The snow mass flew up and directly smashed into the archer's head. It successfully stopped the man from taking an arrow. When the man came back to his senses, a sword light cut through his throat. He stared horrifiedly in death. At some point, the prideful Sun County lord had actually arrived in front of him. Her long sword sheathed, her sword stained with blood. The archer didn't even scream before he was cut off, his body tumbling off the roof. Du Wan picked up another arrow and threw it towards a corner in front of him. Ah! With a mournful scream, another person fell heavily off the roof. Du Wan struck quickly and accurately. Some of the archers in ambush, before they could react, were killed and injured by her strikes. The pressure on Du Lu's side was greatly relieved. Du Lu had prepared for this, and had also increased the number of protection staff. But the other side had too many ambush killers surrounding them, and the hidden arrows never stopped. For a moment, the crowd was in a predicament. Coupled with the cold weather, the officials and soldiers patrolling the Imperial City Department were not as diligent as before. Now, they even didn't know where to go. 9 times out of 10, someone had secretly moved in this situation. Du Wan's cultivation is stronger than anyone can imagine. Anything, even a handful of snow, in her hands has become a sharp weapon to kill. Masked people, all kill. With Du Wan's ability, an ambushed assassin has nothing to hide, no matter how well they hide. As long as she swept by, they are all killed in one move. In order to save people, Du Wan was really angry. Her hands were merciless. A few assassins hiding behind a wall. She roughly kicked it. The wall suddenly collapsed, exposing the people behind it. Du Wan dodged a few times. Before those assassins could react, they had already had their throats slashed by long swords. Blood splattered like a pillar. Human life, in her hands, was as cheap as grass. In the past, everyone thought that Princess Jiaoyang was a soft and lovely little girl, and a bit silly and straightforward. After tonight, no one will ever think that again. This is a killing god, an executioner. Du Lu had noticed the little master and knew that reinforcements were coming. When he saw the little master killing people, he was still stunned. Ruthlessness. One step, one kill, every move will take away a life. Kill the ambush people, see. All for the chills. Some were cowed and fled. In the distant street, Du Qian rode his horse, leading hundreds of his guards to run wildly. The momentum is gone. The assassination failed. Du Qian went straight forward and shielded his father. Father, are you all right? It's fine. Quickly go help Wan. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side looked worriedly at his daughter, who was fighting not far away. It was the first time that he had seen his delicate daughter kill someone so intuitively. Wan got angry and killed without a bit of hesitation. It is I who caused you all to worry. What foolishness is father talking about? The people brought by Du Qian had already joined the battle. Seeing his father's blood-stained body, Du Qian felt for the first time that it was better to let his father practice martial arts. It's not like he can't practice if his talent is almost there. What's the point of learning literature? At the critical moment, a belly full of scriptures will not save his life. For the first time, Du Qian was glad that he had given up literature and turned to martial arts, and didn't always listen to his father's arrangement. Uncle Du 6. You take care of father. I'll go help my sister. Carrying his sword, Du Qian went to help his sister. Those masked men had long been killed by Du Wan, and were fleeing for their lives. It was Du Wan who didn't let them go, and had been chasing them. Now the situation is reversed. The pursuer has become the pursued. Chapter 283 County Lord kills, like slaughtering a chicken. Du Qian joined the chase. When Du Wan saw Du Qian, she immediately shouted in a murderous manner. Big brother. Kill them all. Don't even think of escaping. Not bad. Don't leave a single one behind. Only kill them cleanly so that next time, those who have crooked thoughts will weigh them up. Du Qian was very much in favor. The siblings were determined to kill everyone. Perhaps these people deserve to die, because Pei Hao came with the Imperial City Department's officers and soldiers. In the end, the ambush killers were all executed. Du Wan stood in the middle, looking at the corpses on the ground, her long sword still dripping blood. How many people she killed today? She herself does not know. Just know that these people want to kill cheap father. When they see them surrounded and killed, the rage, out of no hesitation. In fact, She is not an indiscriminate killer. Pei Hao looked towards the girl in the snow, with a long sword dripping blood in her hand. And his heart ached slightly. He came a little late. When he arrived, he saw Du Qian with his personal guards chasing after the people who escaped, and did not witness the ruthlessness of the little girl's killing spree. However, he still saw her finally drop her sword and split a masked man alive. Lightly, killing people like slaughtering chickens. The little girl's eyes didn't even change for a moment. And until it was over now, it was as if she had only come back to her senses. Pei Hao strides towards her. Wan. Du Wan raised her head indistinctly and looked towards Pei Hao, who came against the wind, without any sorrow or joy. Oh, it's you who came. With someone coming. She gathered her mind and sheathed her long sword. Pei Hao's cold eyes fell to the top of the little girl's cloak. Today, the little girl was wearing a white fox cloak that was plush and fluffy, setting her off as very delicate and cute. However, at this moment, the dots of blood on the cloak were like red plums in full bloom, demonic and blinding. At the same time, the little girl's body still retained a killing intent that hadn't been fully converged, and her bloody aura was thick. When he didn't see it, the little girl had most likely experienced a brutal killing. Du Wan's gaze swept past Pei Hao and looked at Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Upon seeing that Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was injured, Du Wan instantly bypassed Pei Hao and ran towards Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Pei Hao's heart, all of a sudden, was blocked. Fortunately, that man was his father-in-law himself. With another man, he would have directly drawn his sword. However, Pei Hao still followed behind the little girl and arrived in front of Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Du Lu was about to stop the bleeding from Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team side's injuries. Du Wan said urgently, "Where is the carriage? Can it still be used? This one is not working. I'll have someone go find one." Pei Hao checked Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team's original carriage. It was obviously tampered with. He recruited a believer and asked him to go and get a carriage nearby. The faster the better. Pei Hao had a lot of capable people under him. In a short while, he got one. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team held his daughter's hand. Wan. Get on the carriage with father. Me. Du Wan still wants to go to her big brother and then personally investigate the real culprit behind the scene. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team is very insistent on letting Du Wan go back together. Wan is not worried about father. Worried? Then don't want to escort father back to the house. Du Wan nodded. She knew. He did not want her to get involved in this matter. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team took his precious daughter to the car. Before getting on the car, he said solemnly to Pei Hao, "Pei Shitzi, let's leave the next matter to the Imperial City Department. Also, Wan didn't come over today. No one saw her." Good. No one saw her. Pei Hao understood what his father-in-law meant. That is, the news of Du Wan should be suppressed and not talked about. In order to protect Du Wan, Pei Hao didn't want the word to spread either. It's better for a young girl to be an ordinary girl, killing people like a girl or something. It's better not to spread the news. It's not good for the reputation. Then Du Extra Horse Harness by the Emperor's side glanced at Du Lu. Du Lu secretly nodded his head. When the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department came over, the battle had already come to an end. There were not many witnesses to Du Wan's murder. Almost all of them were guards from the princess's residence. Those who faced her directly became dead under her sword. As long as the princess house is determined to block the news, things can still be suppressed. Du Wan sat in the carriage, holding her long sword in both hands, her eyes blinking and blinking. And she was so well behaved. Seeing such a daughter, Du Xiangye Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team, a breath of air was again blocked in his chest. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that his daughter, who had always been well behaved and lovely, could chop up people like chopping vegetables. However, the daughter is still small, and the extra horse harness by the side of a team is a sin. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team was now worried. On. You try to use martial arts as little as possible in front of people. Do you know? People are afraid of being famous. Pigs are afraid of being strong. Understood. Du Wan nodded her head obediently. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. However, thank you Wan for rushing to my rescue. I'm very happy. What's there to thank? Wasn't it right to save you? Duan sneaks a glance at him. Does father know who wants to kill you? There are quite a few people who want me dead. No one dared to make a move before. Why is someone making a move now? It's also such a big battle. There are at least 1,000 people in the ambush. And it doesn't look like it's a family. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team side eyelids jumped. How does Wan know it's not like a family? Heard it. I can hear some of them talking. Duan analyzed it from when the masked man ordered. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team's face sank down. Even if Wu Qian surrendered his private property, the person still did not come out from the heavenly prison. Do you know the reason? Not sure. Oh. Duan had not paid attention to this. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said. The Ministry of Households has a bunch of rotten accounts. The Emperor transferred me to the Ministry of Households just to check the accounts. This will involve the interests of many people. Me going to investigate this is undoubtedly becoming a rake. Why doesn't Uncle Emperor get someone else to investigate? Duan was a bit dissatisfied with the Emperor this time. Such a dangerous thing. Why let his own family do it? If you can prevent it once, can you prevent it the next time? Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did not pick up on this. The Emperor also has his own difficulties. The matter of the court. He did not want to mention to his daughter. But he was afraid that his daughter would go to investigate recklessly. His own baby bumps a bunch of small smarts. Really let her outside a mess. Do not know what to make a mess of it. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team decided to wait until he returned to the mansion. And then talk to his son privately, asking him to watch his sister a little. Duan narrowed her eyes slightly, and did not say anything else. The group returned to the princess mansion peacefully. The eldest princess was guarding the door with an anxious face, and came forward as soon as she saw the carriage. When she saw the Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team had returned safely and was injured, she could not help but shed tears. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team hastened to comfort. Sister Shuji, I just suffered a few superficial wounds. Nothing serious. But you're still injured. The Rapunzel was a great beauty made of water. The way her tears wanted to fall. Duan felt that the ancient stunning beauties described in the book were roughly like this. Duan reminded with concern. Mother. Father is injured. He still needs to urgently ask the doctor to take a look. Let's go in first. It's too cold outside. Chapter 284 Do Son-in-Law's Attack Follow-up. Right. Right. Wan is right. Quickly go inside. The eldest princess wiped her tears and spoke softly. Okay. For husband caused you to worry. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team half embraced his petite wife and went in, coaxing her in a low voice. This time baby girl what? Long ago became a small grass on the side of the road. Ning Qin and the others hurriedly greeted Duan, wanting to say something. They were stopped by Duan raising her hand. She quietly walked behind her cheap parents. And the four great maids also followed in a moderate manner, with low eyebrows. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team's injury. The eldest princess should have asked someone to take care of it. Duan did not follow to the main courtyard and turn around to go back to Yuling Yuan. Ning Qin reminded in a low voice. Sheriff Master, do you want to bathe and change? Duan was stunned. All covered in blood. Indeed she should wash. Yes. You go and get ready. The quicker the better. Yes. Slave girl will go in order. Ning Qin trotted away. Duan looks at Painting Yi and the others again. Drop chess. Prepare another pot of fruit and wine and food for me. Painting Yi go light up the incense burner and ask for good smelling spices. Shu Xian go keep an eye on the movements in the mansion. Remember to tell me if there is any latest news. Yes. Sheriff Master. The three people answered yes. Each in their own way. Just stepping into the bedchamber of Jade's spirit garden. Duan put down her long sword and immediately took off her white fox cloak. Looking down, she saw the hem of her skirt. There were several places that were also splattered with blood. At that time, she only cared about saving and then killing. She didn't care whether the blood would be cheap to her clothes. At that time, she only cared about saving people and then killing them. She didn't care whether the blood would be cheap to her clothes or not. Duan thought back to the previous state of killing. Inexplicably a jolt. Duan's eyes fell back to the white fox cloak next to her. The cloak was dyed red for a large part of it. And I don't know how many people's blood was on it. Is she still that kind and lovely little girl who grew up in the peaceful era? Ning Qin and the others worked very neatly. And in a short while they made hot water. On the cabinet surface next to the large bathtub. There is a pot of fruit wine, and fried peanuts and other things for drinking. Du-Wan is not accustomed to someone to serve when bathing. Sent them out, only to step into the big bath bucket. Warm water soaked, comfortable, as if every pore on the body, all stretched out. Jade arm, on the edge of the barrel, picked up a wine pot, poured a cup of fruit wine, slowly drank up. These fruit wines still had some origin. It was something from when the Moonwatch house was raided, and there was a cellar there, specialized in hiding wine, with a lot of fruit wines. Du Qian and Pei Hao knew that she liked it, so they moved most of it back to the princess residence. County princess, the county king is back. Xu Xiang's voice rang outside. Du-Wan put the wine cup down. Got it. Without continuing to soak further. The water temperature is not as good as earlier. Coming out of the tub. When Du-Wan cleaned up properly and dressed up, and then stepped outside, she saw Du Qian sitting in the house, with hot tea beside him, obviously waiting for some time. Du-Wan was pleasantly surprised. Big brother, why are you here? How is father's side? Suffered some trauma. No big deal. Du Qian looks up and down at his sister. Seeing her expression as usual, the worry in his heart is slightly less. Is there anything that my sister is not used to? Upon hearing this, Du-Wan's expression was stunned. Then she lowered her eyes and said, Nothing. Du Qian got up and walked to her, raised his big hand and rubbed her head. If you have anything to say, talk to big brother. Don't hold it in your heart. Otherwise, nothing will be held back. That is, Du-Wan couldn't say it. It is estimated that it is a poor psychological quality. With the aftermath of murder? Du Qian noticed and digressed. Going to see father? Big brother accompany you? Yes. Du-Wan nodded her head obediently. Next is Du Qian leading his sister to visit his injured father. Today's matter will definitely alarm the emperor. The eldest princess had not yet gone to ask the imperial physician. The imperial physician sent by the emperor had already arrived at the mansion. And when Du-Wan went over, she happened to see the imperial physician who specialized in traumatic injuries, examining the injuries of Du Xian's sidekicked horse. This time, the casualties of the guards were more than 20 people. This shows how critical Du extra horse harness by the side of a team side was at that time. Whoever was behind the plan was sure to want him dead. These follow-up matters were handled by the butler, and the dead guards had to notify their relatives to come over and receive compensation and a whole lot of other things. Du Qian only needed to show up and comfort the crowd. The relatives of the deceased cried miserably, and the situation made Du-Wan's heart very blocked. His eyes could not help but red. This phenomenon was very common. The princess house came every once in a while. She hadn't previously come with Du Qian to deal with this kind of thing, so she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Du Qian pressed her sister's shoulder. Don't be sad. The princess house will make some compensation. No amount of compensation can replace a human life. Du-Wan spoke in a small voice, finishing with a trance-like look on her small face. Du Qian was helpless at this. Speaking of which, her sister was very kind and contradictory. At this moment, she could say such words. But not long ago, she had exterminated nearly half of the assassins with one person. At that time, when he took stock of the scene and then looked back around the circle, even he was a bit numb. His sister's current state was not quite right. Du Qian took his sister's hand. Du-Wan looked at him suspiciously, then looked down at the warm feeling of the small hand being held. Wherever Du Qian went next, he held his sister. It was hard to find an opening. Pei Hao, who hurried over to visit the little girl, happened to see the scene, and his heart was inexplicably sour. Pei Hao's hand holding the hilt of his sword tightened, and only after a long time did he let go again. Big brother Du. Pei Hao came in large strides, standing next to Du-Wan again. His tone softened as he shouted, Wan Wan. A Wan Wan. Shouted in a seductive manner. It was completely different from the one he shouted at Du Qian just now. One heaven. One earth. There is a comparison to know the difference. Du Qian's eyelids jumped. This guy hooked up with his sister in front of him. When did Pei's surname? Shamelessly. Not even cover up? Du Qian knew that Pei Hao was not as righteous a gentleman as he appeared to be. He knew a lot of things about Pei Hao. He also knew that he had a belly full of bad water. And he was so bad that no one knew about it. However, he still puts up a front in front of people and disguises himself very well. Pei Hao did not need to go through Du Qian's consent and stood on the other side of Du-Wan. Du-Wan politely smiled at him. Pei Shi, are you alright? I'm quite well. Have you found out anything? Not yet. But the officials and soldiers patrolling the Imperial City Division during that time have been transferred by trickery. I've already asked people to investigate. Pei Hao tried his best to keep himself calm. Du-Wan nodded and did not say anything else. When he saw Du Qian trying to pull her away, he pretended to follow her unintentionally, and also used the cover of his cloak to hook one of her small fingers. And seeing that she didn't resist, he then took another step, and inch by inch, took hold of her small hand. Cool little hand. Let Pei Hao a little heartache. Next time you want to prepare something for the little girl to warm her hands? What is good to prepare this? Chapter 285. She is nestling in his arms. Du Qian, who was walking in front, was still unaware that Pei Hao avoided the angle he could see, and quietly made a small movement to occupy Du-Wan's other hand. Du-Wan let the two men, one holding one of her hands, walk towards Yuan. When they walked for a while, it was a very peaceful walk, but it made Pei Hao's heart keep sinking downwards. Those who had the same thoughts as him. There was also Du Qian. At first, he didn't notice, but then he noticed Pei Hao's small movements. In the past, would his sister be so well behaved? No. Pei Hao felt the same way. Pei Hao felt the same way. In the past, I'm afraid the little girl would have blown up. Back to Yuan. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, still haven't let go. Du-Wan smiled and asked, What are you doing? Why are you guys acting weird? Sister, want to sleep for a while? Du Qian suggested. Du-Wan pondered for a moment and nodded. It's a bit tiring. I'll go sleep for a while. Big brother. Pei Shi, you two feel free. Go. Pei Hao was even more worried. Du Qian was equally worried. Watching Du-Wan go into the bedroom, the two men then looked at each other. Pei Hao said, I still have to go to the Yamen to deal with some things in a while. So if Big Brother Du is fine, how about staying with Wan first? When I'm free, I'll come back to guard her. Very good. It was rare that Du Qian did not look for trouble. Pei Hao looked deeply in the direction of Du-Wan's bedroom and turned to leave in a hurry. He was now on duty, and Fong had sought a bit of time to come over, but also had to rush back to deal with the case of the assassination of Du Xian's horse harnessed by the side of a team. The investigation of the case does not need him to come, but some things in the early stages, but also need the Imperial City Division to deal with. In addition, the case of the Imperial City Department was drilled. Pei Hao also need to hurry to find out the reason. Only by hurrying to finish things can he have time to accompany the little girl. At this point, Pei Hao once again regretted sending Mu Xian out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so busy that he couldn't spare any time. Du Qian called for Luo Ke and asked about his sister's return. Tell me in detail. What you did. What you ate. Tell me everything. Drop Chess kneels on the ground and reports with her head lowered. When the county princess came back, she bathed and changed her clothes. And there was also a pot of fruit wine that she asked for. Then you arrived. The pot of fruit wine was finished, and the rest of the things were not touched. Du Qian's brows furrowed. There really wasn't anything else? No. The first thing she did when she came back. What did she do? It was to put down the sword and take off the cloak. Du Qian eventually walked into his sister's bedroom. He eased his footsteps and walked around to the bed inside. The bed curtains were not lowered, and there was a person lying on it. None other than Du-Wan. The person was lying in peace. Eyes closed. Green onion-like jade hands placed iteratively together and placed on her abdomen. This was a very peaceful and well-behaved sleeping posture. There was no bedding covering her body. Du Qian didn't know if her sister was really sleeping, or she was faking sleep. Quietly watched for a while. Du Qian gently approached. Carefully took the quilt at the end of the bed. Gently covered Du-Wan. The bedroom didn't change much from usual. The only difference was the smell of a strong fragrance. His eyes fell to the small incense burner next to him, with curling white smoke billowing from it, which was lit with spices. His sister usually rarely lit incense, but today she actually did. Immediately, his eyes fell to the white fox cloak that was hitched to the side. A white cloak that was mostly stained with blood. Du Qian's heart jumped as he took the cloak away. He walked out with large strides. As soon as they saw him about to get angry, Falling Chess and the others knelt down at the first opportunity. A bunch of losers. What does the princess mansion raise you for? The dirty clothes that the county princess changed out of are actually still left in the bedroom after so long? Du Qian's face was as cold as frost, and it was easy to see that he was furious. The cloak's bloody odor was very strong, and placed in the bedroom. As an underling, he should have taken it away at the first opportunity. If he wasn't concerned about his sister, he really wanted to drag all these people down and cane them. It was a very small thing. But then again, it wasn't a small thing. This cloak was a constant reminder to his sister of what she had done before. Du Qian coldly said, "I'll go down and receive 10 canes." "Yes. Thank you, County King." Ning Qin and Falling Chess, among others, all bowed their heads and retreated. Du Qian called out to Ning Qin again. "Before you go to receive your punishment, burn this cloak." "Yes." Ning Qin respectfully stepped forward and brought the cloak out. Du Qian knows that today is not the first time her sister has killed someone, but it was definitely the day she had killed the most. And her mindset could easily go wrong if she didn't adjust it in time. At that time, Du's sixth uncle had said that his sister's state of killing was not right at that time. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation or pity, as if she was killing chickens, one step at a time. It was the opposite of her usual image in front of people. Father also warned and asked him to pay attention to his sister. Du Qian does not know. Du Wan on the bed couch. Pressure did not sleep. Just closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. She was obviously very tired. Her body was tired. Her heart was even more tired. But after she laid down on the bed, how could she not sleep? Du Wan started from killing the last person. There was a trance that always followed her. Even if she chatted with Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team, talked to Du Qian, or face Pei Hao, Du Wan knew exactly what she was doing and what she was saying. Yet she was in a trance as if she was in a dream, with a feeling of floating that she couldn't put her feet on the ground. She didn't know how to get out of this state. She thought that she would be fine if she slept, but she could never sleep. Du Wan remembered the first time she killed. It was between being killed and killing, and she chose to kill. At that time, she was scared, but she quickly adjusted. Then came the second killing. At that time, she didn't have any major discomfort. Today, she heard that Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team had encountered an ambush, and the situation was critical. Blooming with anger, she killed again, killing many people in a row. This is the first time. She has an illusion that she is an executioner. Don't want to kill. Didn't like it. Even loathed it. Bang! There was a loud bang. Outside, Du Qian's heart tightened, and he turned towards the bedroom and rushed in, only to see Du Wan sitting frozen on the bed, staring blankly at her palms. The 6 screens in front of the bed shattered into countless pieces. Du Qian went up and hugged Du Wan in his arms, his heart trembling slightly as he shouted, "Sister! Sister? Big brother is here. Don't be afraid." Du Wan stayed very quietly in Du Qian's arms, feeling cheap big brother's embrace. Quite warm. Judea remembered the first time they met, and that night they nestled in his arms and slept. Then, after waking up with a sleep, nothing of the aftermath of the killing was left. So, Du Qian worried to death, was at a loss for words. Looked down. She was nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly. Du Qian. Was he worried for nothing? Sleeping like a little piglet so quickly meant that the problem wasn't serious. Usually in this situation, one would recover with a nap. When Pei Hao was idle, it was nearly midnight. Fortunately, there was no snow. Pei Hao hurriedly rushed to the princess mansion. This time, he went through the front door. No one stopped him. And just after stepping into Yuling Yuan, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Chapter 286. The prince suddenly snatched a person. The subordinates of Jade's spirit garden were all cautious and trembling. And big night. In the past this hour early to sleep. At this time actually all guard. No one to rest. And then look at the 4 big maids that look like they have been caned. Pei Hao approaches Du Wan's bedroom. Ning Qin stops him. "Shitsi. County princess is resting." "I know. I'll just go in and take a look." Pei Hao's eyes coldly swept over Ning Qin. Ning Qin and the others still stopped Pei Hao. Du Qian's voice suddenly came from inside. "Let him come in." "Yes, County King." Ning Qin and the others retreated to the side. Pei Hao didn't even sweep them out of the corner of his eye. Striding in, went inside. Only then did he see the situation in the house. This not so good feeling. A broken screen on the ground. It's not like nothing happened. Especially the extent to which the screens were broken was a bit strange. It was shattered too much. Not like it was done by ordinary techniques. On the bed couch, Du Qian sat on the edge of the bed, with a person in his arms. The very little girl Pei Hao longed for. She closed her eyes, pink cherry lips slightly open. A look as sleeping extraordinarily sweet. Pei Hao went forward naturally, wanting to take over the little girl. Big brother Du. I'll do it. Du Qian has always disliked him. How could he agree? However, before the refusal could be uttered, Pei Hao's movements were quick and had already swept the little girl away from his arms. He instinctively wanted to snatch it back. Only just as he moved, his hands and feet went numb. Not to mention trying to snatch the person. He almost even fell. Pei Hao's eyes swept over him. Been sitting for a long time? Nonsense. Du Qian's reaction was telling enough. When the little girl reached Pei Hao's arms, she still didn't wake up, instead looking for a comfortable position to continue sleeping. However, probably due to the fact that Pei Hao had just come in from outside and was still carrying cold air on his body, she shrank towards his arms as if she was chilled. A small gesture. Pei Hao's heart softened. On the contrary, Du Qian was so angry that he ground his teeth. Why is his sister so stupid? She's a new person and still doesn't know? Pei Hao wrapped the little girl in his cloak, carefully, as if he was holding a rare treasure. He looked at the broken screen on the ground and didn't want Du Qian to stare at him anymore. So he found a topic and lowered his voice to ask, "What's going on with this screen? It came in just like this. Wait for my sister to wake up and then ask. Then how long has she been sleeping?" Pei Hao raised his hand to gently stroke over a strand of hair next to the little girl's cheek. In fact, he wanted to caress over that pretty little face even more. But he was just being stared at by his parents and had the heart but not the guts to be a thief. Du Qian was a little slowed down now. It wasn't long after you left that she went to sleep. In that case, more than 3 hours. Pei Hao looked down at the little girl. Almost time to wake up. Not only did Pei Hao think this way, Du Qian likewise thought that his sister should have woken up. However, it was out of both people's expectations. The person never woke up, still sleeping soundly. After Du Qian's hands and feet recovered, he didn't want Pei Hao to continue to hold his sister. What would it look like? The problem is that Pei Hao refused to let go, and he was afraid that he would wake up his sister. So he had to hold his arms to his chest, staring at Pei Hao from the side. Pei Hao's heart is happy, but he feels that Du Qian is in the way. With Du Qian here, he did not dare to make some small moves. At this exact moment, there was a movement outside. It is Yen Mum's voice. "County King, the eldest princess asked you to go to the main courtyard. Can you say what is the matter?" Du Qian walked outside and asked. Mum Yen humbly says, "Old slave is not sure. Going now?" "Yes." Du Qian didn't really want to go. Leaving a wolf alone with his sister? It's not like he as a brother is stupid. Only, Du Qian is also worried that there is an emergency on his parents' side. He sweeps his cold eyes over the subordinates present. "All 4 of you go in and guard the master. If you dare to be slow again, all of you will be sold." "Yes." Slave servant obeys. Ning Qin and the others were afraid of Du Qian. Duan was very good at talking. As long as she did her part, she wouldn't mind some small things. On the contrary, Du Qian was different, and was extremely strict with her subordinates' every word and deed. Moreover, even the smallest thing, when it comes to the sheriff, it will be a big deal. Punishment was never mindful of anything, and words were always followed. Several of the maids have injuries on their bodies. Du Qian followed them in, and to the 4 of them, he directly lowered his voice and commanded, "The 4 of you stay in the house, and don't move an inch." Ning Qin and the others nodded solemnly. Pei Hao was speechless. Defending so tightly. What did he think he was? As soon as Du Qian left, Pei Hao's eyes coldly swept over the 4 people before looking at the broken screen next to him. Ning Qin followed his gaze, and hesitantly squatted down to clean it up. The other 3 followed to do so, picking up the broken screen and sending it to the side utility room first, trying not to make a bit of noise, waiting for them to clean up properly, and then quietly come back to guard. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit. Pei Hao simply take them as non-existent. Has been back to the bedside pillar. Is lowering his head. Look unusually focused on the little girl in his arms. The little girl's face is white and tender, but also through the light pink. Eyelashes are thin and long. just like two small fans. Very beautiful. His fingertips gently stroked her cheeks, not putting the maid next to him in his eyes at all. So, Du Qian's thoughts were sort of in vain. In a different situation, he might have been a little mindful. But now, he was worried mostly, and really didn't think of doing anything. After a long time, Pei Hao raised his head, and pointed to the charcoal basin not far away. Then pointed next to himself. Ning Qin again understood, and moved the charcoal basin over. Feeling a little warmer, Pei Hao felt that these few people guarding it was not a bad thing. As for being available at any time, such as lighting incense, adding a charcoal or something, or making a cup of warm tea. So, the four of them were being supported by Master Shitzi to go round and round. Shitzi Master would come up to the little girl's face behind their backs and gently rubbed it, making his heart itch, rubbing it again and again. There was a time when Lok Chi unintentionally came across Pei Hao's movements and was about to make a sound. As a result, when she met Pei Hao's cold and intimidating eyes, she didn't dare to say anything and panicked, lowering her head as if she didn't see it. Pei Shizi's eyes were too scary. For a moment, Luo Ke felt that if he dared to speak out, he would be killed. Duan slept extremely soundly this sleep. She didn't even dream a single dream. And when she woke up, she was refreshed. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. Duan thought that this should be the next day. The room was guarded by Ning Qin. 4 people. Is dozing. The only thing that has changed a little bit is probably the 6 screens that blocked the front of the bed are gone. Duan thought of her earlier. Bad temper. Waved her hand. There is a spiritual power hit out. Hit the screen. Just a moment. The screen broken, but also made the whole room is not the same. Now the room has been tidied up. Duan got up with a very soft voice, not wanting to startle the 4 people of Ning Qin next to her. Chapter 287. The World Sun delivers food to the county lord. No matter how light the movements are, sometimes they still accidentally make a little noise. Xu Xiang is the first to wake up. Sheriff Master? You have woken up. As soon as she makes a sound, the other 3 follow and wake up with a start. Sheriff Master has woken up? Duan was puzzled by their overreaction. Waking up is just waking up. What's the need to pay so much attention to it? Also, what's wrong with these 4 people's faces? Each one is haggard, as if they haven't slept for days and nights. And there's also Xu Xiang's appearance, as if she's sick. Duan asked a few questions and learnt that once she woke up, it was already the next day. When did my big brother leave? Back to County Princess. The County King left at dawn. Ning Qin replies. Duan is strange. Daybreak? Wasn't it dark? Ning Qin says. Yes. He left at dawn. Along with Pei Shizi. What? Duan is even more confused. She went to wash up while listening to Ning Qin talk about last night's events. After learning that she had fallen asleep, Du Qian hadn't left. And then Pei Hao came over and stayed again. Halfway through, her elder brother left for a while. Then came again. And the 2 of them didn't leave until dawn. Duan only knew that she slept and nothing happened right. However, she was a bit unsure and asked, Ning Qin, what did I do last night besides sleeping? Nothing. You have been sleeping until now. Ning Qin said with certainty. Duan sighed in relief. You guys go down and rest. I'll go to the main courtyard for breakfast. Thank you, Sheriff. Ning Qin's 4 are really tired. Having received 10 canes, it was still the person who carried out the execution, who was worried that the beating would be too heavy, and there would be no one to take care of the county mistress. So they took special care of him. The 4 hurriedly retreated. Duan dressed properly, hung her long sword to her waist, then picked up a light red cloak, and headed towards the main courtyard in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhuang Song, who was guarding outside, hurriedly followed. Duan asked, Zhuang Song, has my father gone to the yamen? The extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side is injured, and the emperor has specially passed down an oracle for him to rest in the mansion. Zhuang Song told the news he had just heard. Duan breezed over. The eldest princess and Du Xiongma were already up. Duan's large, moist eyes were full of vigor, sweeping over Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Father, didn't uncle tell you to rest at home? Why are you still wearing official clothes? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team smiled and said, I'm not going to court. I just have some things to deal with at the yamen. Why did Wanwan come over so early? To see father, and then come over for breakfast. Seeing his daughter's lively appearance, which was no different from before, Du Xianzheng finally felt relieved. Hearing his son's words last night, he was still worried. Sure enough, it was fine after a good night's sleep. The eldest princess laughed and scolded the skin monkey, and had people prepare more food. Duan was hungry and was happy to see the food, but in front of the two elders, she ate in a very civilized manner. When Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side put down his chopsticks, Duan followed and put down her chopsticks. Grabbing another big bun, she ate it while following behind Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. When Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team climbed into the carriage and had just sat down, he saw a petite figure drilling in and sitting next to him. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team's sight fell to the meat bun in her small hand. Where does Wan want to go? Where does Daddy want to go? Duan was eating the buns, and when she spoke, she looked a little slurred. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team said, "To the Ministry of Household Yamen." "Oh, then I'll go to the Household Ministry Yamen as well." Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team's eyebrows jumped. Sure enough, Duan added, "Before the person behind the curtain is caught, I am responsible for protecting father." Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team's heart is hot. He kind of understands. His daughter is trying to protect him. She is worried about him encountering something like yesterday. Wan, father will be fine. It's best if you are fine. I will follow you to ensure your safety. When you arrive at the court, you can be as busy as you want to be. I won't cause you any trouble. Just pretend I don't exist. Duan does not quite believe in the ability of the Du family guards now. She was a bit worried earlier when she knew he was checking the accounts and asked Du Qian about it. What did Du Qian say at that time? Said Du Lu would arrange it properly. The result was still the same. Something almost happened? If Duan decides something, he can't get it back. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team did not really want to drive his daughter away, and learnt that his daughter was worried about him as her father. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed even if he wanted to. Waiting for the Yamen. See the outsiders? Hard again happy Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Or put up the shelf of the minister. A face of seriousness and seriousness. Yamen officials. See Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team is still on duty today. Have come up to greet. All of them looked concerned. And some of them even shared the same hatred. Finally saw Duan. In the way of Duan's identity. Another round of greetings. Duan accepted them one by one. And then said, "There is no need to be courteous when this county princess does not exist." Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team followed and said, "Yes, all of them are busy with their own business. Wan is just uneasy about this official, so she will definitely follow over to take a look, and won't get in the way of everyone's work. Your Excellency is blessed." The left chamberlain hurriedly complimented. The right minister followed and praised. "Sheriff Lord is a filial child. Unlike those unfilial sons in my family, who have never seen them care about me as a father. All children are bad to manage when they get older." Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team said, as if with emotion. The three people chatted for a while longer. Duan heard a whiff of her sigh. The other officials, who were not as big as the three, came up to greet them and dispersed. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team only chatted for a while, and started his office again. Afterwards, Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team went to the room where the Yamen stored its files or archives. There were some officials inside, either sorting out account books or reconciling accounts. In the past, when she read novels, she often saw a traveling heroine who used a new way of keeping accounts and then hit the ground running. Holding on to this little mindset, Duan went and flipped through the official accounts. Didn't read it. What's a one-hit wonder? Dreaming is more practical. Duan sat on the sidelines and didn't chime in. Husan came in from outside, carrying a small food box, and came straight to Duan, respectfully saying, "I have come to greet the county princess. The world sun knows that you have arrived at the Yamen, and has specially prepared some food for you." Upon hearing this, Duan's big watery eyes lit up. "Prepared what?" she asked while going to open the food box. Opening the food box, they are all candied fruits that she usually loves, and a dish of mung bean cake, delivered in a timely manner. "I was still thinking about whether to make a trip to the Imperial Catering Room. Thank your Shitsi for the sheriff. Next time I'm free, I'll treat him to dinner." Chung, I will definitely relay to the world prince that you will invite him for dinner. Husan deliberately made a point. Du-Wan's smile stalled. She was just being polite, not really inviting him to dinner. But after Husan said it, it became different. Husan put down the food box and left. Du-Wan thought about it, and thought it was nothing. It was just a dinner invitation. It's not like Pei Hao hadn't come to her house for dinner before. Chapter 288. Solve it with a nap. Du-Wan's attention is on the side of the food. Carefully pinched a piece of mung bean cake looks quite exquisite. Ate a small mouthful. Found that the taste is quite delicious. Thinking of her cheap father, she lifted the food box and went to her father's side. Seeing that he was flipping through the dossier and transcribing something at the same time. He was quite busy. Father, want to eat a piece of pastry? Du-Wan reminded in a small voice. Do extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side. I saw the food box. Where did it come from? Pei Shitzi had it sent to him. He's quite thoughtful. It is quite thoughtful. Would you like a piece too? Du-Wan picked up the disc of pastries and sent it to Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The emperor's side harnessed by the side of the emperor's team took a piece and put it in his mouth. It was quite greasy. After eating it, he wanted to pick up the hot tea next to him and drink it. Just before he brought it to his mouth, he was stopped by Du-Wan. Slow down. Du-Wan pressed the tea bowl. Where did this tea come from? The people below served it. What's wrong? Unknown origin. Don't drink it. Who knows if there's a hand in it? This Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team really put down the tea bowl after she mentioned it. Du-Wan is not discovering that there is something wrong with the tea. It is purely a reminder that someone will have a hand in it. He was assassinated only yesterday. The murderer has not been found yet. Who knows if the other party will be heartless enough to poison it? Father, you are thirsty. Right. Wait first. I'll personally go and pour you some tea. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team was amused, and his heart was warm. His daughter was worried about him. Even if it was unreasonable, he didn't stop it. Du-Wan carried the bowl of tea away before walking to the pantry. Du-Wan, who was pondering on how to make the tea, did not notice that after she carried the bowl of tea away, one of the junior officials' face changed. Before looking obscurely at the right minister at the other desk, the right minister's face was also not good. A well-intentioned plan was actually stopped by a yellow-haired girl. Du-Wan tossed and turned for a while, finally boiling a pot of tea herself, carrying the whole teapot over, and washing 2 clean tea bowls. Father and daughter both drank tea and ate at the same time. The small life is still very leisurely. Du-Wan sat on the side and watched Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team finish things off, and also delivered a clear explanation, without waiting for the time to leave the court. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team left with his daughter. In that food box, there was still a small half of snacks. Du-Wan was still carrying it, following behind Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, her little mouth still not stopping, getting into the carriage. After sitting steadily, the carriage slowly moved forward. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team asked half-jokingly. One went to the court today. Did you find any suspicious people? All suspicious. Du-Wan said seriously. Is there the most suspicious one? There is a small official. Quite suspicious. Especially when I served away your bowl of tea. There was a moment when his face changed, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, she glanced to the right. There were several officials in that direction. I don't know who he was looking at. Do Emperor's son-in-law froze after hearing this. He was just casually asking, but he didn't expect his daughter to be able to say a bunch of things. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said. In that case, there really is something wrong with that bowl of tea? Did Wan know about it from the start? No. It was purely because I didn't want you to drink the tea served by someone else. The one who served the tea was my close friend. I didn't say that the person who served the tea must have poisoned it. Du-Wan initially really didn't think that someone would dare to do something at the yamen, or in full view of the public. When she saw Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team wanting to drink the tea, she stopped it on an impulse. Father could have had someone look into that petty official. Then, she spoke out the characteristics of that petty official. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team nodded his head, and immediately lifted the curtains of the car, and asked his inner circle to keep an eye on it. It wasn't that Du-Wan hadn't used her ability to listen to the matters of the yamen. Those who were officials in the yamen seemed to be very cautious, presumably for fear of ears through the walls. After sending Du Xian horse harnessed by the emperor's side back to his house, knowing that he would not go out again today, Du-Wan did not go back to Jade's spirit garden, but went to look for Du Qian. She learnt that Du Qian had left the palace earlier and had not returned yet. Du-Wan rode out again. She went to the Imperial City Department to look for Pei Hao. Today it can be said that everything is not going well. Looking for whoever is not there. Du-Wan wanted to go to the palace to find the Emperor, but thought better of it. Today, the Emperor's business will definitely not be less. So she rode her horse and wandered around the streets of the various government offices in the Imperial City. The person was wearing a fox-skin cloak and a hood, only revealing her small yet beautiful chin. If it wasn't for Zhuang Tsong and the others following, not many people would have recognized who she was. Zhuang Tsong looked ahead at his master, who was riding his horse and walking very slowly. He wanted to say that this street had been walked back and forth for the third time. Now in the various government offices, the fire of gossip was lit. For example, have you heard? The little princess is riding a high horse with hundreds of personal guards and has passed by the entrance to the yamen for the third time. What does this little ancestor want? What else? Probably a warning. Daring to touch Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team. This person behind the curtain is really bold. He's jumping over the wall. I have a message. I heard that Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team has been checking his accounts recently. Oops. For the fourth time. Those who were discussing this matter did not know that Du-Wan heard all of them. The courthouses of the various ministries of the imperial court, such as the main entrance of the 6 ministries, were all on one large street. Perhaps the important government offices of the Great Qin state were all concentrated in one area. Du-Wan wanted to find out the real culprit behind the scene. So naturally, she had to be close to the place where the murderer might hang out. Just strolling around a few times did not yield any results. Those who were officials in the capital were all human beings who acted cautiously. A word or action may be in the mind a few times before saying it out loud. It was the small official of the Ministry of Revenue that she had been keeping an eye on that had been working very peacefully. County Lord Pei Hao came riding his steed. Behind him was a group of officials and soldiers, still escorting the prisoner. Du-Wan swept a glance at the prisoners. The one she didn't recognize. You went to catch someone? Pei Hao nodded. Yes. Why is County Princess here? Nothing to do. Came to stroll around and listen to the gossip. When she said the last sentence, Du-Wan narrowed her eyes slightly. It's quite interesting. Go sit at the court. It's cold outside. Pei Hao invited her in. Du-Wan did not refuse and drove alongside Pei Hao to the Imperial City Department's yamen. Pei Hao led Du-Wan into the government office. He kept an eye on her complexion while walking. When he noticed that she did not look different, his heart was slightly sour. Did the little girl simply not know about last night's events? However, after sleeping, her mind seems to have adjusted. Du-Wan sat down at the place where he was working on the case. Pei Hao ordered people to bring charcoal pots and heaters and personally made tea for her. Du-Wan said, "Thank you for the snacks today." "You're welcome." The county princess also said that she would treat the Shitsi to dinner. Pei Hao took over the conversation very blandly and elegantly poured a cup of tea, handing it to her. Du-Wan took it with both hands and gave a thank you. "No problem. As long as you have time, feel free to let me know." Pei Hao asked, "Does County Princess still remember that she owes me a few meals?" Chapter 289. She left without a care in the world. This? Really don't remember. Did you even say you invited him to dinner before? Du-Wan's scowl said it all. When she said she'd invited someone to dinner, she opened her mouth and never went through the motions. Pei Hao didn't want her to just muddle through. "Time. Place. I'll arrange it. You go over and pay the bill then. How about it?" "No problem." Du-Wan patted her chest to guarantee. She didn't realize at all that she had been set up again by Master Shitsi. Pei Hao did not show it on his face, but he was extraordinarily happy in his heart. Finally, he could find an excuse to date the little girl alone. The two chatted about a few more things, such as the case of Du Extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's side being attacked. Pei Hao had already found out the mole in the Imperial City Department. Someone had deliberately transferred the officials and soldiers patrolling that street, which was why the fight had gone on for so long without anyone noticing. If it wasn't for the fact that someone beside Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team broke out to go to the princess's residence to bring help, it would have been difficult for Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team to escape death. Thinking that the Imperial City Department was under his control, he still apologized sincerely. "I was remiss in my duties in this matter. I'm sorry. What does it have to do with you?" Duan gave him a sidelong glance. I am in charge of the Imperial City Division after all. It's just that you have the biggest official position. It's not like it's yours. The corners of Pei Hao's mouth turned upwards at his words. The little girl must be heartbroken for him. Not only did she not blame him, but she also tried her best to excuse him. Does this mean that the little girl loves him miserably now? Duan's words of truthfulness were not known to have been distorted by him. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was attacked. Or at the foot of the emperor. Today's morning court. The emperor was furious, scolded the courtiers, and decided to investigate the case. Of course, the investigation was handed over to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice in Qin is usually responsible for big cases. Only some trivial cases in the capital will come under the responsibility of Beijing Zhaofu. Pei Hao received some news, but did not reveal it. Wan. This case should be investigated soon. You can wait patiently for 2 more days. I will accompany father to the court today. Duan told about the suspicious tea. Pei Hao asked. That bowl of tea. You didn't take it out for the eunuch to check? Take what? Once I took it, I would have spooked the snakes. Duan didn't want to say that she was stupid for a second and didn't remember. But of course this thing is not good to say. To put on an inscrutable look. I've locked a suspicious person. Even if I don't check, my father will send someone to keep an eye on it. Pei Hao knew that the Ministry of Criminal Affairs was pursuing the case and had reportedly found clues. With the emperor personally watching, the people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs didn't dare to be perfunctory. Duan just took a sip of tea and stood up violently. Not good. Then Duan ran towards the outside. Pei Hao followed and chased after her. The direction that Duan ran to was the Ministry of Revenue's office. At this time, it was noon. When the officials were resting, some officials would stay at the yamen and have their lunch delivered by the government, while others would go home or go outside to a restaurant. That junior official chose to go out. Just not long after leaving the yamen, he was killed. When Duan hurriedly rushed to the scene of the crime, the person was already dead. A fatal cut. Seeing this, Duan was about to be infuriated. This person was equivalent to bait. She still wanted to rely on him to catch the big fish. Pei Hao also found out when he came over. Probably someone was checking on him, and was found out by the person behind the scene. So he silenced the person first. Duan's first thought was that Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had arranged for someone to check. Perhaps the horse's foot was exposed and was detected by the other party? The officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department surrounded the crime scene and waited for the people from the Ministry of Justice to come over. Duan listened to the surrounding situation. I can't believe I didn't hear anything suspicious. The killer fled away so quickly. Suddenly, Duan ran in a direction. With a few leaps, she went up to the roof. In an alley, a man was seen running wildly. Duan chased towards the man. After a chase and a run, after 2 streets, Duan caught up with the man. The smell of blood? The man was killed by you. Looking for death. The man's eyes showed fierce light. About to make a move towards Duan. The back of his neck abruptly hurt, and then fell straight forward. Pei Hao did not know when. Silently stood behind the man. He slashed down with a hand knife, and the man fell to the ground. Duan asked. Dead? No. Unconscious. Pei Hao sized up the man on the ground. This man doesn't quite look like a family-trained dead soldier, but rather like a Jianghu bandit, or one who does murderous business. Duan didn't know where he saw that. She couldn't see it anyway. After all, she had very little contact with these things. At this time, Husan brought people over. Pei Hao ordered, tie up the man and take him back to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Yes, sir. Husan went up and searched the person. Apart from the silver and silver checks, there was a short knife with a trace of blood on it. This was good evidence. And after it was packed up properly, the person was then tied up and taken away. I don't know if Husan was intentional. While taking away the prisoner, he also took away the others, leaving Pei Hao and Duan alone. Pei Hao stood beside Duan. Seeing the small face, the cold air coming out of her body, it was like telling others, this girl is unhappy. Very unhappy. Mochi. The person behind the curtain is anxious to jump over the wall. Even if there is no today's matter. Also can't jump for a long time. This little thing. It's not worth your anger. Pei Hao comforted gently. Duan's small face was puffed up. subconsciously slightly raised her lips. This thing is my fault. I should have stared outside of the household ministry yamen. Can you still keep staring? Anyway, if I went to stare, that petty official wouldn't have been silenced at the entrance of the yamen. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes contained a smile. It didn't occur to him that the little girl would still have such an obstinate side. He raised his slender jade-like hand and went to hold her wrist. Let's go! Things have already happened. It's useless to be remorseful. Today, your sudden arrival at the murder scene and catching the murderer. I will cover it up for you. You can't mess up again next. Or else, your secret will not be covered. Du-Wan nodded, exercising lightness on the way here. It was best to walk on the way back. In the quiet alley, there was only the silhouette of the two of them. Pei Hao only wished that this alleyway could be a little longer, allowing him to hold the little girl for longer in broad daylight. The road is farther. There will be an end. The two people walked out of the alley entrance. Outside the alley entrance, they saw Zhuang Song, who was anxiously looking for someone. Du-Wan instantly came back to her senses and waved her small hand at Zhuang Song. Zhuang Song! Over here! Sheriff Master! Zhuang Song finally saw someone and walked towards Du-Wan. Only, he had Husan in his little book at the moment. The alley that Husan pointed out to them just now was actually wrong. Now that they saw Pei Hao alone with the county princess, what was there not to understand? Zhuang Song reminded. County Lord, it's time to return to the house. Right-o. The hour is late. Let's go! Du-Wan did not refuse, and even waved goodbye towards Pei Hao, took the reins of the horse and up by her personal guards, rolled onto the horse, and walked away without a care in the world. Chapter 290 Master Shitzi pushes the wave. Pei Hao only wanted to curse this little heartless one. Du-Wan didn't care what Pei Hao thought. With a team of personal guards, she returned to the princess residence, went to the main courtyard, running into Du Lu outside. Du-Wan asked, Sixth uncle, is my big brother still back? Do you know what he went to do? The eldest young master has not yet returned. I heard that he went to the palace. Oh, had I known that big brother had gone to the palace, I would have gone there. This is not a good thing for Du Lu to pick up. Little master with hundreds of personal guards, riding a horse in the mouth of the major yamen slipped to and from the matter, causing panic. Early spread back to the house. Outside the gossip, all say the county princess is angry hard. Want to take revenge for Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Du-Wan went to the main courtyard to walk around. Showed a face in front of the eldest princess. Extra horse harness by the side of a team is resting. Du-Wan did not go in. Du-Wan thought that this case would take a long time to investigate. Unexpectedly, the next day, there was a result. Du-Wan in the house heard the news as this. The Ministry of Justice took over the case. Quickly check the clues, and then follow the melon. As long as things have been done, there will always be traces. If the other party wants to erase the traces, it will take time. The motive of this crime is not difficult to find out. It is about the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Justice investigated the right minister of the Ministry of Households. When the officials and soldiers went to the door to arrest each other, the other party has hanged himself, but also left a letter of confession, admitting that he was mindful of being found out of corruption and ink, and was momentarily obsessed with wanting to kill Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to silence him. Du Qian last night did not return. Night to the Ministry of Justice. Is staring at them to investigate the case. The case would not have been so fast open. Is Du Qian back to tell the family? The family got together and was chatting about the matter. Du Qian told the progress of the case. These cases are still confidential. The outside pressure did not spread. Only Du Qian had been keeping an eye on those officials the whole day. And only then did he know it so clearly. Du-Wan asked. The right minister confessed to all the charges? Yes, including the silver that was embezzled. And the money that was copied from the family was not the right number. It was still a big difference. Du Qian only felt that the person behind the curtain was stupid. Such a big thing. How could one person be able to top it? The emperor let the Ministry of Justice continue to investigate, and also went to the heavenly prison to arraign Wu Qian. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team said. Wu Qian's heart is deep. Will not confess. Maybe the person who has the most money in his pocket is him. The eldest princess interjected. Du-Wan sniffed and nodded her little head in agreement. My mother is the smartest. Since my mother said so, then this is a big possibility. The eldest princess smiles with arched eyebrows. Very happy. Du Qian glanced at his sister and felt that she had changed, becoming a little toady. Only after a long time had passed did Du Xian horse harness by the side of the emperor's team say with slight mockery, Wu Qian is being clever and cutting off the only way to live for himself. The other three looked at Du Xianjian in unison. Du Wan was even more wide-eyed, with a small look of seeking advice. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team had been an official for more than 10 years. And although he used to be an idle official in the Ministry of Ceremonies, with no oil or water, he was at least a modest official. For the officialdom things, or than Du Wan they understand more. Seeing the children interested in this, and now there is no outsider. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team, then said, if from the beginning, Wu Qian learnt from Zhou Chong and others, and honestly handed over his private property, the emperor didn't have to deliberately make things difficult for him. The problem is that he did not find Wan and Du Qian in the first place. But instead, negotiating with the emperor is nothing, and still not honest. Only handing over 1 million or so of private property. Who would believe it? Although the emperor got 90% of the Wu family's wealth, he still thought about Wu Qian's private property. The state treasury has been enriched, but every year the income is still not enough to make ends meet. This is not, by the emperor's thoughts of criminal officials, can still have a good end? Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team lamented. Do not know without checking. A check shocked. The Ministry of Revenue is missing a large piece of silver on the surface. The silver do not know where to go. A full 50 million taels. The accounts that can't be checked behind the scenes are still unknown. At these words, the family was stunned. Du Wan associated it with her own pitiful small treasury, and instantly soured. These people want money or not? Everyone is so rich. How come I'm the only one who's poor? Previously, Du Wan thought that the Great Qin Kingdom itself was economically backward, and it was normal for it not to be rich. Only now did Du Wan realize that just because the people were poor, it didn't mean the country was poor. It's that most of the wealth of the Great Qin state is concentrated in the hands of the powerful and wealthy in the dynasty. The Princess House family of 4 was talking about this matter. At the same time, in the imperial palace, in the hall of deliberation, the emperor summoned Pei Hao alone. Pei Hao told the emperor what he had investigated, one by one, as well as the matter of Qin Yu, and leak some of it. Your Majesty, should we wait for Lu Jin to be escorted to the capital? Or should we go and identify him now? No hurry. More than 10 years have waited. Not bad for a day or two. The emperor learnt that the person was in the capital. Suppressed the excitement in his heart, not wanting to end up not making another joke. Still decided to wait. You said this girl is the one that Xie Zhang brought back from Qian County? Yes. The micro-minister and others investigated Lu Jin's whereabouts and found out about Qian County. And while pursuing the clues, they encountered an assassination. Or they relied on the help of the county princess to get through it. So on this matter, the impression is very deep. That girl came to the capital, and Xie Zhang even took care of her quite a bit. Pei Hao also pretended to unintentionally mention that he had investigated the matter of Xie Zhang in the first place. The secret dossier that had been investigated could still be found. The emperor really sent someone to find out the information, and went through it again. Even the emperor did not expect that both of his daughters had a grudge against Wan Wan. Huang Ren would hate Wan Wan because of the sins he created, and Wan Wan was implicated. And this Qin Yu had likewise grown crooked, a white-eyed wolf. And Wan Wan had kindly saved her, only to be bitten back. The emperor was eager to retrieve the only bloodline that had strayed. However, he couldn't help but wonder if his bloodline was poisonous. Or, no, Wan Wan also had an imperial bloodline. If we talk about the Du clan bloodline, the empress also came from the Du clan. The emperor's dark old face pressed the dossier. Let's leave this matter aside for now, and talk about the case of the Ministry of Households. A district right minister can't eat that amount of silver. I let the Ministry of Justice went to arraign Wu Qian. He still refuses to confess. Your Majesty, have you thought about it? The matter of Wu Qian is a bit abnormal. Tell me, what's not normal? A death row inmate shouldn't care so much about the silver because life doesn't bring it, and death doesn't take it away. Just like when Zhou Chonglu and the others heard that they could exchange their private property for their lives, they agreed without hesitation. Wouldn't they have suspected a trap? However, they were still willing to gamble on the slightest chance of survival. Pei Hao told the end point one by one. Only Wu Qian was strange and did not agree. Later, Although he entrusted someone to find the county princess, he only took out a little bit of private property. This bit of private property is more like a man's hidden private money, not like a big head of silver. Chapter 291. There is an elegant name for a godly man. The emperor looked towards Pei Hao. There was a lot of talk about this private money. Pei Hao voiced out his final conjecture. Wu Qian might have expected that he would have today, and did not remarry after his wife and son died. But it doesn't mean that he didn't keep an outside wife all these years. So Wu Qian most likely kept an outside wife and a child. This is the only way to explain why Wu Qian wanted wealth over life. He wants to give his own children and fight to be clothed and fed for the rest of his life. The emperor can investigate in this direction. And as long as he finds the person, he is not afraid that Wu Qian will not confess. Pei Hao originally did not want to get involved in Wu Qian's case. But he couldn't help that someone had made a death wish and involved his father-in-law, causing the little girl to think about it. Pei Hao only wanted the little girl to have a carefree life, so he had to step in and push. The emperor was pleased, so he let Pei Hao go to investigate. Pei Hao answered and left. Du Wan's side is still pondering how to bring out all the people who harmed Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team, before she could bring her guards to go and skate around the streets in front of the major government offices. The Imperial City Department's officers and soldiers and the Forbidden Guards were out again. The whole city was under martial law, copying homes and arresting people. It is said that these officials, some of which were involved in the ambush of Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team, are also involved in the Ministry of Household's embezzlement case. Du Wan rushed to Du Qian to inquire. However, Du Qian was not there, so she went to find Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team. Father, the emperor's uncle has started to arrest people. Is this evidence found? Be steady. You're a big girl now, and you're still being so loud. Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of the emperor's team deliberately put on a serious face to admonish his daughter. The posture of a strict father seems to be in full swing. Du Wan is not creepy at all. She saw through him long ago. Her little face is flushed. She smiles and goes up. Daddy can have inside information? Know how to find out? I'm not sure. Wait for my father to inquire, and then come back to tell you. Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team recently stayed at home to recuperate, and his daughter is up front and back to get the news. The specific situation is not clear, but also wait for the news to come to know. Du Wan was about to say something. Du Lu is outside. Sheriff, there are Pei family's guards outside, saying that they have something important to see you. Pei family's guards? Du Wan was surprised. Standing up, she walked towards the outside. She really saw the Pei family's guards. The familiar messenger. The man delivered a letter to Du Wan as usual. Opening it, it was Pei Hao's appointment to meet her tomorrow morning at a tea house on Rongchang Street. And it also specifically stated that she should bring enough silver to prepare to pay the bill. Du Wan raised her eyebrows. Yo, just in time to meet. Once she closes the letter, she says to Pei family guard, you go back and tell Pei Shitzi that this county princess will definitely come tomorrow as promised. Yes, I'll take my leave. The Pei family guard turned around and hurriedly went back to resume his orders. The next day, morning, Du Wan changed into the attire of a teenager and put on a cloak with a hood sewn on, in order to reduce the risk of being recognized. The ringed-head sword was not worn. Now that long sword, in the capital, had been marked with her logo. Don't underestimate a sword. One that could be collected by Du Qian would not be an ordinary item. There are a lot of people in the capital who know what they are looking for and have a good eye. Du Wan originally wanted to use the main gate. After thinking about it, she thought it would be better to go over the wall, just before arriving at the courtyard wall of the mansion. County Lord Shuang Tsong came out from the shadows. Du Wan was surprised. This county princess has avoided you all. But you can still find out? Shuang Tsong asked expressionlessly. Does the county master want to go out of the house? Can you take us with you? No need. If you really encounter trouble, this county lord can solve it alone. If she can't solve it, bringing you along will be just as impossible, Du Wan said truthfully. But this truth is quite hurtful. Shuang Tsong felt that his strength was mercilessly despised, or the kind that could not be refuted. Shuang Tsong said, we can still run errands for the county princess. Eh? Du Wan was seriously thinking about this. Shuang Tsong added, Sheriff, is Pei Shizhi powerful? Awesome. So powerful that he still keeps following people around him. Such as that Hu San. There are some things that you guys are not comfortable stepping in on. You still need a beloved to solve them. Duwan for the first time found this guy's eloquence turned out to be so good. Okay. You that pick a few people to follow. Can't be more than 10 people. It's best to cover it up. Don't expose my identity as soon as you guys show up. Zhuang Song answered yes and went to prepare. When the master is powerful, the people below save their hearts. Zhuang Song knew that the master was just a heartless one. Yet he was still happy to follow her. Who made her powerful? Mu's strong heart. Who still does not have it? So not long after, Duwan took Zhuang Song and the others to a tea house. This tea house was called Gathering Edge Tea House. Duwan looked at the name and raised her eyebrows. Gathering Edge, ah. The owner here is probably a godly man, and still believes in such ghostly things as fate. Zhuang Song pretended to be deaf. I heard that the county princess also has the elegant name of a small godly man. I wonder if it's true or not. Duwan stepped into the tea house. In the cold winter months, there are not a few people who come in wearing a cloak and pulling on a hood. Therefore, Duwan's costume was very normal and did not attract the attention of the bystanders. With her small hand on her back, Duwan slipped around the tea house. Zhuang Song followed expressionlessly. It was like this again. He was used to it. Duwan scared. This tea house is huge. Even bigger than the Four Seasons building. Master, Juyuan Tea House is famous in Rongchong Street, or the capital. Zhuang Song still dutifully reminded his own master not to look like he hadn't seen it before. Those who entered and left the tea house were mostly literati. This was a rather unique tea house. All guests who come to the tea house can read the tea house's collection of books for free. And if the talented man or woman who comes here can inscribe a poem for the tea house, after the approval of the tea house's shopkeeper, they can also be exempted from paying the bill. Great Sheen Books is very precious. The general public cannot afford to buy to come to the tea house guests. Most of them are rushing to the collection of books or admire the name. Zhuang Song introduced the Juyuan Tea House once, and then looked at the shelves lined up along the wall, with many books. These books are all hand-copied. The owner is a man of high integrity. The guests damaged only need to pay the price of the compensation. There is no silver to compensate for the compensation, but also as long as the copy of a book to replace it. Hearing you say that, why do I feel a bit familiar? Duwan thought back, and finally understood how it was familiar. Apart from the original owner's memories of the Gathering Edge Tea House in the past 10 years, there was also the book's description of the Gathering Edge Tea House, which was the territory of Pei's great villain. Only a few people knew that the Gathering Edge Tea House was owned by Pei Hao. A shop assistant came forward. Hello. Is the customer surname Du? Yes. What's the matter? Duwan replied with a smile. The shop assistant said respectfully, my master has been waiting for you on the 3rd floor for a long time. Lead the way. Duwan waved her small hand and signaled the shop assistant to lead the way. The 3rd floor of the Gathering Edge Tea House was said to be closed to guests. There were rumors that the 3rd floor was decorated with extreme luxury and was used to entertain royalty. However, this was only a rumor, and only when she went up did Duwan see that the rumors were not to be believed. Chapter 292. Can't you be a little more peaceful? The entire 3rd floor was a minimalist arrangement. A sandalwood low couch. There is a sandalwood tea table, chessboard and other supporting. Next to the couch there are 3 shelves of books, with the 4 treasures and a small number of books. In addition to this, there is nothing else in the large 3rd floor. However, Pei Hao is wearing a purple jade crown today, and his green silk is combed in a comfortable manner. There were 2 strands of green silk hanging from his temples, gently sticking to his fair face, making his perfect features stand out, making him look more and more stunning. However, at this time, Duwan felt that he was good-looking. Not his looks, but the Shitsi master's aura, which was described as immortal and divine. At this time, he was sitting on a soft couch with his knees bent, and animal skin covering his legs. The small tea table is set with a few plates of dried fruits and snacks. There is also a small charcoal stove. There is also a kettle of tea on the top. Gurgling. This is the water is boiling. Duwan's mind shook for 2 seconds, then returned to normal. She came forward with a smile. Pei Shitsi. Long time waiting. Not long. Waiting for you won't feel long any longer. Pei Hao held his sleeves in one hand and individually cleaned the tea bowl for him. Made tea and so on. This set of tea-making actions down. noble and elegant, pleasing to the eye. Du-Wan hadn't thought about it carefully. Lifting up her clothes and sitting down, she realized the meaning of his words. And her heartbeat couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. The heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. It must be her illusion. But her little heart was really out of control for a moment. Dog man, can't you settle down? Du-Wan felt that this was a serious problem. So she sat upright and raised her small face in mock disgust. Pei Zi, please speak with your head in the future and pay attention to the image of the son of your family. Don't keep saying things that make people misunderstand. This county princess is a young girl who has not yet left the court. Pei Hao's face did not change, lightly casting a sidelong glance at her. What did this son of the world say? You said wait for me. Du-Wan was speechless. What did people say? Isn't this one only meant to be understood? Pei Hao had a stance of waiting for her to continue. A polite remark? Where did you associate it with? Come on. Give this son a closer look. Say what? Say what the hell? Du-Wan snatched the tea bowl in his hand and put it in front of herself. But after putting it down, she picked it up again as if she was annoyed. Carefully brought it to her lips. Tried the temperature. And then drank it in small sips. As soon as Pei Hao saw her small actions, his heart softened to a mess. The little girl loves to pretend. In the training, the little face is as bright as peach plums. The tip of the ears are pink. A look is shy, but also to board the small face, trying to cover their shyness. Pei Hao felt that this appearance of the little girl was particularly interesting. She is still cute even when she uses foul language. Egu. Really cute in every way. Pei Hao's mind drifted away. His peach blossom eyes swept over the little girl's face from time to time, as well as those tender cherry lips. Feeling that little mouth. The more tempting. Stirring the heart itchy. Want to. Du-Wan finished a bowl of tea, raised her small head, and instantly met a pair of his beautiful eyes. It was too late to think much. Du-Wan avoided his sight in a split second, and soon cursed herself for being useless, and again raised her head to glare at him. What are you looking at? Looking at the Shiitzi's fiancé. Du-Wan's heart jumped again. The world's most beautiful Shiitzi master must be deliberately teasing people. Otherwise, the previous voice sounds normal. Why today? The voice is extraordinarily clear and charming. As if there is a small feather gently teasing her ears. Listening to people's heart numb. Ma duh. It's happening again. Du-Wan sat up violently. Without saying a word. With a small face. She is going to go out. Can't be fooled. I can't be fooled by beauty. There is a knife at the head of the word sex. Du-Wan repeatedly recited Amitabha Buddha while walking. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Pei Hao flew up to stop her. But he didn't expect to hear the words she muttered as he approached. At that moment, he almost burst out laughing. From behind, he encircled the little girl around his chest. Not very hard, but also realistically circled her into his arms, so that she couldn't go away for the time being, fearing that she would put up a fight. Pei Hao understood the little girl's temperament the most, and immediately came to the main topic. Wan, this Shiitzi asked you to come over here. There is a matter of business that he would like to talk to you about. Business? Yes, oh. Coming to the appointment was something serious. As a result, before he sat down, he was stirred into forgetting his original intention by his 3 words. Du-Wan, chagrined, hurriedly adjusted her mind, forgetting all the things that happened just now. Okay. Nothing happened just now. Doing a good job of building up her heart. It really does have a few effects of deceiving herself and others, regardless of what she thinks in her heart. Anyway, Du-Wan is very much calmer and subdued on the surface. Lifting one finger, pointing at Pei Hao's arm that is encircling her. Let go. You're not leaving? Pei Hao didn't put it down the first time. Not leaving. The main thing hasn't been said yet. Du-Wan broke away from his chest and turned around to look straight at him. Her phoenix eyes clear and open. No more shyness just now. Pei Hao admired the little girl's mindset. She really changed at the drop of a hat and managed to get his heart blocked for a while. If Mu Xian was present, she would have recognized Pei Hao's ruse. Du-Wan is not deep in the world. Love and affection. All on paper. The son of the world is sophisticated. After the Enlightenment has been trying to drag her down together. Only he tasted the bitter taste of unrequited love. He is not convinced. His arrogance also does not allow his failure. Pei Hao even avoided people for this reason, and read the words of books that he didn't care to read in the past. The love-hate relationship inside the book. All kinds of routines. He seriously study, and then learn to use. The effect? Finally see a little bit. Congratulations. Pei Hao knows the truth that too much is not enough. He didn't tease the little girl again. Sat back to his original position and talked about the gossip that Du-won wanted to hear the most. Yes, the capital is abuzz with the incident of a dozen officials copying their families and going to jail. In the eyes of the two people is one entertainment gossip. Pei Hao said, the trigger that triggered the officialdom's great shock was Wu Qian's confession. This person not only confessed, he also hid the handle of these people's corruption. It was because of the ready evidence that the emperor ordered the arrest so quickly. How could Wu Qian confess? Du-won still remembered that Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team concluded that Wu Qian would not confess. Pei Hao smiled mysteriously. This is very simple. The little girl's attention was attracted by his words. Her big eyes staring at him, which made his heart and soul couldn't stop swinging. He loved her at this moment. Only this moment, that pair of big eyes, only his shadow. Let him have a kind of illusion. The little girl's heart full of eyes are loaded with him. Only he alone. Du-won waited for a long time, but did not wait for his answer. Instead, she saw that he was lost in thought. Pei Shitzi? Talking. Why are you lost in thought? Du-won reached out her small hand and waved it in front of him. As a result, it was grabbed by him. Chapter 293, then he really raised a foreign chamber. When Du-won subconsciously went to draw back her hand, Pei Hao's grip tightened and wouldn't let go. He took the opportunity to move his position and sat next to her. I suspected that Wu Qian had expected this day to come and may have kept a foreign room. So I mentioned it to the emperor. Awesome. Then he really kept a foreign room? No. Pei Hao again said half and left half. Only when Du-won was about to get impatient did Pei Hao tell an unexpected truth. It was 13 years ago when his wife and son didn't die. He hid them and then changed his identity to live again. He really expected that there would be today. Yes. Back then when he embezzled military pay, he expected that the end would not be good. It just so happened that back then, a band of bandits appeared in the place where his family was and killed a lot of people. So he faked the murder of his family and let his wife and children live under a different identity. Du-won's eyes darted to look at him. Wu Qian would confess, and his credit was invaluable. Pei Hao then added, the people who ambushed father-in-law, the Ministry of Households, in addition to the right minister. The left minister was also involved. It can be said that the Ministry of Households involved in the 7 or 8 officials are some of the too much greed and ink. The accounts cannot be wiped out. All of them doggedly jumped over the wall, thinking that only if something happened to their father-in-law, the matter could not be investigated. Stupid. Won't they burn the books? Du-won thought about how TV is all made up like this. Heh. If you can burn the household departments, can you still burn other departments? Du-won was a bit confused. The account book of the household department is not the only one. Pei Hao quickly solves her confusion. Every year, the accounts of each department are recorded in a book and sent to the emperor for approval. After the emperor has read them, they will be sealed if there is no problem. Therefore, even if the account books of the household department are burnt, it will at most delay the matter for a while, and will not solve the fundamental problem. Now Du-won understood. It was the meaning that there was a backup in the palace, and it was useless to burn it. This case, the emperor has been concerned. The officials of the Ministry of Justice can't even investigate it without desperation. Pei Hao vaguely perceived that the emperor's mentality has changed. Before, the emperor is quite tolerant. For certain things is to turn a blind eye. After all, the officials in the court of greed and ink into the wind. And not overnight thing. Want to kill cannot be killed. This year, suddenly killed a batch and batch. Killed the officials and the court chills. Pei Hao deliberately whetted his appetite. Wan. I heard a rumor that is quite interesting. Do you want to hear it? What rumor? Ah? Du-won's big moist eyes burned brightly, looking at Pei Hao while eating dried fruit. Now, her mind is full of gossip. And what happened just now has long been thrown to the back of her mind. Pei Hao leaned over to Du-won. Seemed to have some kind of taboo. Came to her ear and whispered, there's a rumor that if the emperor keeps on catching like this, the capital will soon have no officials. It's really possible. Du-won's eyebrows gently raised. In the past, all the officials who were exiled were thinking of transferring back. This is now interesting. Many of the capital officials are thinking of hurrying up to be exiled. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away, so they won't have to be too wary. These officials who want to transfer away just don't have many clean ones. Of course they want to leave as soon as possible. Duan thought of the situation where there were no officials in the capital and no one was available. The emperor used to have this layer of scruples. I do not know what happened recently. Suddenly became decisive and resolute. Found out they caught. Removed from office and imprisoned. Copying and killing. Are killed out of the kettle momentum to the boat. Pei Hao personally supports the emperor's approach. As Duan once said, there is a disease hurry to cure. And so dragged into a big disease. Want to cure cannot be cured. The same applies to governing the country. If you know that there is a problem, but you don't deal with it, procrastinate for a long time, the problem will only get bigger and bigger, until the Qin country falls apart. If Duan knew what Pei Hao was thinking, she would have told him that Great Qin is hopeless. Duan looked at the things on the tea table at this time. Does today count as me paying the bill? Do you think this is meal money? Pei Hao pointed to the snacks on the table. Duan couldn't say it's meal money even if she had a bad conscience. Then are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. Does this tea house still sell meals? It sells, but it has to be booked in advance. Pei Hao said as he looked at her. Duan understood that it also meant private dining hall. I didn't realize that the big villain was quite good at doing business. Duan said. Then did you greet in advance? Booked. That's fine. I'll pay for the food later. Duan said in her mouth. But in her heart, she couldn't help but slander. The big villain is quite a dog. Letting people treat him in his own shop? Duan thought about it, but did not show it at all on her face. Pei Hao pulled a line and tugged 3 times. And in a short while a shop assistant came up to greet him. He didn't say much and only let them serve the food. Not long after, the tea table was removed and replaced with 4 dishes, meat and vegetables, and a pot of wine. Duan looked at the dishes on the table and was surprised for a while. Coming to this world, the first time I saw dishes still being plated. Even when I ate in the palace, I wasn't so particular. The dishes were beautifully presented, and each plate was like a painting. No wonder that the dishes of the Jiuyuan tea house need to be booked in advance. In winter, the dishes get cold fast, and you need to eat them as soon as possible. Duan held her chopsticks, a bit helpless. Pei Hao smiled, picked up his public chopsticks, and picked up a thin slice of fish, placing it on top of the celadon porcelain plate in front of Duan. Eat it. It is rumored that the cook in this building is extremely skilled. I just don't know if it suits your taste. Heh. Still rumors? Think she doesn't know this building. The owner is him? Duan picked up the dish. Her heart gave a beat. This matter was a secret. He really thought she didn't know. She didn't try to poke holes in his little trick, just to see how he would act. With this little thought in mind, Duan looked as if she had read his mind and happily ate her food. Pei Hao vaguely felt that the little girl's eyes were not right. But how could he not have thought that she would know that the Gathering Edge building was his? Even if he knew that she was capable of going against the heavens. However, Pei Hao would open up the tea house, only giving some proposals, all of which were left to the people below to do. As the prince of the Jingua Gongfu, it was impossible that the small matter of running a business would still go and do it himself. About half an hour later, Duan touched her stomach. She had eaten a lot today. A very pleasant meal. Duan is happy to pay. It's just that when paying the bill, there was a little accident. The reason or the shopkeeper told her. Sheriff Master, the seats at Juyuanlu are all paid in advance before the food is served. This accident. Is Pei Hao paying the bill? Duan looked at Pei Hao with a smile. How much? Let's not forget about this meal and make another appointment. Pei Hao's hands placed on his lap. Slightly pinched. Duan opened her mouth falsely. No need. This princess should give you the money. Never mind. If we come out to eat and let you. A girl. Pay the bill. What's it like? Spread the word that this Shizi's reputation doesn't want it. Dog man. Duan guessed his intention. This kind of routine she is familiar with. Chapter 294 The Farce at Juyuan Tea House. Sure enough, Pei Hao next proposes with a light smile. Why don't you ask me to eat antique soup when the sun goes to Jade Spirit Garden in 2 days? I heard that the ingredients that the county princess mixes are very good. Duan knows that he did it on purpose. But this little calculation is harmless. Duan looked at the world master's earthly stunning face. Yen Dog said, forget it. Let's not poke him. After coming out for a bit too long, It was time to return to the mansion. Du-won stood up to say goodbye. When she was about to turn around and leave, Pei-hao pulled her hand. No rush. It's cold outside. Put this on first. Gloves? Du-won looked down at what Pei-hao was holding. It is gloves. Similar to modern ones. Made of leather. Slightly longer. Even the wrist is covered. Du-won knew that there were gloves in ancient China a long time ago. It just wasn't called that. What exactly it was called? She forgot. Du-won wanted to come by herself. But Pei-hao insisted that he came and carefully helped her put on the gloves. Not to mention, it's quite warm to wear. And it's a bit fluffy inside. Is this rabbit skin? Yes. Pei-hao asked warmly. Do you like it? Like it. Thanks. Du-won thought of a problem. It was Pei-hao who would often send things to her. And then thought of herself. She didn't seem to have seriously said anything to him. Thinking about this matter, Du-won's eyes unintentionally glanced at the jade pendant hanging on his waist. It looked a bit familiar. It seems to be a piece that he took from her not long ago. Not really taking, but exchanging? Du-won knew that if she really wanted to count, she owed Pei-hao a lot of favors. For example, in the case of Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side, if not for his help, the real culprit would not have been caught so quickly. As she left, Du-won's feet gave a lurch and turned back. Pei Shitsi, when I have something good in the future, I'll send it to you as a return gift. Good. I'll wait for your return gift. Since it was a deal. Du-won walked away peacefully. Pei-hao stood fixedly for a long time and suddenly smiled. Does the little girl finally know how to return the gift? This little heartless one finally has a little conscience today. Du-won went downstairs alone. At the entrance of the stairs, Zhuang Tsung was standing guard. When he saw Du-won come out, he immediately went forward. Master. Gone. Du-won came down from the third floor. At once, it attracted the attention of some people downstairs, falling into the eyes of outsiders. It was a teenager wearing a gorgeous cloak with a hood on his head, only revealing his beautiful jawline. Walking down from upstairs step by step. The stance was calm, flamboyant and heavenly. Behind the teenager, there were also guards wearing cloaks. Yes, Zhuang Tsung and the other's disguise was an extra cloak. Cloak. Du-won's feet had just stepped onto the first floor. She saw a person that fell to her feet. Before she could react, Zhuang Tsung and the others were the first to drag the person away. Things of unknown origin must be kept away from the county princess. A woman suddenly came up to stop it. Stop it. He fell so badly just now. And he still doesn't know if he's hurt any bones. You guys dragging him roughly like this will add to his injuries. He is a scholar. Falling disabled. How can he still take the imperial examinations in the future? The woman's voice was gentle and gentle. Beads falling like a jade disc. Do not need to see the person. Just listen to the voice can think that this must be a big beauty. Only this voice. Du-won is a bit familiar. Du-won looked up at the woman. Qin Yu? Grass. What's the situation? Du-won did not notice the surrounding. The hood had blocked her vision just now. And not wanting to show her face, she walked with her head slightly lowered. There was a man collapsed on the ground. This is a scholar from a humble family. 16 or 17 years old. Gentle and graceful. The family should not be well off. A scholar's uniform washed white. Should have been worn for a long time. Du-won's eyes fell on one of the scholar's hands. Rough and calloused. And there were a few tiny wounds, which should have been made while working. He came to the Gathering Edge tea house. Most likely for the free book. The problem is that he may have offended his fellow students? Not far away, there were a few teenagers wearing schoolboy uniforms. Arrogant looks that hadn't been able to collect themselves completely. Looking at the chilly scholar with disdain and mockery. Like looking at a gutter rat. The ones who bullied this scholar just now were them. The one that the scholar kicked and fell was none other than one of them. It was only because of Du-won's appearance, who was not too nice to mess with at first glance, that they had collected themselves and did not dare to come forward to pick another fight. Temporarily stand aside and wait and see what happens. At this time, Du-won stood still. She did not move. Accompanied by the guards, naturally did not move. The personal guards were wearing uniform specification cloaks, each with weapons on their waists. Well trained. An onlooker could tell at a glance that the brocade-clothed young man who was being protected in the middle was certainly from an extraordinary background. This line of people just stood in place, without speaking, can give people a great sense of oppression. For a moment, the crows were silent. However, the female lead Chinyu was not willing to be left alone. She raised the scholar with concern in her eyes. How are you? I'll take you to see a doctor. Those students of yours are really hateful, thinking that they can do whatever they want just because they have some power. They even dared to hurt someone in full view of the public. You must report this matter to the teacher and headmaster, so that they will be duly punished. Then, without waiting for the scholar to speak, Chinyu took on a few more rowdy scholars, scolding a few of them, and leaving the tea house in disgrace, falling in the eyes of most people. Today there was a great beauty with a kind heart who defied the odds, winning the goodwill of many of the scholars present. After all, this kind of thing no one dares to do. Chinyu did. How the others do one is not clear. On the contrary, this scholar was quite interesting. He avoided Chinyu's assistance without a trace, and also quietly pulled away from Chinyu. At first, Duwan did not put the scholar in her eyes, but now she came to be a little interested instead. Duwan pointed at the scholar with considerable interest and said, Zhuang Song. Who is he? From the scholar's uniform. He is a student of Taian Academy. The name is not yet clear. Master, want to go and inquire? Zhuang Song asked respectfully. Duwan said, Fine. Go and inquire what his name is. His name is Gu Li. He often comes here to copy books. Pei Hao's voice sounded quietly behind her, inexplicably carrying a bit of sourness. She paid so much attention to Gu Li, and even made a point of asking the other party's name. It couldn't be that she had a crush on him. Right? Thinking of the warnings of do extra horse harness by the emperor's side, Pei Hao's heart immediately tightened and his guard was raised to a high level. However, Duwan didn't care what he thought, and was sizing up Gu Li again. The name Gu Li? Very familiar. One of the more important male counterparts in the book. The future youngest minister of war. Loyal to Xie Zhang. He is one of the few who is sober on earth. Not in love with Chinyu, but on the contrary, disgusted. He will pledge allegiance to Xie Zhang because Xie Zhang saved his life. Is today's episode at the tea house in the book? Duwan thinks back and finds no impression. Chinyu repeatedly fought for Gu Li. Why didn't she win Gu Li's favor? Chapter 295. Shixi's jealousy flips over. The reason was simple. Every time Chinyu helped, she made Gu Li's situation 1 point more difficult, until his mother was killed by a fellow student in order to protect him, causing him to completely loathe Chinyu. When he was at his most desperate, it was Xie Zhang who occasionally passed by and saved him. The novel's psychological depiction of this male partner is extremely complex. Gu Li wanted to take revenge on Chinyu, but because of Xie Zhang's saving grace, he couldn't do anything but torture himself. Duwan thought about the plot of the book while quietly sizing up Gu Li. There was no hatred or gloom in his eyes. Did that mean that Mother Gu was still alive? Pei Hao next to her didn't know what was in her mind. But what else could a girl think of when she was staring at a handsome man? Thus, the Shitsi master's stunning face was clouded over, and the jealousy in his heart spilled over. What are looking at? You're not interested in this man, are you? A little? Duwan blurted out. When set out, encountered Pei Hao's dangerous gaze. Like before the storm came, Duwan heart thumped, hurriedly straightened the waist, back of the small hand. Very manly pat Pei Hao's shoulder, intentionally lowered his voice, appearing to be androgynous. Be a person to have a broad mind. Pei Hao was almost spat out blood. Fuck your broad-mindedness. The little girl must have seen his mind, and that's why she stabbed his heart so much. Zhuang Song, who had been watching the whole thing, had to endure it very hard not to burst out laughing like a pig. Master Shitsi was clearly jealous. And the county princess was actually advising him to be broad-minded? Haha. A man's dignity cannot be tolerated. But without waiting for the son of the world to get angry, the county princess spoke first. Zhuang Song, take him to the medical center to heal his wounds. Without saying a word, Zhuang Song immediately did as he was told, picking up the half-dead Gu Li and heading downstairs. If he didn't leave at this time, when else would he wait? But there were always uninteresting interruptions. Chinyu went up again to stop. What are you doing? Girl, are you deaf? My master just said that he was taking someone to the medical center to heal their wounds. As the personal guard Guzi who accompanied her on this trip was very unkind to Chinyu. All of a sudden, he blocked her steps and also interrupted her. Don't want to use this to get close to my master. It's fruitless. Duwan, who was walking in front, heard Guzi's words and decided to go back and asked the Grand Steward to reward him. There is nothing wrong with helping the weak. There is also nothing wrong with pulling out a sword to help someone when you see an injustice. But when Qin Yu helped people, it was not selflessness, but self-interest. Qin Yu frequented all kinds of banquets, places for literati and elegant guests, just for the sake of making contacts. Throughout history, contacts have been important, and those who live a good life are all social bigots. Duan came down from the 3rd floor and had an escort. Her origin must be extraordinary. Furthermore, the other party is still a teenager. Representing the world of experience is not deep, so it is good to cheat. Today, Qin Yu accompanied Qin Miao to the tea house to read a book. She happened to see Gu Li being bullied, and immediately stood up to voice her grievances, taking the opportunity to show her face in front of the teenager, thus making an acquaintance with her outstanding looks. If the teenager in front of her wasn't Duan, she really would have succeeded. The mistake was that she did not recognize Duan. Thus, the teenager with an extraordinary origin in the eyes of the outside world, in full view of everyone, took her personal guards and went out of the Juyuan tea house. Pei Hao saw that the young girl didn't explain to him, and very ungratefully left first, and was thinking about whether or not to chase after her. Qin Yu, however, stood in front of him and blocked his way. My daughter Qin Yu has met Pei Shi. Qin Yu learned to salute like the great ladies of the capital. Pei Hao gave a cold light him as a response. Qin Yu didn't mind his coldness, as long as he had a response. Her heart was extremely happy. Just as she wanted to say something else, Pei Hao had already turned around and walked towards the 3rd floor. Knowing that she was a princess, Pei Hao would have responded coldly. If she was not a princess, he would have thrown her out of the tea house. It was because this woman was a spoilsport, even more unlucky than Xie Zhang. Qin Yu was glad she didn't open her mouth again. Otherwise she would have died of embarrassment. Qin Miao limped over and pulled Qin Yu. Yu, I'm done with that book. Let's go. Qin Yu was reluctant to say anything, but in the end, she went with Qin Miao, still through the back door. Passing by a medical center, Zhuang Song was trying to send Gu Li in. Gu Li seemed to be very badly injured. Breathless, even walking was difficult. Zhuang Song frowned and said, Master, he looks like this. I'm afraid he's not badly hurt? No. The corner of Duwan's mouth twitched. He's not injured. He's hungry. Gu Li in the book was often starving and powerless. Sure enough, when Duwan said this, Gu Li's showy face suddenly turned red. Zhuang Song was embarrassed for a handful of seconds and actually looked away. Duwan pulled out a silver ingot from her money bag and threw it to Zhuang Song. Go to the shop across the street and buy some buns, and give him the rest for his treatment. Yes. Zhuang Song went to do as he was told. Duwan handed it down and did not linger. When she returned, she took a large oil bun and handed it to Gu Li. Gu Li did not have the pedantry of a scholar, and would not yell about food handed out in contempt, and frankly took the bun and ate it. Zhuang Song then handed the rest of the silver to Gu Li. Gu Li's action of eating the buns gave a start, and he looked fixedly at Duwan, who was gradually walking away. From the back view, the young man was not very old. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, but still took the silver. It was he who really needed the money too much. His eyes slipped around the saber at Zhuang Song's waist, and the boots on the soles of his feet, and he politely asked, Thanks a lot this time. May I know who your master is? I'm sorry. The master didn't give instructions. After Zhuang Song said this, he turned around and walked away, going to catch up with Duwan. Gu Li gratefully looked at the backs of Duwan's group until he couldn't see anyone else, and only then did he turn around and enter the medical center behind him. With this silver to cure his mother, Gu Li, even if he knew that the other party was a charity, according to the backbone of a scholar, should have refused. But he still accepted. Compared to his mother's life, temperament and whatnot are not important. And back to the princess house of Duwan. Let people inquire about Gu Li. His life is quite tragic. His biological father is a scholar, accidentally died early. Gu's mother with 3-year-old him remarried, but also met a bad man. His stepfather, who loved to drink and gamble, and was also a domestic abuser, fell to his death in a drunken stupor last winter, leaving behind a pile of debts to the orphans and widows. This year, Gu Li was admitted to the Tian Academy with the 1st grade, and the Gu family's life is a little better. The Tian Academy is quite famous in the capital. Its reputation is second only to the State Scholarship Academy as one of the academies. It was an academy that could only be entered based on its true strength, enrolling more than 90% of its students from the Cole family. It is said that those who excel in the examination can be admitted free of charge, and will also provide free room and board. And it is said that the top 3 in the examination, there are scholarships. Many people in the capital suspect that the organization of the Tian Academy is the main family behind the Tian Bank, because Tian Academy belongs to the private sector in terms of teaching and educating people, but has been doing business at a loss, and never seen the academy lack of money. Chapter 296 Sour Gas Rushing World Master. Duwan is quite interested in this academy. How many people are enrolled in Tian Academy a year? 1,000 new students are enrolled every year. Zhuang Song's brain hurts, skewing the topic. Oh. Duwan smiled. You continue to talk about Gu Li. He went into the pharmacy, didn't treat his own injuries, and asked the sitting doctor to come to his mother's door. He even bought some grain back when he passed by the rice shop. Zhuang Song said what he had inquired about. Quite a miserable teenager. The Gu family cut off the food a long time ago, and he left all the food for his mother and youngest brother. Duwan asked. Didn't you say that the academy provides free accommodation and food? The Gu family broke off. His mother and younger brother ate the free share he received from the academy's canteen. Didn't they say there's a scholarship? He came first this year. Right. The stepfather also left a large debt, and the silver was taken to pay it off. Zhuang Song thought of the ingot of silver given by the sheriff. It's nearly 10 taels. It's enough for the Gu family to survive the winter in peace. Today, Gu Li went to Zhu Yuanlu to try his luck and see if he can get the job of copying books. Today, Gu Li went to Zhu Yuanlu to try his luck and see if he could get a job copying books. The work at Zhu Yuanlu is 30% more than the money paid by bookshops outside. If the building provides ink, paper, and inkstones, you can only copy in the building. But the building will provide a plate of snacks and a pot of tea for free. It was easy to understand why Gu Li was so weak from hunger that he still had to go to the Gathering Edge building. As long as he received the job of copying books, he would be able to dabble in a meal of dim sum at the tea house. But he was unlucky enough to run into a fellow student who didn't get along with him. Zhuang Song said, Zhu Yuan House is very generous. It's not generous. It's giving up a small profit to gain a big head. What kind of person is Pei Hao? If he can let others get a bargain, he must have earned it back from somewhere. Duwan thought of the banquet booked at Zhou Yuan House. She didn't ask how much it costs to book a seat, but it won't be cheap. Let Zhuang Song arrange people. Continue to pay attention to Gu Li. Can help to help. Zhuang Song is saying goodbye. Just turn to go. Duwan suddenly spoke out again. Wait. What else does the county lord command? You have someone keep an eye out to see if there are still people keeping an eye on Gu Li. Yes. Zhuang Song didn't ask why. It was enough for the master to order the people below to do as they were told. Duwan was trying to confirm one thing before she purposely asked people to investigate. Zhuang Song arranged for people to do a good job. Not long. Really noticed that the Gu family around a little wrong. It's just that the time is still short, and she didn't find out who was behind it. She likes to solve things on the same day, so she personally went out, just sitting in a small tavern near the Gu family until evening. She noticed that the person who was watching Gu Li went to see the old man of the small pawn shop that sold her information last time. That pawn shop was Xie Zhang's force, which just confirmed Duwan's suspicion that Xie Zhang had really taken a liking to Gu Li's talent long ago. The so-called life-saving gift is just a premeditated plan, just like Xie Zhang's plan for Qin Yuyu. In the book, Xie Zhang killed a lot of corrupt officials in the late stage, and then quickly promoted a large number of young officials, without making a big mess. Not without reason. People plan ahead for a rainy day and have an extraordinarily long-term vision. Encountering the matter of Gu Li made Duwan successfully forget about the promise to give Pei Hao a gift. So Pei Shizi went back to his mansion and waited. Day after day, never waiting for the gift. After sending someone to investigate, he learned that the little girl returned to his residence that day, and sent someone to inquire about Gu Li, and later even went to the tavern near Gu's house, and stayed there until late in the evening. How much attention did she have to pay to Gu Li? How much does she like Gu Li? The more Pei Hao thought about it, the more depressed he became in his heart. He sent the same people to investigate Gu Li, and checked all 3 generations of his ancestors. It was just an ordinary poor scholar. Nothing outstanding. except for being a little bit better at reading. Hussein, what do you think makes Gu Li as good as the Shitsi? Pei Hao flipped through the results of Gu Li's survey. Family background. Appearance. Talent. Which bit of him compares to me? Little heartless one. Why did you pay attention to him? Hussein laughed nervously. He. Shitsi. He's worse off than you. Pei Hao. Can it still be like this? By virtue of his misery, he attracted the young girl's attention. After Pei Hao carefully thought about it, the only thing he was not better than was really this. So Shitsi Master made another strange move. And Du Wan, who is called Heartless, followed Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team every day in the name of protection. She thinks her behavior is normal and proper. And in the eyes of the elders, she is a tossing little girl. When Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team went to the Yamen, she followed him to the Yamen. Near the end of the year, the Ministry of Revenue was busy with official duties, and was still severely understaffed, causing Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team to be busy late into the night, day and night. Seeing that Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team had no one to use, Du Wan had a sudden idea to ask Su Che to work beside him. When Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team of harnessed by the Emperor's side heard this suggestion, he looked at his baby bump for a long time with very complicated eyes, looking at Du Wan's scalp tingling, not knowing what this cheap father was brainstorming. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team asked, Daughter, don't you hate the Su family? Isn't the grudge settled? What's there to hate? Du Wan's open-mindedness was impressive. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team held back a sentence for a long time. Don't you think it's wrong? What's wrong with it? To be able to serve his father is his honor. At least he was once a scholar. The pride of heaven. If he wasn't a scholar, he wouldn't be qualified to work as an errand boy for father. Du Wan said rightfully. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team knew that his daughter was being filial and didn't want him to be too tired, which was why she hurriedly found him a helper. To have a scholar follow him around as an attendant. Du Xianma had never thought of it in his life. However, the daughter's heart aches for him as a father. Thus, early the next morning, Su Che dressed up and went to the front yard to report. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team saw this once spirited scholar, now converging the sharpness of his entire body, taking off his brocade clothes and fancy dress, wearing the costume of a house servant, kneeling respectfully in front of him. For a moment, his mood was complicated. The grudge between the princess's house and your family. Do you think there is still a possibility of making peace? Emperor's son-in-law. The Su family will not be jealous of the princess house. On the contrary, the Su family is grateful to the princess house for giving shelter to us in our most difficult time. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team looked puzzled. In his own place, it was impossible to enable Su Che. This person in particular was also exceptionally talented, and using him was like a double-edged sword. The best outcome for Su Che was to die. This way, you will be better off, and I will be better off. What it meant to follow him. Wan simply wanted to help him as a father, but he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Su Che. Du Xianzheng sighed slightly. I hope you won't fail Wan's trust. I, Su Che, can swear that I will absolutely not betray the princess house or the county mistress, or else the heavens will strike me with thunder, and I will not be allowed to die. Su Che solemnly swore in order to show his loyalty. People in ancient times were not like nowadays, treating swearing as child's play. Usually, it was easy not to swear, and they also placed extreme importance on oaths. Chapter 297 The World Sun's Strange Trick to Fight for Favor. Su Che was brought along as an errand boy by the side of the Emperor's son-in-law after Du Chengma. This matter was spread in a small way in some of the worldly houses in the capital, and all of them had people tsk. In the past, the talented scholar had become a slave of a powerful nobleman, and the books did not even dare to write about it like this. At the same time, some people doubt that the princess house is not trying to humiliate the Su family revenge, so they made such arrangements. There are also a very few people doubt that the Su family was knocked down to the dust. There will be a chance to turn around. When Du Qian heard what his sister had done, he worriedly came to him and said, Sister, what on earth were you thinking? What about sending Su Che to father? Doesn't father have no one available? Well, at least it's a scholar talent. With him helping father to do things, father will be able to lighten up a bit. Not afraid of something happening? Afraid of what? His family are all in the mansion. Do-won is trying to make the best use of things. What can be used vigorously? Don't waste it. Big brother. I have observed the Su family for a period of time, and found that apart from Su Yu, their brains are all quite clear. Du Qian pondered. Why don't I go find one too? Keno? That Su Lu is quite interesting. A clear-headed one. And his 3 views are still positive. Really? Why would I lie to you? Then let the big housekeeper transfer him to my courtyard. Du Qian believed what his sister said. Immediately, he instructed his inner circle to do this. Du-won sees him in a strange hurry. Big brother. Is there a need to be so eager? How is it not urgent? Urgent. Du Qian thought to himself that his father had bragged in front of him, saying that his sister was worried about his hard work and had stuffed someone to him to share his worries, and what not. Now his sister has also stuffed one beside him. One for one. One for everyone. Fair enough. Du-won doesn't know what cheap big brother thinks in his heart. He still doesn't know that the father and son are fighting over so many things. Big brother. I also found a talent that is in trouble. Do you want to go and send charcoal in the snow? Who? Tian Academy. Gu Li. Okay. I know. Du Qian heard about Gu Li from Du-won and decided to make a run for it himself. As a result, when he went to the Gu family's dilapidated hut, he learnt that it was no longer inhabited, and thought that something had happened to the Gu family. And when he went to inquire some more, he learnt the truth. Someone had preceded him and picked up Gu Li and his family. Which bastard was it that got there first? Du Qian sent someone to inquire. It didn't take long to find out the results. When Du Qian heard about it, he was furious and happy. Du-won thought that Du Qian would bring the person back, but did not expect Du Qian to go in a huff and come back with a black face. Big brother. He won't accept your help. Could it be that the plot requires it and can't be changed? Unexpectedly, Du Qian grunted. Slightly arrogant. Is the sister still talking to the surname Pei? When I went over, surname Pei had already picked up the person. What? Du-won froze. I didn't mention it to him. Oh. Not true. Du-won thought of something. I was there when Gu Li was bullied. And Pei Shizi was there too. I went to investigate. He should have gone to investigate as well. No wonder cheap big brother was angry. So it turned out that he was shortchanged by Pei's great villain. What about missing out on talent? It would be strange not to be angry. In fact, Du-won didn't know that a different person Du Qian wouldn't necessarily be angry. But this person was Pei Hao. And he was directly pissed off. Anyone who wants to hit his sister's idea is his Du Qian's enemy. So Pei Hao has always been Du Qian's #1 enemy. The key preventive object. Du Qian heard what his sister said. It was Pei Hao who happened to be present to know. However, what he thought was different from his sister. It must be that his sister was concerned about Gu Li, and was known by that careful guy, who took a step ahead to pick up the person and cut off the opportunity for Gu Li to contact his sister again. The Imperial City Department's Yamen. Pei Hao was dealing with official business. When he stopped, Hu San, who was standing by the side, opened his mouth to report. Your son, my subordinate, received a message saying that the king of County Rui went to Gu's house, and was angry that he didn't find anyone, and even investigated to our side. No need to pay attention to him. Have the Gu family been properly arranged? It's done. Gu Li's entry procedures have also been completed. Successful. Bring the person here in a moment. Pei Hao was unconvinced when he learned that the little girl might fancy Gu Li. Then, he was going to swing the person around so that the little girl could stare a bit and see who was actually better. As the saying goes, distance produces beauty. As long as he stood together with Gu Li, the contrast would definitely be obvious. Anyone with eyes that weren't blind could see that he was better. Pei Hao didn't think that the little girl was blind. Those big eyes could be poisonous. In the past, when he pretended to be sick, she saw through it with a single glance. Not long after, Gu Li, who has just changed into his official uniform, walked over with a slight shyness. Fly on the branch? Gu Li was still dreamy and giddy. He didn't expect that he would suddenly be spotted by Pei Shizi, and that he would even enter the Imperial City Department and become a small master. Previously, this position was Mu Xian's. After Mu Xian was promoted, the occupation has been vacant. Pei Hao didn't find a suitable person to fill it, and it just happened to be given to Gu Li. In fact, this occupation was similar to a secretary. Pei Hao sized up Gu Li. Still young. Standing in front of him was very formal, and a bit nervous. He was disgusted. Just like that? Why did he get the young girl's attention? The more Pei Hao thought about it, the more sour water bubbled up in his heart. No matter how sour Pei Hao's heart is, he still puts on a serious face, arranges some things for Gu Li to do. And at the end of the day, he says disgustedly, try to live a good life in the future. Don't be miserable. You're an eyesore. Yes, my lord. Gu Li didn't care about Pei Hao's dislike, and was touched. As rumored, Pei Shizhi was just like his name. A true dignified gentleman. It was he who had misunderstood, and thought that the Shizhi had some intentions, which was why he had forcibly taken his family away without his consent. Now it seemed to be purely because he had seen him living too miserably, and had specially come to pull him up by his bootstraps. No. It even reminded him to live his life to the fullest. Gu Li was originally a little wary of Pei Hao, due to Pei Hao's disgusting words. It vanished. At this time, Gu Li did not even realize that Shizhi Master was really suspecting him, knowing that his misery had caught the little girl's attention. And so, he gave him a hand so that he would no longer be miserable. The reasoning was very simple. If he continued to be miserable, the little girl would have stepped in. Then, the two would have come into contact, and things in the future would have become uncontrollable. Hearing that Du Qian had been to the Gu family to look for someone, Pei Hao's heart was thankful that he was lucky to have picked up the person first. Husan saw Gu Li with a grateful face. He only felt that the youngster, who was too tender, did not yet know that he had missed the opportunity to work as an errand boy for the county king. Now, how many people want to go to the county king's side to work? A small master of the Imperial City Department. What can be counted? Gu Li retired. Pei Hao continued to deal with his business. After a long time, he opened a secret book that Mu Xian had sent back to the capital. Chapter 298. How unlucky. Pei Hao closed the secret book and said, Xian is coming back. It hasn't snowed in the past few days. The road is better. Husan picked up the conversation. Xie Zhang did a good job with the disaster relief. Having read the secret book, Pei Hao knew the process of the disaster relief. From this, it can be seen that Xie Zhang's methods are extraordinary. Coming back is a great achievement. Now that the official position is vacant, he will be promoted in all likelihood. Shizhi, do you want to move down? The Imperial City Department Yamen is not as valued as the 6 ministries, and the number of careers within the establishment can be counted on one hand. Pei Hao's official position was not high when he said he was the head of the Imperial City Department. Recently, a number of corrupt officials have fallen from grace, leaving a lot of official positions vacant. Pei Hao could go and seek a higher official position if he wanted to. No, this position is quite good. Pei Hao did not have the slightest intention to move his position. The Duke of Zhen's house was prominent enough and did not need him to go to the next level. What he wants now is the leisure of the Imperial City Department. Apart from the Emperor, no one dares to stand on his head and tell him what to do. Moreover, other departments, the competition is very big. All day long to fight for power and profit. Hook and corner. No fun. Now is quite good. As long as the Emperor is fine. He can be lazy to find the little girl. Why don't we go to the little girl's place for dinner today? Pei Hao let someone study ink, took out paper, wrote a letter, and handed it to the Pei family guards. Immediately send it to the princess's residence to the county princess. That demeanor. Looks like there is something important. In fact, the content is the issue of today's yamen to go to Yuling Yuan to eat. And then by the way Ming what he likes to eat. What he doesn't like to eat. Wrote especially detailed. Wrote a whole 3 sheets of letter paper. Going to someone's place as a guest. But also writes so detailed. Request so much. Only Pei Shizhi. However, this time the letter was unexpected. Pei family guards delivering the letter. In front of Yuling Yuan. Bumped into Du Qian. Du Qian took someone to Pei family guard beat him up. Then snatched the letter from him. Opened and read it. Handsome face gloomy. Eat a meal still have to write so clearly. Think he can't see it? Surname Pei just wants his sister to get to know him. So, Du Qian released the person. You go back and tell Pei Shizhi. Let him rest assured that the princess house has always been hospitable. And there will definitely be no shortage of food for him. Pei's guards went back to resume their orders with bruises and swollen noses. Pei Hao's eyelids jumped as he listened. How could he be so unlucky to run into his great uncle? and the princess residence. Du Qian read Pei Hao's letter again, gritted his teeth and said, "Surname Pei. Is he trying to eat farts?" Immediately, Du Qian went to Jade's spirit garden. Finding his sister, he directly said, "Sister, did you promise Pei Hao before that you would treat him to an antique soup?" "Yeah, promised." Duan wondered why he asked. Du Qian said, "He sent a letter saying that he wants to come and eat tonight." "Okay. I'll have Ning Qin and the girls prepare." "No need. This matter. Sister should not interfere. Big brother will personally prepare it." So Du Qian personally prepared the ingredients for the antique soup. It was according to Pei Hao's written hobbies. The other way round. Whatever Pei Hao likes, Du Qian does not prepare. Whatever Pei Hao dislikes, he prepared enough. For example, Pei Hao does not like to eat animal offal. Du Qian will pig, chicken, duck and other offal. Anything to come a little. It is written in the letter that he likes to eat 5 flour offal. And he wants 5 layers of it. And he wants more lean and less fat. And he doesn't like particularly fat meat. So, Du Qian specially let the kitchen prepare 2 pounds of white, especially fat meat. Then prepare garlic, raw kind, and chili. Pei Hao wrote that he could only eat mildly spicy, but Du Qian replaced it with particularly spicy ones. Pei Hao also said he didn't want aged vinegar. He didn't like that flavor. Du Qian also specially ordered want Chen vinegar. Other vinegar do not want. And after Duan finished her cultivation, she went to see how her cheap big brother prepared, only to find a bunch of what the hell. How come it was all the things she didn't like to eat? Big brother. Duan boarded her little face and glared at him with a puff of air. Du Qian laughed. "What's wrong with my sister? Do you have a grudge against me?" Duan grinds her teeth and asks, "Or did I provoke you to be angry?" "No. Why do you think so?" "Then take a look." Duan pointed at the pile of things prepared by Du Qian. "Why are they all things I don't like to eat? This is not a grudge against me." "What is it?" Du Qian was instantly petrified. Forgot. This angry Du Qian straight clenched his teeth. Doubt Pei Hao is not intentional. Du Qian then realized that the content of the letter was different. Most of what Pei Hao liked, his sister liked. What he doesn't like, his sister doesn't like? So, Pei Hao, that insidious villain, is teasing his sister? Du Qian immediately straightened his back. "Sister, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Today Big Brother is prepared according to personal preference. The ones prepared now are all Pei Shizi's favorites. Me and your ingredient, not yet prepared. A moment will be ready. You wait to eat it. What he likes." Duan was surprised. Duan made it a point to look over the ingredients on the table again. This hobby is quite special. It's really worthy of being the Shizi master. Yes, this taste is quite heavy. Du Qian agrees, and is about to laugh in his heart. When Du Qian went to get ready again, Duan leisurely walked out of Yuling Yuan and beckoned Shuang Tsong. "What happened in the residence today?" "The Pei family guards came to deliver a letter and let the county king intercept it. The letter was taken away by the county king." Shuang Tsong was Duan's personal guard, naturally loyal to Duan, and sold Du Qian short. When Duan heard this, she was instantly happy. Really thinks she is stupid, Cheap big brother will prepare Pei Hao like? Thinking about it is impossible. This is not the case. Duan came out and asked. She knew the reason. She will not go to help Pei Hao. Just pretend not to know. She is happy to see it happen. Happy to watch the show. That night, Pei Hao came. Even though he knew there was a pit, he still came. In order to increase his goodwill, he prepared 2 more gifts before he went. Du Qian stood outside the Jade Spirit Garden and greeted him with a smile. Pei Shizi is still here under his busy schedule. The princess's residence is truly a place of splendor. County King Rui is polite. Pei Hao's etiquette was equally thoughtful. The standard of a son of a worldly family. Come! Come! I personally prepared your favorite food. Please enter the table. Du Qian led Pei Hao over. At the same time, 3 charcoal pots were burning in the room. Extraordinarily warm. Duan sat in a chair, staring at the small pot on the table that belonged to her. The soup in the pot was gurgling and emitting a fragrant smell. In the past, she would have already started drying it. Today's treat still needs to wait for the guests. Duan asks. Ning Qin. Has Pei Shizi arrived? Ning Qin replies. The county king is gone to greet him. Counting the time. He will be here soon. Any sunflower melon seeds? Yes. There are in the pantry. Then bring it. I suddenly want to get high on melon seeds. Yes. Ning Qin looked odd, but still went to serve the melon seeds. Now the entire princess house. Who does not know that the county princess loves gossip, but also especially loves to get high on melon seeds while watching a play and listening to gossip. Chapter 299 Du Qian and Pei Hao cross paths. Thus, there was the following scene. When Pei Hao stepped into the house, apart from feeling warm, the first thing he saw was Du Wan, who was sitting on the side getting high on melon seeds, with glowing eyes looking at him. This inexplicably gave Pei Hao a bad feeling. However, the prince has seen a lot of storms and waves. His face still calmly went up and put the two gifts specially prepared. One is for Du Wan, and the other is for Du Qian. Big brother Du. A small gift. No respect. Pei Hao smiled like a spring breeze. Du Qian was even more brash, patting him on the shoulder very generously. Pei Shitzi is just being polite. Just come. What gifts to bring? As long as big brother Du likes it. Like it. Got it for nothing. Where is the reason not to like it? The two people went back and forth, so polite that they couldn't see the abnormality. Du Wan silently handed over the gifts she received to Ning Qin, before deciding to sit a little further away, leaving the main stage to her cheap big brother. The two people's matters, as long as they don't involve her. Watch the fire from the other side of the river. Next is Du Qian warmly greeting Pei Hao, the honored guest, to the table. Pei Hao went over to have a look and suddenly understood. There are 3 ingredients on the table, one for each person. In order to avoid the ingredients to be put into the pot, the flavor will be mixed up. Du Qian also let people make 3 small pots, so that, well, each eat their own. When Pei Hao saw his share of ingredients, all of which he didn't like to eat, he didn't get angry on the surface and sat down graciously. Going to someone else's home as a guest, no matter how unappetizing things are, no matter how much you don't like them, you still have to eat them. It's polite. Du Qian is counting on this. Pei Hao indeed, as he thought, did not dare to have an attack at all, but also smiled and thanked him. Du Qian picked up the wine cup and enthusiastically poured a cup for Pei Hao. I'll leave the fruit wine for my sister to eat. If we big men want to drink, let's drink something strong. Come on. Have a drink to warm up your body. Big brother Du has a point. Pei Hao picked up the wine cup, with the same pot of wine. He didn't worry that Du Qian would mess up. However, Pei Hao forgot for a moment that there were still mandarin duck pots in this world. When Pei Hao took a cup into his throat, a pungent sensation went straight to his head. In a flash. Cough cough, people were choking. Pei Hao twisted his body and coughed. Du Qian anxious as if hurry to give him a bowl of water. How this so careless it? Come on. Quickly drink a mouthful of water. Pei Hao took the water handed over by Du Qian. Looked at it to make sure it was water. But Du Qian handed it over. He didn't quite dare to drink it. Excused himself and said he didn't need it for the time being. Put it down first. Out of the corner of his eye, he skimmed a bowl of water next to Du Qian. It was reserved for him to drink himself. Right. Pei Hao pretended not to have any intention to do so, and took his bowl, and drank it in one gulp. As a result, fuck. Pei Hao was furious. How come it's so icy? Is it ice water? This is really ice and fire. Pei Hao was tossed around for a while. But what to do? Still have to maintain the demeanor of the son of the world. Yes. Apart from the very beginning, Pei Hao choked on the wine. With strong personal self-control, the surface quickly returned to normal. Even if the throat is about to burn, are still maintaining the temperament. Calm and collected. Du Qian had thought that he hadn't pitted him. However, his vision is so poisonous that he would not be able to see the difference in him. Little bastard. This bit of Taoism is just a way to fool his stupid sister. Just as Du Qian thought. Du Wan had been very interested and had been looking at the play. When the ingredients came down from the pot, it wasn't that quick to eat. So she stirred her own little hot pot while secretly watching Pei Hao and Du Qian. And when she saw Pei Hao choking on a mouthful of wine and choking his face, she knew that Pei Hao had suffered a loss. Just as quickly, he elegantly sat upright again and continued to talk to Du Qian with a smile on his face. Du Wan guessed that it was Du Qian's little action that was not so good. Also, Pei Shizhi was quite smart, not drinking the water handed by Big Brother, and went to take Big Brother's water to drink. As a result, Duan saw that the water that was originally served to Pei Hao. After Pei Hao didn't drink it, Du Qian took it over and drank it? Crap. Big brother didn't put his hand in the water? This plot development was something she couldn't have guessed. Pei Hao paid attention to the little girl's complexion. His eyes were sneaky, clearly waiting to see the drama. His own little fiancée encountered a fiancé in distress. Not to help him even if, but also on the sidelines to watch the fun. Just thinking about it makes my heart stuffy. Du Qian clearly didn't want to let Pei Hao go, and put the ingredients into the pot for him. Pei Shi, you wrote to me and said you liked these? I specially ordered the kitchen to prepare them. They are all the freshest ones, so you can be sure to eat them to your satisfaction. Yes, Big Brother Du has the heart. Pei Hao smiled politely. No need to be polite. Feel free to eat. There's more when you're done eating. Du Qian took out 12 points of hospitality. Pei Hao said he was flattered. Today could be said to be the best day that Du Qian had treated him with the best face since he and the little girl were engaged. Just this kind of good. With poison When Du Qian didn't notice, Pei Hao turned to look at Duan. His little eyes agreed. Duan sat back in a flash, and lowered her head to fish the food in the small pot. Very well. She was busy and didn't see it. It's almost time. Some of the things in the pot are ready to eat. Du Qian took the initiative to help Pei Hao scald the meat and fish the pot. While fishing also said, almost ready to eat. You wrote in your letter that you love to eat fatty 5-flour meat. I purposely asked the kitchen to prepare it. Pei Hao's heart secretly screamed bad. His eyelids jumped straight up, only to see Du Qian using public chopsticks, holding a large piece of fat meat, more than 90% white. Only a thin layer of lean meat on the surface. This layer of lean meat existed to show that it was a piece of 5-flour meat. Duan tried to hold back her laughter, not seeing Pei Shi's letter, but knowing that he must not like this. It's still possible that poor people's bodies lack oil and water, and like to eat fatty ones. The children of the rich and noble families are never poor in food. It would be strange that they would like to eat fat meat. Moreover, the original Pei Shi is very picky when it comes to food and drink. When Du Qian pinched it over, Pei Hao had to pick up the plate to receive it with a smile. Pei Hao knows that if he doesn't take it, Du Qian will definitely have a second move. So he might as well just take it. Eat. This meat is very fragrant. Du Qian raised his hand, signaling Pei Hao to eat. Pei Hao picked up the piece of fat meat and dipped it in the sauce. His movements were elegant and decent, but it was twice as slow as before, and the time to dip it in the sauce was a bit longer. While he was doing it, he smiled and said, Big Brother Du is so good to me. He is treating me as his own family. Isn't it? Yes. Du Qian wanted to say no. Pei Hao looked over with a look that if he dared to say no, he would not eat. Du Qian immediately decided to go along with him a little bit. Say a good word to make Pei Hao eat. He still earned a lot. Duan laughed in his heart. The classic moment is coming. Make sure you watch it properly. Don't blink your eyes. In fact, in her heart, she guessed that Pei Hao wouldn't eat, and should find a way to solve the problem. However, unexpectedly, Pei Hao dipped the fatty meat in the sauce, without changing his face, and sent it to his mouth. Eat it? Chapter 300 Pei Hao is grateful to his great-uncle. Wow! Ate it! Duan expressed her shock. Do you need to be so condescending? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes looked over, and happened to meet Duan's shocked eyes. So the little girl thought he wouldn't eat? How naive. The upbringing of the son of a worldly family didn't even allow him to not eat. Would Du Qian, who had been taught the same, not understand this? Only, Pei Hao will not be a sitting duck. Took the initiative to pick up a big piece of fat meat in the pot, estimated to be only 80% mature, picked it up with public chopsticks, and quickly put it on the porcelain plate in front of Du Qian before Du Qian could react. Pei Hao teared up and said, Big Brother Du, family members should share the same blessings. I think this meat is especially delicious, so I gave you a piece of it. Be sure to eat it. Du Qian did not want to speak. A moment of inattention and miscalculation. If people had clipped it up and not put it on his plate, he could have said he didn't like it. But people have already clipped it to the plate, and then not eating it is equivalent to slapping yourself in the mouth. You flipped out. People can also not eat, Du Qian said with a smile. It's fine. I will eat it. It's a bit hot. Let it cool before eating. There's no rush. It's good that it will be eaten. Pei Hao abducted me towards the pot again. There's more here. As long as I eat a piece, I must share a piece with Big Brother Du. Otherwise, I do not eat. Because I can't bear it. They are all family members. The little girl finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The two people looked in unison at Do-won, who was particularly quiet today and still wanted to be invisible. Pei-hao asked with a smile. Won-won is laughing so happily. Do you want to eat too? No. I don't eat. I don't like it. Do-won shook her little head like a rattle. Ugly refusal. Don't. Only a fool would condescend himself for a bit of face. Pei-hao still didn't know that in his beloved, he had already been classified into the column of fools. Only to see. Pei-hao smiled again and said, What does Won-won like to eat? Oh, the pot is full of what I like to eat. Do-won casually answered. Is it? Let me take a look. As if Pei-hao was very interested. He stood up and walked halfway around the table, walking over to Do-won, picking up a long-handled spoon to fish out the things in the hot pot. It's quite fragrant. It looks very appetizing. I suddenly want to eat. Can I have some? Do-won hadn't said anything yet. Next to him, Du-chien wanted to curse him for being shameless. But on his face, he was still polite and said, Could it be that it's not good for me to prepare it for Pei-shih with all my heart? Big brother Do, don't misunderstand. It's me who wants to change my taste. Pei-hao's handsome face is swirling with a light smile, his eyes still glancing at the meat in Du-chien's plate. Big brother Do doesn't like the dishes I chucked? Why don't you eat? Du-chien grinded his teeth as he listened. This was a threat. Barely and resolutely. This piece of meat. He would never eat it. Only a ruthless man like Pei-hao would eat it without changing his face. Pei-hao happily asked his subordinates to help, brought in a chair, and re-uploaded a set of bowls and chopsticks. So he sat down next to Do-won and shared a small pot with her. Life was complete. Du-chien wanted to pick a fight, but the half-baked meat was reminding him. Ning-chin was quite discerning. When she helped Pei-hao to get new dishes, she also changed the dishes for Du-chien. And by the way, she then brought away that small porcelain plate in front of Du-chien. Naturally, even that piece of meat was solved together. Du-chien nodded with satisfaction and decided that next time Ning-chin made a mistake, the cane punishment would be reduced by half. Next, Pei-hao wanted to take care of Do-won. Do-won said, No need to care about me. You eat by yourself. Shabu-shabu still tastes better on its own. Someone serving. It doesn't have that flavor. Alright then. Pei-hao began to eat by himself, picking up a piece of shiitake mushroom, dipping it in the sauce dish in front of Do-won before sending it to his mouth. The aroma exploding in his mouth. The ingredients matched perfectly. Really fragrant. Pei-hao praised with a smile. Then, he continued to fish for what he was eating. And when he dipped the sauce, he used Do-won's heel. For some reason, he felt that after dipping in this sauce, even if Du-chien pinched another piece of fat meat for him, he felt that he could still swallow it without changing his face. Du-chien's face went straight to black. The sauce that his sister had eaten. This guy was really shameless. Luckily, after he dipped it once, his sister didn't use it again. Do-won didn't stop him at first, and was even lazier to follow up. Seeing as he is aggrieved today, she will not scold him, and silently put the sauce in front of herself and served it to Pei-hao. She herself then went back to the ingredients and made a new dish. Even if it kills her, she doesn't want to eat his saliva. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she only felt that Pei-hao's peach blossom eyes were brimming more and more with light. Du-chien voiced out, Pei-shih, do you want to use the same pot with me? Don't bother, big brother Do. Won-won's is quite good. Pei-hao is adamant that he will not move. I can still help Won-won occasionally by sitting here. Won-won is my fiancé. Taking care of her is what I should do. Du-chien's teeth soured, wanting to curse shamelessly. But at this hour, good breeding did not allow him to curse foul. Next, everyone ate quietly without making any more fuss, until Do-won's stomach was full. There was still a small half of leftovers on the plate. She didn't want to waste it, but she really couldn't eat any more. Without waiting for her to say anything, a large white and slender hand reached over and carried away the dish in front of her before eating it slowly and methodically. Do-won froze. In a flash, her cheeks were slightly hot, and her small heart was still thumping and beating slightly faster. Fiercely, she stood up. I have something to do. I'll leave for a while. Without waiting for Pei-hao and Du-chien to say anything, the person ran as fast as she could. Pei-hao looked at the back of the little girl's escape. Pleasurable. The corner of his mouth curled up, and gratefully glanced at Du Qian. Fortunately, his great-uncle's difficulties made it possible for him to get together with the little girl, and to eat. The little girl ate the same pot, the same dish of food, and dipped in the same dish of sauce. Du Qian magically read the glance of Pei Hao. He wanted to put the chopsticks in his hand and smash his face. What a mistake. How happy Du Qian was at first. How regretful he was now. Pei Hao felt that he couldn't irritate his great-uncle too hard on this matter. Turning his face to business. Big brother Du, there's something I want to talk to you about alone. Du Qian was originally angry. Once he saw Pei Hao's serious look, he quickly corrected his mind and told his subordinates to back off. What is it? Lu Jin is about to enter the capital, and the exiled princess is about to return. To return is a happy event, Du Qian said with full indifference. This made Pei Hao's action of picking up the tea bowl give a start. Hadn't Wan mentioned this to him? Seeing this attitude of Du Qian, it's really possible that she doesn't know. The little girl is quite capable of hiding secrets. Pei Hao told the matter that Qin Yu was most likely a princess. Du Qian frowned at his words. Is that the one who used to have problems with Wan? Yes, Pei Hao affirmed. Be on guard when the time comes. Got it. Du Qian took the matter to heart. Chapter 301. Someone wants to buy Scholar Su. Pei Hao still wanted to meet Du Wan. Wanted to spend time with her alone and ask about the gift in the meantime. However, seeing Du Qian beside him, he extinguished the thought and got up to take his leave. Du Qian courteously escorted Pei Hao to the gate. Pei Hao didn't want him to send him, but he had to. He thought he couldn't see that Du Qian was guarding against him. Du Qian did not say on the surface, but in his heart, he really guarded against Pei Hao. This guy said he wanted to say goodbye, and then he might go over the wall to look for his sister. After all, Pei Hao has a previous record. After Pei Hao left the princess's residence, he went back to Jinggui Gongfu directly. The news of his return quickly reached Mrs. Pei. Pei Huiyu complained. Mother, big brother came back to the house so late. He must have gone to the princess' house again. Other people say that having a daughter-in-law forgets his mother. He's not even married yet, and he's already forgotten. When he's married, his daughter-in-law won't be riding on your head. Nonsense, Mrs. Pei reprimanded. As soon as Pei Huiyu heard her mother's tone, she knew that she didn't really chastise herself. I didn't say anything wrong. You said that big brother these days. Has he ever had a meal with you? Mrs. Pei thought about it, and really hadn't. When was the last time Pei Hao dined at her place? Mrs. Pei herself couldn't even remember. Next to her, Mu Fangling once again saw Pei Huiyan's brainlessness. The county mistress hadn't even passed through the door yet, and she started to provoke the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is poor, how does it benefit her as a sister-in-law? Besides, the status of the county princess is already noble. Does the aunt dare to make rules? Pei Hao didn't know that his late return had caused dissatisfaction on his mother's side. Back to listening to the rain. The night is drawing to a close, and the lanterns are hanging. The main house is lit. When he stepped in, Pei Hao actually saw Mu Xian. Didn't you say there are still 2 days before you arrive in the capital? I rode a fast horse and came back early. It's all your fault. Why do you have to make me suffer? Mu Xian has lost a circle of weight, lying on the soft couch as if she is breathless. There was also a very feeble look at Pei Hao's accusing eyes. That look said how pathetic it was. Pei Hao did not think. You don't want to get credit. You don't want to be promoted. You don't want to be outstanding? Or do you want to be by my side for the rest of your life and stand by my side? Mu Xian laughed. It's not bad to be by your side for the rest of your life. Saddling up for you. You want to. I don't. Pei Hao knows that his cousin has talent. But it's just bad luck. Now there is a good opportunity. There are a lot of vacant positions in the dynasty. Now Mu Xian went to the disaster relief meritorious. Went to raise a layer of official position. And then come back to mention. As long as he operates properly. But also can seek a good real vacancy. Pei Hao asked. Which government office do you want to go to? Can you let me rest enough first? What happened during my absence is still not quite clear. Well, let me know when you've thought about it. I've heard that Du's son-in-law was ambushed at the foot of the world. Is this thing true? True. Then these people are really rampant. So all of them went to the prison. The death penalty can't be escaped. Pei Hao could be sure that none of the people who planned to ambush Du extra horse harness by the side of a team could escape. The emperor's killing intent is obvious. Some people thought that they could spend money to buy their lives and wanted to use silver to turn over. One can only say that these people are too naive. The last case of Wu Qian and others was just a case of greed and ink, and did not hit the emperor in the face before they had the chance to spend money to buy their lives. Now these people are actually playing ambush on the streets, not far from the imperial city, purely looking for death. Mu Xian didn't ask anything else, and let Pei Hao rush back to his courtyard. The next day, the capital. The news that Xie Dong, who had gone to provide disaster relief some time ago, would be returning to the capital spread. Yuling Yuan, with Su Che following Du Xiang horse harnessed by the emperor's side. Du Wan didn't follow him these 2 days, and practiced calligraphy in the quiet room, and also listened to the gossip from Ning Qin in the meantime. Du Wan's tone with a few moments of surprise asked, "The disaster relief is coming back. When exactly?" "It is said to be tomorrow," Ning Qin said while grinding ink for her master. "There are a number of people who say they want to organize people to the city gates." "To do what?" "To watch the people." Du Wan kind of understands. This was like a star traveling. A bunch of fangirls and fanboys. Xie Zhang's fame, which is big in the capital. The more Du Wan thinks about it, the more familiar she feels. Isn't this a familiar routine for many people in modern times? Spend silver to find some support, from time to time to publicize all kinds of good things about Xie Zhang, by virtue of his stunning appearance. Not worry about fame is not widely spread. Not worry about no fans. Du Wan thinks that Xie Zhang is capable of doing this kind of thing. Since ancient times, deep love can't be retained. Only a setup can win people's hearts. Ning Qin asked, "Is the master going?" "Go to the city gates to watch the fun." "Not going." Du Wan's first reaction is not to go. What's there to see in Xieqi? Not as good as Pei Zi? Also, Ning Qin actually agreed with what Du Wan said. On the contrary, it is the falling chest next to her. Asking herself, each has its own merits and demerits. Du Wan, who originally did not want to go, met Qinjiu, who came to look for her. Qinjiu very high interest to ask her, tomorrow morning together to go to the city gate, to meet the relief return of meritorious people. Du Wan was about to say do not go. Qinjiu said, I heard that Pei Zi's side of the sun, surnamed Mu is it. This time he also went to the disaster relief. Du Wan thought, right. Mu Xian went and thought about agreeing. However, Du Wan doesn't want to prepare. You go and prepare. I'll rub your car then. Okay. Qinjiu happily left. The moment Du Wan agreed, she vaguely felt that this trip would not be peaceful. I'm afraid. The next day, Qinjiu came to find Du Wan early in the morning. Du Wan asked someone to go to the main courtyard to say a word, and then went out with Qinjiu. This time is along with Qinjiu's car, accompanied by a small team of guards, or Zhuang Song with. Today, Du Wan went out. No cover. Is directly on the waist with a sword. When the battle at the Moonwatch Tower, there are many people who have seen Du Wan waving her sword and killing people. Du Wan disappeared and came back. Began to practice martial arts. It spread in the capital. Some people said that she had amazing talent and was making rapid progress. Others said that it was just a flowery display and being exaggerated. But no matter what, it was a fact that Du Wan knew martial arts. Du Wan sat in the Qin family's carriage, which was no more luxurious than the princess's seat. Qinjiu opened a compartment and set out quite a few snacks, as well as sunflower melon seeds that Du Wan loves to eat. Specially prepared for you. Thank you. Du Wan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and got high. Qinjiu suddenly looked at her a few times with constraint. Sheriff, Su's scholar is not right. Su Che really followed the side of the extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side as an errand? It's been a few days. Can it be false? I heard that the deed of sale is with you. Yes. No one has bought it from you. Du Wan's action of getting high on melon seeds lurched. Looking at her keenly. What news did you hear? Qinjiu hesitated for a moment, but still whispered. I went to a banquet the day before yesterday, and I overheard that the Wei family's eldest miss wanted to buy Su Che from you, saying that she would be willing to pay any amount of money. Wei family? General Wei's? The Wei 12 family? Du Wan recalled the trio she had once seen at the Jingguogong Palace. One of them was a girl from General Wei's house. Wei 12. Wei Qiong. Chapter 302, Going Out and Encountering Gossip Again. Qinjiu nodded. Miss Wei acts quite arrogantly. And a bit of that. Which one is that one? Du Wan gossip fire. Burning. Qinjiu blushed and whispered the gossip again. It is this Miss Wei. Followed her father with the army from a young age. Was raised in the northwest. The character is more open. Raised a few handsome Longjuan around. It is said that last year, when she saw the scholar parade, she took a fancy to Su Che. At that time, Su Che was the Prime Minister's eldest grandson. Was it something she dared to think about? Now it is different. The Prime Minister's house fell. Su Che became an official slave. As long as it is bought back. Duwan understood. This is the meaning of raising the head of the face now. Qinjiu asked in a low voice. Sheriff, will you sell it? Will I lack money? Duwan asked back. It dawned on Qinjiu. Yes, you don't lack money. In fact, if you really want to sell it, don't sell it to Miss Wei. Auction is the best. It's definitely higher than the price she gave. There are not a few people in the capital who want to buy Scholar Su. Duwan. These noble women. Are they all so fierce? Buying a man back? Not afraid of a bad reputation? This topic should be put to rest. Duwan didn't think about what to do with Su Che. People are already living a miserable enough life. Then sell the person. Like what words? To sell also have to sell Suyu first. At least it was once the capital's #1 talented girl. Breaking an arm. It is also worth money. Duwan secretly rubbed her head thinking about this possibility. Qinjiu, do you think Suyu is worth money? Mutilated Oh. Not worth it. She should have quite a few admirers. It's quite a lot. Qinjiu spoke after a pause. And then continued. Then you've seen this period of time. Has anyone helped her? Most people tend to avoid harm. That's people in the princess's mansion. Think anyone can blend in? Duwan didn't think so. As long as she put her voice to sell. The price should be good. But, sold, what if Suyu, who is out of her control, turns over? Forget it. Don't say let her turn over. She is living a good life is sorry for the original owner. The car and carriage of the Duke of Qin's house is heading towards the city gates. In the middle of the journey, the speed became slower and slower, gradually becoming a turtle speed, and finally stopped. Qinjiu was puzzled and asked, what happened? Miss Nine. There are many cars in front of us, blocking the road. Qinjiu's maid, Xiaoyin, reported back from outside the car. Qinjiu added, can we take a detour? The maid Xiaoyin inquired about the car driver. The car driver said, back to Miss Nine. It can't be detoured. There's another family's car driving behind. Qinjiu got depressed and looked at Duwan. Duwan stretched her legs straight. Her ankles crossed and overlapped together. Her feet swaying around, shaking Qinjiu's eyes straight. An ordinary noblewoman of a family would never act in such a manner as a county princess. But, how come it looks quite smooth? Qinjiu looks at Duwan getting high on melon seeds. Sheriff, what should I do? Cool it off. Duwan knows that the carriages certainly not go. Today there are a lot of carriages. More than she expected. Obviously with Qinjiu a thought. To come to welcome Xiezhang and others back to the capital of a lot of people. Get off the carriage to walk. In front of more than just traffic congestion. But also made a matter. It won't be dispersed for a while. Qinjiu was surprised. You've been in the car. How do you know that something has happened in front? Duwan's small face stiffened. Ma duh. Forgot oh. Duwan pretends to be unimpressed and says, you send someone up to the front to ask around. I also heard it from someone who just passed by the carriage. Qinjiu did as he was told. And in no time, the person who inquired came back. As Duwan said, something happened in front of the carriage. Otherwise it wouldn't have been blocked. Duwan had a premonition that this might have Qinjiu again. Knowing that the heroine in the original was the center of the accident. Wherever she goes, something happens. Out of the limelight. Often, she's in trouble. Helped by the male lead or the male match. Punching various female matches in the face. And so on. This kind of thing. How could there be less of her? Duwan bends down and gets up. Catching another large melon seed. Get off. Go watch the play. Okay. Qinjiu is indifferent. Two people out of the carriage. Duwan pulled on the hood. Seeing her like this, Qinjiu also pulled on the hood. But also specially instructed Xiaoyin to bring the sunflower melon seeds in the carriage. This is the only hobby the sheriff lord has. She always has to satisfy her and please her a bit. Maybe one day, she can agree to let her be her sister-in-law. Then, the road to marry Du Qian will be half successful. Nowadays, there were many noble women who had their eyes on Du Qian. Every time Du Qian went out, he would come across 1 or 2 noble women. But he didn't care about them, and treated them as passers-by. Those people were really stupid. It would be better to please Du Qian than the county princess. As long as the county princess says yes. It is better than brushing countless faces in front of Du Qian. Duan walked forward with gusto, mixing into the crowd. At the center of the accident, there was a large circle of people watching the incident. And there was no sign of the main players. Duan wanted to rush to the front to get on. When she reached out to pave a way, Zhuang Song took a step ahead of her. As well as a few other personal guards stepped forward and opened the way for Duan. Duan praised. Good job. Go back and collect the reward from the big steward. Thank you, Sheriff. Zhuang Song and the others thanked each other. Qinjiu is borrowing the light and rushes to Duan's side, taking a look towards the center of the bustle. Huh? Is it Miss Wei's carriage? Duan had already seen it clearly. There were 2 carriages crossing the center of the road. One of them was from General Wei's house. It was eldest Miss Wei's carriage, and the other one was Zhou Quix's. The carriages of the 2 families had bumped into each other, causing a dispute. According to this situation, the one who is at a disadvantage is the Wei family's eldest daughter. But the Wei family is so powerful that the Zhou family can't compete. Originally, Zhou Quixi wanted to tolerate the anger. Self-admitted bad luck. But today she is not a person to go out. But also about Qin Yu together. Qin Yu was injured and hit her head. The problem is not serious. Bleeding a little. Qin Yu insisted that Miss Wei get out of the car and apologize. How could the Miss Wei family pay any attention to her? It's just that Qin Yu was unyielding. And with the solidarity of the surrounding crowd, her bottom line was even stronger. Can the first miss of General Wei's house be unreasonable? After crashing into someone else's carriage and injuring them, you won't even apologize? I don't need your compensation. Just an apology. As soon as these words fell, someone in the crowd immediately chimed in. Miss Qin is just unafraid of power and nobility. Different and atmospheric. Miss Qin is right. Miss Wei should apologize. 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 Duan looked at those who were in solidarity and raised her eyebrows. Heh! What kind of people are they? All of them are the playboys of the powerful and wealthy, who are only concerned about the chaos of the world. I told you. Ordinary people will not be involved in this kind of thing, for fear of being retaliated against. Qinjiu commented in a low voice. As the general's eldest daughter, let her compensation can be. Apology is not possible. So there's something to grind about this. Duan spoke while getting high on melon seeds. At this exact moment, a girl in fancy dress stood out and said in disgust. It's this Qin again? Obviously a beggar. Why is she everywhere? Chapter 303. Shitsi Master is angered again. Yes. Don't even know what to rely on. Always able to pop up in the capital. Every time something happens there is a man to help her. What good luck. Another brocade-clothed girl laughed out. But that sounded like it would easily make people think the wrong way. Then another girl immediately picked up. Io. What do you guys think she is based on? By virtue of her beautiful face, good figure, and sweet voice. Ouch. Big drama. The big show is coming. Duan is happy to see. These girls look like they are from a good family. Qinjiu stood to Duan's side and said unexpectedly. Sheriff, these noble women are actually targeting this girl together, which shows how much this girl is hated. Still really capable of causing trouble. Qinjiu lamented. Duan laughed gleefully. What do you know? This matter Qinyu was not right in the first place. She is the victim. What's wrong with asking for an apology? Then who is wrong? Qinjiu only felt that Qinyu was insensitive. Duan spat out a melon skin and laughed. The wrong one is of course the car driver of the Wei family's eldest miss. Qinjiu lost a laugh. The sound laugh is very crisp. Especially good. Next to the onlookers. Some heard the woman's laughter are looking over this way. Thus, exposed, acquaintances can still recognize them. Even with the hood on. Duan is completely ignored. At ease with melon seeds to see the play. Zhuang Song and other people are very dutiful to isolate the approach of strangers. The guards that Qinjiu had brought with him were also very conscientious and protected them. Then, this party of theirs was still quite conspicuous. With the solidarity of a group of noble women, the compartment of the Wei family's eldest miss finally lifted off. When the crowd thought that the one who would come out would be the Wei family's eldest lady, they didn't expect that the first one to come out would be a charming young man. Under the gazes of the crowd, the young man then stretched out a hand towards the inside, and a snow-white jade-like catkin, as if it was boneless, hitched onto his palm. And then from the inside of the carriage, a red-clothed beauty came out, with features that were not exquisite, and a look that was not outstanding. However, everyone felt that she was a beauty. Duan knew it was a matter of aura. It was just like some film stars, born just like that. But it just made people feel that they were beautiful. Qingjiu said. The Wei family's eldest miss. Wei Xiao. It's a character. Duan's that eyes swept towards that beautiful teenager from time to time. That teenager. She raised him? Quite pretty looking. Once Qingjiu saw that, he secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. The county princess is so well behaved and lovely. Don't let Wei Xiao bring her down. Qingjiu didn't have much of an opinion on Wei Xiao, but now she has an opinion. Sheriff. A good girl. To raise a young boy. What kind of character is this? No decent person would do this. Yes, you are right. Duan exuded contempt on the surface, but in her heart, she was envious. Those harem novels on the internet, with one woman and multiple husbands, that sold quite well. What did one think was the reason? It is not that every young girl has a dreaming heart in her heart, and she dares to think but not dare to do it, purely for dreaming. Duan used to have a period of time. Just fucking love to see this type of book, and also fantasize that one day, they can also be a pile of beautiful concubines. And then everyone loves me. I do not love their sadistic love bridge. Of course, is the abuse of others. Love is also others. She is a cool text heroine. Ouch. Unfortunately is a dream. Miss Wei family is living into the days imagined in her mind. Not far away. In a tea house. In a room on the first floor. Pei Hao is standing in front of the window, looking at the situation of the street outside. This situation the Imperial City Department officials should appear as soon as possible to evacuate the crowd, so that the carriage can pass. He saw Duan long ago. From that stone posture, he could tell that it was her. Seeing that she only brought so many of her personal guards, he also specially asked Husan to go down and take care of her. So, Husan listened to all the conversations between Duan and Qingjiu. So it didn't take long for a guard to go up and tell Pei Hao. Shitsi. The sheriff lord praised the teenager beside eldest Miss Wei for being pretty. Pei Hao's stern gaze looked at him. Who told you to say that? The guard didn't dare to betray Husan, and could only admit it himself. Pei Hao was filled with cold air. When we return to the mansion, you go and receive 20 canes. Yes. Shitsi. The guard was pitched by Husan. His heart was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. When Pei Hao looked down again, his eyes were sizing up the teenager if anything, and he snickered in his heart. Obviously a man, but he wants to degrade himself to serve others with his color. Not a little bit of a man's temperament. Where is the pretty one? The young girl not only has no conscience, but also has bad eyes. I'm really angry with him. Before a Guli, another one came? Pei Hao waited for so long, but still not waiting for the little girl's gift. His mood was already not too good. Now it is even worse. Just now in full view. He cannot take the little girl Hao. Can only wait until tonight, and then go to a trip. To personally ask her, forget it. Just ask the gift prepared Hao? Pei Hao, who is immersed in his own thoughts. He didn't realize that Mu Xian, who was next to him, was almost going crazy with laughter. It was with a lot of effort that he didn't laugh out loud, but tears were coming out of his eyes. Bang! Pei Hao was startled back to his senses, and turned back to look back to see that Mu Xian, who had been sitting on a chair, had fallen backwards. What are you doing? Even sitting can fall. It's a talent. Mu Xian had just hit the back of his head and it hurt him. This time he really couldn't laugh. Joy begets sorrow. Pei Hao went up and kicked Mu Xian's feet. Don't be paralyzed. Count the time. The relief team is about to arrive at the entrance of the capital. You'd better hurry to go out and meet up. Can I not go? Back to the city, so many people to greet. Such a glorious thing. You want Xie Zhang to enjoy it alone? 9 times out of 10. These people are coming for Xie Zhang. At least this son is here for you. Pei Hao did not want to get involved with Xie Zhang. Mu Xian was out of breath, thinking that I don't know that you are bringing the Imperial City Department to maintain order. Rolling up from the ground, Mu Xian suddenly heatedly laughed. Sheriff won't come for Xie Zhang. Based on my friendship with her. 9 times out of 10. She's coming for me. Hee. Don't dream about it. The county princess is coming for the gossip. Pei Hao's reply hit the nail on the head. Mu Xian came to the window and looked down at Du Wan, who was high on melon seeds and watching the drama on the street, and was quite powerless to defend herself. With Pei Hao keeping an eye on her, Mu Xian obediently left through the back door in disguise to meet up with the relief team. And the bustle below has reached the most exciting part. Wei Xiao got off the carriage and arrogantly walked up to Qin Yuyu. I heard that you want this girl to apologize? Exactly. One should apologize when they do something wrong. Qin Yuyu was righteous. Wei Xiao smiled. You're right. One should apologize for doing something wrong. It's just that this girl's way of apologizing is rather special. So I hope you can afford it. Chapter 304. Shi forbids her to look around. Wei Xiao wrapped her arms around the pretty teenager and touched his face. Then pushed the person into Qin Yuyu's arms. This is this girl's gift of apology. Is the sincerity enough? You? Qin Yuyu was so angry that she almost collapsed her persona. What do you mean by this? Wei Xiao's smile was open as hell. You stopped our carriage. Isn't it because you have your eye on my pet? I'm not happy to give it to you. What do you really want? Draw out a path. This girl will accompany you to the end. Qin Yuyu blushed in anger and pushed the teenager in her arms away. The teenager obediently moved aside, smiling and not angry. The Wei family's eldest young lady's unexpected demeanor stunned the surrounding crowd of eaters. Du Wan was equally stunned and forgot to get high on melon seeds. Ma de. Handsome. Du Wan wanted to applaud Wei Xiao. It was just one move that made Qin Yuyu ride the tiger. Just now, when she heard Wei Xiao say that the compensation was rather special, Du Wan thought that next she would fling Qin Yuyu an earful. And then Qin Yuyu would reap a wave of sympathy. She didn't realize that Wei Xiao's compensation gift was a charming bedside companion. Asking if you're convinced? Qin Yuyu pointed at Wei Embroidery scolded. You don't have a face. But also, think everyone is you. I Qin Yuyu no matter how lowly born. But also no propriety. Justice. Honesty and shame. Wei Xiao was pointed and scolded, also not angry. Indeed. Not everyone is me, Wei Xiao. Qin Yuyu right. Just listen to the people next to you said. You beggar origin. There must be this origin will not be clean to wear. Do people, to be honest, like to accept it? After saying that, she condescended and looked at Qin Yuyu. How is it? Are you satisfied with my compensation? The crowd of noble women beside her were happy and followed suit. Satisfied? Miss Qin must be very satisfied, a girl said with a smile. Another girl chimed in. She's so satisfied that she's about to cry when she gets a beautiful boy for nothing. A beggar wouldn't go crazy with joy when he encounters such a beautiful thing. Little Lang Jun and Miss Qin are a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman. No. It's a man with looks and a woman with looks. Just now, Miss Qin hugged little Lang Jun and wouldn't let go. And it looked like she was extremely satisfied. Seconded. Same seconded. Set up wine and remember to send wedding invitations. 7 or 8 girls, with their mouths full of words, trampled Qin Yuyu into the mud with all sorts of rumors and congratulations. Qin Yuyu couldn't speak clearly with one mouth. Zhou Kuix wanted to speak out to help her. But in front of these noble women, Zhou Kuix was just a commoner daughter of the minister's residence. What kind of thing was she? Even if Qin Yuyu was smart enough, she had no idea what to do now. Miss Wei is shameless. With a shameless person, Qin Yuyu is destined not to win from the beginning. What's more, the other side has a sentence. Directly poke Qin Yuyu's heart is not willing to face. Is she beggar origin? And can be clean to wear? As long as her past was dug out, everything she had gained by coming to the capital would be in vain. Qin Yuyu could only hold back her anger and the resentment in her heart. Eldest Miss Wei, I accept your apology. A gift is not necessary. Farewell. She turned around and was about to leave. Zhou Kuix hurriedly tried to follow. But when Qin Yuyu wanted to leave, those noble women who were targeting her would not let go. They hurriedly had their subordinates stop her. Under a burst of pushing and shoving, Qin Yuyu was pushed to the ground. Some of them secretly went down on Qin Yuyu, kicking and stepping on her. Du Wan frowned as she watched. At first the gossip was quite amusing. Du Wan ended up being a bit unable to watch. Zhuang Song. Go save someone. Save who? Qin Yuyu. Duwan made an unexpected decision. Qin Jio was so stunned that his open mouth did not close. Zhuang Tsong, with a few of his personal guards, broke out and rescued Qin Yu, who was being pushed down and trampled on. Originally quite a lively scene. Suddenly came a few extraordinary guards at a glance. The subordinates of the various houses have to hide. The smart ones also disappear into the crowd. Quietly leave. Are they the princess's personal guards? A bystander recognized Zhuang Tsong. Then those people looked at Duwan and her group in unison. Duwan did not want to save anyone. But if Qin Yu died here? If the emperor investigated? She could not do any good at the scene. So she might as well put on a superficial effort. Duwan can only vocalize. Any more nonsense should have a degree. Don't make a scene. Sheriff. Sheriff master. A noblewoman went up to greet Duwan. One went up. The rest in the way had to go up to greet her. Wei Xiao was about to walk over when there was a sudden movement from the periphery. Get out of the way. What are all gathered here for? All get out of the way. All get out of the way. Those who are fine hurry up and leave. They are blocking the streets. What do they want? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A large number of officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department came in a hurry. One by one, they began to evacuate the crowd and set aside a path. Pei Hao stood in the middle of the crowd, like a crane standing above the chickens, with an outstanding charisma. When Wei Xiao saw Pei Hao for the first time, his eyes lit up. However, thinking of his identity, he could only look at him for a few moments. Another person that can only be seen but not touched. Pei Hao walked straight to Duwan and stood beside her. Duwan looked at him obliquely, still not pulling her hood down. The streets have been blocked for so long, and the people from the Imperial City Department arrived so late. Dereliction of duty. Oh, what the county princess said is very true. Today is this Shizi's dereliction of duty. I'll go into the palace later to apologize to the emperor. Pei Hao fell in the eyes of outsiders as a Lang gentleman. These words made people feel much better about him. Then Pei Hao went out of his way to openly protect Qin Yu. And the officials and soldiers protected Qin Yu. There was a granny carefully holding Qin Yu. Another granny respectfully put a cloak on Qin Yu. And then, there were two officials and soldiers brought a sedan chair. The two grannies helped Qin Yu into the sedan chair. And then the officials and soldiers drove away. In this way, Qin Yu left in the palanquin in style. And Qin Yu's whole body was like sitting on a cloud. She would cooperate so quietly because she knew that these people were Pei Hao's. She also didn't expect that the one who stepped in to save her would be Princess Jiaoyang. The faces of those who fell on Qin Yu on the side were wonderful. No one knew why Princess Joyful Sunshine was helping Qin Yu. No one knew why Pei Hao was doing this. However, Pei Hao just let people pick up Qin Yu, and he stayed by Duwan's side, ordering some officials and soldiers to hurry up and clear the streets. When Wei Xiao wanted to go up and greet Duwan, Pei Hao stopped her if nothing else. Miss Wei, take people away as soon as possible. In a moment the relief personnel will be back. Anyone who does not cooperate will be dealt with by the Imperial City Department as disturbing the order. Pei Shizi doesn't have to be like this. Just now, I just wanted to go and greet the county lord. In that case, I won't disturb the county lord. Wei Xiao was a bit unfortunate, having thought that she could strike up a conversation with the county lord. She turned around and led the people up to the carriage, including the teenager, who followed. Duwan was about to look towards the teenager. Pei Hao blocked her view again. What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyes? Chapter 305. The county head is the reincarnation of a fairy. None of your business. Duwan had seen his dog early on, and didn't expect it to be even more doggy. Pei Hao bends down to her cheek. The tip of his nose is about to touch her. Not at all reserved in public. That teenager. Is he as good looking as this Shizi? No vision. Too lazy to argue with her. Duwan took Qin Jio and went back to the carriage. Following Qin Jio, she ascended a city wall and occupied a place on the official road below the city wall. There were many people standing on both sides and some carriages parked. Above and below the city wall, there was a sea of people. Returning from the disaster relief was quite a sight. Duwan had to suspect that Xie Zhang and the others were great generals who were about to return triumphantly from a victory. Duwan stood on the wall, but her mind was in a bit of a trance. Pei Hao's enlarged cheeks kept flashing in her mind. At that moment, he leaned too close, and there was a faint cold fragrance on his body. She couldn't smell what fragrance could be. Showy and quite seductive. Sheriff. Are you still satisfied with this position? Chinchio asked. Duan stood up to such a high wall for the first time. The scenery was unique. The location here is quite good. Watching people watching the scenery and watching the fun. Right. You think it's good too? I sent someone over yesterday to take up the position. Chinchio opened the box. Then chattered. You usually need to come out more to walk around. Don't always stay at home. In Chinchio's eyes, Duan was just very homely. Duan didn't feel that she was homely, and didn't go out of the house because she had to cultivate and had more important things to do. Today, she came here and climbed such a high city wall. The whole person's mind mirror. As if it is different. Exactly how it was different. Duan couldn't tell. She only knew that the state was very good. Did not wait long. The official rode in front. And the place where the sky meets appeared a huge team. From the flag is precisely the disaster relief team. The whole team is like a big centipede. Gradually crawling and close. It's coming. It's coming. Look. Chinchio jumped up in excitement. Duan hadn't felt anything. But all of them let the atmosphere become infected. Yes. It's appeared. Who is standing at the front? Looks a bit familiar. This I know. It's Mu Xian. The Mu family of Ping'an City. Oh. The one who is a cousin to Pei Shi. Right. That's him. Duan saw something interesting. The one riding in the forefront is Mu Xian. This guy is not afraid to die. Taking up the position where Xie Zhang is best out of the limelight. Not seeing a bit of dust on his body. He is very spirited. He was wearing an old-off official robe with several sizable patches, which was simply the finishing touch. People go to the disaster relief out of great efforts. The official clothes are torn and old. Many of the people below the city saw. All think Mu Xian people are good. Suffered and did not care. Quite a good young man. They don't realize that this is Mu Xian set up. He was tired as a dog earlier. Secretly rushed back to rest for 2 days. And now he is recovered. However, in order not to let Xie Zhang alone beauty, Mu Xian is also spelled out. Taking the opportunity to gain a favor. To establish himself as a credit. When the time comes to get promoted, no one will dare to say anything. Mu Xian had already decided to let Pei Hao operate and move up another level. The people watching from the city walls would not have Duan's good eyesight. Chinchio just vaguely saw someone and guessed who it was. Sheriff. Eldest Miss Wei is seeking an audience. Zhuang Song, who was next to her, reminded. Duan heard the voice and turned around to see Wei Xiao standing outside the protective circle of her personal guards. It was her who came alone, without the charming teenage boy in tow. Let her in. Chinchio is a little worried. County Lord. She doesn't have a good reputation. I know. I used to have a bad reputation too. Duan was not amused. Chinchio had no choice but to stand aside. Wei Xiao's etiquette is standard as she goes up to greet Duan. Wei Xiao has met County Mistress Jiao Yang. No need to be polite. Duan sized up Wei Xiao. What is it that you came to seek this County Lord for? Wei Xiao smiled radiantly and said bluntly. County Lord. Is Su Che for sale? Wei Xiao is willing to offer 1 million taels. How about it? Not for sale. In her heart, she also silently added that it wouldn't be too late to sell when she was short of money. When the time comes, listen to Chinchio. Find a place to go to auction. And set the starting price at 1 million. Perfect. Wei Xiao lamented. That's a pity. I won't bother County Princess to watch the fun. He politely excused himself. It was fine if the sale did not work out. Wei Xiao walked away very freely, impressing Chinchio. Duan likewise had quite a good impression of Wei Xiao. That is, her hobbies were quite special, leaving her with only envy in her heart. The relief team entered the city. The only one who showed his face was Mu Xian. Xie Zhang rode in a carriage the entire time, causing many people to be greatly disappointed, thinking that they would be able to meet the rumored exiled 7th prince. It didn't take long for the crowd in front of the city gates to disperse. Duan stopped Chinchio from trying to crowd the people. Wait until the people have almost dispersed. Lest there are accidents. We are not in a hurry. Still, County Princess is considerate. Chinchio looked around. Pei Shi has thought it through quite well, sending a large number of Imperial City Division officials and soldiers to maintain order. The Imperial City Division officials and soldiers were maintaining order, avoiding the occurrence of a stampede and also avoiding some people who were fishing in troubled waters. In this moment alone, There were no less than 7 or 8 cases of the Imperial City Division catching thieves. Duwan stood at a high place. Her eyes saw that not far away, a woman hurriedly holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy drilled into a small alley next to her. Not far away, a woman cried out, saying that her child had disappeared. Duwan suddenly leapt down from a high place. Qinjiu was so shocked that she almost lost her soul. She thought that the county princess accidentally fell down. However, Duwan fell down peacefully and sprinted towards an alley. Qinjiu did not know what the sheriff master was going to do, but Zhuang Song and other personal guards rushed down and similarly headed towards that alley. When Qinjiu pale face, a little soft feet down the city wall, Duwan's side has come out from the alley, still holding an unconscious boy in his arms. Zhuang Song and others caught the traffickers, as well as accomplices. Together, they handed it over to the officials of the Imperial City Department. Then, the little boy was also handed over to the parents. The family was so grateful to Duwan that the parents knelt down. Duwan didn't say anything, found Qinjiu, and left in a hurry with her people. As for the scene of Duwan flying down from the city wall, like a flying fairy, many people in the city witnessed it, and there were rumors whispered that the county princess was actually a reincarnation of a fairy. Returning to the mansion, Duwan, listening to the gossip, once again hurt his head. Only this time it's quite amazing. Actually became a fairy reincarnated? Thus, Duwan, who was reserved for no more than 3 seconds, went to the eldest princess to share the gossip with gusto. Mother, people in the city say that I am the reincarnation of a fairy. Do you agree? Those big watery eyes, fixedly looking at the eldest princess. A rhythm that if you dare to say no, you will cry immediately. The eldest princess nodded her head in a very good mood and agreed. Chapter 306. The World Master is a real dog. Duwan immediately smiles. Then mother, I'm going to find father. After finding Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team, the first sentence was to proclaim in triumph. Father, I've become a little fairy. Well, my daughter-in-law has always been a little fairy. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team immediately took over the conversation. Now Duwan was satisfied and turned her head to find Du Qian again. Du Qian was pondering over the matter of cultivation, and only when he heard his sister looking for her did he finally put things down. As a result, the first thing his sister said when she saw her, "Big brother, there's gossip in the city that I'm the reincarnation of a fairy." He. Du Qian's smile froze. He wanted to ask who spread the rumors, but when he saw his sister's gorgeous little face, clearly happy, Du Qian quickly lost his stance. What is the nonsense of the people outside? You fairy reincarnation thing must be kept secret, no? Otherwise, there are bad people with me to steal my sister. How to do? Duwan, keep it a secret, your arse. Think she's stupid? Humph. She huffed and puffed and rolled her eyes at Du Qian. Only then did she hold out her small chest and majestically walked away. As soon as Duwan left, Du Qian called for someone to inquire about what happened. After inquiring so much, Du Qian came to be angry. This dead girl even dared to leap down from such a high city wall. A day without a lesson just won't do. Du Qian was thinking of pulling his sister to the martial arts training hall to educate her as usual. Just stepping out of the threshold of the courtyard, he silently turned around and walked back again. His sister had long ago let out that she would beat him up if he crashed into him now. It just happened to be as she wanted. He couldn't fall for it. He had to work hard to cultivate. He, as a big brother, can't lag behind his sister too much. Otherwise, where's the majesty of being a big brother? Back to you, Ling Yuan. Duwan has nothing to do and starts to count the small treasury. Counted the cash money, and then a thick stack of silver tickets. The return of the original heroine Qin Yu. Not far from the world's turmoil, the money changers are not necessarily able to operate normally. Duwan is a little worried that the silver tickets will become a piece of scrap paper in the future. Should we find an appropriate time to change the silver tickets into cash silver? Immediately thinking of the degree of Tian Money Bank's bullishness, she is not so worried. Those precious things in the personal private treasury, most of them are rewarded by the emperor. The imperial gift cannot be sold, cannot be lost, and cannot be neglected. Always have to be well provided for. Quite meaningless when a natural disaster occurs in the future. When the emperor is anxious, Duwan must encourage her family to return all the imperial gifts to the emperor, so that he can use them to save his life. Not only can you sell to the emperor, but you can also get some real benefits from it. At that time, she would then make a good publicity announcement that the princess's house had dispersed her family's wealth in order to help the people of Great Qin who had been affected by the disaster, and had become a pauper. When people are poor, they are not afraid of some people's thoughts. The more Duan thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this move was wonderful. I'm really a smart little fairy, I. Clever little fairy, I. I'm a clever fairy. I'm the smartest one in the world. Duan picked up the silver tickets and recounted them, and also made up a little song in a haphazard way, singing that one cheerful yo. This makes Ning Qin to doubt life when she steps in, suspecting that she went to the wrong room. The princess is in a very good mood. Outside the house, Pei Hao also heard the little girl's song. Crisp and pleasant little voice. The tune is quite novel. There is no pattern. One sentence in the east and one sentence in the west. It is obvious that the little girl is singing and making up. Sheriff, Pei Shitzi is here, Ning Qin hurriedly reminded Duan. Duan was stunned. Her song came to an abrupt end. Where is he? Into the Jade Spirit Garden. Then bring him to the hall, and treat him with good tea and food. Yes. Ning Qin was just about to go out, when she turned around and saw Pei Hao. She was taken aback. Pei Shitzi, this is not polite. What is etiquette? It's not like it's the first time the Shitzi has come in. Besides, I've been engaged to your master since we were young. Even if this matter is spread out, there won't be anything. Not to mention that the matter of Jade Spirit Garden. As long as there's no chewing of tongues, it's impossible for it to be spread out. Pei Hao's demeanor was upright and calm, without the slightest hint of frivolity. Towards the end, Pei Hao's eyes went cold. It was not against Ning Qin. It was for the subordinate who dared to spread rumors about the master. Ning Qin knew that Pei Hao was being forceful, so she had to look at her own master with a look of help. Sheriff? Duan knows that Ning Qin intercepting Pei Hao is just part of the job. It's fine. You retreat first, and make a cup of hot tea for Pei Shitzi. Yes, Sheriff Master. Ning Qin breathed a sigh of relief and retreated quickly. Duan turned her eyes to Pei Hao. Pei Shitzi's eyes just now. It's a bit scary, yo. If I don't scare her, next time she will still dare to stop the Shitzi. Pei Hao walked to the little girl and saw the things in her hand. They are thick silver bills and so on. You are counting this small treasury? Look at how much money you have. You don't know. People open their mouths to 1,000,000. Mother smile. This people with people just can't compare. Duan originally felt that she was quite a lot of silver. Now it doesn't even smell good. Weishio said 1,000,000 to buy Su Che. Not to mention. For a moment, she was really moved. Outside as an official. Are they all very rich? The capital officials get the filial piety sent from below every year. Pei Hao didn't mind waking her up a bit. Duan is an ice-cold smart one, and understands it in a single point. How does an old saying go? 1 year of Qing Jifu. 100,000 snowflake silver. In order to covet with peace of mind, but also filial piety to the superior, so that the superior cover. The superior again to pay respect to the superior. Layer by layer up to pay respect. Duan put her own silver check. Put it back in the box and hide it. The hiding place did not avoid Pei Hao. Pei Hao's eyes deepened. Does Duan trust me so much? Hiding silver doesn't even avoid me anymore. Can you still look at this amount of money of mine? Pei Hao's mood suddenly changed for the better. Pleasurable as hell. When Duan put the things away, then turned back and suddenly startled. Backward almost fell. Is Pei Hao a stretched arm to fish her into the chest? Be careful. Careful, you sister, Duan was so angry that she stepped on his footsteps. The pain caused Pei Hao's handsome face to distort for a moment. Duan pulled away from her, pointing at him and cursing in anger. Good reason. You have nothing to come behind me. And why are you leaning so close? Tell me. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Pei Hao couldn't care less about the pain. He wanted to say, what else can a big man do? Of course he wants to be close to her. By the way, his brain was hot at that time. So he got close. What did he want to do? Pei Hao high cold handsome face. Are about to maintain cannot. No matter what want to do or absolutely cannot admit. Can only be the first to hit a rake. Duan. This son saw you almost fell. Kindly help you a hand. You do not appreciate nor grateful, but also want to hurt people? Dog man. Come to this trick again? Du-Wan was so angry that her teeth itched. Chapter 307, accusing the Sheriff Lord of being heartless. The reason Du-Wan didn't get her hands on the man and successfully punch him was because Ning Qin came in with tea. With outsiders around, both of them tightened up. Not long after, when Ning Qin goes out, there are two people left in the room. Du-Wan deliberately distanced herself from Pei Hao and sat across a table. Being alone in a room, separated by a table, is truly not far. To put it bluntly, it is just a psychological comfort. Seeing Du-Wan didn't dwell on the matter just now, Pei Hao secretly wiped cold sweat in his heart. He could only talk about something serious to divert the little girl's attention. Qin Yu went to the palace. The emperor put the person into the Jinxiu palace. He also let the doctor look at her injuries and arranged for a medical girl to take care of her. Du-Wan is slightly surprised. Wang Ren lived in the Jinxiu palace before she was born. The empress knew that she would agree? A palace where someone has died. Doesn't it feel bad luck? His Majesty has not mentioned to the empress that Lu Jin will not enter the capital until this afternoon. Probably because he wants to wait for Lu Jin to confirm before telling the empress, lest it ends up not being. And it's an empty joy. Will Lu Jin definitely tell the truth? Du-Wan is a bit surprised by their logic. Pei Hao laughs lightly. It will. Since he confessed, it's not that bad to recognize the person. Even without evidence, Pei Hao could guess that the master behind Lu Jin wanted Qin Yu to return. The party has any intention. He did not find out for the time being. As long as it does not count to his head is nothing. Really count to him. Pei Hao added. I mentioned to the emperor about you helping her. This is taking credit from her? Du-Wan raised her small eyebrows. Then thank you. Oh. Just a mouthful of thanks? Then what do you want? Last time at the Gathering Edge Tea House, you had promised that you would give the Shitsi a gift. But now it seems like you haven't paid the slightest bit of attention to what I said. Pei Hao spoke in a light tone, without the slightest hint of accusation. On the contrary, this attitude made Du-Wan blush even more than pointing at her nose and cursing her. Du-Wan was still calm and relaxed. But at this moment, she could not help but feel weak. On that day, she really said the gift thing, is later encountered the matter of Guli. A moment to forget. But forget what? Certainly cannot admit. Du-Wan stood up at once, crossed her arms and said, what is nonsense? Where have I not been attentive? I'm clearly very attentive. Really? Very attentive? Pei Hao looked at the little girl with a smile on his face. The eyes seemed to be asking, where's the gift? Du-Wan thought of something and straightened her back again, slapping the desktop and saying, didn't I say at that time that I would only send you something good? Aren't I just looking for something good these days? What are you in a hurry for? Did you find it then? You wait for a while. Yes. Not to mention a little while. This Shitsi can wait for the rest of his life. Du-Wan found a small jade bottle, turned her back to Pei Hao, took out the bottle of qi nourishing pill, poured one out, and put it into the small jade bottle. Her heart was aching for her life. This is a treasure. Bear the pain to send him a good, when it is to return his favor. Pei Hao sat still. However, he smelled the fragrance of the medicine, and he couldn't help but move his eyebrows, only to see the little girl turn around, her small face full of pain as she handed him a small jade bottle. Here you go. This is good stuff. My big brother doesn't even have it. Pei Hao originally had nothing to look forward to. It was hard to say if the little girl's so-called good stuff was. Now when he heard that Du Qian didn't even have it, Pei Hao immediately became interested, reached out to pick up the thing in the little girl's hand, and found that the little girl was still holding a corner and didn't really want to let go. This is how unwilling to give up. The more Du-Wan did so, the more Pei Hao's curiosity was raised. But on the surface, he still had to pretend. He let go of his hand and sighed slightly. One. Don't want to give it away. I am nothing. Really nothing. Not sad at all. Even if you often didn't put me at ease. Even if you turned around and forgot what you said to me. I don't blame you. What's with the tea smell? Thinking of his battle record of once tingling Du Qian, Du-Wan had no more reluctance this time and shoved the small jade bottle into his palm. It's nothing. Take it. Isn't it just a qi nourishing pill? What? Pei Hao's hand holding the small jade bottle shook. What did the little girl say it was just now? A qi nurturing pill? His father had almost lost the spirit melting grass some time ago. And then in order to avoid a long night's sleep, It didn't take long before he took it to the Protectorate Temple and exchanged it for a qi-nourishing pill. In order to obtain a qi-nourishing pill, his father had taken some years to reach it. Now there is one right in his hands. Pei Hao's hand holding the jade bottle tightened slightly. One must not get excited. One must remain poised. One must keep smiling. In front of the little girl. One must not lose their poise. One must not be petty. The demeanor of a son of the world must be maintained. After a long time, Pei Hao finally made himself calm and comfortable from the inside out. Elegantly opened the bottle of medicine and smelled the medicine. Wan, I can't take such a precious medicine. It's just something good to give you. Duan replied with a smile. But in her heart, she wanted to spit out the false modeling. The corners of Pei Hao's mouth rose. But he tried to suppress it. Is that so? Where did you get this from? I bought it on purpose from the Yuantong presidency. What? Pei Hao was astonished. Is it possible? Is this possible? As far as he knew of Master Yuantong's stuff, the only thing that could be bought with silver was the tranquilizing incense. Pei Hao gazed magically at his own little fiancée. Earlier, I received a piece of news that Big Brother used 2 precious pills in order to clear his name of murdering Huangren. Oh! What do you want to know? You don't say that this qi-nourishing pill was not given to Big Brother Du? Pei Hao had an expression of breaking down her lies again. This? He asked on purpose. The little girl had gotten good things, and never thought of him as her fiancé. There were times when he could deceive himself and others. Most of the time, he was still very sensible and sober. The weight of him in her heart was very small. Far less than her family, or even the emperor. Sending him the qi-nourishing pill today is still the first time a big girl has been on a sedan chair. Duan looked at Pei Hao obliquely. You are not quite right today. I said Big Brother didn't have it. That means he didn't have it. There is no need to lie about this. Really not? Pei Hao confirmed again. No. Duan replied affirmatively. When the joy in Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes was about to overflow, Duan added, I said I gave it to Big Brother. But he didn't want it. So, I gave him a heart-protecting pill for life preservation. But it turned out to be used on Huangren, which was wasted to no end. You know that Grandmaster Yuantong gave me a number of qi-nourishing pills. But the heart-protecting pill only gave me one. Pei Hao's grip on the small jade bottle tightened. F***CK? So, he was still no match for Du Qian. Is it far inferior? Pei Hao looked at the small medicine bottle in his hand, and suddenly felt unscented. He shouldn't have expected anything from the little girl. The little heartless one is still a heartless one. Chapter 308 Family Feast in the Palace in Progress. Duan doesn't know how Pei Hao thinks. Sending Pei Hao a qi-nourishing pill to pay back the owed favors. She was refreshed. When Duan went to the main courtyard to see the eldest princess. The eldest princess has already received news from the palace that another girl is living in Jinqiu Palace. It won't be another illegitimate daughter of the royal brother who has strayed away. Hard to say. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did not want to discredit the emperor. But the emperor is already black enough in the matter of Huangren, and cannot be washed white. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team added, looking at that momentum. It should be a daughter. How unlikable. The eldest princess cursed. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team heard this meaning of hers. Not scolding the emperor for messing around outside, but scolding him for always letting his bloodline flow outside. The voice of the sister outside rang out, saying that the sheriff master had come over. The eldest princess hurriedly allowed Duan to come in. When Duan came in, she unexpectedly saw Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Father, you didn't go to the yamen today? It's much easier with Su Che's help. There's a little bit of things left, so I've asked him to take care of it. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said with a gentle gaze. Duan came up to the 2 men and said with a smile, Su Che ah. Someone asked me to buy him, offering a high price of 1 million. Oh! Who is it? The eldest princess was very interested. Duan said. General Wei's residence. The Wei family's eldest miss. Wei Xiao. It's her. A very unique girl. The eldest princess spoke of Wei Xiao in an unusual manner, rarely without a look of disdain. Du Xianma said. General Wei leads the army, so it's inevitable that there will be some gray income. Wei embroidery, and is the firstborn Miss Wei family, but also extremely good at the head of the business. Can come up with 1 million is not strange, when Huangren can also come up with 200,000 gold. Northwest in recent years there is no war. usually a lot of small conflicts. Or from time to time to go to the neighborhood to fight bandits and so on. The money collected usually will not be truthfully reported up. Hidden part. According to the unwritten rules, the general will take half. The rest is the following people to share. Next, Du-Wan talked about the matter of Qin Yu, the eldest princess, and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team were both surprised, immediately thinking of the person who had retrieved it, and the one who had a beef with her precious daughter. The couple's complexion was subtle. Their own daughter was still quite capable, and her ability to stir up trouble was first-rate. The eldest princess thought of something. Wan, then you have to be mentally prepared. In a few days, there should be a family banquet in the palace. It should be just these 2 or 3 days. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team added. Du-Wan knew that this was something that she would have to face sooner or later, just as the eldest princess had predicted. After 2 days, early in the morning the eunuchs, who passed the word of mouth, came from the palace. It didn't take long for the family to change into new clothes and dress up carefully, along with the eunuch to enter the palace. Before going out, the eldest princess also deliberately prepared 4 gifts. One is her own. The other 3 are prepared for her husband and children. Are used to give Qin Yu as a gift. The place where the banquet was set up was in the Empress's palace. It was not the first time for Du-Wan to attend a family banquet in the palace, so she was familiar with the way. This time in front of the palace gate, Du-Wan also deliberately lifted up the car curtain to look out. The eldest princess strangely asked, Wan, what are you looking at? To see if Pei Shi is there. Du-Wan smiles purely. I always bumped into him in front of the palace a few days ago, but not this time. The eldest princess smiles and points her jade finger at her daughter's head. Silly girl. There are not that many coincidences in the world. Eh? Du-Wan is confused for a moment. Sometimes it's specifically waiting for me. Sometimes it's a coincidence. How silly. The Rapunzel laughed heartily. Du-Wan initially did not react. When she saw the eldest princess' demeanor, she understood, thinking that Pei Hao had deliberately come to the palace gates to wait for himself. Her heart was actually a little happy, since there was still some time before the family banquet. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team led his son to the imperial study to see the emperor, and the eldest princess took her daughter to pay her respects to the empress. Stepping into the empress' chambers, the palace maid who was guarding the outside, once she saw the eldest princess and the county princess coming over, she immediately flew to report to the empress. And then the eldest princess and Du-Wan didn't even need to wait for the palace people to go through. They directly walked in. Step into the main hall. Before you see anyone, you will first hear the sound of laughter like silver bells. Du-Wan went in the time. In addition to seeing Qin Yu in full dress, she also saw several unmarried girls from the empress's maiden family. 5 or 6 large and small. Among them was Du Yunrong. People rely on clothes. Buddha relies on gold. Today's Qin Yu changed into a gorgeous dress. Face painted with exquisite peach blossom makeup, cloud temples, and phoenix hairpin. Gorgeous posture. Warmly sitting next to the queen, and wearing phoenix robes with the queen. So look more and more similar. Before, there are 3 or 4 points like. Now there are 5 or 6 points. Next to Du Yunrong also dress. Previously seen is also a beauty. Now with Qin Yu sitting together. Really inferior 2 points. Du-Wan suspected that Du Yunrong had gone to the mountains for a period of time for purification, and had lost some of her looks. Du-Wan's small eyes turned back and forth on Du Yunrong's face. Well, tanned, poorer skin. Oh, and thinner and rougher hands. Du Yunrong stared at Du-Wan from the moment she came in. Du-Wan clearly didn't do anything. Du Yunrong was just angry when she saw her. I guess the few girls who went up to the mountain for purification don't want to see Du-Wan, this little bastard, again. Du Yunrong opened her mouth and glared at her, saying wordlessly, What are you looking at? Du-Wan came over and smiled and whispered, Ouch. Then oh, darker by a drop. And the little hands are thicker. But what? Du Yunrong hated her teeth. Du-Wan playfully gave her a thumbs up. The body is strong. Good for birth. Du-Wan! Du Yunrong was so angry that she could barely maintain her comportment and wanted to storm off and hit someone. The commotion on the 2 people's side startled the eldest princess and empress, who were exchanging pleasantries. When the elders of the 2 looked over in unison, the 2 younger ones instantly stood back up. One smiled gently. The other smiled nicely, as if nothing had happened just now. The eldest princess and the empress had greeted each other, and it was Du-Wan's turn. Du-Wan stepped forward and curtsied to the Empress in a well-behaved manner. Wan has come to greet the Empress. This greeting is less formal and less respectful, but it is still enough. Then Du-Wan waved her small hand to Qin Yuyu, raising a smile. Hello, cousin. Hello, cousin. What a world. I never thought that you and I would be relatives, Qin Yuyu said with a smile. It was as if all the previous grudges hadn't happened, and the smile still had a few hints of cordiality to it. I didn't expect it either. If I knew, I would have brought you back to the palace in the first place. Du-Wan smiled with the same hypocritical smile on her face. But in her heart, she marveled that she was worthy of being the female lead, adapting to her new identity so quickly. The first few times she ran into Qin Yuyu, she was still high on her gossip, leaping onto the branch all of a sudden, somewhat similar to a poor person getting rich at first sight. And her mindset actually didn't fall apart. Hostility aside, she was a little bit impressed. At this time, the Empress saw Du-Wan like this, frowned, seeing her daughter how not to salute. Chapter 309. Who's heartbroken and jealous? Du-Wan did not bow. The eldest princess pretends not to know. Du-Yunrong is now itching to pick on Du-Wan. County princess. Shouldn't you salute when you see the princess? In a flash, everyone present looked at Du-Yunrong. Then, they looked at Du-Wan again. That looked like they were waiting to see what she would do. Qin Yuyu's smile was calm and gentle, but her sitting posture was straightened up by 2 points, and her waist was also straightened up, seemingly waiting for Du-Wan to go up to her and salute. A once noble and unapproachable county princess, who could step on her into the muck at any time. Now that she had seen her, wouldn't she still have to bow her head and salute her? Just thinking about what would happen next made Qin Yuyu's heart rise with an unprecedented sense of superiority, as well as obscure excitement and thrill. She had waited for this moment for a long time. She even almost didn't fall asleep last night. Du-Wan looked at Qin Yuyu with a smile on her face, and then skimmed over to Du-Yunrong, who was gloating and waiting for a good show. The Empress looks appreciatively at Du-Yunrong. What Rong said? Empress mother. This county princess doesn't even need to bow when she sees the Emperor's uncle. The smile on Du-Wan's small face is faint, but on the other hand, it makes it impossible to pick fault. Or is cousin Yuyu more powerful than the Emperor's uncle? The smile on Qin Yuyu's face stalled, and the fist hidden in her sleeve clenched. The Empress' face sank, and she wanted to say something. Next to her, the eldest princess looked at Du-Yunrong with a cold gaze, a few chills in her smile. Yunrong girl, the Emperor gave us special permission by decree not long ago that Wan would not have to salute anyone in the Great Qin Kingdom when she sees her in the future, including the Emperor himself. At that time the decree came down. You are still in the mountain purification. Do not know the innocent. This palace will not blame you. Next time you cannot repeat the offense. At these words, Du-Yunrong's heart trembled. She was a little creeped out by the eldest princess and hurriedly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Yunrong just came down from the mountain not long ago and has not yet heard of this matter. I hereby sincerely apologize to the county princess and hope that I can be forgiven. It's all right. It's all right. Du-Wan smiles brightly. Just when she needed someone to mention this matter. Did she think she didn't see the Empress' face just now? Humph. What heard about it, Qin Yuyu? No way. Not now. Not in the future. The princess smiled and said. In fact, this palace has been sitting for so long, and I haven't seen any juniors come up to say hello. Du-Yunrong's heart was blocked, and she hurriedly wanted to go up to greet her. But unexpectedly, Qin Yuyu was one step ahead of her, and very appropriately went up to the eldest princess to salute her. Yuyu has met Auntie. I grew up in the folklore. I don't know the rules of the palace yet. I didn't greet you first. Please forgive me. Good. Good. It's fine. Auntie didn't blame you. You're a good boy. After some praise from the eldest princess, she asked her subordinates to take out a gift that had been prepared earlier. This is a special meet and greet gift from this palace for you. Thank you, Auntie. This must be something good. Qin Yuyu winked her almond eyes at the eldest princess in a seemingly happy manner. As if amused, the eldest princess took out 3 more copies separately. This one is prepared by your aunt. This is for Qianer and Wan. Many thanks. Qin Yuyu received the gifts as if touched, while politely thanking her. Truly worthy of being this palace's own daughter. Even if she grew up in the folklore, she is just as understanding and courteous. Seeing this, the Empress was very satisfied. Not only was she satisfied with her daughter's performance, She was also satisfied with the princess house's manners. The princess house had prepared one gift this time, and no one said anything. However, this time, there are 4 gifts, or each person sends a gift, representing the recognition and importance of the princess house to her daughter. This intention is already considered okay. The only shortcoming is Do-won, this girl. See, the daughter did not have some respectful gesture. Last time, Do-yoon was forced to go to the mountains for training. The empress was dissatisfied with Do-won. And now she is even more dissatisfied. The empress did not want to admit that deep down, she was jealous of Do-won. The emperor's favoritism towards Do-won was too obvious, and the empress couldn't help but feel sour at the bottom of her heart every time she heard it. Do-won glanced at Do-yoon's slightly discolored face. Understanding? Very understanding, duh. In her place, she would also be unbalanced in her heart. The empress had just praised Chin Yu, stepping on Do-yoon's face to do so, and hadn't felt it was a problem. Her daughter had just returned, so she praised her. What's wrong with that? It wasn't excessive. But for Do-yoon, who was in the midst of unrest, it was a big deal. No wonder Do-yoon went dark later. Do-won had a few things to say about the empress. No wonder the emperor favored noble consort Xie. Next up is Chin Yu smiling and talking to the empress, demonstrating mother-daughter bonding. Do-yoon is on the side as a chaperone and has to take care of Chin Yu's mood, acting as a kind and considerate cousin. There were also a bunch of girls from the Do family, sometimes chattering about one topic after another. The eldest princess smiled as she sipped her tea, occasionally following with a word or two. Do-won was as shy as gold, sitting calmly on the sidelines and watching the show. There was still a bit of time before the banquet. The empress wanted the younger generation to cultivate their relationship, so she let them go to the imperial garden for a walk. In the attitude of a host, Chin Yu invites the two to follow. Cousin Yoon-rong, Cousin Won-won, you also please follow. I just returned to the palace. There are still many rules I don't understand. Please forgive me if I'm not greeted well. Do-yoon, who lives in the palace for most of the year, has no idea what she feels in her heart. Do-won didn't feel much. Okay, let's go. When Do-yoon left, she didn't stand next to Chin Yu, but stood next to Do-won. Chin Yu in the front had a few of Do's own cousins chasing after her, as if she didn't care about Do-won and Do-yoon all of a sudden, making the two gradually lag behind to the end. Is this being sidelined? The time spent together is not long. Do-yoon will know that this cousin is not a good to get along with. Speak and act is not as open as Do-won, this little punk. At least the little punk bad in the clear. Do-won looked at Do-yoon and saw that she did not speak. Touching her with her elbow, Do-won asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "It's me who should ask you what you're doing." Do-yoon couldn't help her temper when it came to Do-won now. Do-won smiled and said, "Sour heart? Jealous? What nonsense! Who is sour and who is jealous?" Do-yoon looked at Do-won with anger in her eyes. Do-won was not amused and raised her pretty chin. "You don't have to hide it. I understand it all. But I am wondering. The empress is just your aunt, not your mother. Is her attitude that important? Or that one sentence? People are also pro-mother and daughter no matter what. What are you, an outsider, being jealous of?" Do-yoon's face changed slightly. Her heart was made extremely uncomfortable, but she couldn't refute it. Do-won whispered again, "Aren't you currying favor with the empress in order to ask for benefits? As long as there are actual benefits, what do you care? Taking advantage of the current scenery. Hurry up and find a man of your choice to marry, or you'll have your regrets in the future." Do-yoon was angry, but she took her words to heart. After all, it's not the first time the little bastard has told her this. Chapter 310, Did a Stupid Thing. Do-won was bored and followed the stroll through the imperial garden. Chin Yu did not come to Do-won's trouble in public, and was still wary of Do-won. The last time Do-won helped her on the street. At first, she was very grateful. When she entered the palace and learned about her identity, Chin Yu associated Do-won's help. I'm afraid it's not out of sincerity. It should be an advance to know her identity after the act. The heart of that little bit of gratitude instantly dissipated. Just returned to the palace of Chin Yu is still in the process of figuring out. Cautious and smart. She will not be around to set up enemies. Do-won was quite satisfied with her sense of humor, and did not have the idea of picking a fight. So the two of them went to visit the imperial garden, and nothing happened to each other. On the way, they met noble consort Xie and several concubines, Chin Yu and Do-yoon to deal with. Do-won is a soy sauce. And finally she did not stay. Walking to go. Ran to find cheap big brother. The result of the imperial study room near the encounter with an official robe Pei Hao. He was followed by a person. Pei Hao also had some surprises when he saw Duwan in the palace. County princess. You're in the palace? Family banquet. You know? Duwan walked over with her small hands on her back. Pei Hao's standing posture abruptly became a little bit more upright. His posture was a little bit more upright and flirtatious. He also intentionally showed the person next to him. Now the person next to him was a little bit conspicuous. But standing together with Pei Hao, the light was obscured and dimmed. Duwan finally saw who the young man behind Pei Hao was. Gu Li? Huh? Why did he come to the palace? Duwan blinked. This? Gu Li lifted his eyes and stepped forward, respectfully saluting Duwan. Little official greets county princess. Being an official now? Duwan is astonished. Now his life is like taking a wrong turn. Will there be anything for Xie Zhang? Duwan raised her eyes and swept a glance at Pei Hao. A little look of him picking up a big bargain. Infuriating Pei Hao. Just now, he deliberately stood side by side with Gu Li. Didn't she notice? The contrast? It should be obvious. But she still saw Gu Li at a glance. And even went up to talk to Gu Li. That glance just attracted her more than him. Her fiancé. Pei Hao was thoughtful. It seemed like he had done something stupid? So Duwan quickly moved her attention back to Pei Hao's side. There's nothing more to do. You go and get busy. I'll wander around a bit more. There's no rush on my part. So I'll accompany you for a walk. Pei Hao dismissed Gu Li and told him to go back to the government office first. Gu Li salutes and bids farewell. Duwan casually nods her head, not showing any special concern, which makes Pei Hao raise a heart and slowly fall down. County princess seems to be very concerned about Gu Li. I'm not the only one concerned. Xie Zhang is also concerned about him. Pei Hao's heart and mind fluttered at the words. Is this true? Yes. I inadvertently found out. So he's one of Xieqi's people? That's not true. It's because he's talented. Xieqi wants to take him as a junior. But now it's been preempted by you. Is it because of this that the Sheriff Lord is paying attention to Gu Li? Not oh. It is because he is quite miserable. Duwan very uncharacteristically found an excuse. It was this excuse that Pei Hao believed. His peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. Then he's not miserable now. Is he? Duwan nodded perfunctorily. When I met you. It's impossible to say that he's still miserable. Pei Hao hooked his lips and smiled lightly, deciding to give Husan a few days off. Aside from being miserable, what advantage could Gu Li have over him? As long as he tried to avoid showing his face in front of the county princess. Over time, the little girl was forgetful, and would soon not remember Gu Li as a person. The world prince was in a good mood, as he thought he had resolved a potential threat. The two stayed for a while longer, and Duwan wanted to go find the emperor and the others. Seeing the emperor and Du's son-in-law, Du Qian coming out of the imperial study together, she went up with a bright smile. The emperor said a few words to her, and then saw Pei Hao not far away. So he waved towards him. Come over here. Go to the meal together. Have you accompanied Qianer just right? Your Majesty, I still have official business. Pei Hao smiled and excused himself. The emperor didn't care. It's not urgent for this moment. Good. Then thank you. Your Majesty. Pei Hao smiled and answered. But the person stood beside the little girl without any trace. Du Qian an arrow step inserted between the two. Pei Hao again motionless came to the other side of the little girl stood. This time he leaned closer to the little girl. Cannot get into a person. Thought Du Qian was out of ideas? He pulled his sister's wrist. Wan. Come to Big Brother's side. There is something to say. What is it? Duwan did not notice the exchange of words between the two men. Similar to the general reaction of people who encounter this kind of thing. She approached Du Qian, and likewise pulled away from Pei Hao. Du Qian was satisfied. Pei Hao was heartbroken. The emperor saw the small movements of the three, and couldn't help but laugh. Who hasn't been young and wild? Like him when he ran after his beloved girl. But he wasn't as unlucky as Pei Hao, having a great uncle to keep an eye on him at all times. The group headed towards the Empress Palace. When they went there before, there was a eunuch who went ahead to inform the Empress's side to get ready. So when the group arrived, they were able to take their seats. The Emperor and Empress sat down first, followed by the eldest princess and Du Xiongma. Duan followed and sat in front of her own chair. Pei Hao was about to sit next to him. But Du Qian was one step ahead of him and occupied the position next to Du Wan. Pei Hao could only choose the next best thing and sit next to Du Qian. In this way, between him and the little girl, there was another great uncle. Du Wan swept around and did not see noble consort Xie. Qin Yuyu and Du Yunrong and other girls are also not there. The emperor asked the empress, "Where is Fishy?" Went to the imperial garden with Romer to stroll around. And when she heard that you came over, she asked the palace maid to go and invite them. As soon as the empress's words fell, there was movement from outside the palace. It was Qin Yuyu and the others who came in, unexpectedly seeing Pei Hao, an outsider whose bloodline was not related at all. Du Yunrong and the others were very strange. On the contrary, it was Qin Yuyu who came forward with great surprise. "Pei Shi, you actually came?" A single word caused the scene to go silent. The emperor and empress all looked at Pei Hao with stern gazes. The hallowed princess spoke to Pei Hao in honorifics. Was he the one who could afford it? There was also something wrong with the daughter's tone. Pei Hao had a marriage contract with Du Wan and was considered half a married man. Now this occasion is really inappropriate. The elders can understand that she just came back from the civil society and doesn't know the etiquette. They won't really blame her. But what about the juniors? One by one, the fire of gossip are burning in the bottom of the heart. Especially Du Yunrong a little gloating to look at Du Wan. Not only was Du Wan not angry, she also smiled brightly at Du Yunrong, revealing her small white teeth. It almost made Du Yunrong so angry that she cursed. The eldest princess feigned surprise and said, "Cheng Ming used to know Fish? Not ever." Pei Hao denied. Another voice sounded almost simultaneously as Qin Yuyu said, "Knew each other." Then very quickly, Qin Yuyu was embarrassed. Her heart shamed. Chapter 311. You cannot commit the offense of deceiving the king. Qin Yuyu quickly hid away her embarrassment, smiled, and explained, "Many things have happened since I came to the capital. Pei Shi helped me many times. And every time he did something good, he didn't leave his name. So it's me who knows Pei Shi. And he doesn't know me." "I see." The emperor smiled. The empress's face was also much better. But then her heart ached for Qin Yuyu. Yuyu suffered outside. When we couldn't see it, she didn't know how much suffering she had suffered. If she could have recognized it earlier. "Mother Empress, I'm fine. Don't be sad." Qin Yuyu spoke out to comfort the empress. The eldest princess spoke out at the right time, pretending to console a few words. Du Yunrong followed to comfort and show concern. When the empress sets up a stage, there are always a few who follow and sing. Otherwise, how embarrassing the empress would have to be. Pei Hao didn't care much about the others. His peach blossom eyes fell onto the little girl's rosy cheeks, only to see the little girl's eyes shining back and forth on him and Qin Yuyu looking at, but also with a little bit of meaning unknown. If it wasn't the wrong occasion at this moment, he would have to catch her up and give her a good lesson. As his fiancée, why couldn't she be a little crisis conscious? The empress asked what happened to Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu said that she met a thief at the Midyuan festival and Pei Hao helped her catch him, and that she was injured on the street and Pei Hao passed by and let her go to the medical center. Not to mention that the number of times is quite high. There are actually 7 or 8 cases. Pei Hao listened and frowned. Some had a little impression. Some had no impression at all. Listening to Pei Hao, the person in question was confused. Apart from the first time, it was a case of seeing the road and helping out. The others, he was just passing through. Really passing through. Undeserved disaster. This woman is a sweeping star. It was only Qin Yuyu slightly small and delicate. Little by little, that made the people present listen with different colors. The emperor and empress listened and then looked at Pei Hao a lot more smoothly. Pei Hao's face was upright, stood up and made a bow towards the emperor, and said seriously, "Your Majesty, I have something to say. I'm afraid my heart will be uneasy if I don't say it aloud." "Say it," the emperor said with a smile. Pei Hao said, "What the princess has said, the Microchin does not dare to admit." "Why don't you admit it?" The emperor was interested. It was Qin Yuyu who was embarrassed. "Father, every time Pei Shi helped me, he wouldn't admit it." "Princess." Pei Hao interrupted Qin Yuyu's words and said to the emperor, "I have not helped. That time at the Midyuan festival was when I encountered a thief and was duty bound to step in and help. On the subsequent occasions, half of the time, I had no impression. The 2 or 3 times I had an impression were just passing by. Really purely passing by. meaning don't brainstorm. Okay? Grace and whatnot was non-existent. He didn't want to dip. If the little girl misunderstood, how to do? Pei Hao cleared up so cleanly, out of the expectation of everyone present. Du Qian even raised his sword eyebrows. Such a good thing. Pei Shizhi actually don't want it? Being honest, you can't commit the offense of deceiving the king. Pei Hao was upright and bright when he said this. At once, it made the people who misunderstood him instantly multiply their good feelings. The eyes of the emperor and Du's son-in-law looking at him were full of appreciation. Of course, this did not include Du Wan. While everyone was serious, Du Wan was the only one who said with a cheeky smile, "Ouch. What's the point of making an ordinary family banquet so serious? Uncle, if Pei Shizhi says he's not, let's just assume he's not. But he's really cousin's nobleman. So whether he's intentional or unintentional, you can just reward him properly." Right. Must be rewarded. The emperor laughed out loud. The eldest princess followed with a laugh. This reward cannot be done perfunctorily. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team immediately echoed the elder princess. Your Highness is right. Before the empress could say anything, the emperor spoke again. After the family banquet, we will discuss this matter again. Du Qian saw Pei Hao froze and didn't move. So he stood up and touched him. Surprised. Hurry up and give thanks. Pei Hao seems to have just come back to his senses. Respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am ashamed." Guilty of what? You deserve it. Du Wan came to join in the fun again. With a deep smile. I'm going to leave a name for the good things I've done in the future. Maybe this kind of beautiful thing will come down to my head one day. Haha. Right. The emperor couldn't help but laugh. The bystanders followed and laughed. And one had to put on a smiley face even when holding up a show. Such as Qin Yuyu and Ji Yinrong. The two had a big opinion of Du Wan. Just as Du Wan's eyes drifted towards Pei Hao, she happened to run into a dark warning in Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes, telling her not to cause any more trouble. Yes, she did. Du Wan sat down again. Pei Hao sat down. And this time, he sat directly next to Du Wan, where Du Qian was. It was too late for Du Qian to stop him, as they were all just seated. The dishes were not yet served. There was no situation where the chopsticks and bowls had been used. Pei Hao then didn't move the bowl in front of him. Noticing Du Qian sitting next to him and looking over angrily. His mind was stable. Very stable. Anyway, in front of the emperor and other elders, Du Qian would not fool around. The banquet came up. A plate of delicacies. Du Wan scanned through it. It was good. It was her favorite dishes. Pei Hao asked in a low voice. Like the food? Of course I like it. The master chef of the Imperial Cuisine Room specialty dishes are all delicious. Du Wan previously accompanied Du Qian in prison during that time. Every day she ate dishes from the Imperial Cuisine. Those master chef specialties. She ate them all. It's a bit tastier than the ones outside. Speaking of which, it's that master at the Gathering Edge Tea House that can be compared. When are you free? I'll take you to eat again? Didn't you say you need to make a reservation? You're different. You can eat whenever you want. It always feels like he's being teased again. But there's no evidence. Du Wan waited for the emperor to open his first chopsticks before she buried her head and started eating. Whenever she looked towards any dish, Pei Hao would give her a sandwich, as long as she concentrated on eating, saving the effort of sandwiching. The emperor and empress were not surprised. The last family banquet Pei Hao was present and did the same thing. The eldest princess and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team were even more open. When eating at the mansion, Pei Hao was like this every time. Only Du Qian is staring at Pei Hao again and grinding his teeth, deciding to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson later. Today's protagonist was supposed to be Qin Yuyu. It was the emperor's special intention to let the eldest princess's family into the palace to meet. Yesterday the people from the state uncle's house had already come uninvited and went into the palace to meet. Now Qin Yuyu's heart is very bad taste. The originally delicious food kind of tasted like chewing wax. And her gaze sneaked over to Pei Hao, and Du Wan sighed from time to time. Of course, she did this kind of action in a very obscure manner. Du Yinrong, however, noticed this and suddenly snorted in her heart. I didn't think that the little phoenix, who came back from the disaster, was still a shameless one. Looking at her cousin's fiancé? Only, Du Yinrong pretended not to see. This kind of occasion is not suitable for her to say anything. If the empress did not say, that she wanted a few sisters to come and accompany Chinyu. None of them would have been picked up into the palace today. Chapter 312. Little girls make all kinds of creations. The family banquet ended. The emperor suggested to go to the imperial garden for a walk, and then asked the palace people to prepare tea and snacks, and send them to the octagonal pavilion on the viewing platform of the imperial garden. And in a while, he wanted to have a good talk and chat with Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and other people. Pei Hao proposed to leave. Du-wan was full of wine and rice. Excuse to say Sen Pei Hao slipped out. Du Qian had his father watching over him, and didn't dare to mess around. It is really this son who favors his sister and makes too many facts. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had to keep an eye on it. The eldest princess did stay, and accompany the empress, and Chinyu, and others to chat about some daughterly words. Du-wan followed Pei Hao while walking, while secretly listening to the content of the chat on both sides. Not only is it a matter of daily socializing, just playing all sorts of machinations has to be exhausting. Luckily I came out. Sent here? Still want to send the Shitsi to the yamen? Oh! Going out for a stroll. Du-wan came out for no purpose. Purely because she didn't want to stay at the emperor's place. She did not deal with Chinyu. Pei Hao's eyes flashed, and he took 2 steps behind to walk alongside her. The distance of a decent man being shortened by half. And seeing that she didn't notice this, he moved a little closer to her. So close that between the two of them walking, the sleeves of their clothes could rub together. He looked ahead, pretending not to see. Du-wan did not notice this point, thinking about something else. Suddenly, her small face was tangled for a while, and she asked, "You helped Chinyu so many times. Is it really just a coincidence?" "Yes, 1,000 times." Pei Hao's heart lifted. "Is this settling accounts?" Du-wan looked at him, as if she didn't believe him. "Do you think anyone will believe it if you say it? Once you can say it's coincidence. Twice can be. 3 times is a problem. Besides you are 7 or 8 times. Pei Hao's face was grave. "Are you saying that someone is counting on this Shitsi? How do I know? You go check yourself. The few times I remembered were coincidences, and came across by accident. Could it be that this is fate?" When Du-wan looked at him again, her eyes became meaningful. Pei Hao stared at her fiercely. Hell of fate. The guts are fat. Dare to put him and Sweeper on the side? Du-wan felt that his eyes were a bit dangerous, and immediately pulled away from the two of them. At least half a vong away. She looked at him vigilantly. He still kept staring at her. After a long time, Pei Hao said in a faint voice, "Don't bring this son and Chinyu together in the future. I don't want to get involved with her. Otherwise, don't blame me for flipping you off." "So it's because of this matter, ah?" Du-wan realized. "I didn't ask you to get involved with her. She wanted to get involved with you." "How dare you say that?" Pei Hao took a few steps forward, and was about to reach out to catch her. The little girl moved nimbly to avoid it, which made Pei Hao's eyes narrow. Catch again? Avoid again. 1 catch. 1 avoid. And then 1 chase. 1 escape. Pei Hao wanted to catch her and beat her up at first. But when he saw that the little girl was having fun, he cooperated a bit. Then later on, it was a bit more competitive. "Ha. Can't catch. You can't catch me." Du-wan while dodging, while yelling, "If Pei Hao stops." She stood not far away, and crossed her waist, and twisted her buttocks, doing all sorts of weird little movements. Provocative little look, "Don't be too arrogant. Come on. Can't catch. Piggy. Come and catch me. Aya. Piggy. You are too useless. Come on. You've got plenty of time anyway." When Pei Hao saw this, he was almost infuriated. What Piggy's 8 rings meant, he didn't know. This world didn't have the 4 great masterpieces, but he could still understand the 3 words piggy. Pig. Who doesn't know this word? It's not a good word once you hear it. Pei Hao stood still. The little girl is really all sorts of artifice. Provocation, contempt, all sorts of small expression constantly. Far away, the onlookers of the Forbidden Army is jaw-dropping. The original Pei Z, and the feelings of the county princess so good all. Arrived at the yamen. The two didn't fool around anymore. And Du-wan met the long-lost Mu Xian. Mu Xian. Long time no see. Sheriff. Long time no see. Mu Xian was equally happy and cordial to see Du-wan. Du-wan's eyes shine brightly as she asks. "Went to the disaster relief. How was it? Let's hear about it. And tell us any anecdotes as well. There's so much to see and hear along the way." I can't even finish talking about it in 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Xian was a good talker and really said, "Sit over here. I'll pick some interesting stories for you." Okay. So Duan left Pei Hao behind and got together with Mu Xian and muttered. Mainly Mu Xian talked about the disaster relief. Duan was very fascinated. Pei Hao was originally a bit depressed. But when he saw that Gu Li was on the sidelines and Duan didn't look at him, he felt psychologically balanced again. Sure enough, the son of the world, is not as attractive as gossip. And Gu Li is also not as attractive as gossip. But on second thought, Pei Hao was depressed again. Who was Gu Li to compare with him? Could it be that he could only compare himself to Gu Li in her place? Thereupon, Pei Hao morally did the careful thing and threw all the matters of the government office to Gu Li to do. Anyway, there can't be any chaos. He sat by the little girl with his own tea and quietly listened to the two chatting. Mu Xian's voice trailed off as she spoke. The reason is that there is a person who keeps staring coolly at you bragging. Can you talk on? Duan followed Mu Xian's gaze and turned around to take a look. What are you doing sitting behind me? Didn't you say you have official business? Don't go do it yet. Let Gu Li do it. Pei Hao replied. Duan perfunctorily gave him a thumbs up. You're great. Pei Hao glanced at Mu Xian faintly. Mu Xian immediately stood up and casually made an excuse to leave. Sheriff, we'll talk again next time when we have time. I'll go and get busy first. There are still some things I haven't handed over when I return. Go. Duan waved her small hand. Pei Hao said, You don't need to be on duty at the Yamen tomorrow. New Year holidays? Duan mentally counted the time. There was still half a month before the New Year holidays. The weather is getting colder and colder. There is not much going on at the Yamen. Apart from some people on duty. Most of them are on holiday. Once again, the government office will be after the Lantern Festival next year. The princess house has already started to prepare the annual gift. Duan did not dare to sit for a long time. So she left the Imperial City Department alone. Pei Hao still wanted to follow her. But he stopped when she said she wanted to return to the palace. If he had known that Duan had gone out and bumped into Xie Zhang, he would have followed her out. Duan was standing by the street at the moment, arms hugging her chest as she looked at the person in front of her. Xie Zhang was wearing official robes. A far cry from the image she had seen in the past. It could only be said that official clothing never disappoints. Even the ugliest person can show a few human-like appearance. Not to mention the fact that Xie Zhang's human looks were not bad in the first place. It was the situation in front of him that was slightly more subtle. Now, not only was there Xie Zhang, there was also Su Che. It's just that Su Che's situation is a bit of a mess. Like he got caught in the rain. Chapter 313 Little girl warned Xie Zhang. Duan didn't suspect that Su Che and Xie Zhang had something. Besides Su Che, there was also a boy, who was assigned to Su Che by Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side, to run errands and do things for him on a daily basis. And now the boy was in the same sorry state as him. Duan could see that this was being bullied. Also Xie Zhang should have bumped into it and stepped in to help. Just as Duan guessed. When Su Che saw Duan, he immediately came forward to greet him respectfully, as well as the boy as well. Su Che lowered his head and did not speak. On this cold day, his robes were mostly wet, and the cold made his lips purple. Duan asked strangely, My father asked you guys to come out on an errand. So you should have been equipped with a carriage. You guys went out of the Yamen. Where is the carriage? The carriage broke down, Su Che said respectfully. Duan looked at the boy, who was still cold and shivering. What happened? Back to the county lord. Is the house car broken? A moment and a half will not be able to repair. The boy said the thing in 2 words. Is Su Che did things want to go back to the princess house? Found that the carriage is broken. Can only walk back. Did not think that only go not long suddenly came a few punks. 2 that they were punched and kicked. One of them even humiliated Su Che and threw a bucket of water on him. The boy went to help Su Che block the water, but only partially blocked it. The clothes on Su Che's body were still mostly wet. Duan did not ask any more questions and called for Zhuang Song. There is a carriage outside the palace gates. You use it to send Su Che and the 2 of them back to the residence. Yes, Sheriff Master. Zhuang Song leads the order. Duan then looked at Su Che's 2. There is a small charcoal stove and blanket inside the carriage, as well as hot tea. You can use it. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. Su Che and the two boys hurriedly thanked Du Wan. Xie Zhang had been paying attention to Du Wan from the side. From this, he could see the importance she placed on Su Che. More important than what he had investigated? This was because ordinary subordinates were not qualified to ride in the master's carriage back to the residence. When the people walked away, Du Wan and Xie Zhang were left. Du Wan looked up with her eyes, and sized up Xie Zhang. Xie Zhang openly lets her look. Sheriff Master, how have you been doing lately? Did you arrange those punks? Du Wan's sudden words caused a slight shock to Xie Zhang's heart. Immediately after, Xie Zhang smiled bitterly. Why would the county princess think so poorly of Xie? Isn't this your usual tactic? There aren't that many coincidences in the world. There are also man-made arrangements. Du Wan's final words had not yet fallen. Xie Zhang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, before his throat was choked by a small white hand. For the practice of martial arts, Xie Zhang is not as good as reading to the heart. From a young age, or was forced by his father to go to practice martial arts. It was only later when he left the capital to pursue his studies, with a heavy workload and a lot of things to do, that he gradually put it down. Even if he did not go to practice martial arts for many years, the physical quality is not bad. Is a normal man. Fight hooligans not a problem. Ordinary women cannot help him. Today, but easily by a little girl choked throat. This is a fragile and deadly place in the human body. Xie Zhang felt suffocated, holding his breath, and had the feeling that as long as she exerted herself a little, he would really die. The little girl, who used to look at herself with glowing eyes, now only had calm killing intent overflowing from her eyes. Du Wan indifferently opened her mouth. Last time you saved me from Su Yu. But then you sent the injured me to Qian County. This life-saving favor can only be discounted. At these words, Xie Zhang's pupils shrank. How did she learn of this? Xie Zhang's emotions rose and fell like waves of shock. To make him even more shocked, Du Wan went on to say, Noble consort Xie counted on my elder brother. This matter is counted on your head. Plus this county princess let you off the hook once today. This grudge is settled. Du Wan didn't say the mind thing, because she had already retaliated back in this matter. There are some grudges that are hard to clear up when they are counted seriously. First of all, no matter how Xie Zhang's malicious intentions. After all, he has actually saved the original owner twice. One time as the Lantern Festival traffickers. Indeed not Xie Zhang secretly planning. The person who planned this matter is Huang Ren. The other time was to save the original master from Su Yu's hands. Even if Xie Zhang later did not send the original master back to the capital, but instead sent him to Qian County. In the original story, the original master died outside. But now she is alive. Du Wan is considered to have turned a blind eye to Xie Zhang's ambition. The reason is still that she has not put the rise and fall of the great Qin state in her heart. But she had people she wanted to protect. And Xie Zhang crossed the line. She saw Xie Zhang's face hold a discoloration. Du Wan slightly loosened her strength a bit. Sheriff, Xie Zhang shouted in a hoarse voice. Du Wan loosened her grip. Xie Zhang was able to breathe for a moment, bending over and coughing violently. Regarding the matter of Su Che, the determination that it was Xie Zhang's move was all based on her personal speculation. Du Wan is clear that this thought of hers carries prejudice, and there is no reason to speak of yet. And even the three views are still a bit fed to the dogs. However, so what? Du Wan did not really want to kill him. She just wanted to give him a warning. Du Wan coldly said, Xie Zhang, this county princess wants to kill you. It is as simple as pinching an ant. Don't be smart enough to reckon with the princess house. Cough. Cough. Xie Zhang coughed viciously again, not waiting for him to catch his breath. Du Wan coldly turned away. Xie Zhang looked up at Du Wan's departing back, his eyes obscure. Nowadays, he is actually powerless in the hands of the county princess? Martial arts is not something that happens overnight. Was she hiding it all along in the past? Or was the Du clan just as unfathomable as what was recorded in the family texts? Is it possible to turn an ordinary girl into a martial arts expert in just half a year? Yes. Xie Zhang came back and received a bunch of secret letters. One of them was the rating of Du Wan's martial arts skills. Extremely dangerous. At the time, Xie Zhang thought that it was a dereliction of duty on the part of the people below him, and thought to wait for some time to deal with it. Now it seems that he was careless. Du Wan returns to the palace to find the eldest princess. Unbeknownst to her, the scene where she and Xie Zhang confronted each other happened to be bumped into by Mu Xian, who had come out to sneak around. Mu Xian flew back to the Imperial City Department and told Pei Hao about the incident in graphic detail. After Pei Hao listened, he pondered. What did Xie Zhang do that angered the county princess? Could it be to protect Su Che? Mu Xian surmised. Pei Hao's heart clogged up at the words, and he said with a dark face, "Is it possible?" The situation at that time was like this. County Lord even specially ordered Zhuang Song to send Su Che back to her residence, or to go back in County Lord's carriage. I vaguely also heard the County Lord say that the things in the carriage were randomly used by Su Che, just for fear that he would get cold. Right? The more Mu Xian spoke down, the more ugly Pei Hao's handsome face became. There is no man who hears his sweetheart. To care about other men's heart will be painful. Instead, Pei Hao could only take this blow. Pei Hao's eyes were threatening. Aren't you doing something? Get lost. Just get lost. I've seen a lot of annoyance. You're not the only one. Mu Xian dropped a sentence and quickly skipped away, successfully avoiding the paperweight that Pei Hao suddenly smashed. Chapter 314. Uncle cares about your marriage. Duan giggled and turned back to the palace. Close to the Empress's palace. Without going in, she listened beforehand, hearing still some women's family chatting about the topic. Duan is convinced. Really can chat all. Duan turned to the Imperial Garden again. For the Emperor's hobbies, Duan is equally convinced. Cold days to go to the observation deck of the Imperial Garden. What is it to see? To see the snow scene? Duan gazed and listened. Happened to hear the Emperor's sentence. Does Qin'er ever have a favorite? The Emperor's sentence? What does it mean? Duan's heart skipped a beat. It can't be what she was thinking. Du Qian did not hear the question and thought it was an ordinary concern from an elder, and answered no. The Emperor listened and seemed to be satisfied. Duan's heart beat faster, anxious for her cheap elder brother. Now, Duan did not want to go over, slipping around the palace alone. She also learnt the reason why noble consort Xie did not attend the family banquet. Surprisingly, it was the Empress who didn't let anyone go to invite her to attend on the grounds that she wasn't feeling well. This is to be blamed on the fact that after Xie noble consort had counted on Du Qian, she feigned ill health from time to time, and used this to attract the Emperor's pity. The Empress took this as an excuse to block the Emperor. The Emperor often go to Xie Guifei's side. Naturally cold fall Empress. Duan feels that this is a little bit of palace fighting, in the place where outsiders cannot see. Fight a you and I live and die. But on the surface to maintain the state of peace and harmony. The time is almost. The family out of the palace. Also took a bunch of things. Are the end of the tribute sent from all over the wine, cloth and tea, etc. The Emperor rewarded a part of the princess' house. Outside the palace, Zhuang Song sent people back to the house. And the housekeeper said, the housekeeper will be inside and outside of the carriage things. After a new look, and then let Zhuang Song drive back to the palace gate waiting. When Duan went out again, she saw him. Duan asks, did Su Che send him back? Back to County Princess. The person was sent back. The senior steward also let the government doctor give them a look. Zhuang Song reported truthfully. Next to him, two extra horse harnessed by the side of a team herd. What happened? Duan told the story of meeting Su Che, omitting the matter of threatening Xie Zhang. Next to her, the eldest princess and Du Qian heard and did not say anything. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor said, wait for me to go back and ask for clarification. It's time to ask clearly. Bullying someone from the princess's house is slapping us in the face. Duan pondered what people were involved in this matter. Du Qian voices out. Was it Xie Qi who saved the people? Duan quickly reminds. Don't be grateful to him. He is most likely a participant. There are not that many coincidences in the world. Sister has grown up. Du Qian raises his hand and touches Duan's head. A look of relief on his face. Exasperated, Duan wanted to kick him a few times. Father is still around. Is it his turn to be the elder brother and perform the role of an old father? A group of people back to the house. Duan had wanted to make a move, but Du Qian said to let him settle the matter. Returning to Jade's spirit garden, she temporarily wanted to hear about the Su family's situation. At this time, Su Che had already drunk the ginger soup and was talking to his father inside the house. His father was asking what had happened. Su Che did not mention the matter of being humiliated to his father. It was just that he had an accident on the way back and accidentally wet his clothes. Father, don't need to worry. We met the county princess. She had Zhuang Tsung send us back to the house. And also invited the house doctor to look at it. Then you have to pay attention. Don't get sick. Su father admonished. Su Che lightly laughed. I know. Someone came over and said that the county king had asked Su Che to come over. Su Che put on a thick cotton coat. So he got up and followed the visitor out. Second Master Su came over to inquire about the situation with Father Su. Su father told his brother what Su Che had said. Lure has gone to work in the county king's courtyard. Is it all right? Quite well. The treatment is much better than before. Su's second master said with a few points of joy. Su father was equally happy. That's good. Duan was fascinated with the Su family. People who originally stood to a high position fell to the dust and could still live so openly. Duan turned to think that when she came to this world, she was faced with starving to death in the opening and could only venture into the mountains to dig for herbs and had a few more points of understanding in order to live. What can't be adapted? Duan didn't listen to Su father's two brothers chatting anymore. She turned to listen to what Du Qian and Su Che were saying. Soon, she stopped her thoughts again. Forget it. This little matter. Cheap big brother can completely solve it. Duan stroked her small chin. Ning Qin. Suddenly an elder asks if you have a love interest. What would it mean, ah? Concerned about affinity. I guess. Ning Qin casually said. Asking is the same as not asking. Duan remembered the emperor's words, and always felt bad. It can't be that he wants to marry Qin Yu to his cheap elder brother. Right? In ancient times, it was common for a cousin to marry her cousin, and call it something like kissing on top of kissing. When I see the eldest princess and Du harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, I must give them a lecture on the dangers of inbreeding marriages. So the next day, Duan purposely went to the main courtyard for breakfast. Du Qian was actually there. When the meal was over, Duan's eyes turned bony. Mother, I heard a strange thing before. What strange thing? The eldest princess picked up the story. Duan said. It was a village where so many people gave birth to strange babies. That village was cursed? As soon as the eldest princess said this, Du Xiongma and Du Qian were also attracted to it. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team asked. Where did Wan hear about this? I heard about it when I was wandering around outside. But I also heard from an old traveling doctor that that village is not under any curse, but rather inbreeding. And that the people who gave birth to strange babies are all cousins together. Similar to cousins getting married. When the three people heard Duan's words, there was a moment of silence. Duan wondered at the reaction of the three of them. You don't believe it? Du Qian touched her head. Believe. We've all seen this with our own eyes. We just didn't think in terms of close relatives. Seen it? Duan was surprised. Du Qian thoughtfully explains. There were people in the village who gave birth to deformed babies, and they couldn't even be raised. There are also people in the capital who have given birth to strange fetuses. Only that the big families are covered up and dealt with it externally, as if it was a fallen fetus. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought that they were all cousins. Duan looked at the eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, finding that neither of them were surprised. Therefore, Duan immediately got to the point. So, if Big Brother wants to get married in the future, he absolutely cannot marry his cousins. The three people looked at her in unison. So the point is here, ah. Du Qian instantly cried and laughed. What are you worried about? Duan grunts in anger. I didn't just hear Uncle asking about your intended. What's wrong with asking about this? Du Qian asked strangely. On the contrary, the eldest princess and Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had their hearts tightened. Duan did not have a good temper. In the past, when Qin Yu did not return to the palace, you did not see Uncle concerned about your marriage? Du Qian's face changed. It can't be. This time he also thought of it. If the emperor's uncle had this in mind, then it would be troublesome. Du Qian doesn't want to marry Qin Yu. If he really let him do it, he would rather go to the Protectorate Temple to become a monk. Chapter 315 Princess House Pair of Living Treasures. Compared to Du Qian's nervousness, the eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team were much more calm. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team glanced at the nervous siblings. The emperor may have this in mind, but he may not necessarily implement it. There are quite a few young talents in the capital. Qian'er is not considered the best. Duan rolled her eyes. Father, the most outstanding person in the entire capital is Big Brother. Recently, the threshold is about to be stepped over. You can't have deliberately forgotten about it. Du Qian thought deeply. His sister's vision was just fine. There really is no man better than him in the entire capital city. The eldest princess agreed. Wanwan is right. The most outstanding youth in the capital is Qianer. It is estimated that Qianer is only one of the son-in-law candidates that the emperor is considering in his mind. Du's son-in-law thought for a moment and continued. Marketing base Xie has been entangled with Qin Yuyu. And I heard that he was almost engaged to be married. At that time, Qin Yuyu excused herself by saying that she was not worthy of the other party. But now that she has transformed into a princess of the dynasty, she can be worthy. In the future, if the emperor chats about Qin Yuyu's marriage, I will persuade the emperor to fulfill a pair of lovers. The eldest princess said. Well, Xie is indeed worthy of Qin Yuyu. I also think they are well matched. Du Wan raises her hand in agreement. Du Qian nods. Yes. What my sister said must be right. Including my sister saying that I am the most outstanding in the capital. The eldest princess covers her mouth and laughs. A pair of living treasures. There is a plan to deal with it. The family chatted about the new year again. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team didn't have to go to the yamen. There was no more official business. But there was a lot of private human interaction and entertainment. Every year on New Year's Eve, the palace will be a big feast. In the past is the third grade or more officials can bring their families into the palace banquet. This year's situation is a bit special. It is the first palace banquet of the return of the little princess. The emperor has decreed that all officials above the 5th rank can participate. And the chores of holding the palace banquet, the emperor had intended to let Du Qian to be responsible for. Du Qian excused himself on the grounds that he had to return to his clan. Du Wan curiously asked, Big brother, why did you excuse yourself? There are too many chores. I don't even have time to cultivate. Du Qian was not too happy. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team laughed and said, Qianer is right to decline. In the future there is nothing to do less to go to the palace. I think that Du Wan's scruples have been heard. And if he doesn't go into the palace, he won't be able to contact Qin Yuyu. Today's royal list came out. Qin Yuyu's identity as a princess was announced to the world. As soon as the royal list was posted, the entire capital was abuzz with the news of the return of the exiled princess. Don't underestimate this matter. In the past, the powerful nobles in the capital valued the princess's residence with another layer of meaning. It was that the emperor didn't have an heir. There was no one to inherit the throne, which highlighted the importance of Du Qian's siblings. If the princess returned, the pattern of the dynasty had changed. Du Wan wanted to go out to see the gossip. Unexpectedly, Pei Hao came. Yu Ling Yuan's quiet room. Ning Qin, a few maids, moved the fire pit. Du Wan set up an iron mesh rack and made a barbecue. Not as a meal. Purely nothing to do. Just make something as a pastime. Pei Hao sat next to the little girl. From time to time to give a hand. Grilled things. Good-looking all belonged to the little girl to eat. Good-looking general into his stomach. Next to the maid. This is not strange. Pei Hao wanted to talk to the little girl about something. So he asked Ning Qin and the others to step back. Du Wan glanced at him. What do you want to say after dismissing the subordinates? Nothing much. Just want to talk to you casually. There are some things that have a bad influence on the public. Oh! Aren't you curious about what I'm going to say? Curious. Du Wan immediately performed a fake sympathy. Pei Hao was amused. Xian saw you almost strangle Xie Zhang yesterday. As soon as it came as a revelation, Du Wan's action of roasting the meat was lurched. Chagrined. I can't believe I was seen. He was unintentionally bumping into you trying to kill Xie Zhang. Did Xie Zhang do something? Pei Hao's eyes flashed with sharpness. Du Wan shook her head. Not sure. On the surface, he was the one who helped Su Che. You suspect him? The weasel pays homage to the chicken. Unsettled. It is indeed worth suspecting. Pei Hao had the same thought. How Xie Zhang's intentions were remained to be considered. Pei Hao turned to snicker. One, pinch your fingers and count. What does he want to do? What can he do? It should be that Su Che is useful to him. Du Wan suspected at the time that Xie Zhang wanted to use Su Che for something. And Su Che was now a member of the princess house. So no matter what this use was, it would not be good for the princess house. Otherwise, at that time, she would not have been so angry in a moment that she went out to warn Xie Zhang. Du Wan added, I warned him. Watch for now. Do you think he will restrain himself? Pei Hao knew that Xie Zhang was a smart man. Du Wan knew this as well. He will. Without full certainty. He shouldn't make another move against the princess house. Why didn't you do it in the end? Kill him directly, and save yourself the trouble. You think I am an executioner? Addicted to killing? Duan still had a lot of respect for life. And likewise, the stronger her abilities became, the more she learned to refrain. Otherwise, it got out of control. Pin up. That's not far from human nature being twisted. It's unimaginable. Pei Hao came to her ear and whispered. The emperor suppressed the folding of Xie Zhang's promotion. Someone tripped him up. Duan instantly came to her senses. Pei Hao laughed softly in a low voice. Yes, oh. Someone tripped him up. He would not tell the little girl that the person who tripped on Xie Zhang was him. In fact, he didn't do anything. He just mentioned the barrenness of Qian County in front of the emperor. Wondered how Xie could go there to meet the princess coincidentally. And then praised the fact that fate is everywhere. The emperor is a smart person. Also as suspicious. Will not this not suspect? The pamphlet he investigated at the beginning is still on the emperor's dragon case. Marquis Dingbei residence. In the study, the subordinates have been dismissed. Marquis Dingbei looked at his son in a trance. Some perplexed. Zhang child. Things are not according to the development of your arrangement. You are instead frequently lost in thought. But what has happened? Father. Stop all plans against the princess residence. Xie Zhang knew that he had misjudged the strength of the princess house. The princess mansion was the biggest stumbling block for them. Xie Zhang had never been clear about that. Yet the situation had changed. Xie Zhang's heart was palpitating. And he had yet to calm down from last night until now. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at his father with a grave expression. Father, the princess house is even more unpredictable than we expected, and cannot be moved for the time being. Marquis Dingbei guessed that something must have happened to make his son change his mind. The things we are planning are already full of danger. And to say that it is frightening every step of the way is not an exaggeration. Jean, what exactly happened? Do you know the inside story of the attack on Du's extra horse harness by the side of a team? Some. Then do you know how many people ambushed Du extra horse harness by the side of a team at that time? It is said that there were thousands of people. Yes. Thousands of people failed to kill Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. And the reason for that was because the county princess arrived and saved Du extra horse harness by the side of a team with just one person. After Xie Zhang was threatened by Du Wan yesterday, he had people go back to investigate. And the results of the investigation were trance-inducing and unbelievable. Chapter 316. A wave of commercial mutual blowback. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Du Wan's days are very full. The more to the end of the year, the more entertainment. To be busy with more things in turn. She followed the side of the princess. Met the guests of the family door to visit. Treating people. Human relations things. Du Wan learned a lot. Du Qian earlier went back to the clan. To the New Year's Eve palace banquet party back. But he went back to the clan the day before. The capital has several families of playboys are lying on the bed. Cannot get out of bed. All were beaten by Du Qian. And warned them that if they dared to touch the people of the princess's residence, they would break their legs next time. It was only then that Du Wan learnt that the ones who had bullied Su Che last time were some of the family's playboys. In the past, Su Che was someone else's child, and they hadn't been beaten up because of this. Now that Su Che was down and out, a few people drank a glass of wine and met to humiliate Su Che for fun. There were no rumors in the palace. It was very calm. Today's palace banquet was said to be held a day earlier. It used to be that the banquet was held on New Year's Eve. And it was the newly returned princess who said that such an important holiday naturally has to be spent with her loved ones. And in other words, it was the princess who wanted to observe New Year's Eve with her loved ones on that day, and didn't want to spend it in a banquet, and said that this is how the folk all spend their time. The emperor felt justified and agreed. The capital families received the palace oracle. For the newly returned princess cannot help but pay attention to a point. Du Wan was impressed by Qin Yuyu. This heroine has something. As a matter of fact, Qin Yuyu is very sensible and normal as long as she doesn't bump into Du Wan and doesn't encounter Du Wan's things. It can be said that Du Wan is Qin Yuyu's nemesis. When she encounters Du Wan, nothing she does goes well, and she will go in the opposite direction. On the day of the palace banquet, Du Qian returned to her house from the clan. The eldest princess personally prepares Du Wan's clothes, digging her daughter out of the quilt early in the morning. It was all clear and colorful fancy dress. Du Wan was dazzled by what she saw. Du-won also saw a very stunning set of dresses and skirts, which was the moonlight brocade set by Pei Hao at the beginning. Most girls love beautiful clothes. Du-won was not exempt from this. This set of clothes and skirts. She liked it at a glance. Mother, didn't you make this? Yes. It was made for our baby bump. The eldest princess pursed her lips and smiled. Do you like it? Love it. Du-won's crisp little voice responded particularly loudly. She giggled and came to the dress. It's so pretty. But unfortunately, it's not suitable to wear on this cold day. Huh? Who said it's not suitable? Now who goes out without wearing a cloak or cape? Wearing a beautiful dress. Others can't see it. Du-won is a little bit regretful. If this day is not so cold. It's just the right time to wear it tonight during the palace banquet, and have a sight. Du-won's mouth yells that she wants to keep a low profile, and stay out of the limelight. But she is a girl after all. Still like to make a small appearance in the pile of girls. Blinding the eyes of those noble women in the past. Du-won thoughtfully stroked her small chin, pondering whether she wanted temperature or poise. In the past, she dared to wear a skirt to go shopping on cold days. Wanting to be pretty but not temperature. How come she doesn't dare to come here? Wan, what are you thinking about? Mother, do you really want to wear this set of clothes and skirts to go? Du-won raised her eyebrows. The eldest princess is puzzled. Why not? Tonight, not only you, but all the noble women in the capital will dress themselves up to go out. If you don't dress well, you might even be ridiculed. All right. Du-won narrowed her big eyes, hiding away the cunningness under her eyes. So Du-won changed into a dress made of moonlight brocade, or embroidered and sewn by the eldest princess herself, the unique warm-hearted mother brand, and then put on a sable-sewn cloak, then combed a gorgeous hair bun, wearing a beaded hairpin. The little girl is beautiful. After half a year, the little face has grown some. The little baby fat has disappeared. Once the year is over, the daughter will be 15. Think of the future of the daughter will have to get married. The eldest princess slightly melancholy. Packed up. Mother and daughter intimate hand in hand together out. Father and son had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing the two out, Du extra horse harness by the side of a team is used to welcome the princess. Du Qian is very natural to come to stand beside his sister. Du Qian smiled and praised. Sister, you are so beautiful today. Big brother, you are very handsome today. Du-won smiled brightly. Well, my sister must be the prettiest girl in the palace this time. That's right. My big brother must also be the most handsome and outstanding male in the whole place. My sister. The two siblings met and had a business blowout with each other. Next to them, Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, and the princess couldn't help but listen. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team kicked his son's calf. All right. Hurry up and set off. Agu. Today father is really Inwu extraordinary. Du-won wanted to climb into the carriage, thought about it, and turned back to praise. It must be the most good-looking uncle in the palace. Du Qian smiles cheekily. Our mother is also beautiful. Tonight must be the most beautiful mother. Right. Big brother is right. That's that. Sister has the best eyes. The eldest princess snorted out a laugh. Hurry up and go. If you're any slower, you won't be able to catch up with the hour. The siblings looked at each other and smiled. One sprightly got on a tall steed. One nimbly entered the carriage. Today, Du-won is in a separate carriage, with Ning Qin and Lu Qi following her into the palace to serve. The other carriage is used by Du Xian's son-in-law and the eldest princess. Du-won lifted the curtains of the carriage window and saw Du Qian riding a horse outside. Big brother, take the carriage. It's warm here. Besides, it's windy outside, and it's blowing your hair all over the place. Du Qian originally wanted to refuse. However, when he heard the last sentence, he damn well agreed. Well, he dismounted and got into his sister's carriage. Sure enough, it was a lot warmer than outside. Du-won poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. Du Qian took it and took a sip. The carriage began to set off. The road from the princess's mansion to the gateway of the palace was all stone-paved streets. Very flat. Plus, the carriage did not move fast. People sitting in the carriage did not see much bumps. Drinking hot tea in the car was not a problem. Du Qian said. Once the palace banquet is over, we will return to the clan early tomorrow morning. New Year's Eve in the clan? Yes. In the past, there were palace banquets on New Year's Eve. and our family always rushed back to the clan to pay homage to our ancestors after the palace banquets. This year is not bad. The palace banquet has been brought forward by one day, which is convenient for us. We don't have to rush too much. Then in that case, we still have to be grateful to Qin Yu. Haha. It's nothing if sister doesn't mention it. But it's really true if she does. The closer to the palace gates, the more carriages of the powerful and noble people they bumped into. With the princess carriage, many of the powerful nobles that they saw automatically avoided it and made way for a road in the middle. This kind of phenomenon, in this imperial society, is not strange. Today, the princess's carriage directly entered the palace gate and came to a specific parking position. Chapter 317. Do they dare to have an opinion? After getting out of the car, a palace man led the princess to leave alone. Du Xian's son-in-law was not the same as Du Qian, and there was likewise a palace man specifically leading her away. Before Du-Wan got off the carriage, she put on her hood. Just as she stepped off the carriage, a clean-cut palace maid came forward. Slave girl pays her respects to the county princess. Well, lead the way. Du-Wan was very diffident. The palace maid who led the way walked to the front. This road, which she was familiar with, was to the Jinxiu Palace. Du-Wan walked while paying attention to the movements of the eldest princess. That direction was the Empress's palace, entertaining some of the noblewomen in the capital. The place where Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, was led to was the Jinghe Palace, where the emperor was located. It was full of courtiers. On the contrary, what Du Qian went to was the side hall of the Jinghe Palace, which was full of some powerful and noble sons and daughters of the capital talking in high spirits. The master of the Jinxiu Palace was Qin Yu, and the entertainers were all noblewomen who had entered the palace. This situation was somewhat similar to going to the host's house as a guest, where the adults greeted the adults and the juniors entertained the juniors before the feast. After Du-Wan knew a general idea, she didn't pay attention to her family's side of the matter. Instead, she concentrated on listening to the situation of Jinxiu Palace. Today, Du-Wan and others entered the palace a little late. The capital and the noblewomen gathered almost today. She hasn't appeared yet. And now the Fairview Palace is bustling with activity. Qin Yu showed up, and is hitting the faces of the noblewomen from all the families. The princess's status alone crushed a group of people, and all the noblewomen had to respectfully bow their heads and salute when they saw her. It can be said that this banquet was Qin Yu's first highlight moment. Du-Wan recalls the plot of the book. There was really a scene where the heroine returned and the palace banquet hit her in the face. Only the time was advanced by more than a year. In the text, there is no mention of Wei Xiao. The vicious female match Ma Suqing bears the brunt of it. And when she sees the princess sitting in the first place, it is actually Qin Yu. Ma Suqing's face instantly turns white. Qin Yu didn't need to do anything. Ma Suqing herself was shocked. On the contrary, Wei Xiao, who had just had a conflict with Qin Yu, did not attend the palace banquet. It was said to have left the capital 10 days ago to return to the northwest. Wei Xiao was a smart person and left decisively after knowing that Qin Yu was a princess. The image Du-Wan saw when she came over was that Ma Suqing was being humiliated by the discordant sisters in her own house. There are some things that don't require Qin Yu's presence, and more than a few people do it to please her. No. Ma Sui pretended not to hold the tea steady and splashed a cup of tea all over Ma Suqing's head, drawing a lot of ridicule. Big sister is sorry. Please forgive me. Miss Ma isn't the kind of person with a small stomach. She will definitely forgive Sister Sui. Yes. They are all close sisters. It's nothing. Qin Yu watched from above and did not speak. Egu. This county princess is late? Du-Wan stepped in with a smile. There was a silence in the hall. If it was said that Qin Yu's return made the hearts of all the noblewomen who had offended her tremble, then Du-Wan's existence was the object of envy and jealousy for all noblewomen. Originally, there were still people who harbored dark thoughts today, thinking that now that the princess had returned, someone would finally be able to suppress Du-Wan, the county princess, and they were gloating and waiting to see a good show. As a result, they didn't see the good show. On the contrary, when Qin Yu saw Du-Wan come in, she stood up as if she was very cordial, and went up to greet her with a smile on her face, putting on an appearance of sisterly harmony. Du-Wan did not poke this point. In public, this face love or to give some. Otherwise, the emperor and the empress's ears are not good. Qin Yu said in a warm voice, Cousin Wanwan has come. Not too late. Not too late. This palace has specially reserved a place for you. Then thank you, cousin. Du-won glanced at her, feeling quite amused. From Qin Yuyu's eyes, she actually saw a hint of ingratiation. This was quite magical. There was a drop out of her expectations. Thus, Du-won followed her wishes and looked at her with a smile, pretending to care a little more. Just for show. As long as she was willing, she could do a better job than Qin Yuyu. Cousin, how have you been recently? Having a good time? Of course, it's good in my own home. Qin Yuyu smiled affectionately. I just haven't seen cousin. In the future, cousin should come to see me more often when she's free. Okay. I will definitely come to see you when I have time. Du-won said playfully. Damn free. She is not free every day. The two cousins exchanged pleasantries. And it was really like that. Not many of the girls present could tell that they were putting on a show. Concerning Du-won and Qin Yuyu's previous grudge, not many people knew about what happened in Qian County. But Qin Yuyu and Du-won had once clashed in the night market. And there were still noble women who knew about it. Only, the two were now in harmony. As if there was nothing wrong with them. There were those who believed that the two had made up. And those who didn't. Those who believe in it know that after the night market incident, Du-won did not seek trouble from Qin Yuyu again. Don't believe in people well. Is the world there are always some people like to use the greatest malice to speculate on others. As long as other people are unlucky, not good, they can be happy as if. Just today, with this kind of psychological people, inevitably disappointed. The expected tit-for-tat didn't happen. Qin Yuyu being a princess. It seemed like she still hadn't been able to overpower the county princess. Everyone saw that Du-won didn't salute and greet Qin Yuyu. And Qin Yuyu didn't even say anything. Du-won's arranged position was the closest to Qin Yuyu. Du-won sat on it graciously. Some people want to come up to salute. Du-won raised her hand to stop. No. 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 This county princess is here to join in the fun. Everyone is free to do as they please. Thank you, Sheriff. The man thanked and returned to his original position. Due to Du-won's arrival, Ma Suqing managed to get away and let the palace people take her down to freshen up. Without Du-won's appearance, Ma Suqing would not have been able to get away so quickly. Unless Qin Yuyu opened her mouth to stop it. But is she that kind of person? At this time, Ning Qin and Lu Qi served with her and took over the position of the palace maid. Du-won watched the two people get busy. Now the benefits manifested. Tea and whatnot. It was the two who personally went to make it. Anything that Du-won enters goes through the hands of the two people. This practice of Du-won made Qin Yuyu feel hot in the face. Cousin, with this look, are you still afraid that this palace will poison you? Cousin Yuyu, don't misunderstand. Oh. Du-won's sitting posture has a few points of diffidence. Toned but very serious said. You just came back, may not know. Do not think that in the palace will not have anything. Is because the palace more people? It is easy to have a thing or something. So that some ill-intentioned people to take advantage of the opportunity. Qin Yuyu's smile froze. What is this dead girl trying to say? Only to hear Du-won say again in a nice voice, when there are many people, especially the things that are imported, it is even more necessary to be cautious. This matter is still something that the emperor's uncle taught this county princess. Now no one dared to raise an objection. The emperor taught them. Do they dare to have an opinion? No. Definitely not. Chapter 318. Little girl takes the initiative to pick a fight. Du-yunrong sat aside extraordinarily quiet, and decided not to provoke Du-won tonight. This is a little bastard. A jerk. Not only Du-yunrong. None of the rest of the Du clan's girls dared to mess with Du-won. The noble women present weren't really fools. They still had this bit of discernment. Joyful Sun County Princess is still the same Joyful Sun County Princess. Not to be messed with. Not to be messed with. Due to Du-won's appearance. The famous scene in the original where Qin Yuyu returns to hit her face has inexplicably died. The next noble women are surprisingly regular. Du-won melon seeds are ready. Is not a gossip can look at. Du-won suddenly wanted to start something. She had people move the table and chairs closer to Qin Yuyu. About to spell the rhythm of the table. The position of the two originally adjacent to each other. Slightly moved to become a very simple thing. In the eyes of outsiders is the cousins to say what to whisper. Sure enough, the two are really whispering. This place is quite big. And there are many people. The voice of private speech is slightly smaller. Many people cannot hear. Duwan's voice was not too big as she asked. Cousin, do you still live in Jinxiu Palace? Yes. Father said that this palace was living in the Jinxiu Palace when I was a child. Qin Yu said this rather proudly, and also unconsciously with a few points of showing off. After many years and then return. I heard that this place is still exactly the same as when I was a child. This palace doesn't know if it's true or not. Does cousin know? Oh, this I know. Uncle quite loves his daughter. Duwan grabs a small handful of melon seeds and idly gets high. Not long ago, cousin Huangren also resided in Jinxiu Palace. Qin Yu's smile slightly stalled. Huangren. Cousin? Who was it? Wasn't she the only princess in the Great Qin Kingdom? Qin Yu hadn't been back for a long time. Coupled with the fact that Huangren had almost become a taboo in the palace. No one really dared to take the risk of telling her. This matter can't be hidden either. As long as Qin Yu has been living in the palace. Sooner or later she will know. Only now was Duwan suddenly punctured. The impact is not small. The Qin Yu who came back still always thought that she was the treasure in the palm of her parents' hand. A unique existence. This pride and self-confidence was all of a sudden poked through to her face. Embarrassed? Embarrassed? No one had warned Duwan not to say it. So she said it. Even if the Emperor and Empress knew about it. They couldn't do anything to her. There were more than enough reasons to put it off. So, Duwan continued, uncle to Huangren cousin can be good. But it is a pity that the red-faced thin life. She was born in poor health. If you ask me, there is no woman in the entire capital who is more beautiful than cousin Huangren. That really is a celestial beauty. A fairy in the sky and on the ground. Every knit of her brows and every smile is so beautiful. The more Qin Yu listened, the more she suffocated in her heart. Originally, she wanted to show off her father's favor to her, and add some blockage to Duwan. But she didn't expect there to be such a section in the middle. Then the previous show-off became a joke. Qin Yu smiled dryly. Is that so? How come this palace heard that cousin Wanwan is the one who is the reincarnation of a fairy? This, haha, Duwan said with an embarrassed face. This is purely a rumor and cannot be taken as true. Qin Yu only felt that her smile was an eyesore. It can't be taken seriously? Put away the smugness on your face before you say that. Wisdom flashed in Duwan's eyes. Her body slightly tilted towards Qin Yu, brightly whispering to sow discord. I'm a bit curious. How come the Empress let you live in the embroidery palace? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Cousin Huangren hasn't been there for long either. The 100 days haven't even passed yet. What you say? Qin Yu tried to suppress her anger. Her face still couldn't stop twisting slightly. She knew that Duwan was doing it on purpose. But she couldn't do anything about Duwan. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said, the truth of this matter has yet to be verified. Ch. Duwan spat out her melon skin. There are quite a few people who know about this matter. Can I still lie about this? The night when cousin Huangren went, all of the bloodline's closest relatives were present and kept watch. You were also present? Isn't that nonsense? Of course I was there. Our family was all present. Your mother was there too. Qin Yu noticed that someone was looking over, and she duly displayed a warm smile. It was just that this smile was not as unrestrained as earlier, and carried a few points of reluctance. Duwan then said some things. That is, how the Emperor and the Empress is good to Huangren and so on. Originally very ordinary things. After her small mouth set out, all with a taste of favoritism. Qin Yu put her hands on her thighs, and clenched them into fists. Clenching them tighter and tighter. Duwan noticed, and was in a rather good mood. The two were plastic sisters. Duwan knew that better than anyone. The palace banquet finally started. A group of noble women followed Qin Yu's steps towards the location where the banquet was set up tonight. This place is familiar to Duwan. She has been here twice before when she was wandering around. It seems to be called what palace? Duwan is not a good student. She can't read those two remote words. But she knows that this place is usually used to hold large palace banquets. A large flat stone platform was built in the center. Similar to the current stage. The surrounding buildings were slightly higher. One step at a time. So that no matter where a person sat it would not interfere with the performance on the viewing platform. There were tables set up all around. With teapots and jugs of wine. Clean cutlery. Flowers and so on. One of the places where there were not so many tables was naturally the Emperor and Empress. The closer the location to them, the higher the status in the Great Qin Kingdom. At this time the Emperor and Empress hadn't even made an appearance yet. There were already people who had arrived first. The position of the Princess House family was very close to the Emperor's position. Duan sat next to Duqian. Big brother. How long have you been here? Just arrived. Didn't see mother. Duqian looked around. Duan followed suit. Could it be that she went with the Empress to look for uncle? It should be. Duqian saw that those who were seated were some family members. Not many people were seated above the main position. Did you come with Qin Yuyu? Right. Duan winked at her cheap big brother and smiled heatedly. Duqian looked at his sister's wry little look and couldn't help but laugh again. Didn't suffer? Of course. Am I a person who will suffer losses? Huh. Duqian lost his smile. The seats of the siblings were not together. Here was a table for one person. And after Duan came over, she directly dragged her own small table and put it together with Duqian's small table. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and the only person who did this was Princess Jiayang, which was quite unruly. But some people were foolish to see it. The young people in more remote locations, or a little bit of playboys don't have so many scruples. And those who have good friendships will put together a table. One person followed the trend. There will be a lack of a second person to follow the trend? So, the original placement of the table is quite disciplined. Began to move without trace. The person in charge of this palace banquet is about to be pissed off. The Emperor has not yet come. If the Emperor knows that it has become like this, who will be blamed in a fit of rage? Chapter 319, I'll help you warm your little hands. The person in charge of this time is the newly appointed Minister of Rites. This year's preparations for the palace banquet. Duqian resigned from the matter. It did not take long to fall on his head. It was not easy to make a very reasonable arrangement of the scene of the various positions. And now what has become the situation? The Minister of Rites looked at Duan, the culprit, with a grudge. Duan tried to ignore his eyes, and went to her big brother's side. Brother, what does that man want? Do I owe him silver? Upon hearing this, Duqian stifles another laugh. No, I don't think so. Do not owe. Why are you looking at people like that? Duan sat down. Duqian laughed again. Did you not notice any changes in the banquet hall? What? Duan looked around. No one is making trouble. The tables. Duqian pointed to the table where the two people were together, and then pointed to the surrounding tables that were together. They are all following you around. This is quite good. The palace banquet. Eat happy most important. This word you dare to say to uncle? Duqian did not say this out loud. Thinking of his sister's temperament, he really dared to say it to his uncle. The two were rambling about the topic, suddenly found a movement beside them, and turned their heads in unison to take a look. Giggling. Pei Hao. Only to see him putting together a table to the side. Just in time. Duan's table was in the middle. Pei Hao frankly sat down. This is still a good position. Comfortable. Duan looked at Pei Hao, and then at his table. Before she could say anything, Duqian snapped. Pei Shitzi. Cross the line. It's fine. Just move your position. The Emperor won't mind. Pei Hao straightened his sleeves, and then gathered his lapels. Duqian wanted to say that it was he himself who minded. In the end, he swept his eyes around. Forget it. He didn't want to give people a look at the theater for nothing. Pei Hao was slightly relieved to see this. Looking at the little girl beside him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Duan ignored Pei Hao beside her, and inadvertently noticed Qin Yuyu's gaze looking towards them. Pei Shirzi. The princess is looking at you. No. Pei Hao didn't even raise his eyelids, and spoke with certainty. You didn't even raise your head. How do you know it's not? I didn't realize that Master Shitzi still had the ability to open his eyes. Look back yourself. What? Duan looked back towards Pei Hao's words, and accidentally ran into Xie Zhang's gaze not far away. In a flash, her smile slightly stalled. It turned out that Xie Zhang was sitting in a seat behind them. According to reason, Xie Zhang shouldn't be sitting so far in front. It seems that he is attending on behalf of his father today, and Marquis Dingbei didn't come due to ill health. The seat that Xie Zhang was currently sitting in should have originally been Marquis Dingbei's. Soon, Xie Zhang pretended to lower his eyes and sip tea, avoiding her gaze as if he had no intention of doing so. Duan raised her eyebrows. The male and female main characters are quite interesting today. One wants to please her. The other is a bit afraid of her. Of course, this is only on the surface. Behind their backs, they are definitely not the same. Under the table, Du-Wan stretched out a jade-like finger and gently poked Pei Hao's waist. Pei Hao straightened his back in an instant. His body slightly tensed. What is it? I still think she's looking at you. Du-Wan came close to his ear and said cheaply. Pei Hao grabbed her small hand underneath the table and noticed that it was cold and frowned. The gift I gave you. You didn't even wear it? Gloves? Du-Wan asked back. Pei Hao asked in pain. Yes. On this cold day. Aren't you cold? Not cold. Du-Wan really didn't feel cold. If she didn't want to be special, she could not even wear the cloak on her body. Wanting to withdraw her hand, Pei Hao refused. I'll help you warm up. He was sitting in a dignified manner, but privately covered one of her small hands. Of course, all this was done under the table. Only the people sitting at the back could find out what was going on. The only one who could find out was sitting at the back. The one who was sitting at the back and paying attention to the two of them happened to be Xie Zhang. Xie Zhang looked at the two of them holding hands together. His eyes obscure. One after another, the palace staff served drinks, as well as pastries and delicacies. The venue of the banquet was huge, and those who were qualified to enter the palace today, there were at least thousands of people, including family members. Now that almost all the people were seated, the last remaining heavyweights, such as the Emperor and Empress, had yet to make their appearance. The bullish characters are all appearing in the finale, Du-Wan said with a smile. Du Qian agreed. Sister is right. What County Princess said is very true. Pei Hao followed and agreed. Du-Wan hemmed and hawed, taking advantage of one of Pei Hao's slackness, and managed to yank back her small hand. Pei Hao smiled, not feeling lost. Just now, he did this purely to avoid her question. He really didn't want to get involved with Qin Yuyu. The little girl didn't know where she got the news. She always felt that Qin Yuyu had a crush on him. Pei Hao suddenly felt that the little girl has a sense of urgency, afraid that he will be snatched away, just like he is worried that she will be snatched away. The more Pei Hao thought like this, his mood couldn't help but feel good. Wan. Do what? Du-Wan's big watery eyes looked at him. Pei Hao curled his lips and said, Nothing. Just want to shout at you. Faulty. Huh? He was scolded and actually laughed. Du-Wan was horrified. There is a big conspiracy? So that petite body moved towards Du Qian's side all of a sudden, trying to pull away from Pei Hao. But the distance of a table. How far can it be? Du Qian's gaze of looking at a retarded person landed on Pei Hao's body. Sister. Get up. Oh. Du-Wan stood up obediently. Pei Hao secretly screamed that it was not good, and he saw that Du Qian and the little girl had switched places. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao warningly. Sit properly. Don't move your position again. Big brother Du. It's useless to call me big brother. Nope. Just wanted to tell you that beating up lovebirds with a stick will be punished by heaven. This angry Du Qian almost pulled out his sword. Fortunately, today in the palace, it is forbidden to deploy weapons. Pei Hao pondered in his heart. It's better not to irritate his great uncle for the time being. At least, he can't take the little girl's matter without Du-Wan by his side. The son of the world sat upright, with an unusual look on his face, and was covered in the aura of a reserved son of the world's family. He picked up a pot of tea on the desktop and poured a cup for Du Qian. Big brother Du, you'll be a year older in the coming year, so you should consider a marriage. Get married early, and give Wan a little nephew to play with. Du-Wan agrees a bit. A small child is quite cute. Pei Hao is secretly happy in his heart when he hears the little girl's words. Du Qian laughed. There is no hurry. You are in a hurry. Very much so. Pei Hao's gaze swept towards Qin Yuyu. Du Qian understood in seconds. What news did you receive? Not good news. Early marriage. But can be avoided. Think I'm scared? Du Qian understood Pei Hao's small mind. The ancients were concerned about the order of the eldest and youngest. As the eldest brother does not get married, the younger sister usually does not get married first. Pei Hao thought long term. His great uncle was too much of an eyesore, so he should find him a woman. Otherwise, do not remind him. Let him marry Qin Yuyu. As long as the emperor gives marriage, great uncle want not to marry cannot. The little plan in the bottom of his heart is playing loudly. Chapter 320 Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side is not yet old. At the end of the calculation, Pei Hao thought of Qin Yuyu being a scourge, and thought that it would be better to forget about it. If my brother-in-law is implicated by Qin Yufu, he will be affected by the bad luck, and the little girl will be involved. Du Qian kicked Pei Hao in a small way. What are you thinking about? Thinking about your marriage. Pei Hao was not careful, and said what was in his heart. Du Qian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Why is it your turn to worry about my master's marriage? Pei Hao fell silent, and turned his head to look at the little girl. Happened to see the little girl is stoned melon seeds. Stoned. In a flash. Pei Hao sat upright, his gaze calmly looking ahead, and faintly said, The Emperor is coming. When Du Qian heard this, he looked towards the entrance, and really saw the leading eunuch. The eunuch sang loudly, The Emperor is coming. Then another eunuch answered, The Emperor has arrived. 3 voices in a row resounded through the banquet hall. Du Wan hurriedly put down her koi melon seeds, and clapped her small hands to turn back. The eunuch's voice traveled so loudly that the banquet hall could still hear echoes. Which was interesting. Du Wan noticed where the eunuch was standing. It turns out that this banquet hall was built with great care. I don't know what principle is used. Standing in a specific position and shouting. The sound can be spread all over the field. Du Wan lamented the wisdom of the ancients. But she almost forgot. This is the world of wearing books. After all, it is not ancient China. The emperor came over with a group of people. The empress walked side by side with him. And the person who was a step behind was noble consort Xie. The next ones to follow were some heavyweights. I guess most of them were people Du Wan had never seen before. The youngest person should be the Duke of Jin. Du Wan is surprised. Pei Shi, your old man looks just like your big brother. Your old man? Why does this vulgar word sound quite funny? Sure enough. As long as it's the person in her heart. Whatever she does is allowed. Pei Hao looked towards the entrance, and saw his own old man. As if he was a youth in his 20s walking amongst a group of old men. This image. The contrast was too strong. It was impossible for an onlooker to ignore the Duke of Jinghua. If he wanted to blame it, he would blame it on the fact that his old man was just too young. Du Qian was equally surprised. Your old man has practiced and broken through. Yes. The talent is probably good. After Pei Hao had studied the nurturing technique, he followed and practiced it, and unexpectedly found that the results were remarkable. He clearly found that his body had become better, and his force had risen quickly with it. However, he didn't tell anyone about this. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao thoughtfully. Did you practice? Practiced. How was it? Very good. Pei Hao said with peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. Du Qian couldn't see through his meaning. What did this very good mean? Du Wan heard the entire short dialogue between the two men, neither knowing what was being said, and listening to her in the clouds. Just that she is not in the mood to ask what they are talking about right now. Looking at the emperor's line of people who are gradually approaching, she says, Big brother, I don't see father and mother. Du Qian. Ashamed. It's surprising that he didn't notice it in the first place. After his sister's reminder, Du Qian then realized that his parents didn't follow the emperor over. His heart then tensed for 2 minutes. He looked at his sister and asked, It won't be something that happened. I don't know. I'll look for it. What Du Wan said about looking for, was really looking for. Gazing at the movement outside the banquet hall. A lot of sounds. It would take a little time to find someone. Not found? Du Wan is really nervous now. Big brother. No. What no? For the time being, no one has been found. The siblings whispered and Pei Hao next to them reminded. The emperor is watching. Stand up. At this point, the siblings came back to their senses and both stood up. Almost everyone in the banquet left their seats and either stood or knelt to chant Long live the emperor and Long live the empress. A sense of solemnity was necessary, and Du Wan followed Du Qian to bow earnestly to the emperor and empress. The emperor made a sound, motioned for everyone to take their seats, said a few opening remarks and New Year's greetings, then introduced Qin Yu's identity to those present before accepting the congratulations of a bunch of bootlickers. Ministers. After a while, it finally calmed down. Du Wan had her little face set in a serious-like manner, a rare absence of smiles. The emperor reached out his hand towards her. Wan. Come here. Sister. Uncle is calling you. Du Qian touched her with his elbow. Du Wan turned her head to look at the emperor and blinked her eyes. Then thinking of something, she all of a sudden came back to her senses like a flash, stood up quickly, and giggled her way to the emperor's side. Du Wan didn't wait for the emperor to speak. Her little mouth blah 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 asked. Uncle, where is my father and mother? They came into the palace with me in one piece. The banquet has started and no one is seen. I'm really worried, oh. Ha. I let you come over is to tell you something. Imperial sister is not feeling well. Your father is accompanying. Today's palace banquet they won't attend. You siblings attend, and then go back. The emperor's tone was relaxed, with a hint of joy. This made Du-Wan's lifted heart fall slightly. However, Du-Wan still gently knitted her small brows. Mother was still fine when she came. After she said this, she also glanced at the emperor suspiciously. The emperor patted her head. Don't worry. It's not a bad thing. What Why can't I understand? Bad health. Not a bad thing? Du-Wan expressed a face of confusion. The emperor asked her to come closer again and whispered in her ear. I don't know what the emperor said to Du-Wan. Many people were curious. Only after Du-Wan heard it. Her small face changed from cloudy to sunny in an instant, comparable to how the weather generally changes very quickly. Then, everyone saw her return to her seat in a good mood. Du Qian came over and asked in a low voice. Sister, how was it? Ahem. Uncle said that father and mother won't be attending today's palace banquet, letting the two of us attend on their behalf. After Du-Wan finished this sentence, her big eyes rolled around. But she didn't get to the point. Du Qian was so anxious that he wanted to knock her on the head. Hurry up and get to the point. Du-Wan smiled and curved her eyes. The main topic is not a bad thing. When the palace banquet is over you will know when you return to the house. No wonder she just couldn't hear the movement of her cheap parents. So they went out of the palace. As long as it is not an accident, Du-Wan has nothing to worry about. Du Qian could not guess the meaning of his sister's words. On the contrary, Pei Hao listened to the dialogue between the two siblings and guessed a thing or two. Big brother Du. When I came here, I heard someone say that the eldest princess is not feeling well, and the empress ordered someone to ask the imperial doctor to go and see her. Du Qian's heart tightened. What does that mean? Only to hear. Pei Hao speculated again. Since being unwell is not a bad thing, it is a happy thing. Du Qian was reminded by Pei Hao and instantly understood. This is... Fuck. Father, this is the treasure sword is not old, Du Qian looked at his sister in a complicated manner. And it so happened that his sister looked over again. The two blinked at each other, then grinned like two big idiots. Adu. Is this going to be more than one brother or sister?